uh, the stream uh, connects well. Okay, we are streaming theoretically, and we're going to test our voice. Going to see if our image comes up. Oh, yes, so that means that I will now provide within a matter of moments the link for Peter to put on his timeline, the hyperlink. And but before I do that, we are going to add to the call the lovely Marina Seren. So we go down to participation, and then we look up Marina, and there we are, and we call her. We press the add button. Okay. We will be seeing her come on in a matter of moments, I would hope. Peter Moon has been in contact with her. There we are. The lovely Marina Seren has joined us. And, dear Marina, let's do a test of your voice. Okay, so she's with us, but
Hello.
there we are. Okay, a little bit of little bit of some hissing there. With your are you on a cell phone or a regular mic, regular PC?
Let me try.
Sure.
How about now?
It's a little better. Yeah, there was that hissing sound
Now
is
it's good.
seems to be good, but we need you to say a full sentence, Marina. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Little bit of
Excellent.
hissing, little bit of static there. So Marina, are you on the PC or
Yes, I'm on a laptop.
Okay, that might explain something. Maybe the laptop has some of the issues. So you don't have a microphone. Do you have a microphone on a laptop?
I
Or
do. I do.
okay, and a headphone?
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think we can hear you well enough. There's a little bit of static when you talk, but we're certainly blessed to have you. And thank you so very much for gracing us with your presence tonight. And very anxious to hear about your experience with COVID. We hope that that's improving. And we know that you've actually had an interview since you've last spoken with us. And we'd like to hear about that. Peter, of course, will start off by talking about his communications with you. So, Peter, maybe you could segue us into introducing Marina to people who may not know about her yet.
Well, I think it's best to let Marina introduce herself. I mean, I did a show with her, and she is somebody who actually is a Vril medium, and she channels the Vril, and she has memories of a previous life associated with the Vril Society. But I think it would be best, and of course she was ill last week, so she wasn't with us. But aside from, I think it's best to just Marina, just for those who are new for the first time, just give a brief summary of who you are and go right into it. I think she should just go right into it so
Sounds good.
we don't get distracted
Good
with
idea.
the other things. That's my idea. So Marina, over to you.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone. If you're new, I will briefly introduce myself. I am a psychic medium, a channeler, conscious channeler. I am a contactee, an experiencer. I've been in the space program. I'm a survivor of MK Ultra, and also I've been in the super soldier programs. I have past lives in the secret societies of Germany, such as Riedel and Thule Society. I have 2 incarnations in that period of time. So I have connections with Anunnakis that are blue skin and tall, almost like giant-like. They are in my star family. They are the ones who are responsible for most of my downloads of information. And I'm currently writing a book with all those downloads, so I'm pretty excited to put it in the public.
Yes. No,
That's
that
excellent. That's excellent. Now, if there's anything you could do to adjust your sound, because we're not getting quite clear enough.
we
Can
hear.
hear,
Yeah. Go on.
but
Go
it's
on.
challenging for people to listen to with a little bit of hiss.
Right. We are getting everything you say, but there's a little bit of hiss in the background that might make it our experience will be much more pleasant if we could do away with that hissing in the background. Is it an air conditioner or perhaps something that's on in the background environment? If
It's
yeah,
self.
okay, yeah, and if not, then maybe it's something with the computer itself. If
Hello?
yes, oh, much better. Yes. So go ahead and say something again, dear lady.
How about now?
Oh, it sounds
Much
perfect.
better.
Oh my God, that's excellent. So, I do want people to know that our dear Marina Seren looks very much like the spitting image, almost identical to Maria Orsic. So, you are someone who has, I believe, perhaps been Maria Orsic in a past life. Is that how you perceive it?
No, I don't perceive myself to have been Maria Orsic. I know that I was a real medium close to her, but I was not her. And I was given a name that I believe it's from this specific lifetime, which is Andrea. And it's not like part of the most known names within the British society, but apparently I was part of I was very close to like the leaders, and I was working in channeling vocally, so I was definitely like involved with Maria Orsic in two lifetimes. One is that one, and the other one is the one in which I was an SS general, in which I was close to her, but romantically speaking. So
And important, of course, so that people do not get confused. You, of course, were a man at that time. You were involved in a straight heterosexual relationship with her, and you're straight in this life as well. Yes?
yes, exactly. And to those who didn't quite get what I was trying to explain, I have two simultaneous incarnations during that period of time. So in one, it was like intersecting lifetimes. In one of them, I was a real medium stride, and in the second one, I was a stride male. I was a SS general.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And just so Peter knows, Maria Orsic is actually Kravatsky. Certainly her surname is Croatian in origin. And Peter Moon has some of that in his bloodline as well. I don't know if they're in any way related, but they could claim the same fatherland, so to speak. With that being said, I noticed that you had an interview conducted by, Linda Moulton Howe. Was this a while ago or was this recent?
This was when I went to the Barcelona Ufology World Congress. She was invited to be a speaker there, and I was invited to speak. So we were introduced by my friend Alan Steinfeld, and that's how we get to know each other. And she was interested about my information, so she proceeded to interview me.
Okay, great. And of course, in terms of that interview, she was asking about hybrids, why they are among us, right? Perhaps you can tell us some of this, and then I'll bring up how Peter and Moon and I know about Linda Moulton Howe in terms of some of the research she was doing that crossed over into our field, so to speak. So, but I'd like to hear about your own experiences first, and what you explained to her, I'm sure, would be important to explain to all of us.
Sure, yes. I was just speaking up about the idea that we are all hybrids, but there are some of us who are slightly more hybridized because either we come from a lineage that has a lot of like a higher percentage of extraterrestrial DNA. Most of them were part of like royalty and back in ancient civilizations or novelty or things like that, and they were like priests or priestesses, in terms of spiritual ceremonies in schools. And that's why there is a lot, like a higher rate of incarnation of starseed souls in those lineages, and they come with, since incarnation is sort of like a hybridization of its own, in which there is a mix of genetics between the soul's DNA, which is the metaphysical format, and the physical DNA, which is the heritage from your parents. Then there is like, if you come from with more experience and frequency patterns within your DNA, within your soul DNA, that are more advanced, that have more of the higher frequency of the higher densities of consciousness, then of course when you incarnate, you're going to adhere that to your like vessel's DNA. So you're going to, let's say, become hybridized naturally because of your own consciousness and your own genetics. But then there is the case in which some beings are leaving, let's say, genetic implants, whether if it's etheric ones or physical ones, and they're giving, they're sharing their genetic information sometimes to enhance, the connection to this higher density consciousness, energetics within our DNA. So that's one part that I spoke with Linda. Another thing that I took, highlighted in the interview is that there are hybrid programs that are lower vibrational in nature because the beings or the species in question are in survival mentality, and they are definitely pushing and imposing their genetics in our planet's evolution because they want to, let's say, force themselves into this planet, into this matrix. And those are the ones that I call the grays. Now, there are many kinds of grays, but the ones that are mostly involved in the hybrid programs are the ones that I'm talking about.
Yes. Now, I'm just going to risk clicking onto our video as it live streams. There might be a sound, but it is mute, so that worked. We do have people chatting, and we do have people that I remind hit those up votes because we get hit by a lot of downvotes from the enemy to prevent us from showing up on searches. So in order to overwhelm that, we need every upvote we can get, including those from every IP address that you've got. So just hit it from different sources, and every bit helps to help us appear on searches. What I'm going to do now is take the link for sharing, and I will provide that to Mr. Moon in a moment, and also to our lady SEREN, and I will, just basically that will be for them to share at their convenience. Mr. Moon will share that on his timeline so that people will see right now exactly where he's at. In the interim, dear Lady SEREN, you had asked a question last time of myself, and I'll do my best to answer that. Of course, I am not necessarily a specialist in that area, but you were asking about Enlil and Enki, and perhaps you could provide us some information on what you understand about Assyria and ancient Babylon, some of these cultures, Sumerian culture, etc. I take it that the Anunnaki, as you understand them, are part of this culture, and perhaps you can tell us a bit about what you understand and exactly what you feel about human origins, and whatever direction you want to go in with that.
Sure. I believe that Samaria was definitely a place of like birth when it comes to humanity's species. But I think there was definitely some form of slavery when it comes to us. There was indeed like mines and of gold that they did wanted to get materials from, resources. But I believe that there are many timelines involving the creation of the human race. We're like hybrids with about 22 different races. So, of course, not only the Anunnakis took part of that experiment, and of course, I don't believe that only the Anunnakis were the bad Anunnakis. I mean, the ones who enslaved us were the ones who literally took part of that like beginning of our civilization. Definitely believe that it is an agenda to share that idea or that, let's say, specific timeline as the only one, so that we reinforce those genetics within us in the now moment, and we connect, we create quantum entanglements within our DNA with those specific cycles of energy, of time within our own like Akashic records history, so that we connect with those karmic timelines, and we reinforce what is going on right now, that is related and connected to that past. So I believe that people sharing that there was only slavery and there was only mining gold, and that we were only created to be slaves. It's a form of agenda, from those Anunnakis itself. I believe that humans already had many stages in which they become superhumans, and in which they were helped by and also like co-created by other Anunnaki branches of the Anunnaki. and other ETs that are not necessarily Anunnaki, such as Pleiadians, Syrians, Andromedans, etc.
Yes. So a way to explain this is people must understand there truly is a war in heaven, and that what is ongoing is a agenda by some very negative elements that fell from the heavens, so to speak, towards disempowering us, disempowering humanity by having humanity believe that we were created to be nothing but slaves. And the reality is that humanity can and has, with the help of some of these beings, attained almost a kind of status similar to theirs. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying exactly that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for sharing that with us. Now, when it comes to many of these other races and the like, when you are speaking of these, are they more extra dimensional or more physical? If you could tell us a bit about what you understand about that.
I believe that the ones that came here were specifically like in a more of a physical format. However, it does not mean that they only contain like vessels that are physical. I believe that this kind of topics are very complex because we have to move back to quantum physics and metaphysics, and we need to understand that there is overlapping of dimensions. So sometimes beings can materialize into a matrix by connecting or integrating, reaching out those aspects within their own consciousness that are more reflective of the third and the fourth density matrix, like nature, that is more of our own, more of what we are experiencing and in going through in terms of evolution. So some of those beings have the capacity to materialize because it's in a spectrum of it's kind of like an integral. They contain everything below their own current state of evolution of density consciousness. So of course it cannot reach out the density of a plant, but they contain that level of consciousness, so they can interact with plants. They can materialize and become more physically dense to interact with that, because it's all the way an aspect of themselves, that is already integrated in their journey. So they can do the same with us. They can materialize, and sometimes when they are very very high in nature, they will not be able to maintain their atoms, in place in this physical matrix, because it will be vibrating us at such a rate that it will definitely not be sustainable, not be able to hold it together here, because there's much more density. So we're talking about not only atoms but also subparticles. I believe that it has to do much more with the idea that since everything is light and light is an electromagnetic wave form, when it's in a lower vibration, it's more crystallized into the space-time tissue of reality in relation to time, into the constant moving forward of time, this natural experience of time. But when it's high vibrational, there is definitely a less of a crystallization in the space-time tissue. So all of that takes importance and relevance when it comes to how some beings might be more able to physically interact with us and our planet, and how others might not be able to do so.
Right. Incredible. And so when it comes to our working with our DNA today, do you feel that it's possible that we could re-engineer or redesign our DNA so that we would be of a higher vibration? Or does this require more organic methods, or potentially both someday, that could help mankind kind of raise towards a more ethereal or vibrational kind of, more of an energy kind of state of being, or is that even desirable? Because I think that people really do prefer being in their body, and obviously maybe that's simply the most useful way for us to exist. How do you feel about all this?
Now, this is a very important point that you hinted, because there's now a bigger, like a very big this separation of ideologies and beliefs when it comes to what's best for our evolution. And some beings are, let's say, supporters of transhumanism agendas and other kinds of other forms of genetic manipulations or enhancement to our genetics, whilst others are remaining more, like, let's say, natural oriented, and they're desiring more of a change within and not like let intact their own genetics from any sort of external manipulation. And what I have to say is that as a person that has been part of hybrid programs and the space program, I cannot really tell that I haven't been part already of some form of eugenics or transhumanism. Because not only let's say, the genetic enhancement that they give you in the space program has altered my genetics to be more of an extraterrestrial nature, but also the supercellular programs, there is a lot of that. So, and a lot of, let's say, but at least the supercellular training has less of a genetic manipulation aspects rather than the eugenics itself. So it's much more of a change within. So right now, what I suggest is that what I believe is that we have to stay away from all these transhuman agendas and look forward for those, let's say, practices that are going to activate our DNA naturally. And because, we contain all the information, all the codes necessary for its ascension, for each process of ascension, because we contain DNA from different densities. So all that information on how to change the Kundalini energy flow, that is the one that informs us when there is a change of frequency, of vibrational frequency within consciousness. We can actually not hijack, but activate, like change those energetics and those inner technological, let's say, mechanisms to be tuning to this vibration of a higher density. We can actually achieve those changes and receive that information to go forward with these changes naturally without being part of any kind of external genetic manipulation. And why am I so warned about it is because there is always an agenda when it comes to genetic iterations, mostly if we're talking about the Anunnakis. The Anunnakis that I'm in contact with are very, very, very sided with the idea that we should go forward with, we should be looking within and learn how to use our inner technologies, which is our chakra system and our Kundalini energy, in order to evolve to a higher consciousness state of being. But there are some Anunnakis that have been part of my attacks that they are very pro transhumanism, and they are now intending to take part of a massive genetic iteration, genetic iteration on humanity, and they are working with the grace of the great hybrid programs. So I'm warning people not to be part of this, because the Greys are slowly trying to turn us into what they want us and themselves to be in this planet. In other words, they destroy their own version of Earth. They come from a very, very negative timeline. And now, because they find no other compatible humanoid but us, who is karmically available in terms of karmic connections when it comes to the abduction scenarios, they are choosing to create these contracts with us and be part and transform our timeline into a timeline that is called the hybrid timeline, in which they basically, the babies that they created with their DNA and our DNA are meant to come from the spacecrafts of hybridization programs to the earth, to the land, be introduced in our society, and then interspersed with our species to create another species that will be a new humanity. And this is nothing but a genetic iteration from the Anunnakis, because when I was resistant and going against these gray programs, I was attacked by Anunnakis who are not positive oriented, and I was confirmed in a channeling session that indeed there is Anunnakis who are sided with this grays and imposing also their genetics and their own specific genetic data within our own genetic blueprint, so that we become more karmically entangled with them in terms of timelines and in terms of galactic history, so that we are more malleable, so that we're more manipulated by them, and we go towards the path of their own desire. So fortunately, I got guidance on how to cut cords with this program, and I wish that more people that are being part of this great program agendas stop connecting with this, because they are imposing their genetics. People told me, well, they got our DNA, now they can save themselves and continue their evolution naturally. Isn't it right? Why do you believe that they're trying to impose it in this planet? Why do you believe that they're so interested in imposing in our planet? It is just an ego desire. And I say, yes, it's an ego desire, because species understand that planets are very, very, very important and even needed.
Yes.
When it comes to evolution.
Yes.
Every, let's say, DNA, collective DNA, every collective consciousness or species needs a bound to a planetary consciousness in order to continue their evolution without damaging their DNA. If they made that disconnection, they will damage their DNA, because the, let's say, inner technologies of the consciousness of the planetary vessel that we call Earth on any other planet is connected, is a replica, it's repeats itself in terms of energetic patterns of nature within the DNA of those that inhabit those planets. So it's like we are part of the same matrix, the same integral of consciousness. And because we are projections of its own nature, everything that happens within expresses without, And so it's very important for that reason, that bound to a planetary consciousness. And as they have a lot of connection with our planet because of their own timeline, their own history, their own origins, etc., they wouldn't experience as much of as a consciousness growth or evolutionary growth living in whatever other planet than living in our planet, because their Akashic record is highly connected to ours, because it's a parallel version of it. So that's why they have that egotistical desire of imposing their genetics in our current timeline and planet, so that they can take everything they want and wish for their evolution and their best.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Now, when it comes to the, I'm going to ask a personal question, and you don't need to answer it. You can say, I don't want to talk about that, or you can say, that's private, or it's just, you just don't need to answer this. But the reason I ask is because it's what I think would be an inevitable question. When you were inducted, the term that they use is inducted, meaning that they basically rope people, they grab people, they put them into these programs like the Super Soldier program. And when you were basically being exploited, when they exploited you to basically try to sell the program, to try and sell their agenda of hybridization, the downbreeding with the Greys, at any time were you impregnated, perhaps delivered some hybrid babies that were part of this subspecies?
I have had experiences in which I observed how there was another human vessel, another woman, who was delivering for me.
Yes.
How is it called? Is it called like
Surrogate?
a
Surrogacy. Surrogacy.
Yeah,
She was a surrogate mother.
exactly. She was a surrogate mother, because my body was not, let's say, able to be part of the pregnancy and all of those hormonal changes, and because I was taking like a pill, like an
Pregnancy
anti-birth
pill.
pill,
Right.
exactly, pregnancy pill. So I had this surrogate that did the labor for me. And also, I had an experience in which I was in a ship with the Grace, and something went wrong during the labor day, and I had to abort.
Yes.
And I remember that they were saying, "Push, you have to push," and it's an abortion. And I said, well, I don't I don't eat anyways want this baby. So I was like, when I woke up in this reality, and when I was back in this in my bed or whatever, because it was more of an astral, let's say, experience. Even though I know it's real, it was more of an astral experience. um I remember that parting from that point, I started to have a lot of pain in my genitalia, like in my ovaries,
Yes.
and they started to observe that my hormonal levels were acting very weird and very strange, and that's when I started taking the pill, like the pregnancy pill, again to regulate it. So there is indeed like damage when it comes to these programs, and that is something that I desire women to know. I wanted to remind them that when you're going to be part of any of these agendas, your body is going to be messed up. So
Yes. In other words, they exploit women mercilessly. And is it possible that your DNA had already been restructured to a degree by your practices, your meditation, your spiritual practices, to the point where you might have been at too high a vibrational frequency to house this kind of life form? And that's why your body aborted it almost spontaneously. Perhaps even that was more of a factor than the meds, or perhaps you simply cannot carry that kind of genetic life form. It's too subspeciated for you because you're at a higher genetic level that does not tolerate carrying that. Does that make sense?
yes, it makes sense, and it was really devastating for me when it comes to an entity that was close to me, because in the programs there are some other beings that are working, because they're also like based, like, let's say, they're also supporters of the gray, let's say, timeline and everything, and they are assisting these agendas. And I believe it says a lot of who they are, because of the things that happen within the agenda, and how they have became like hostile against people like me. And I'm talking about the Pleiadian entity that I had sexual encounters with, you know, when I was about 16 years old, and I was like in my most fertile, I guess,
Yes.
phase.
Yes.
So they took advantage of that situation, and they started when I became conscious of this entity, because there was a channel, there was a psychic that depicted this entity, because I was having sexual experiences, but I didn't know with which entity. So I was concerned. I need to know which is who is behind, this kind of interaction. So I reached out to a psychic who happened to have been part of this similar like experiences, and she depicts beings. So I requested a depiction of this entity, and it was a Pleiadian, and it was supposedly part of my oversoul, so it was like a soulmate. And then what happened is that when I acknowledged him and I became more conscious of him, one day I became paralyzed in my bed, and he proceeded to pull me out of my body. So it was like an astral projection experience, and he started like coming towards me, and we like blended energetically, and I felt like Kundalini energy racing up my body. But at the same time, I felt it was a very romantic and very beautiful experience. But at the same time, I felt that I was attacked as hell, because I was screaming in that dimension, as Grace came into the picture and started grabbing me.
Yes.
And at that moment, I I was confused. I thought that I was being attacked, but then later on I learned that that entity was working with the Greys.
Yes.
So it was a devastating like news to me. And yeah, so
You were
I believe
violated.
that
Yes.
yes,
And I'm sorry,
exactly.
go on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt like that. But
No,
of course,
no, it's okay.
I must ask at this point. Could you describe what the Pleiadian look like? What their parents might be like, and how it might be
Yes,
different from some of the others? I'm sorry. Go on.
he looked like very like a mix of many different nationalities. I will say he looked like a average like man. I will say like a human being, not like humanoid or like different in terms of like extraterrestrialness.
Right.
But he looked like an average human, and his skin was like a little bit Asian like Asian color. He had very long brown hair. He had blue big eyes, and it was a very intense like teal blue, so it was very beautiful.
Yes.
And he was tall. He was a tall being.
Yes. And that's thank you for sharing that. Now, of course, through my own background, some of these very negative entities that you're talking about are what would be called servitor races, or kind of like obviously they're subjected to, or they surrendered themselves to an agenda, as you say. And as you say, there are iterations of genetics, and I deeply appreciate that term. I think that's an excellent term that needs to be used to help us navigate the new century. Where we're entering, of course, is the century of biology. This century will be for biology what the last century was for physics. So we're going to see the ultimately the production of the biological or genetic equivalent of nuclear weaponry. I think this is one of the reasons why you're cautioning us and telling us to be so cautious, because we're not ready for any of this, really, the majority of humanity. And I think you would agree that the way we could ready ourselves would be through the kinds of disciplines that you yourself were participating in. These are mostly of the Vedic tradition, yes? Tell me, is that so?
Which kind of practices?
Kind of like when you're working with chakras, when you're working with these
Oh
energies.
yeah, yeah.
I think of that mostly as Vedic, as in Asian, Indian, Hindu. Is there a particular kind of yoga or school that you recommend?
No, I didn't go to any kind of yoga classes or meditation classes or whatever. My form of meditation is through working directly with consciousness and perspectives and emotions. And it's kind of like working with that and your own breathing, you know. I remember that when I did my energetic let's say cutting cords, like process of cutting cords with the ivory grace, I was making really strong affirmations, but I was intuitively going through many different bodies, like emotional, mental, and I was affirming, like making those affirmations from the, and so it's a very Vedic but also intuitive practice. Like I wouldn't. I had never gone to any like institution or school or anything. Everything that I know is what I learned from my own downloads of information.
Okay. And how did your parents feel about all this?
My father is not alive
Okay.
since
Right.
some years, so but he was very like anxious that I will speak up about this publicly because otherwise I will get like backlash of people thinking that I'm crazy. And my mother is currently doing the same. It's currently in the same situation. She is very nervous and very she's not excited that I'm part of like publicly speaking about all of these narratives because she believes I'm going to get bullying in the future and I'm going to get people to tell me that I'm not okay. So
Let your mother understand that, of course, she's concerned, and of course, she cares about you. And of course, there are always going to be these negative people out there who just want to bring other people down and attack you and bully you. But I know that you're going to be okay. You're going to survive all that. You're above all that. And so,
Thank you.
about 700,000 years ago, Homo antecessor or pioneer man colonized Britain, sourcing from southern Europe maybe about 800,000 years ago via the land bridge. And since then, there were about 7 attempted waves of colonization of the British Isles, and they all failed, all wiped out and forced to retreat by successive ice ages. And it was only the latest, the 8th attempt, that has lasted the longest, about 12,000 years of settlement. But it might also be displaced before the onrush of returning ice in the future if we have another ice age. I was just wondering that, and the climatologists, they're so ignorant. We've never experienced anything like this. We're obviously going through climate changes on the planet. And we obviously have a global burning in some areas. We might have an ice age return in others, but do you feel that all of this will help to jumpstart evolution, force us to evolve, or how do you recommend we deal with this?
I believe that all those changes within the environment are going to be expressions of the the current pole shift that is happening right now. I have said many times that the pole shift it's a very strong magnetic change within the electromagnetic let's say body like torus field of the earth. So it's going to impact a lot how everything within its energetic field expresses itself in the matrix. So many species are going to go extinct. Actually, they're not going to survive the catastrophes because they're not necessarily aligned with the Earth's evolution. So, or not necessarily meaning that they're not evolving. They're always evolving. Like all species are always evolving. It's just that we evolve into different directions. So, or at different rates, I will say. So, I will say that there are many species that will go extinct, but I don't believe that humans will be the ones that will do it, and that's because of a very complex aspect which is within our own DNA. The fact that we're hybrids with these Anunnakis, the fact that we have so much genetic information, and we are one of the highest. We're at the highest level of consciousness, along with the inner earthers, the inner earth people. In comparison to other species, means that we have a strong connection with the Akashic records with this planetary consciousness. So we are so influenced by itself, and we influence it back. So we synchronize because there's more consciousness and there's more depth to awareness. There is more synchronicity when it comes to the flows of energetic evolution within our own fields, our own kundalini and individual toroidal systems, magnetic systems, and the one of the earth, the collective one. So I believe that for that reason, there's a strong magnetism, and we're not going to fade away or disrupt these quantum entanglements, but rather it's going to be more amplified in the way that we, in terms of polarity, also in terms of this, let's say, dual dynamic of how we influence each other. Because obviously, the more that you evolve into knowing that you are an extension of nature and that you are one with these other aspects of your consciousness and part of that fractal system, which is the earth, for example, or the collective of your own species, the more that it the more that you synchronize with it, the more that it influences you, and the more that you influence it. So there's more dynamic there's always more synchronization. So I don't believe that humans will go extinct. However, some tribes or some cultures might go extinct in terms of yeah, like in terms of maybe evolving into something different, or yeah, like being perhaps not existing anymore. I'm talking about the tribes within humanity that are very, very um apart from our civilization. So I
Yes.
don't think they have the tools for surviving certain aspects of this climate change. So
Yes, so obviously it's going to take a lot of technology to survive these changes. That's kind of the message that I'm getting from what you're saying. So when you access the Akashic records, which I assume you do this, what is it like? It just kind of like, do you feel it when you get these cascades that come down inside of you? Your knowledge, it kind of comes to you. It must. Is there a moment of like kind of like enlightenment, a light bulb going off, or what is it like?
it feels like you know stuff from the core of your being. It feels like the same as I don't know, it feels like the same as getting a download of information. It like you know information out of a sudden, like you can ask something and you get the answer because the question and the answer, technically speaking, metaphysically speaking, they're not separated. So it feels exactly like that, like getting a download, and you see things and you are not even surprised that you see those things because in a way it's within yourself. And I'm talking about the fact that people who are channels of the Akashic records, they usually are so because they contain very specific genes that are very recessive in nature. So, and it comes from the Anunnaki, from the ancient civilizations. So it makes them to be at the very risky situation in the now moment because of how our dark governments and deep state governments are not desiring this information to come out. In my case, I was told exactly this, you know, by my star family, that I possess a gene that is very recessive from the Anunnakis that connects me with the Akashic records. And that not only means that you get to know like historical events intuitively or past lives of another person intuitively, or channel like the energetics of the current events, but also that you influence a lot with your own kundalini and with your own magnetic toroidal body, the Akashic record itself. And this is something that I mentioned also in the interview, I think, with Linda. It's the psychic ability. It includes the psychic ability of manipulating weather. Now, there's many questions about this ability, and I wanted to address it because I think people are misunderstanding. It's not that I can go out and say, "Hey, I don't want it to rain anymore." Like, stop, you know. And every day I go on that flow, and that's the way that I live my day-to-day life, and I can do it anytime like that. No, I mean, like any strong psychic ability, there needs to be a lot of consciousness, but not only just consciousness or spiritual energy within the process, but also like a very specific focus within the fractal system of consciousness. So, like, I need when I influence the weather in my experiences when I was a child, when I was a teenager, when I influence it like extremely in my city, it's because I was reaching states within the Kundalini that were very intense. So it's something that I cannot do in an everyday a day basis. You know, obviously it's not like that, and
Wow.
it's not. How it will be like tyrannical, you know, to be able to impose what is the weather today because I will get to decide, one being will get to decide for the others, and it will not necessarily match their desires. So, of course, that is not the truth. That's not the reality or the case. It only happens in very, very specific moments, you know, within your consciousness. And sometimes it's not that you manipulate something like the weather, is that you synchronize with it because you're so much in flow within your own evolution that you just synchronize along with events, you know. And it happened to me. It happens a lot. There's the phenomena called synchronicity that it happens to be one of my most preferred psychic abilities, because I get information or downloads of information through this phenomena from my guides, my star family, and even military beings who have learned to use technology to connect to very specific brain waves that reach out to the subconscious that is responsible for the synchronicity, the manifestation of events in synchrony with our higher consciousness and our matrix. So it's a very interesting thing that I just happen to be impressed about, because they have actually managed to discover or to be given by ATs that technology. And it's like it's similar to the looking glass technology. It's very interesting because it is all about time and space, but it includes the ability of one individual to manifest something. So I have like thousands of pictures, no joke, of literal words of when I was getting downloads from these beings, from the alliance, from the military, from my star family, about the very specific things, that I needed to tap into. So I made it like a map of all those words, and every time that I was receiving words, I will connect the dots and it will form like a download. And that's how many times I have received information. So it's there's a lot of metaphysics to all of this.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Now, Diane Hillis Buchberger has been kind enough to join us in the chat room as me, and hello to Anne Christine Fontaine as well. Both these ladies have been courageous enough to put some entries into the chat room, and that confirms, of course, that we have excellent connection, so that's important. We've got about 300 concurrent viewers right now, 310 really. I just saw it go to 31, and they always pare it down by orders of magnitude the way YouTube does its aggregator. But I want you to know that people love hearing from you. Now, I used to be a professional illustrator when I was much younger. I did a painting of you. I hope you find it does you justice for tonight's show. It's embedded in live stream of tonight's program.
Right.
So Diane says, wow, that photo, and that's the highest compliment when a painting is referred to as a photo. She says, it really looks identical to my sister-in-law. She says, if you have the original DNA, they want it. And she says, I feel fortunate in the mother that I had. She wanted me to talk, but I was not ready. I feel so sad for her. Good thing that you and Peter are helping her, meaning Marina, to get the word out. And so when it comes to people responding to you, many people relate. You see, many people have these experiences, but they're afraid to talk. So you're doing what simply hundreds, perhaps thousands of other people are afraid to do. You're simply talking about your experiences, and you're being honest about them. And believe me, you're doing the right thing. What I'm curious about is that certainly your mother, I'm so sorry about the loss of your father. I'd like to hear a little bit more about him and find out a little more about him, if whatever you know and are willing to share, or just a just a kind of mini kind of outline. But with your mother, I'm curious, she must have seen things happen around the house. She must have seen things happen that she couldn't explain, that she knew must have backed up your story, because in the end we know she believes you, or at least certainly she must, because otherwise she would be trying to stop you. If she did not believe you, she would probably be trying to stop you or trying to get you to change your behavior. But she's not doing that. She seems to be very supportive from what I can see. Am I right on that? And has she seen some things that she can't explain? Kind of had her own experiences because of you around the house, or maybe her own?
Yeah, she's always been a very skeptic person, so I gotta admit that she will always be like trying to look for the scientific facts and trying to look for what the scientific community approves only. So she's been always very narrow-minded when it comes to the paranormal and the UFO, communities and topics. But one day when I was having my awakening, I will have lots of UFO sightings. And when I say lots, I mean lots of them. So because my kundalini at that point was very high, so there was ability to intersect with their realities and manifest, like co-create, like a manifestation of their vessels in our matrix. So I remember that I had the ability to call them telepathically, and they will show up whenever they desired. Not anytime I desired, but whenever it was appropriate, I will say. But one day I was very lucky because I was like thinking, well, I hope this time I can reach out to them and they will manifest themselves in the sky, because I want to prove to my friends and my mother that they're real, that I'm not crazy or making it up. So I remember that it was my birthday party. I was turning 16, I believe. And we were at my home. And I remember we have like a terrace. We live in an attic. So we have like a little terrace. And we were outside looking at the stars. And I had a very potent green laser, like military green laser, that I could use to point at the sky with a lot of like potential. And I remember that I called on my friends and my mother, and I said, please, telepathically show up and play. And suddenly a bright light in the sky showed up, and this ship started to follow my laser. So I was moving the laser, with irregular patterns in the sky, and they were following it, like in a way, like being playful. So it was very amusing, and it was very much fun, but also very amazing that I got to be able to prove to my friends and my mother that I was not crazy or making it up, that I was truly like seeing things in the sky and having like UFO sightings. And I remember that what was most hilarious it was that I was looking at my mom, and my mom had her eyes open, like, and her mouth like very open, almost down to the floor, and she was like, what? And I was like, see, Mom, I was not crazy, I was not making it up. Now what do you think about my claims now? And she stayed looking, like staring at the sky for like about 1 minute straight, and then she looked at me and said, no way, that's a plane. So she went straight into the nine that there was a UFO right in top of our home. And now she had experiences herself, like paranormal experiences herself, but she's so scientific minded that she shares them, but she does not believe that there was some she doesn't make up of anything out of it. She just goes right ahead with her life and doesn't put attention to it. But she shared with me that when she was young, she was at home with her parents. She was very little, and she was trying to sleep, and suddenly she went into a state of being paralyzed, and she astral projected, outside of her body. And she remembers that she was very scared because she couldn't wake up. She was around the house trying to ask for help, but she was not, of course, in her body. She was like ghosting around the house, and suddenly she observes tall beings with Druidic dresses and robes. Mm-hmm. And they were looking at her brother, at her little brother, and they were talking in between them, and suddenly one of them turned around and pointed at her and said, she is there. And suddenly she was so scared that she ran away back to her body and tried to wake up, and she immediately opened her eyes and started screaming. And in my experiences, in my revealing experiences with ET contacts, my star family, which is the blue skin Anunnakis from the Hyperborean, from the Capricorn constellation, they show themselves to me. They show up themselves to me many times in Celtic robes. So they were not wearing any kind of spacesuits, like galactic kind of sci-fi kind of ET spacesuits. They were wearing Celtic Druid robes, because they are very connected to these lineages and to these groups, these civilizations.
Yes.
In fact, the content of those experiences, of those ET contact experiences, were about these civilizations, specifically Hyperborea. So, and they will tell me many times that from the line, from the side of my mother is where I got most of my Celtic DNA, genetics, and most of my connections to Hyperborea. So I was very impressed when she told me that experience, because those beings might have been part of these other groups, of Hyperborea, and maybe that's why she got that experience, and they pointed at her because maybe she was carrying, that heritage, and they were very interested in her. So maybe
Absolutely.
that's why.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, Diane Hillis Buchberger shared with myself a link to your own Facebook page where she shared a particular post of your mother next to you. And it's obvious to me that your mother loves you very much. It's obvious to me
Yeah,
that she's not,
she does.
yeah, she's not in any way, shape, or form rejecting you. She's leaning into you. I see that. So she's leaning into the camera. She's not at all embarrassed to be identified with you. So I don't sense anything negative there in terms of the impact of what you're doing. And what Diane Hillis Buchberger says is her mother looks like a hybrid too. So I do get that feeling, and this would explain, of course, their interest in her. Obviously, you would have gotten your lineage through her, so that makes perfect sense. But as you say, she is courageous enough to share her experiences, but she is obviously dealing with them, or she contends with them by going into denial mode. So her way of handling this emotionally is by denial in general, but
Yes.
she's not, at the same time, she's willing to describe it. So
Yeah.
that's yeah, so that's very healthy. That's good. So she's not denying it completely. This brings us, of course, when we speak of genetics and we speak of bloodlines. I know that you're probably only going to be able to spend, if we're lucky, another hour with us, because I know that by that time it'll be about 4 a.m. It's about 3 a.m. right now where you're at. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, and I know that we're going to try and pursue what we can tonight. Now, in this hour, I do want you to know there's a little kind of thing I have to tell people. This is a very special day. It's November 9th. And for those who do not know, in Madrid, it is, of course, La Almudena. This is, of course.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
How do you know?
Oh, well, it's does your family celebrate that in any way, or is that too far away in the capital? Or yeah, I don't want you to give your address, of course, because I know you have stalkers. But
Yes.
yes, it's so much of what happens in Spain is so regional that many of these holidays are just celebrated in certain areas. So does this
Yeah,
impact,
correct.
yeah, does this impact you any that particular holiday?
Yeah, so I live in Madrid, even though I spend much time in the village of my grandmother from my mother's side, of course, in which I also had a lot of like UFO paranormal phenomena going on because of the importance of that village and the connection to this lineage that I was talking about. So I have a house also there in the village, and we go there when it's vacation and when it's holidays. So I spend a lot of time there, but I also spend a lot of time, most of my time in Madrid, because I live here for classes, for studies, whatever, for work. So yeah, I'm currently in Madrid. I'm not going to share, of course, the address, don't worry. But I'm currently in Madrid, and yeah, technically today is the day of La Almudena.
Okay.
It's a virgin. However, I'm not pretty much into Christian kind of ideas, because they colonized, the Romans colonized us back in the day, and they shared Christianity with us, and they just basically Christianize us,
Yes.
if that word ever exists.
It
But
does.
because
Yeah. Go on.
yeah,
Yeah. Go on.
thank you. Well, I'm more of a pagan person, so when everybody was like Happy Halloween, I was more like Happy Samhain,
Yeah.
or in Christmas, I don't usually say Merry Christmas. I rather say other thing.
Yuletide.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yes, wonderful. No, no, I think that's precious. I very much agree with your position. I understand what you are saying, and certainly we will see more of that. We are going to see more and more of that. People are becoming more attuned to the old religions, and that's very healthy because it's much more respectful of nature and will help us adapt to the coming climate changes. Now, in Germany, just so people understand, I'm just going to say this briefly because I'll go into depth about it later, but it'll take us in a direction with Marina where we'll see how far she's willing to go in that direction tonight. But the 9th of November is basically the most important day in German history. There are 16 things that have happened on that day that have made Germany what it is, or 17 really, now that I think of it, 16 of them in the 20th century. I'm not going to list them all while Marina is here, but just so that people understand, examples would be, of course, we had the emperor abdicate on this day, the Kaiser, on November 9th. That was the very day that Adolf Hitler lost his sight, was blinded for a period of time, and suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder upon hearing the emperor's abdication, hearing of it. And at the same time, of course, that was when there were several republics that were declared. Then later on, of course, November 9th in 1923, the year my mother was born, was the year Adolf Hitler held the putsch, the attempted coup d'etat at FELDHERRNHALLE, or Field Marshal's Hall, what people in America call the beer hall putsch. And then, of course, there was Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, which was, of course, a response of Germans rioting to the fact that a Polish Jewish young man had assassinated one of their high officials in foreign policy. And that essentially scuttled the peace talks with Britain at that time, because this man was pivotal to their processing. I'll go more into that later. And then, of course, it was on that same date again that someone attempted to kill Adolf Hitler. But because he was extraordinarily psychic, he was a man who foresaw that he was in danger, and he left the establishment, at which point the bomb went off and killed everybody else. That was 1939. And then, of course, it was how was it again? 1989, how could I forget? The Berlin Wall fell and Germany reunited. So these are just some of the events. There's many, many more. I'll go over them later tonight. But every November 9th, the Germans have a date with destiny. And as a matter of fact, they have a special term for it, one that the Nazis themselves coined the phrase Schicksalstag, meaning day of fate. So definitely this is that day today. So I want people to understand just how we have November 11th coming up, which is essentially the Armistice Day or Veterans Day or Remembrance Day of many Allied countries. But 2 days before that, we have November 9th, which for the Germans is everything. It's both sad and happy. Just all of the different range of emotions you can imagine are carried by this date today. So with that being said, obviously I'll go a bit later into more detail tonight. And what I invite you to do is, of course, once you're gone and once Peter's gone later and I start a monologue, I'll be speaking about Hitler's psychic abilities and why the Allies knew him to be psychic because of his escaping so many of these assassination attempts, as I've just described. But I will timestamp that for you. I'll send you a link and I'll put a timestamp on that where I'm describing November 9th, and then you can review that at your leisure. I would like your feedback on that. If you're kind enough to join us next Wednesday as well, then perhaps you can give us some feedback on that. But in the interim, perhaps you could explain to our listeners a bit about when you realized that you had this German connection. And I'd like to know if you had to hide anything from the times that the military was attempting to exploit you, attempting to breed you? Did you have to hide the German aspects of yourself from them? So I'd like to, please take it away from this point forward.
Sure. First of all, I wanted to clarify that the military were not the ones involved with forcing me or exploiting me to breathe with the Greys. The Greys have like total control and ownership of, along with the negative Anunnakis, of their own programs. In the space program, I was mostly exploded for my psychic abilities, for super soldier, not only super soldier but also other kind of militaristic agendas. And they were also breathing, like exploding my body to breathe, but not with the Greys, but rather with the Nordics. And I didn't feel so threatened by the Nordics. It was more of a positive experience, I will say, than a negative one, because remember that in the space program there are many factions. So sometimes you're interacting with the negative ones, which is the Dark Fleet, and sometimes you will be more with the neutral ones or with the positive ones even. So not all of my experiences with the military were negative oriented in the space program. But sorry, I got lost.
Oh, no worries. As a matter of fact, this gives me an opportunity. As far as you know, was your father involved with any military activities, or what do you know about him that you're
Well,
willing to share?
he went to mandatory military, how do you say, like military service.
Yes.
So yeah, so in Spain it was mandatory until, I don't know which year exactly, but until the past like 10 20 years. So there was a point in which it was no longer mandatory for men to assist in military service, and he happened to be part of it. So, but I don't think that that's so related with the connection of the space program that he had. He was also a person that was part of the space program. I was told this, and I even saw him in some of my experiences in the space program. He was not so much along my side, because the idea of the family structure is not, it does not work in the space program. It doesn't, they work differently. They work more with you as an asset, as a recruited, soldier, rather than someone who's going to have her life, up there. So you're not going to be necessarily with friends or family or whatever.
Yes.
So he was in his own programs and I was minding my own business. And I remember that he was very, very, very interested in the Second World War when he was alive. Of course, he will watch documentaries about Second World War events like crazy, and I admire that because I'm also very, of course, I'm very connected with the Second World War and the First World War. So that's why I've always felt this connection with him on that level. And when I was a child, I was so excited. I will draw runes. I have to say,
Yes.
I did not only draw runes, but also swastikas.
Yes.
So I was very young and I was drawing all those things because I was basically having that remembrance, like I was not not mature enough to know what swastika meant in a historical context.
Yes.
So I was innocent when I was doing all of that, but I was drawing swastikas and runes when I was a child, and I felt a lot of connection to that. And not in a negative way, of course, not like in a negative version of it, but in a positive.
Yes.
I was not a bad SS general. I was not negative oriented, but I remember that I was very excited one day because I created a paper clip that was German, like
Yes.
German military plane, and it had the German cross, and I was so excited to show it to my father because he was creating like this small, I don't know how to translate it, but this very small like recreations of like planes, like military planes and also like ships. He was very into that, into history, so he will recreate like versions of planes and ships, when he was free, you know. So that connects to the original question. When I started having my own German memories, it was when I was about 15 years old. I remember that at that time, or 16, I was having certain like experiences with the military, but I couldn't depict what was going on. I already heard about the space program, but I was a little bit skeptic of the space program. Like I had an inner feeling always that it existed, but because there was so much exopolitics and because there was so much backlash against Corey Good at that time, I was not like paying too much attention. I thought it was like a lot of drama. So you know, as I didn't have proof, you know, myself, because I was not conscious yet of my memories and my experiences there, I was not so much of a believer. But I remember that at that exact time, I started having my lab abductions, and one of my first regressions, it was done and performed by my guides. I became paralyzed in my bed, and I went into the astral, and I started to see a series of events. The first event, I was in this lifetime, and I was in a spacecraft along with a group of other recruited super soldiers, and suddenly a lady came into the room and said, "Because of your abilities and your training, you have been selected to this mission. You have to take part of it. You have to observe and do reverse engineering with these specific technological devices, and you are meant to like work with them." And there was more information regarding like the specific mission, like the purpose of the mission, but I couldn't. There was too much noise, so I couldn't really recall that, like all of that, when I woke up. But basically, we were meant to like explore a very specific technology that it was given to them. I don't know how, probably by, you know, like agreements and treaties and all that. And we were doing reverse technology to learn how it worked and to explore it. And I remember that I think it involved even spacecrafts. But we were taking part of that, and I was observing like other super soldier assets, you know, working along with me. And then that scene shifted, and I was in my astral body, but I was no longer observing the current time, like the now moment. I was taken back in time to World War II. And suddenly I saw a military man who was very angry. He was yelling, and there was a lot of explosions going on. In the background there were bombs, there were like, you know, fires, like, you know, guns being fired, and I remember that I saw that man, and at the moment that I saw that military man, I knew that it was me. Like when I saw him, the information was there. Like it is you, you know. I kind of like remember him, and he was yelling at some person who happened to be what I think it was my wife. But he was very angry because, you know, there was something that was going on there, like in the family, like some like bad energy going on. And I was yelling at her, and she was yelling at me, like we were having like an argument or something. And then it shifted to a scene of me being in the war, you know, and there was like this ambient, like this kind of like yeah, like energy around that was very unpleasant, you know. It was very warlike. So at that moment I remember that I stepped back, you know. I stepped back from him, knowing that it was me, and I saw a giant wall. And then my guides took advantage of that situation and during the experience, and suddenly a big text in capitals was written that said Maria Orsic. So when I woke up, a part of that, there was another experience that I don't really want to share tonight, because I think it will give us a different direction. But there was satanic abuse, like ritual abuse, memories also in that experience, in that regression. But so it was not it was a mix. There was definitely like a mix of a lot of feelings and emotions. But when I woke up, I was shocked specifically about the Maria Orsic text, you know.
Yes.
And I remember that I I had a connection with a German boyfriend at that time. So I remember that I asked him about it, about Maria Orsi, the Real Society. I was feeling like I never knew about this, but I feel so familiarized with all of this. And he started sharing with me like a little bit of the background of who is Maria Orsi and the context, of the Real Society and all of that. And that was the first moment that I got a regression on my German connections. And then of course it just became more and more obvious as I had more and time went on, and I remember about my space program connections too. So it just went into like further.
Mhm. That's incredible. Thank you. And so the German boyfriend, first off, I want you to know your father was working with modeling. He was modeling military miniatures. So he was creating these
Yes,
military
exactly,
miniatures. Right.
exactly.
And then you created your own miniature. And when you showed this model to him, I take it he was impressed?
Yes, he was.
Yes. Yeah.
Mostly he was like, how is that my child is learning about these symbols? Like, I mean, he was not making recreations or models of any kind of Nazi figures.
Mhm.
He was only focused on the German ones, on the German like army.
Okay.
And the Japanese too, and I think the American too, like many different kinds of armies. So he was not political about it. He was not even like close to what Nazism is. So just to make sure that his legacy doesn't get misunderstood by anyone in the chat or in the video. My father was a socialist. So he had nothing to do with anything Nazi. He was just very interested in history, specifically in that period of time, but not in a political way.
Yes, understood. Thank you so much for clarifying that. That's appreciated. And of course, socialist. Now, he had lived through the Francisco Franco regime, but I presume, of course, that he was not socialist in the communist sense, rather socialist.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course, of
yeah.
course.
And so that needs to be clarified as well, just so our listeners understand.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And and of course, all of Europe, just so people understand, all Europe is socialist. It's just so people understand this. It's just
I'm
because.
not.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, and how would you describe
That's
yourself?
the
I just meant
Yeah,
as a general statement, of course.
yeah,
Not
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
but yeah. So, how would you describe yourself politically?
I will describe myself as the original version of National Socialism.
Thank you.
So, like, many people will call me a Nazi for that matter and say that's Nazism, and I will say no, because Nazism is about fascism,
Yes.
and I'm not a fascist, and I'm not anti-Semitic or anti anything or racist or what. I happen to be socialist with the difference that is not Marxist socialism or communism, but national socialism, and that's because I want my culture to be protected from extreme globalism and culture, of course. I mean communism, of course. So that it tries to destroy culture and the idea of national identity. So I think that right now nationality is a way not to separate us, but to rather structure the world so that we can all be represented by a collective and then have our own ability to have power when it comes to voting and making when it comes to our future. I believe that many people misunderstand National Socialism.
Yes.
National Socialism is not about fascism. It was all about people. It was all about making the country better, and it was just meant to prevent, communism to destroy basically our beloved Europe. So,
Yes.
so fortunately, I am not a leftist anymore, and that is because, unfortunately, I mean, National Socialism was really a leftist party, but
Mhm.
because communism uh, abused the left, and
Yes.
took power over the left completely.
Yes.
Now every socialist party is working along with people with those ideologies in the background. You can observe this in my own country. Like our socialist party, it's supposedly to be like center but leftist, And the point is that they need a majority of votes. Otherwise, they will have to make agreements and treaties with other party, because they were not able to govern by themselves independently if they don't reach a minority.
Yes.
Like a minority, a minimum. So because of that, if you vote them, they are basically going to have to make a treaty with other political party, and this political party that they rather associate with and work with is a party that was literally led by a leader who was self-proclaimed a communist.
Yes.
He admitted that he was a communist person. So how in the hell am I going to vote that leftist party in my country? Absolutely no.
Right. Right. I understand completely. As a matter of fact, my politics are very much the same as yours. And
That's great.
yes, so we can speak about this, and this is what confuses people, of course, because we also speak about hybridization, but that's because they misunderstand Nazism. They misunderstand Nazism completely, and they think of this as some pure racial, racist, obsessed kind of culture that is very different from what we're discussing. So
Completely.
you and I can discuss this as time progresses, but most certainly understand that I understand exactly where you're coming from, and of course advocate what you advocate. So in terms of what we are discussing and being on the same wavelength, one of the things that your father's situation also needs to be clarified in is that he was obviously involved just by what we would call required service. It was mandated, of course, that men in his country served in the military at some point. But the Spanish military is obviously very different from the American military. Now, according to what Our Lady Marina SEREN has experienced, she obviously found that her father was somehow involved with a secret spatial program, likely, perhaps, involving Spain. Obviously, the Spanish have always been very independent. They are very independent from the West in many ways. They went their own direction under Francisco Franco that led them to essentially maintain a third way separate from the Americans and the communists. So because of that, they maintained a great deal of cultural independence. So it's very similar to Yugoslavia, which was communist, but nevertheless very separated from the rest of the communist bloc, separated from the rest of the Iron Curtain countries. They were very different from being a satellite of the Soviet Union. They were more of a non-aligned nation, and that's kind of the path that Spain took with its own independence, a kind of non-aligned nation throughout the Cold War. But I think the most important thing that you're helping us understand, or helping the listeners understand, is what I've always emphasized, is that when I use the term military, and I usually use that in a generic sense for the American Empire, the American Empire's military has been completely unable to control either the Reich, or the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, the German breakaway civilization of Aryan National Socialism, and they've been unable to control the non-human races. So when you're being exploited by the non-human races, or you're encountering the breakaway civilization of the Aryan National Socialist Reich, in both cases, these may be in communication with the American military or the American Empire, but they're acting completely independently of it. This is important to emphasize. Can you reinforce what I'm saying, or do you have another perspective to add to that?
Yes. Perfectly explained. So when, like in the last century, during Project Paperclip, the National Socialists basically went to America, and they pretty much installed themselves there in the government, within the government and intelligence communities. So the CIA is pretty much connected to these Germans because of this specific project. But however, the military from America is obviously, for that matter, co-working with the Germans, but the Germans have 100% like independency from the Americans. Now, I have to say that in the space program, I got to have certain experiences with the Americans, in which, but those Americans are not even American. They're like Germans who speak English, I will say. So who became like American when they reach, like that continent back in the day. So I have to say, I had so many encounters with them, and they yell even more than the Germans. So if you imagine that the Germans are people who are going to yell and be very loud when they gave orders and everything in the space program, I got to say that they were even calmer than the Americans. The Americans yell more, like way more than the Germans. So it's pretty interesting, but to know that, because I believe otherwise.
Right. No, that's very important. And of course, the only reason people believe otherwise is because they watch too many war movies produced by Hollywood, and they have
Sure.
they have no concept of the reality of these cultures. So it makes perfect sense what you were saying, that the Americanized Germans would be Americanized people of Germanic descent would be much more emotional and much more unstable in a sense, or shouting all the time, emphatic and the like. So that makes perfect sense to me, and certainly stands by my experience. So when it comes to the Germans and their independence, and their agenda. Now, what does this? This is where we have either a bridge, or we have something that is very. I mean, help me out here, or rather, help our listeners understand this. One of the things that I explained is that when it comes to American encounters with aliens that are recovered by hypnosis, or many repressed memories being recovered, the overwhelming majority of Americans are experience encounters with greys. Europeans, on the other hand, because the Reich, when the Reich went into exile, when the Reich left many elements of the SS, left for Antarctica, and ultimately to the massive caverns in the crust of the Earth that span our entire planet. It's not a hollow Earth, but it's a crust that has many hollows that are very massive, much larger than the Grand Canyon. These are hollowed out by water over centuries, ultimately, in a sense, connected by a supermassive river across the globe that spans basically the subsurface of the Earth, but not that far beneath our surface world. This Unterland, where the Thousand-Year Reich has relocated to a great degree. When it comes to the kind of aliens that many Europeans encounter, the majority of European experiences that are recovered from repressed memory tend to be with tall, blonde Nordics, just basically Aryan archetypes. So when it comes to this kind of encounter experience by a demographic, meaning by a population base, Europeans, this makes sense because when they're dealing with genetics and withdrawing people's genes to maintain their viability, one of the reasons why is because even though millions were able to relocate to Unterland, it's always a challenge because even though their population base is large enough to maintain genetic viability, where they're not morbidly inbreeding, they still search for genetic input. They need fresh blood. They need fresh genetic input. This is why they often raid Europe, because that's their roots. Would be why many Europeans more often encounter tall blonde Nordics, whereas Americans instead are exploited by a downbreeding program where they're encountering the greys. So would you say the tall blonde Nordics that you had a far more pleasant experience with when breeding, that this is part then the bridge between the alien experience and the Reich, the National Socialist German breakaway civilization? Is this kind of like the bridge between them, or something different?
Yeah, I will say that they're not what I was talking about when I was mentioning the gray hybrid plans and transhumanism agendas. They're completely independent and even enemies, on the
Yes.
exopolitical field. So they're completely different. That's why it felt better to me. I was not even like exploited. I was not being like mistreated. I was rather being taken care of. And those Nordics, I had a pretty good connection with them, with the ones with Aldebaran. When I was having my awakening, like space promo awakening, German awakening, whatever we want to call it, I remember that I started to communicate telepathically with some beings, and they said, "You have connections with Aldebaran." It was a very sweet voice. And the next day, I met with a friend of mine who dresses as an SS general because he loves history. He's also a national socialist. He likes that the positive aspects of the rake. Of course, not he's not a racist person. He has even Jewish friends, so just a reminder to the public. So I met with him, and I was just new to all of this, and I told him about all these things. Like, hey, yesterday I was just heard like someone talking to me about Alvara and about Maria Orsic, like blah blah blah, and we were discussing these things. And he was also new to this. He was very like informed about history, about the Second World War, and very interested in this real society and Maria, but he never went deep into that. So I remember that as I was talking with him, I had like messages coming towards me, and I heard a voice in my head saying Hyperborea, Hyperborea, Hyperborea. And I was like, what is Hyperborea, and what does it have to do with our current conversation? So I researched online Hyperborea, Thule Society, etc., to see if there was a connection, or if I was making up that word, because I was new to that word at the moment. And then the first article that came into my phone was exactly one about the real and Thule society, like talking about the rake and about how the Germans were deeply involved into reconnecting with this civilization called Hyperborea. And so it was like, oh, okay, so I was not making it up. And at that moment, those months, I was heavily attacked by the Greys, because they were observing the steps that I was taking towards reconnecting with my, let's say, group of positive connections, like the Germans and the other ETs and the Anunnakis from Hyperborea, and the Aldebaran ones. And they were, whenever I will have a new regression going on or a new contact experience, I will experience lots of attacks and lots of interference, because they were even very hostile. I almost passed away in one of those attacks. So I felt very guilty the next day that I connected to this information, because I was attacked, and I thought that it was like an expression of my body, like connecting to negativity. I thought that I was brainwashed to think that because of the Grace attacks. And when I went forward with, it was like months until I healed from the attacks, because it involved me having seizures, like me having like very small seizures within my brain, and me having like weird neurological activities. So I thought I had like something going on in my head, like negatively, for connecting with this, and I felt very guilty. So I disconnected from this. And when I started to think, to kind of like meditate about this and say, what the hell am I, what the hell am I even like thinking? Like, this is not negative oriented. This is very positive oriented. I feel the negativity is coming from somewhere else. So then I got contact from my star family. And when I realized by myself that it was an attack from the Greys, because I sensed their energy, I got contact from the Anunnakis, who are my star family and are helping me and assisting me remember more about my past lives, about that, about the Germans and the inner earthers and all of these people. And they reached out to me and said they're very neutral. So not until you realize by yourself they're going to ever communicate something. So they reached out to me in Dreamslight, and they said, you observed all of these events in which you were manipulated and in which you were attacked, in which you have I mean, sorry,
Mhm.
they said, do you remember all of these experiences in which you were like experiencing seizures, or you're feeling like interrupted, or interference for trying to connect with us and other beings in this field? And I was like, yes, I see. And they showed me the behind the scenes of how all of those events were manifested synchronistically via the implantation, the physical implantation that I have from the Great Hybrid programs, to prevent me from discovering all of those connections and working with them, because that's part of my soul mission here in this incarnation. And that will disconnect me from the transhumanism, the genic transhumanist agendas of the gray hybrids, that are, by the way, helping communism be a thing in this planet.
Yes.
And it's not even a secret,
Yes.
you know. So I remember that at that moment I had my aha moment, and I was like, oh yes, now I realize why I was so heavily attacked, and that all these events were not like random things happening to me or part of my guild or what. It was definitely attacked from them, because they were observing the steps that I was taking towards connecting to this the rake and all these different beings. So that at that moment, when I caught connection with the gray hybrids, and I redirected myself towards the path of like reconnecting with all of them, I got contact from them again. And the Nordics came and say, you have been in our civilization many times incarnated, so you were an Aryan Nordic, and
Yes.
you came from Aldebaran. And I was like, wow, that makes sense, because I've always been very attracted to Aldebaran for some reason. It's a super giant red, by the way. So it's like, whoa, this is exciting. So yeah, they were pretty much very calm in the space program and very positive oriented, and they even helped me protect myself from the grays. So I will say, yeah, they're very positive.
Excellent. Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. And so people understand, simply because of her accent, people may not understand that what she was talking about was seizures. She was suffering seizures. And I
Yeah,
just want people to,
Caesars.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. And
Excuse me, Douglas.
yeah,
Douglas, let me
sure, of
interject
course.
here for a minute,
Oh,
and
by all means.
to either one of you, because it was to remind you, Douglas, and to tell Marina for the first time. It was back when I was writing the book Encountering the Pleiades with Preston Nichols. No, it was when I was writing the Montauk project. I had a dream where I was taken aboard a UFO. With Preston Nichols says, "I've got your signature," and then I was in a room with an Asian lady, and she was forcing me to read Japanese characters. And I said, I can't do it. I can't do it. She says, yes, you can. She was insistent. Then I began to read full-blown Japanese. I said, oh, God, this is amazing. And then I realized if I were to continue, I had a personal awareness. I said, if I continue this, I'm going to have a seizure.
Right.
I would have great abilities. I would be the next New Age channel, But I said, no. I turned it off. I was put in a letdown room and eased off, very relaxed. And then, almost 30 years later, I realized that was Douglas's mother, who was Japanese, on the causal plane. But the seizure there was, wow. I spotted that. And I wanted to comment on that. And I want to know if either one of you have comments on why seizures can accompany this sort of phenomena.
Oh, that's because when you're channeling, there is like a very high degree activity going on in the neurons. Mostly, I'm talking about the fact that there is a specific topologic fields of structures of neurological connections within your brain that are beginning to form to become stronger within your brain structure. So because it's being reinforced and it's receiving very high energy from other fractals of your consciousness, there's a lot of electricity going on, and there's a lot of also changes within this topological structure. So because it's like a very strong shift, within the average, let's say, yeah, like electric magnetic field of your brain, the dynamics itself, there is always the possibility of experiencing seizures, because it's a very, very strong and intense experience.
Well, I think you've given a pretty good explanation there.
Yes.
And because it's challenging because it's just territory the brain is not used to doing it. And I'm thankful I had the good sense to stop it. It was not a hard decision for me to make at the time. I mean, that was like 30 years ago.
No, that's incredible. I always picture this as happening fairly recently, but honestly, everything that Our Lady Marina explained, I can't add to that, really. She said it all. But certainly, one thing to express is that when Peter Moon describes encountering my mother in the astral plane, she is also hybrid, half Japanese, half Chinese, and some other elements as well. Very hybridized, like yourself in a way. And so, and this is why, no doubt, she had that kind of manifestation where she was on a spacecraft when dealing with Peter. So that's incredible. It's amazing how later on the connection was made. Obviously, she foresaw Peter's relationship with myself. And I think that this is something that ultimately led to Peter introducing myself to you. All of this is very important because it connects us all into a extended electronic family, and we can therefore help each other out.
Oh, yes. Let me say, it's interesting because this is the causal plane. There was a connection was on the causal plane that was manifesting in the astral plane with regard to my dream, but the connection was in the causal plane, and it comes through one way or the other. And what is so, when you were talking about synchronicity ties, it's really the ninth dimension, but it ties into the causal plane. It's all interconnected. Beyond that is the God mind, which is the mind of everything. But the synchronicity is making the connections. So you see things before they happen, as they happen. You see them from a different perspective. Now, of course, the Vril was connected to all of this. And what I would say to you, Marina, is that I'm working on Douglas's book now. I've gotten a lot of good energy working on it. And what's so interesting, and this comes back, and I said this in the last book that I wrote on Roswell. I've mentioned it several times here, that when I wrote the Montauk Project, my books have only been translated by Axis countries or pro-Axis countries like Spain. But this is interesting. And the Allied countries have rejected my work. And it's like I also understand, and this is something, because I'm out on a limb. I divorce myself from what I'm expected to do, from my audience or whatever, and I'm doing something I'm not being welcomed or encouraged, which is to work with Douglas Dietrich. And it's not been, really remunerative for me at this point, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
It's also, Joni Mitchell made a statement a long time ago that an artist is not supposed to fit into the mold, not supposed to do what you're expected to do. But for all of the people that might label me an outcast for doing what I'm doing, they're not doing it verbally, they're doing it mentally.
Yes.
I'm stacking up, and this was not my intention, but I'm stacking up good karma with powers and forces that people who are stuck in the Allied paradigm, what they call the greatest generation that fought World War II, are oblivious to. And they're accruing a negative karma. And it's because there are forces, call them gods, archetypal forces, going back to the emperor, going back to Japan. These are things that people aren't even aware of or conscious of to even make a judgment on. But it's like, I'm not doing this to stack up good karma, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do in terms of the pathway of truth, to make this connection to the Vril. And it has its own interpretation in Asia, different words, different things, and there's a bonding between the two energies. So it's like, and I would also say to my audience who follows me, stacking is a principle in Qigong. You're not stacking karma necessarily. You're stacking bones, energy, fascia. You're stacking. In other words, you're building on a foundation. And I realize that I'm doing this. So I totally am in sync with what you both said here. It's like an extended family. And I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate all the research that you've done, Marina. It's rings true.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And so much of it has been personally gained, a personal experiential, well, it's what made you know what you know intimately. You speak of it from a first-hand kind of intimate experience, truly the perspective of a veteran. So I, yes, definitely respect that. And so when it, your German boyfriend, I was just curious, was he seemed to know more than many Germans. Many Germans are obviously indoctrinated in the modern Germany, even reunified, and he was probably young enough to grow up to a degree in a reunited Germany. It's still very much indoctrinated in a cult of guilt, a kind of real repression of German culture. They try to make themselves as cultureless as possible. So when, how did he even know about these sorts of things that he was sharing with you? Did you find out, did he have relatives who were once members of the party or something of that sort?
Well, he was a channel for a certain group of extraterrestrials from Lyra,
Okay.
who are felines, and also draconians. So that's a hint, like the draconians were as much family as the Lyrans were. So because of that draconian DNA, I have to say that I know 100% that he was part of the space program. Because there are certain lineages of the draconians that are very that are often recluded, in this in the SSP, as it is mostly in the Darkfleet, mostly ruled by the Draconian Empire. So I know for a fact that he was there. And in fact, I had some experiences of memories in which I saw him in the program. So I believe that if he, I don't know who he was in a past life, but he might have been also part of the Reich, at some point. Because he was obsessed about the Vril and about Maria Orsic, So, but I think he might have that connection from this lifetime, from the space program. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, I definitely appreciate your sharing that. And so when it comes to you yourself, you also engage in some costumes. You were telling about your friend who dressed as an SS officer, and you engage in some cosplay yourself. Is this, do you do this at conventions or conferences, or is this just at home and then you kind of take pictures and share it?
Well, no, I don't dress as an SS general, because otherwise I will have
Understood.
I will have
I meant him. Yes, obviously you dress differently. Yes, it's what I didn't mean to imply. Otherwise, I'm so sorry. I didn't communicate that well. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, if I will do it, I will obviously mean it from the perspective that I was an SS journal. I don't see it as something negative oriented, of course.
Right.
But I dress as a real medium, a mix between my two past lives. It was a mix of the two, I have to admit. and I took pictures and I wear them with my friend from Madrid, who I talked about before, who's also very into the Reich and feels very pretty much like positive feelings about the Germans, and he dresses as an officer, and I believe that he was one of them too in a past life.
Yes.
So yeah, he was also very interesting like lineage that connects him to the Celtic people. So too, so I believe that there is something there like a bond, like a familiar bond. So yeah, I do costumes about the real and also like military yeah, like military costumes in general because of my super soldier essence. Um but yeah, I also do cosplay for fun.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Oh yes, how could I forget? You do help people with your channeling. Where do they contact you for help? Where they can ask for your advice and like, please let people know where they can contact you, where to reach out to you.
Sure, I do spiritual counseling or spiritual coaching in my in Zoom, but I advertise in my website called marinaseren.com. So yeah, like I am very happy about offering those practices and services because it really does help people from my perspective and from their perspective. So I'm always glad to be of assistance, and I wish that yeah, I always the best for my clients when it comes to what my higher mind is going to share. I don't control it, so but it's always very positive messages. So yeah, I'm happy that I'm doing that.
Wonderful, and I'm so glad. Anything else you want to bring to our attention? Because I know it's getting close to 4 a.m. where you're at, and you'll probably have to take your leave of us soon. Of course, you're welcome to stay with me throughout the 12 hours that I transmit, but I believe that you have a different, obviously you're on a different cycle than I am. I'm up throughout the night, every night practically. But anything else you want to us to bring to our attention, and also if I might ask of you, would you care to join us next Wednesday for a few hours? Because every time you speak with us, it
Sure.
helps to expose you more, and more people know about you, and more people understand where you're coming from. You help to educate more and more Americans this side of the Atlantic, and that's so important. Are you open to that?
Yes, of course I am.
Wonderful. Bless you. And of course, Peter will contact you about that. He'll stay in contact with you about that. And
Great.
of course, so my best wishes to yourself and your family. And may I ask before you go, just again, you don't need to answer this in any detail, but I'm certain people are curious. What did your father ultimately die of? How did he pass away?
He contracted a version of the coronavirus,
Oh
the
my God.
first version. Now, of course, I know that it was a pandemic, so I don't want people reaching out to me saying that the virus is not real. The virus is real. What is not real is the narrative. So it was a pandemic. So he contracted the virus, and because he had another disease, like a chronic disease, when it comes to the fences and in the blood that we didn't know that he had. We just got informed the day that he was hospitalized. Um, I he contracted both of those things almost at the same time, and and unfortunately he couldn't. He went to the ICU, like the intense care unity, and he was put into a breathing machine to help him, oxygenate better, but unfortunately um it didn't work. So he passed away, and I got, as a medium, I got messages from him when he passed away. So it made me experience the loss of him in a better way because I knew that his soul was always with us. So
Well, I'm certain he's very proud of you, and he can see you even now, and he approves of what you're doing. I assure you. because you're educating people, and he himself was in love with history, and I'm just so sorry for your loss, but at the same time,
Thank you.
yeah, you were able to handle that well because of being, in a sense, never disconnected from him through your psychic experience of what he was going through. The coronavirus is very, very real. I try to educate people about that, and so he died fairly recently. It must have been only 2 years ago at the most.
Yes, 2 years ago.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. You have a wonderful day. Well, I think we should probably let you get your beauty sleep, and Peter and I will take over from here. But just the fact that you would, and you got well so quickly. I mean, you had the coronavirus. Do you have any tips for people as to what did you do to get over it so quickly? Is it just superior genes, or was it? Good Lord, what did you do?
To be honest, just eating healthy and resting, I think that's the only thing I did. And I didn't have any vaccines, fortunately, so I got natural defenses now.
Wow. I'm so impressed. I mean, you truly must have. Well, your father was what we call immunocompromised. He was immunocompromised.
Yeah.
And so, but in your case, your immune system is obviously one of the best in the world. Oh my God. You got over that in
I rarely get sick.
Yeah.
I rarely get sick.
Yeah. Well, everyone's sick these days. What's going around now is what they call a tridemic. It's a triple pandemic hitting people right now. The next time you're with us on Wednesday, remind me to bring up the anti-Spanish propaganda of World War I when they called the American Army and Navy flu the so-called Spanish flu, and it was not Spanish. So,
yeah, true. It was not a Spanish. We just happened to be not involved, like truly involved in the war. So we had space and time to dedicate our time to study the virus, the flu. And because we studied it, it was called Spanish flu, but it was not from Spain.
Yes. Thank you. It was not from Spain at all. No, it was from America. So
yes,
we will speak about that next Wednesday as well as other things. Okay. So
yeah, definitely.
Thank you, and you have a blessed week.
Thank you for being with us, Marina.
Thank you. Bye
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You honor us with your presence.
Well, it was a pleasure. You all take care, and hopefully see you next Wednesday.
Hopefully so. Thank you. Take care till then. And that was Marina SEREN, and she, of course, provided where you can contact her. She has a website, marinaseren.com, just like I have a douglasdietrich.com that I hope to learn how to do something with. Of course, she's younger, so she's got a genetic capability. Maybe I'll beg her to help me with mine. So aside from all of that, we are now giving Peter the stage. And Peter, you were extraordinarily patient with us. I thank you for that. And
I was fine. I didn't have to talk.
Oh, well, that's beautiful. Hopefully now you're rested up where you can.
I don't know. I'm pretty. I started early. I'm a little tired.
If you want to leave early tonight, that's fine. But hopefully,
I was content to listen to her, and where I really got interested was when, she mentioned the stuff about the seizure, because that was something I could relate to.
Yes.
It also,
Very
tells
important.
me how astute I was to what I was dealing with. I
Yes.
mean, when I go into certain paranormal reference frames when I'm out of the body, which is not frequently, because I don't. It's interesting, and I'll talk a little bit about this because, wow, I can't emphasize how positive it is working on the book. It's really good. And of course, I've listened to your Satan Crusaders tape. I went and re-listened to what you said about evanescers back on February 6th.
Wow.
About the evanescers aboard the Eldridge. In fact, I still have some more stuff to listen to it, because then we got into the David Anderson syndrome.
Yes.
Talking about that. And I can even address that. But it's funny, when I was listening to you, the Ebenezer tape, I was, because what Douglas is saying, okay, just to clarify for those of you, an Ebenezer, the word Ebenezer means to fade out.
Yes.
And this was the name that Douglas's father was taught when he was briefed about what happened, the phenomenon on the Eldridge, the USS Eldridge, because he witnessed the Philadelphia experiment from afar, or from across the harbor, whatever it was. Yes. The FNSer was defined, is what he was told, is a entity which is electromagnetic in nature, yes, or identifies with electromagnetism, and takes over the body of, in this case, 6 or 10 sailors.
Yes.
10 sailors that were aboard the Eldridge or carrying out the functions. And most of the sailors were compromised badly. Yes. But these were like, so what it does is it's like, I don't like to use the term walk-in, but it's very much akin to the idea of a walk-in.
Yes.
Because, but what it is they're feeding off the electromagnetic energy, and they can pretend to be a being. It's really a form of possession, but it's more of a, it's not possession in the typical demon sense, right? Because they could be identified like that, but they are a being who is got supernatural abilities. So when I'm listening to it, I took the words right out of my own mouth, because as I'm having the discussion with Douglas on February 6th, I said, oh, this is very similar. It's not the same, but it's similar to what L. Ron Hubbard described as a operating fate, yes, which his whole gradation and awareness chart was based upon. And his gradation and awareness chart, he explains in a 1965 film, he says, this is the whole idea of crossing the abyss, which comes right out of the writings of Aleister Crowley, crossing the abyss, where to cross the abyss, you've got to deal with the demon, Koronzon,
right,
or same as Cthulhu. This is the resistance. This is what's stopping you from having all the abilities to manifest energy, to be like a god. You wouldn't be God, but you'd be like a god with those powers.
Yes. And
because Hubbard said this is what a spirit can do. He can manifest energy. He can create energy at will. Mm-hmm. Now, that was the star high goal of what was the bridge to spiritual freedom in his paradigm. And so here's the FNSer who can do all these things. And Douglas explained that Hubbard, that his own father said that, Hubbard must have had access to all this information. In fact, he would have written the briefing.
Yes.
And so this makes a lot of sense of where it came out of. But what's interesting is, so it's like a spirit with super ability. These spirits are beings we cannot describe as benign. We can describe them as either malevolent or potentially malevolent, because of these are just based upon what we hear or the reports we hear. And this raw ability would be to assimilate the consciousness of a human being and to emulate the human being. He would have full consciousness of what the human had. And so anyway, I think Douglas concluded that David Anderson was an FNSer.
Yes.
Now, David has many of the characteristics of what Douglas described. And the one characteristic he does not possess is agelessness. He does not, he is aged. And that would, that would be
different.
Perhaps. Yeah. Pardon?
That would be different, yes.
Yeah. Now, what I would say, when we're talking about all this stuff, in my opinion, we're playing with horseshoes. In other words, in horseshoes, you can get a leaner, it's 2 points. If you get a ringer, it's 3 points. So sometimes it's a leaner, or it's close to the spike. In other words, in horseshoes, you have to get close. You don't have to have a ringer to win. You have to beat your opponent. So this is what we're dealing with. We're getting close to describing the precision that we would like to have.
Yes.
So it's certainly interesting because he also described the FNSer, there was the being that fades away, fades in and fades out, as somebody who has a complete ability to and mastery of space-time physics. Yes. That's David Anderson. How the hell did he figure this out? And if he is these things, I'd say he has, well, I think there's a lot of things he can't explain for himself.
I always got that impression, yes, and that's what added to my suspicion. Plus, the way my father described it, it seemed like my father was describing him, and it seemed like as if he were the same age he was at the time that maybe I knew about him or first learned of him from Michael Aquino. But I do want to say that when our L. Ron Hubbard was talking about an operating thetan, or perhaps talking about what a human being can become with the kind of creation of energy, that's actually beyond an evanescer. It's almost like Hubbard wanted man to become something greater than an evanescer.
Definitely. But it's like, yeah, he was giving, creating a much better paradigm and creating hope. Yes. There was a definite good side to Hubbard.
Yes. And just so people also understand, my father, I use the term evanescer because when the subject was dealt with by Michael Aquino, he insisted on that term, and I understand why. He was very pedantic. The word is pedantic, like when somebody sticks to legal or technical terminology and they're very anal about it. He was very retentive in that regard, and that's understandable. He's trying to maintain a degree of professionalism, dealing with other officers, etc. when we're collating these documents or working with them. It was something that I picked up from him as well. My father, of course, brought the term up, but did express the fact that all the sailors that were debriefed on this phenomenon and told to Bolo, be on the lookout. Basically, these were sailors that would call this phenomena, these entities, they'd call them faders. That's the common term they would use among themselves would be faders. But this for a fader, when Peter says that this can be seen as malevolent, well, they're definitely frightening. And they can certainly be dangerous, but they are more neutral than anything else. They basically are driven by two primary motivations. First, that they require electromagnetic fields for sustenance. So they're basically concerned almost overwhelmingly with feeding. And while they're physiologically human, the alien intelligence that is imprinted over the human mind seems to require EM, or electromagnetic energy, to stay alive. So
it's so fascinating when you bring this up.
Yeah.
When you bring up the power stations, because it's like, yeah, they're feeding. I can't even explain it. It explains so much. And re-listening to this too, because I took notes on it.
Yes.
And when you brought it up the other night, in the context of Junior, the Beast,
yes,
I had looked at my notes and I had listed the exact tape, that I wanted to go back and listen to, and I plan to report on it in my newsletter.
Wonderful.
That I will compose next month. But this part of the Philadelphia experiment. But this whole idea of power stations and feeding off of power, even talking about the fact that these billionaires that are like making these huge wind farms and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not just about Now this presents a very interesting existential question. See, David's time reactor is capable of producing huge amounts of energy.
Yes.
So this is the perfect device for, it's like a big salt lick.
Yes. Yes.
It's like a salt lick where the deer come to lick the salt. It's, here's this, it could bring entities from everywhere. Now, it was said by Al Bielek in particular, I think Preston would have acknowledged the theory, if not, voting for it, was that the Philadelphia experiment opened up a huge break in the dimensions.
Yes.
But what came in? Now, it would obviously, because of the power generated, particularly with its connection to the Montauk project, this would have created sort of a feeding frenzy.
Yes.
From entities from all over the place to come and have their, morning chow.
This is what my father compared it to, the sinking of the USS Indianapolis, which created the largest shark feeding frenzy in recorded human history. So he basically said the Eldridge was like that, only the sharks didn't have any bodies.
Sometime the shark go away, sometime he come back. That's from the Jaws or whatever.
Yes. Yes.
Sometime the shark go away, sometime.
And there was another sailor in the Jaws film who consigned himself to drinking. And by the way, just so everybody knows, when the actor is going on about the sinking of the Indianapolis, he gives the wrong date in the film. Now, this is the fault of the scriptwriter, but he
was drunk a lot of that scene. Robert Shaw was drunk a lot of the time.
Yeah, truly drunk, well and truly, actually physically
he was
drunk.
Incorrigible. He was incorrigible. So the scriptwriter might have had it right, and he might have got it wrong.
Thank you.
They were too afraid to go back and make him change it, or they might have just not wanted to change it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I thought of that, but I also thought perhaps the screenwriter wrote it that way to also show that he was that alcoholic and that he was that, at this point, his mind had altered enough. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. It probably wasn't that at all. But, I get dates wrong all the time. So, and this is like something, but understand, this is something the man has been through. And this is what people are so stupid about and what they're real assholes about. Oh man, if this was like some life-altering event as intense as that was, how could you forget the date? Dude, I've gotten the years my parents died wrong at times when I related it. This happens when you're dealing with dates. They're just numbers in the end. And you don't always get the right date when you're relating something that's that intense, because what's far more intense to you is the experience, not some number on a calendar. So do appreciate that, people, and understand that if this were a genuine survivor of the USS Indianapolis, I can imagine one of them getting the date wrong, just as the character did in the movie. That's why I actually appreciate that scene so much and point that out, not to down them or diss them or say, look how stupid they are, like some kind of mystery science fiction theater 3000 bullshit where they're just hurling vective at the screen while they review it as morbid entertainment for a retarded audience. Rather, I'm bringing this up as something that actually made it all the more touching to me. But definitely, yes, for the faders, they are, they will, some of them will work with the government, exchanging their knowledge of technology for facilities and funds suitable for their work. And it was some of these individuals that Aquino implied, in fact insisted, were involved in the secret experiments at the Montauk radar station from the mid-50s until the mid-80s, dabbling in teleportation and time travel and broadcast power and other phenomenon. And that's where he brought in David Lewis Anderson. Now, I don't know if David Lewis Anderson was ever directly involved with that, but he certainly was characterized by Aquino as certainly being consulted. But that was, again, he brought this up in the context of budget battles. Like, they're bleeding money I could be using, this sort of thing. I mean, it was all so stupid. So much of what he said came down to a kind of pettiness that you find in these people. But
You find pettiness throughout human experience, and you would probably find it greatest when you get into magical, mystical, or fraternal orders that are esoteric or occult. That's where
yes,
the pettiness is really going to come out. And in some cases, it's about money. It's about money. It's, you know, there's Robert Cooper, one of the first Montauk Indians I interacted with. He was tribal leader. He was a congressman when I met him. Not a congressman, a town councilman in the town of East Hampton. He was always very friendly with me, introduced to me by the Montauk shaman. And he used to tell me, he would repeatedly say what his mother taught him, Robert, money is the root of all evil. And boy, I can tell you, it is. It is the root of all evil.
you mean the love of money would probably be a better way to say it. Money is pretty neutral in and of itself, but the love thereof, yeah.
It's yes, it brings out the worst in people. It, you know, on the other hand, it makes the world go round too. So, but yes.
You know, one of the points that I want to make, because I think it's very important, is that people ask, and it's somewhat a logical question. I mean, when I speak about faders posing as engineers and linemen and technicians or scientists, or selling their technical knowledge in the private sector and using their fortunes to create private power plants like the kind our friend David Lewis Anderson had when he was up there in Rochester, New York at the old Kodak Company installation, all to himself, or shall we say, stations where they can indulge their hunger at will, and yet sometimes, as my father knew, as they were debriefed on, being desperate enough to raid power stations and electrical plants and radar stations or TV and radio towers in an emergent situation for them. People were asking, why don't they just take over the world? And it's like, well, they don't think like that. That's not. It's amazing. Whatever knowledge they may have, that's not how they think of applying it. They're not humans. They don't have your desires. They don't have your imperatives.
You know, it's kind of like if you're really hungry and you stop by the roadside cafe to, you know, get a hamburger and a milkshake or something, and you're really satisfying your hunger. It's kind of like saying, well, why don't you buy the cafe, and why don't you buy up all the cafes along Route 66?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's a different, you know, it's a different perspective. But this whole idea of the lineman, this was notorious when you would go to Montauk, when Preston and I would investigate, and there'd be linemen from the Long Island Lighting Company, as it was called then, laying cable. They could be laying cable of any kind, and they would be so nasty. They were disproportionately nasty to anybody who would even approach them.
Jesus.
This is not the way construction workers generally are.
Right.
And they were just disproportionately nasty, like, you know, and they did fit that characteristic.
Thank you.
Of an epinescer. And in fact, the aliens I talked about that had confronted me at the Montauk base, you know, jumped out of a ditch, were in a car. This was the spitting image of evanescers. You know, they disappeared, and it was like they were letting me know they were there. And they had come to sort of like, I went down aggressively into the front of the base, and the road was blocked. It was, you know, you couldn't get through the gate, and they were following me in a car. And then I turned around, and as soon as I turned around, they turned around, like they were going to go, scold me for going down, trying to get into the base the wrong way, because you could go in the back way. And then they went out and they turned left towards the town of Montauk as opposed to right, which would lead to the back road to get into the base and to the lighthouse. And I stopped with Paolo. I said, we're not going to go. We are not going. We're going to sit here. And I don't trust these people.
How did Paula feel about this?
Paolo wasn't there. Paolo.
Oh, Paolo. Sorry. Sorry.
Paolo from Italy. My friend Paolo.
Okay. Sorry.
And, because he was the one that wanted to see the base. I said, we'll go in, we'll go see it. So, I waited a long time. And there was this weird party going on in this house. It didn't make any sense, but we're sitting out in what amounted to a soccer field. I waited a long time. It might have been as long as 45 minutes, but it was no longer than 20 minutes. And I think it was like, I said, I take this stuff very seriously.
Yes, it's what you should.
I've avoided trouble. Yeah. I don't. So then I say, okay. So I drive out of, I think it's called Camp Hero Road.
Right.
And I turn right towards the lighthouse. Yeah. And then this car jumps out of a ditch. Now, if you go back and look at it, there's no way it could have happened. I'm watching out my rear view mirror. Yeah. This car comes out. It's like it jumps. It moves. It's like, it makes no sense. Why would a car be sitting there waiting for me to come out? It definitely followed us. Paolo saw it. And then I go and I park. I stop the car. And I let the car go by me. And I see the car, I'm parking, there's this little triangle. And I watch it turn into the base, fisherman's parking lot. I sit there and I watch to see that car does not come out. We're just watching.
Yeah.
No car ever comes out of there. It would have to come out of there. Yeah. So then, after waiting about 15 minutes, I'm really clocking time. Mm-hmm. I drive into the base, somewhat boldly. Mm-hmm. I go to the fisherman's parking lot. There's no car there. No cars there. You could have some late night fishermen there, even a late night surfer, but there are none. And then I go the back road to the base. Nobody there. Yeah. This car, there's no way this car, unless it was doing unless they were, I got the impression.
It's just physically impossible.
Unless it was a couple of two gay guys going to park and make out in some obscure area where they're hiding the car. No, the car was not there. Yeah. And this is why my friend who we were staying with that night said, I'm not going there at night. No, don't go there. You're crazy to go there. Okay. My friend from Italy wanted to see it. He'd actually been to Atlanticon. That's where we met in person. Yes. And he was a former Scientologist as well. And we went and we got an experience. And this was not an experience I wanted. We went back the next day and, poked around with my friend. She came with us. But the other weird thing about Paolo is he's an unusual guy. He's an unusual guy. But his life was kind of complicated, but he had this heavy guy in his case that was just kind of they had a weird relationship. I don't mean it was a sexual relationship. No, he was heterosexual. Okay. Paolo was, but this guy was like this. I forget what the relationship was, but it was sort of like a mentor, sort of like. And then as we got to talking, I got him talking on the way out there, and this guy was like, he was a very highly placed Freemason in Italy. By the time we were having lunch, dinner at Montauk, at this restaurant, it all came together that this guy would have had to have known the evil or the venerable one that Radu referred to him in the Transylvania Sunrise, Signor Mazzini, not Mazzini, Mazzini. And he would have had to have known him. It was so weird that Paolo's quote unquote friend would have known, he would have had to have known him. There's no way he couldn't have known him. So here I was at Montauk realizing the connection between Montauk and Radu's book. It was like, it was too weird. Very ephemeral, very thin, but it was nevertheless weird. This was just before we went to the base and the Evanescers showed themselves. I had called my girlfriend the next day to tell her about this. And she says, oh, yes, that's the way they appear. She was referring more to aliens than Evanescers, but she says, this is what they do. They wanted you to know that they saw you and you saw them. Now, why that manifested, maybe, it's like that scene, and it's one of my favorite scenes in movies, is the movie, I don't care for the movie that much, American Werewolf in London. But the beginning of the movie is classic, when the two Americans go into the pub, and, stay away from the Moors, stay away from the Moors. And everybody in the place is a werewolf. And when they ask, what's that pentagram for? And then they all look at him like, so you're not one of us, and it's like, they're all werewolves. So it's kind of that area. Like I was going on to the base and they were having the Evanescers were having a werewolf orgy or something, or a frenzy. Yeah. They did not want me there, or they were saying, what are you doing there, boy? Yeah. Stay away from the Moors. It's that's the kind of feeling I got. And Preston, when I first, he said, you need to go out to the base when I'm writing the book. You need to check it out, check the energy. He says, but go with a sensitive. He says, but do not go out there alone. Right. I mean, he was dead serious. Do not go out there alone. Right. And I didn't. And of course, we had an adventure. Me and Howard met. So we got stalked by the, park police. Got ran off the base. But anyway, that's, to me, that was my own experience.
Well, I want people to understand that if you didn't take Preston seriously, and if you hadn't done what you did that night, like you said, waited at the very least 20 minutes, maybe as long as 45 minutes, while in the background that weird-ass party was going on, to at least provide some level of stimulation to the two of you until you were ready to roll again, and then you still got effectively, in a sense, ambushed by that phantom vehicle. But if you weren't following all the precautions that you could, you wouldn't be here now telling that story. Especially if you had gone alone, you wouldn't be here now telling this story. It's definitely, when Peter Moon was mentioning the linemen, for those of you who didn't hear me speak about the faders, as my dad would normally call them when he was relaxed, he would never refer to them as Evanescers. That was purely Aquino. Even though my dad did mention the term, he and the rest of the sailors would always call them faders. Just understand that
Evanescers is too highbrow of a term.
Yeah, and it alienates a lot of people. They just can't say it. but definitely understand that the fader spends most of its time looking, acting, and reacting like an extremely withdrawn or quietly hostile human being. They don't use two words where one word will do. So just understand that this is what Peter's saying when he's talking about these linemen. It's like a perfect cover. These are entities that are trying not to interact unless they absolutely have to advance their agenda, which more than anything seems solely dedicated to sustenance. So it's almost like that's what saves us from any inclination towards their doing anything else that would be more malevolent. But they will certainly not hesitate to use violence if they're at all confronted. They truly do not want to interact on any level except when I guess it's advantageous to them. Then, as I said, then they can appear quite articulate. And their knowledge is would be, when Peter uses the term supernatural, it's more like it seems supernatural, but it's really superphysical. It's really taking advantage of their extra dimensional knowledge of space and time and gravity and
which is all incidental to them. To us, it's miraculous. To them, it's incidental.
Thank you.
And it's basically about, it's kind of like, having sex. It's like, you got to have sex. You got to have sex. You got to have sex. You're addicted to sex. It's like, if you're addicted to sex, you don't really care, what's going on. You don't really care where it is. You don't really care who it is. It's like, it's just
Yeah, definitely child predators and certain gay people who are just
that's we're taking that to another level, which is okay, because that's part of the Montauk project. But I'm saying is, if you're just fixated on sex, you just want to be fed. If it's energy, then you just want the energy. It's like, you don't really care about morality. You don't care. You just let me alone and let me sit in the corner and feed my face with ice cream or whatever it is you want.
So just, and just so people understand, because I did get a question about, well, how could there be that many or something? Look, understand this much. No one knows how many faders there are. About 6 to 10 of the Eldridge's crew and the technicians aboard the ship on the day of the test are essentially have been unaccounted for since World War II. The uncertainty stems from the question of exactly how many technicians were on board when the generators were started. There are almost certainly more faders, especially if what Michael Aquino told me about the Air Force's Project Montauk is true, and I know it to be so. And as well, there were similar Soviet experiments, and from that may have sourced many, many more. So understand that aside from the Eldridge, since that point in time, due to continuity of elements of Project Rainbow and whatever the Soviets did in their insane desire to try and parallel whatever it was the Americans were doing, except with far less concept of safety measures. For all we know, there could be scores of them, maybe hundreds, that have been unleashed upon the world. So how far they're willing to cooperate with each other, well, if we tend to identify them as involved with what Peter Moon experienced that night, apparently every once in a while they'll pair up at the very least. So it's...
well, I got the impression there were two people in there. That was just my own, feeling.
Yeah.
I don't really know who was in it. Yeah, I just got a feeling of, it actually reminded me of a guy I once knew. That's just, kind of the image I had. It wasn't him, but it's just the image of the guy. But to get back to this energy,
yes,
power stations, and what's interesting about this, it opens up the whole paradigm of the Montauk project in a way that it really hasn't been contextualized before. Of course, it leaves me wondering. It leaves many more questions. But if we can at least hypothesize that David Anderson is either an evanescer or a part evanescer, because he has a mastery of space-time physics. I believe his father was involved in projects. So, but then again, because what my girlfriend used to say, she says, David is, but you've become part of the experiment.
Yes.
So like when he's monkeying with time, it's like he could have been taken over at that time.
Yeah.
Or it's part of who he is, if they are truly the custodians of time. But what I definitely get with him, whatever he's been through, whatever he suffered, whatever evanescer characteristics he may have, there is a component to him that is part human being, no matter how, and that does respond like a human. And I just remember when I went to Bulgaria, and he was so concerned about my well-being in Bulgaria because he had some challenging times on the train.
Interesting.
Not horribly challenging, but he says people were, kind of rude and pushy, and he was, and Bulgaria is not necessarily the safest place.
Right.
I was protected at all times because I was with two friends, and I was with them the whole time. I mean, I think I did. Yeah. I mean, so I was always with a Bulgarian. So there was it never felt in danger for a minute. But he was emailing, I was reporting on we were emailing back and forth while I was in Bulgaria. Because he wanted to know I was okay. Like he was humanly concerned.
Right. Interesting.
So that was, and definitely there is a humanity about him, but it's limited.
Stunted.
Well, in other words, like he's not, I mean, he'll go out of his way for you, but, not all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like not like you'd expect a spouse or a best friend to,
Yes.
He'll help you if he can.
Understood.
But it's like he's too busy, doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah. So,
but as I say, this is phenomena you could expect around time, especially just by reason of the fact that he can produce tremendous energy.
Yeah.
This is somebody who has so much, what you would say, marketable power.
Yes.
And this goes beyond money. This we're no longer dealing in the realms of Elon Musk or buying Twitter.
Right.
That's a political game. It's not, and of course Elon Musk's power is monetary. It's not technological at all. He produces shit cars. They're expensive, and he can make money with them. But these are no great. They're not offering the world anything.
Yes, no, these are no great innovation that is really doing anything.
They're being sold. Yeah. They're even, you bastardizing the name of Tesla.
Yes.
Well, they kind of work good. They're novel. They're novel, but it's just based on the same principle as you see these kids with a remote car pushing a remote control and driving a toy car around a track. Except that they're not remote controlled. So this is basically what they are. They have to be charged up, just like you charge up an electric train. So, this is what we have. But we have, just as we have with war, as I'm putting into the book, war is not, it's not a bunch of people who see it this way and a bunch of people who see it that way, and we got to resolve our differences on the field of battle. And like if you think of like two people having an argument in the old days, and one wants satisfaction, so they have a duel. And then usually what happens in the duel, traditionally, is, they both shoot in the air and they don't shoot at each other, like Alexander Hamilton. Alexander Hamilton shoots in the air, and he expects Aaron Burr to do the same, but Aaron Burr shoots him.
Yes.
And hence becomes the death of Alexander Hamilton. But in a satisfaction was, okay, you vent your hostilities, but you don't execute them. Or you might have a fist fight, and you get out all the tension in the fist fight. But in a war, it's not like that. It's not like, well, we can't resolve our differences. You want oil, and we're not going to give it to you. We're going to close down your markets. Ha ha ha. Which is what the Jews did to the Germans and what the Americans did to the Japanese. They shut down their markets.
Yes.
And but what it is you have factors, we can call them demonic factors, pitting two cultures against each other to create death and trauma, to feed off of it. This is a different type of feeding.
Yes.
The feeding off of the emotional horror, which creates an energy of its own. It's not electromagnetic energy in the same sense. It's a traumatic energy. Now, as opposed to an FNSer who's just eating raw power.
Yes.
He just likes raw power. He doesn't care if there's torture involved. That's not what he's looking for. He's looking for just to eat the energy.
Yes.
Whereas, it's kind of like somebody who likes to watch movies versus somebody who wants to watch movies where people are getting tortured and getting all strung out, watching sadistic movies.
Yes.
Watching snuff films.
Yes.
That's the difference between an FNSer and and some of these demons that Aquino and Himmler were trying to feed or work with, sacrifice to the gods. And there might be some astute delineations that can be made. I will probably figure them out sooner or later.
I'll hope you do that. Yes.
Well, it's what happens is all of this stuff sort of evolves into further understandings of what I'm dealing with, what I've been dealing with. What I would say about the Scientology paradigm is that Hubbard discovered these things and laid out a blueprint for what he called crossing the abyss, but is to this state of being where you're completely empowered. You are, and anybody going into Scientology would at some point, after they were introduced to workable things that could help them in their life and get immediate, if not amazing results, and they usually were amazing, you're presented with this paradigm. This is your full potential as a spiritual being. And as these initial elements of this begin to be realized by the individual, in my case, the memory of past lives, which would resolve major psychosomatic ill, which I didn't know was psychosomatic, and to actually exteriorize from the body. Wow, it's like this is the candy. I want more. And you accept the paradigm that, wow, this is what you can do. And then when you go to seek it out, it's a bit of a hard road because it requires time and effort. And time and effort, can also include money, but it's the effort. It's not something that's handed to you on a platter. And to the degree it is handed to you on a platter, it's not good, because you don't really appreciate it or understand it. But what I ultimately learned was that the key was not to be this incredibly virtual God, but was to achieve balance in the act of living, and to deal with life as it flows in the physical world. That's much more important. It's much more important because you're sitting here living a life, and that life is a physical body. And dealing with the earth plane until your body exhausts. Mm-hmm. Then you can go out being a pure spirit and see what you can do. But because to go beyond that, to me, seemed, what's the word? Extraneous. Mm-hmm. Like, what am I trying to do? It's like, it's trying to do too many health protocols rather than just enjoying your life. I got to take so many supplements. Oh, I got to get this. I got to get my weight down to this. I got to get my muscle tone up this. I got to, I got to measure my pH every day. You can become neurotic doing that, so that you have a perfect state of health rather than just trying to enjoy life on some level. I read where Hubbard, in his final years, maybe his last 5 or 6, was getting audited and was still trying to find ways to go exterior. It was something he had not mastered himself. Now, he certainly had experienced it. And I'm thinking, like, what's he trying to prove? Mm-hmm. What's he trying to prove? I mean, I could understand anybody's desire to do that, but it can become like an addiction. Yes. When it comes, it comes. The real challenge in life is balance. Now, I want to share something very important with you, Douglas, and with the audience. I've been tempted, and there's no big deal about it, sending it out, a link to Michael Aquino's paper that Douglas refers to in Satan's Crusaders called the Diabolicon.
Yes.
The Diabolicon is basically a channeling that Michael Aquino did in Vietnam that was being broadcast to the Viet Cong to, screw them up so they couldn't shoot down helicopters.
Yes.
Now, so I went and looked up to see. First, I wanted to find out how to spell it. Mm-hmm. And when I found out how to spell it, I said, oh, God, here it is. I can read it. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't read the whole thing because I just didn't have time.
Right.
But I started to read it. And in some ways, it's very brilliant. I say brilliant because Aquino went into a state of consciousness where he began to try to reconcile the issue of the basic theological conundrum of existence. God, he's channeling the archdemon Satan, he calls him, and he begins to, take issue with the paradigm of God and argue with God and present a justification, and even what I would call an endearment for the archenemy of God, and showing how the Christian paradigm is so lame. But what he's doing, and where he went off the rails, is he engages in polarity. He polarizes against God. Big mistake. So he's got an understandable, disparagement about the condition of existence and what we think of as God in a Judeo-Christian sense. But what happens is he's polarizing, and he's saying, God, you're screwed. You screwed it up. It's not right what you did. And then he polarizes into the opposite, which is actually worse. It degenerates.
Yes.
And this is where he went off the rails. So whatever brilliance he has, he's fighting. He's making the mistake. He's not doing the true art of war, which is to fight without fighting. And he's fighting a battle. And it's not a battle he can win, because he's fighting. He needs to not fight.
Yes.
And he was good at fighting. He was so good at it. He ultimately, instead of eating electromagnetics, he was eating human bodies.
Yes.
Killed. Cadaver here, a cadaver there.
Yes.
Cadaver everywhere. And,
by the way, I laugh because if I don't, I'm going to cry. I mean, it was, yes, having witnessed what Peter's talking about. But go on, by all means.
well, yeah, and it's, see, this is the thing. In this book, I'm trying to, in a chapter or two, getting across the horror of war. People don't understand what war is. Now, I play football, as they say, with these young people, and we have a new influx. We have an influx of Marines, young Marines, and they were talking about, there was a couple of guys on the sidelines, and they were not in the game, and I was talking to them. They were Marines. They were talking about something, and I started, it was about rapid deployment.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking about, I started telling them about World War II
Mm-hmm.
and Vietnam, because Douglas had mentioned this, and how rapidly, like in World War II, the soldiers would, have months or weeks or months off between battles.
Yeah.
But in Vietnam, okay, we got helicopters. Now you're here, now you're there, now you're here. They're constantly going from one war zone to another. Get off the chopper and start shooting.
Yeah. And
it's traumatizing. There's no time to destimulate. And I was talking about this. They said, "Oh yeah, there's no rule on that. We can." You were talking about just going from one battle to another. You are vulnerable to that. And then they mentioned the key word, deployment.
Mm-hmm.
Deployment. Oh boy, that's a scary word, because these guys are basically they're basically nice guys trying to do whatever they're doing. They're in good shape, and but the one word that can kill them all is deployment. Mm-hmm. Deployment is something they have no control over.
Yeah,
it's that word, deployment. Who's deploying who? And it's not, this is, your fate is in the hands of the deployer, which can be very arbitrary depending on a lot of things going on. And you can make a decent living, if not a good living, in the military nowadays. They were talking about how if you're in San Diego, which is a high-cost area, we're not talking about hazard pay, you're talking about extra pay, because it costs so much damn money to live in San Diego, they're going to front for you. So if you were stationed in San Diego versus some obscure base in Nevada where the living was cheap, you know, you're gonna get a differential, because it's going to cost you at least over $3,500 a month to get a decent place in San Diego if you have a family, even an apartment. So, you know, the military pays people so much more than it did. And also, what it getting across, and it's right out of your Satan Crusaders tape, is that, which I've listened to multiple times, but Douglas is talking about fragging. Fragging is, of course, the killing of officers. Could be the killing of anybody. It's actually comes from the word, what is it, fragmentary grenade or
something like that? Yes.
Yeah, because actually they're throwing grenades. You know, it's like, you know, I don't like, say Gomer Pyle is upset at Sergeant Carter, okay? This stuff is not funny. He says, "Oh, Sergeant, I don't like Sergeant. He did the wrong thing. You know, he wants me to stop acting like a gay guy. So I'm going to drop this grenade in his tent. He's going to blow up, and we have to have Sergeant Carter anymore. You know, so that is fragging. In other words, you resent your officer for whatever reason. You hate him. But it was often because they would be racially abusive. They're very racially abusive. The article I was reading said, oh, there's something like, you know, 1,500 officers who were fragged. Douglas, I think it was much more than that.
Yeah, 20,000. And by the way, I was challenged on air about this by some stupid combat medic who called up and said, yeah, you know, there were various times on the front where we all wanted to kill each other. But, you know, 20,000 officers, there's only 58,000 names on the wall. And I said, dude, you know how many people didn't even make it on the wall who died in Vietnam, died because of Vietnam? And I pointed out all of those women that died in Vietnam, there's only one goddamn woman's name on that fucking wall. And there were hundreds of women who died in Vietnam. So,
well, I mean, you know, you really don't want to promote how many people were killed if you're the United States. You know, this is not about.
There you go. I mean,
it's about managing the emotions of the people you're abusing.
Yes.
Which is the population of the United States. So
many of these,
this was the most part. Pardon me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make people understand. So many people who got injured in Vietnam were medevaced or medically evacuated to Thailand for treatment and or any other base they could fly them to, Hawaii, wherever, and then they died. Their names aren't on the wall because they didn't die in country Vietnam. Isn't that a wonderful way to control the numbers? I'm sorry, just had to get that out there so people understand.
No, it's all relevant and it's all important.
Thank you.
But the most sinister aspect in is when Aquino uses this as a window of opportunity to start assassinating Christian officers and replacing them with officers from the Temple of Set, thus infiltrating the army, which is already operating on a satanic principle.
Yes.
And then like putting all of his guys in place.
Absolutely.
And this is so insidious. Yeah. And it's like, wow. And I'll never forget when this is the same book fair when I, met the head of the OTO in Cameron. It seemed like everything was I was right on this 666 frequency, because I had asked this woman who I'd seen, I'd asked her for the time, and she went into shock because I spoke to her. Nobody would speak to her.
Right.
She was dressed kind of like a gypsy. Mm-hmm. And she was offbeat supposedly. And I mean, I was wearing a suit and tie, so a lot of people were. And she was just so, I guess what you'd say, shocked that somebody would talk to her. So, we began talking. We might have sat down at a table and, eaten something. And she's saying, "You're going to have to meet my son. He's coming here." Because I was showing her the book and stuff. Probably gave her a copy. And she's got to meet my son. He's coming here. He's in the Air Force. And I met him. Very, very personable guy, but he looked like very unique looking. He would have been good in a Rod Serling episode, just the way he looked. And he said, very dark hair, like sort of, what's frizzy, kind of not kinky, but because he wasn't black, but it was just kind of like very close dark hair. Had a kind of a dark energy about him, but very friendly. And he says, "Oh God, they love this stuff. They love this occult stuff." And he just started talking about how he's in the Air Force. They just love this occult stuff.
There you go.
So he was like right out of one of the, he could have been connected to the Temple of Set. I don't think he was, because he was too nice. Although
they have their charm.
no, they can be quite charming. And I don't know the Temple of Set, but I'm saying occultists can be quite charming. But then there was another paper written on the Temple of Set that I read, which goes into, I think Peter Levenda is quoted as saying that the Beeblesbird working damaged Aquino's reputation.
Oh, that idiot.
Well, because he got a lot of flack for it. He got a lot of public flack for going to Beeblesbird.
For those who knew about it, yeah, very few people knew about it, comparatively speaking. But yes.
Enough knew about it. Enough knew about it, because he published it.
Yes.
And he was proud of it.
Yes, he was.
But and he basically claiming it was to sort out a power struggle in the Temple of Set that was, screwing things up. But this guy's writing with such an quote unquote erudition. He knows all the cases. He knows about Sandy Gallant, the occult expert that Douglas worked with in San Francisco during the Presidio scandals. And it's like he quotes all these things. He quotes, and he talks about the allegations. He actually doesn't deny anything. It's so arched and cleverly written. It's insufferable, though. It is really insufferable. It's sort of like pseudo intellect. You think, really, who would even know about this stuff? You would have to, only because I have some appreciation from working with Douglas all these years do I know most of what he's talking about.
Interesting.
But for any well-schooled journalist to pick this up, they'd have to research every line he's talking about.
Yes.
To make any sense out of it. And it's just like, it's like hiding behind intellectualism, but it's really not intellectual at all. It's insufferable. It's insufferable. So anyway, I was making a comment that Aquino polarized. He just polarized into this great negativity, which he was quite in alignment with. But then I was also saying that this, the way the Army has been, or the military itself, it is so ingrained with this stuff. And people don't understand. This is why in Buddhism, it tells you not to deal in armaments.
Yes.
Not to deal in armaments, not to deal in alcohol, there's the Four Noble Truths, and then there's the Noble Eightfold Path. And I believe it's the Noble Eightfold Path which tells you not to deal in armaments. And you get the subtle hint. It's like, don't get involved in a war either. This is not something you want to be engaged in. Participatory in war. And of course, the unfortunate people who were in the National Guard always sounded like an easy way out of the Army.
Right.
When I was a kid.
Yes, back in the old days. Yes.
You go on the weekends, you get paid, you have no obligation, you're not going to get called to war. You're going to protect the California coast or wherever, it's big deal. It doesn't need much protection.
Except from the polluters on the beach, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the National Guard's problem. So it becomes the city of Santa Barbara's problem when they got oil spilled.
Yes.
But so the National Guard, and then it was during the last war that the National Guard got called up into action, and most of them were old men. Mm-hmm. I say old men; they weren't my age; they were much younger than me. But they're past their athletic prime. They're in their 40s, mm-hmm. And here they're going to war, and they're ill prepared to go to war, and it was not a pleasant experience, yeah. And sometimes quite tragic. So, this is the horror of war. People, this is why you don't deal in arms. Now, some people are suited to be in the military for whatever reason, but it carries a
price.
It carries a price, yeah.
Yes. And certainly the Taoists were also very insistent on the evil nature of weapons themselves, that weapons are alive. Unlike other tools, weapons have a life of their own that requires feeding on sustenance. They need to be blooded and will accommodate themselves if the person who has a hold of them does not do so for them. In other words, possession of a weapon precludes use. When it comes to Michael Aquino and everything that Peter's bringing up, for some reason now, for the first time in many a year, I'm really flooding with memories and just kind of there's several things that come to mind that I want to share with Peter right now before I forget, because they're important, and they may elements of this may go into the book or it may not, but I might as well share it while I remember it. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. And so when it comes to Michael Aquino and what our man Peter Moon was saying about Santa Barbara, I don't know if I ever brought this up before or whether Peter has already known of this through research.
He went to school there.
He went to school there. Yes, he was. He was in the University of California at Santa Barbara, and he actually had a nomination to West Point, but he decided that UCSB would afford him more freedom in the course of studies that he wanted to pursue. So he definitely was his own man in so many ways. And it was in June of '68 that he graduated, now that I remember, with a BA, political science, his baccalaureate. That's when he went to leave for Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And it was about a week after graduation there that he happened on the premiere of Rosemary's Baby, when he caught Anton LaVey leaving the theater, because Anton LaVey, of course, had participated in the film. So here he was. He had just spent his tour of duty, Fort Bragg, with the 82nd Airborne Division as a cavalry officer, and then this PSYOP, Special Forces officer, with the JFK Special Warfare Center. And then when he's on leave in San Francisco in March of 1969, he attends this lecture and an occult working at what was called the Black House. That's LaVey's church. He was known as the Black Pope of the First Church of Satan.
Well, it was his house. We should mention that his house was painted totally in black.
Yes.
And it was kind of unsightly.
Of course.
And then of course I read that, you know, the guy who painted it was never paid.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. And so after he converted, then back at Fort Bragg, he began performing his first satanic rituals, and that's when he got all the fellow officers participating. And basically, he was in constant contact with Anton and Diane LaVey, and then there was John Farrow, who was LaVey's chief lieutenant at the time. But when he went on his tour of duty in Vietnam, then what was going on was, of course, as Peter was alluding to, they were broadcasting these stereophonic screams that were supposed to freak out the Viet Cong, and the Viet Cong would just shoot the helicopters down, and it cost them all this stereo equipment, which they were more concerned about than losing the troops. And that's when Aquino, he was approached as this problem solver, and that's when he channeled the Diabolicon. Now, it was that year, we're talking about 1969, and it was around October, towards his birthday, mid-October, October 16th, that he began work on his first satanic essay, if you will. The installments were published in the Cloven Hoof. That was the newspaper of the First Church of Satan. And Peter Moon was saying about his dividing, his creating this either or, black and white, Manichaean kind of universal choice of war, constant war, that there's no sense of subtlety or nuance or using the enemy's own force against him, which in God's case would be infinite. But what he published, or the title of his essay, was The Satanic Ultimatum. That's what it was called. And that's when Aquino got elevated by Anton LaVey to Warlock of the Second Degree. He attained that level on completion of his examinations in February of 1970. And
I promote him to Warlock of the 11th Degree.
That was it. Thank you. Thank you.
I keep thinking 11th degree, because that's Crowley's 11th degree.
That's right. It was 11th degree, but he always wrote it with Roman numerals. He always wrote it with.
Well, I'm saying I don't know that Anton LaVey had an 11th degree. That was Crowley's 11th degree.
No. I'm saying you're right. I am only relating to you what I remember from what he wrote, and the stuff that he would write sometimes. Oh yeah, this is when I was promoted to Warlock, and then it had the Roman numeral 2, and then the degree symbol, and I always thought of that as second degree, like Roman numeral 2. But now I realize you're right. It was 11th degree, and he just wrote it in Roman numerals, so it was almost like encoding it. That's what I realized. You're right in that. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
It makes a lot of sense. I was making a joke, but you've made a good point. That means he was suited to be a rear admiral.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So now when he channeled the Diabolicon, as I said, in Satan's Crusaders, this was under combat circumstances, and part of it was even destroyed by enemy fire at one point. So when he started all of this channeling, and like our man Peter says, he kind of went off the rails. I mean, I kind of gone into elements of this before, but maybe in the future I'll go more and more into some of these other aspects of the Temple of Set itself, because I did get to know quite a bit about it. He did consider me to be the heir apparent after all. But they had a vision, Ultima Futura, and their bragging point was that there was no more forward-looking or future-oriented school of the left-hand path than the Temple of Set. So they had all these reading lists, which George Knight has brought up. They required all kinds of reading for people to keep up. Every time they progressed to a new level, they got a new reading list. New reading lists were issued almost on a weekly basis. I mean, this is what was too intimidating for most people, is that there was just too much to read. But I remember definitively one of the Temple of Set's reading list categories was called the future, and another one was devoted to space exploration and scientific frontiers. They definitely had infiltrated NASA So, in case you didn't know it, people, the majority of NASA were satanic practitioners dedicated to the dark arts. But in the early years of the temple, there was this strong apocalyptic, almost millenarian aspect. And of course, if anyone's ever seen the passage in the Book of Coming Forth by Night, it kind of set the tone for that.
I think the biggest, I mean, it's like, I don't mind to minimize the dangers that could be involved in the Temple of Set, but I think one of the, immediate dangers is you could be bored to death.
Yes.
The publications.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. That's yeah. As far as I'm concerned, that's a point well taken. It's amazing to me that people even stuck with it. The dedication. I guess that's part of the discipline, to show that you can take it. The boredom of this kind of over saturation. But anyhow, in the late 1970s, that was of course before he tried to involve myself, which was the 80s. But there was this almost a survivalist mentality among the members. Again, as set forth by the book in Coming Forth by Night, they took it quite literally, and if you read it, you can understand what they felt, that the world was going to be coming to an end by their works, and that they were going to be the survivors in that wasteland. I'm trying to remember now. Of course, they became more academic, as Peter said, and more boring, less militant, because they were trying to look platonic, because of all the publicity they were getting, and they were under the microscope. Originally they were trying to isolate themselves from the world of horrors, like they were monastic. The world of horrors to them was the uninitiated society. And they felt that they would be most likely to survive any upheavals in that world. Anyhow, I can go on about that in the future. Just kind of like all brought to my mind now by everything that Peter is bringing up. And certainly Peter's done his work. He's actually, found some of these things and is looking them up. So with all of that in mind, Peter, what else comes to mind?
Well, I have to say one thing. I encountered the OTO.
Yeah.
And, this is 30 years ago plus, but I never really encountered to the Temple of Set. I'm sure I might have interacted with somebody, not really known it.
Yeah.
But I wasn't on that Setian wavelength, which is much more intense and much more diabolical than the OTO. And I don't mean to minimize the OTO at all.
Right.
In terms of their diabolicalness. But Aquino was very good at what he did. Yeah. He was, he gets an A+ at being a Satanist.
Yeah.
Because he superseded being a Satanist. He graduated to becoming a Setian.
Yes.
And, he was just so good at it. And it's like, I never would have thought I'd be in the position I'm in now, because I feel like, I'm processing. As Jack Parsons said, you don't really understand a man until 100, 150 years till he's dead, after he's dead, like right. What he's done, his contributions to the world. He says only after 50 years do you begin to get any inkling of an idea. And Aquino's only been dead a couple of years. So it's like, and I'm like, wow. I'm like kind of, examining his legacy, seeing it for what it was. It's basically not understood or appreciated. It's just basically people have been kissing his ass without realizing they've been kissing his ass.
Yes.
And that's one of the wonders of any occult society. It's like they sign you up and you don't know you've been signed up, and you're complicit with it. So it's kind of interesting, because it's not particularly that interesting.
In other words, it's not captivating to Peter.
Well,
yeah.
No, well, it's like, it's kind of like going in and looking at a cadaver and digging it up. It's not very, unless you're really interested in it. It's okay. This is how the person died. Right. This is how the person lived. Or it's kind of like studying a criminal case.
Yes.
Because you're trying to find out what happened rather than being interested in the criminal case. So, it's more about trying to present a picture of who this person was and what he did. Whatever we put into this book might, if civilization continues reasonably within the context of what it now is, it might till 50 years later till people are, reading this book and putting things together, and they're saying, "Wow, this is, look at this son of a bitch."
Right.
Look at this son of a bitch, because they're still living, with that wake or whatnot. Well, there used to be something called the U.S. Army.
Right.
So the other thing that struck me, mm-hmm. and I don't think Aquino was writing it. He might have. It doesn't really matter because he would have been in step with it. They're talking about they don't use the word ontological shock, but they're talking, they are using that principle of certain initiations you go through in the Temple of Set where your sensibilities are shaken. And I'm using my own words here because I don't have the document in front of me, but where you're losing your reference points. Now, if you were to go into a Masonic initiation, especially if you're new to the subject, you're going to go into a room that's going to have all this regalia and stuff, and it's going to look all exotic to you. And then you're going to undergo this initiation, and it's like blah blah blah, and you feel like you're some part of some special group. Each element of the initiation is to have you have an experience that's supposed to be, reach into the subtle realms and stimulate your mind. In the case of the Temple of Set, it's much more intense.
Yes.
Or just say you're doing the Church of Satan. I don't know what the Temple of Set did, but suppose they put the naked lady on the altar, or this is even the OTO Gnostic Mass.
Right.
You get the naked lady on the altar. I've seen these. And if you're a person who's been raised in Christianity or is programmed with, Judeo-Christian ethic, and you see this, it can throw somebody for a loop. And they're honoring the sacred Mass, the menses. They have a cake with menstrual blood. Especially hygienically processed menstrual blood, supposedly. Basically mean they put the blood in and then they bake the cakes.
Yes.
So it's but be that as is, this is going to shock the sensibilities of the average U.S. citizen just to see a naked lady on an altar. This is verboten. You don't see naked ladies
on altars normally. Yes.
No, because you're worshiping the goddess. But what I'm saying here is that this creates a something in the mind of the person. But even that is, we're talking, and I don't mean to say that this is one and the same, but I think it's, you might know better, a psychological shock if you're going out in a gang and you've got to commit some crime. It could even be to kill somebody. So they can trust you. Well, okay, you're a murderer. You're one of us.
Yes.
And that creates a complete psychological change in the individual.
Yes.
You're no longer playing by the rules you were playing for. You're playing by the gang rules. And say in the case of the mafia, it's been said, I haven't really talked to any of them, and certainly not about this, is that they kind of expect to go to jail. And so when they get caught, it's no big deal. Okay, I got 10 years of life in the mafia. I got 15 years. I got 20. Like, in other words, getting caught is something they don't like, but they kind of reconcile to it.
Yes.
Because it's who they are. In the Temple of Set, you're going through these ontological shocks that are taking you out of normal reality because you're not happy with normal reality, or you wouldn't be joining a cult. Because working at Google is not good enough for you. Instead, you go to work for them, and they'll give you an assignment to do at Google, and they'll connect you up with the higher ups at Google so you can, get Sky Books declared a terrorist website or something like that.
Yes, yes.
It's not Google, that's Facebook. Google's not a problem.
Yes.
But I'm just giving an idea. So, so now you're serving you're more important than you were, pushing a mouse for Google.
Yes.
You're, and this is what it is. It gives you a sense of importance, a sense of belonging, and you're more than you were. Because you have to have a self-esteem disorder.
Yes.
To join in. And of course, in the case of Aquino, it was all about empowerment. And this is one guy who was very powerful, in his own reference frame.
Yes.
He knew where his power was.
Yes.
He knew that his power wasn't in becoming a boxer or an athlete or a musician, a rock musician. His power, he knew where his power was. And he wielded more power than most people ever will.
Yes.
And he wielded, and one of his geniuses was, he wasn't a megalomaniac. He didn't want all the attention. The attention came with a job.
Yes.
I don't think he wanted attention. Do you?
To a degree, yes. He had
To a degree, but
yeah.
he didn't overindulge in it.
No. But he certainly enjoyed it when he got it. It was a strange dichotomy. He would complain, oh my, all this attention is brought upon us by the Christian conspiracy. But at the same time, he was reveling in it. You saw how he truly enjoyed being on Oprah Winfrey. And
I have to say, in his own reference frame, he handled it very well.
Yes.
For who it was.
Yes.
I mean, he could stand up and, answer. He had an answer for everything, whether the answer was any good or not.
Right.
And as I say, what my girlfriend pointed out when she saw the Oprah Winfrey thing,
yeah,
she said, and she was a court reporter who used to take cases that were traumatized individuals.
Yes.
She was empathic, so she could get this stuff out of them because these guys were too traumatized to talk about, somebody that had abused them.
Right.
And she was like reporting, okay, and she said that he showed absolutely no empathy for these, for this child who'd said, that he was traumatized.
That's right.
And Aquino says, well, why didn't you call the police?
Right. And all of this was done with this almost diabolical glee, albeit it was quite
taunting.
Yes.
If he was in the NFL, they would have thrown a penalty flag for taunting.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, but they weren't. Yeah. And so
so you're absolutely right. He handled it. So it's kind of like this bizarre in between path. He had this path where he wanted the attention and thrived on it, and in that sense, when I became a public informant and really started pointing out things he had done, there was no one else who was doing that. There was no one else who was doing that. And that, in a sense, gave him the attention again. And in that sense, it was almost like he, in its own way, it was serving him. He certainly loved an element of it. Would bitch about it, but almost was bitching about it obligatorily. And certainly it got him more interviews. And this is how he wound up being interviewed by Sean Stone. And that gave him a lease on life he didn't have before, because he basically after that, he owned Oliver Stone and then got him to propagandize for Vladimir Putin. I mean, this is something that Keith Call observed, was he said, Aquino hasn't faded away at all. He's in a whole new game. And so he was playing that game up to the point that he died. And that included the chess game he had going on with myself. And that was using these expendable pawns that he did. And, and they're still going on automatic after his death. I received one attack from the one we're all familiar with on the YouTube channel, the latest episode, and this shows, of course, that he's active again on his own because I took away all his playing pieces. I wiped the board clean, so he's stuck coming onto the board himself. So there you have that. I'm not mentioning his name right now because I just figure he doesn't deserve the advertising, but I want Peter to know that we've had a lot of viewers tonight. Went up to 41 concurrent viewers, which means 410 really. And people will see that when it uploads, when it publishes. And that's thanks to what you've been able to organize, Peter, with both.
Well, people, the thing is, people are very excited to hear her and whatnot.
Yes.
But
they're here for you as well. The numbers.
No. It's fine. It's fine.
The numbers held. The numbers held.
But it's like you had commented that so many people have these experiences or whatnot, and they don't necessarily like to talk about them, and it helps them to understand. And certainly this has always been a case. People who have, these experiences of being pierced by the other side, so to speak. And, I can't iterate enough how important it is to be in the here and now. Because all of these things they're not in the physical plane. The Randy Kramer stuff is so popular.
Oh, I know. Oh God.
I mean, I don't consider Marina a nut in any sense of the word. She's a young person who's grown up and learned, and she's really done a good job of studying her case. And she's had to cope with, people, not only people who don't understand her, but people who attack her.
Yes.
And, she doesn't deserve this.
No.
And she's got a lot of intelligence, and she wants to be academic. She wants to be a physicist and bring that, have whatever she offers into the world in that sense. But so many people are carrying this stuff like like an addiction.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they don't know how to get rid of it, but sometimes they don't want to get rid of it. I'm not talking about the people who are tuning in necessarily, but people who get on stage and, they're basically getting attention from it. Doesn't mean they don't have the experience, but they're getting, they're getting attention. It's like it becomes a commodity.
Yes.
Like, what can I get out of this?
Yeah, they start commodifying the experience, and at that point, then you have an unreliable narrator. That's yeah.
Or it's like somebody challenged you. Well, what do I get out of reading this book? Is it going to help me paying the rent? Well, what they get out of not necessarily reading a book, but what they get out of getting up on stage is they get attention. It's a commodity, it makes them feel like they've been heard,
Yeah.
or they're a real person. And I mean, it's understandable that people want attention, but you know, it what cost?
Yes.
It what cost? And it's like, and then sometimes it's a tricky business because I mean, I understand. It's like when I'm working with you, there's a PTSD factor. Working with Preston, there's a PTSD factor. So you have to allow for that and say, well, this, you know, you're very good to work with because you can, you know, but I mean, you're working with whatever it is. But it's like some of these people in the audience, when they're listening to some of these people are just talking shit.
Yeah. Yes.
And people don't even discriminate. They just listen to it as if it was Tom Brokaw reporting on the news.
Yeah.
And okay, this is the news. You know, I'd listen to Tom Brokaw before I'd listen to some of these people. And I don't esteem Tom Brokaw. In other words, you're going to get a straighter story because it's going to have some degree of veracity to it, even if it's fake. We're talking about real people, you know. It's like and it's not that people don't have these experiences, but it's like this is the other thing. A friend of mine called me up, and I really appreciate him because he's a scientist. And I'm talking, and then he begins to talk over me. And he's like saying, you don't interrupt a person when they're in their second sentence of maybe a 6-sentence paragraph. And I really let him know I was not letting him interrupt me.
Right.
And he thought he had a right to interrupt me. And he said, well, this is stream of consciousness. Well, you know, and really what it turned out, he had no patience to sit there and listen to what I said because, you know, and he said the conversation went sour. I said, it didn't go sour. I said, you just can't interrupt me. I'm not going to allow you to interrupt me like that. And he had no discipline.
Right.
Of communication. He says, well, yeah, I get too excited and impatient. And it's like all of a sudden you're going to pull stream of consciousness. You know, this is a James Joyce book. And who are you aren't familiar with James Joyce? He wrote in A Complete Stream of Consciousness in a drunken stupor. So he was connecting dots, nonlinear form. And okay, so we can pull stream of consciousness. Stream of consciousness is fine when you're writing poetry or you're doing cut up like William Burroughs. And I kind of write with the stream of consciousness, but I also then, you know, organize it and put it into linear sentences. So I appreciate stream of consciousness, but it's not an excuse to interrupt somebody aggressively.
Right.
And it's like, okay. And
well, at least he acknowledged it. At least he acknowledged the fact that he was too emotional and excited, you know, so that's a step up. He's able to learn.
He's an attorney too.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Scientist and an attorney.
Oh, God.
Retired.
Yeah.
But
you know, I really worry about Marina becoming a physicist. I mean, you know, that's almost like a step down for her.
Well, it's what she wants to contribute.
Yes.
It is, but she wants to contribute in the field. So I look at more along the lines of you know, who were the physicists like Victor Schauberger?
Yes.
That
yes.
took the Brill girls' work and then put it into science. And, you know, maybe she'll, you know, put together David Anderson's time reactor or something like that.
Yes.
You know, who the hell knows? It's like when young people have a desire to do something, it's best to encourage them because this is who and what they are. They can change. I remember my niece, when she was a teenager, wanted to be, maybe mid-junior high school, she wanted to be a mortician. Sounded like a very morbid endeavor. Well, she grew out of that.
Okay. But I could
You know,
see the fascination. I mean, she
I
probably
don't know what.
probably read a crime novel or two and thought that the forensics was fascinating. After all, you learn somebody's in all their
No,
secrets.
she didn't say a county or an examiner, a death examiner, a coroner. She didn't say coroner. She said a mortician.
Okay.
Mortician, and maybe she was just trying to get a reaction out of everybody. I don't know, but she certainly changed her mind.
Kids get fascinated by things like dead bodies all the time. It's just it's because they have no concept of death. So death is almost like, looks like it could be fun. Working with the dead seems like it could be fun. Putting makeup on them. They're like giant Barbie dolls. A mortician, she'd be like, doing their hair, dressing them and shit. They're like, it's like Ken and Barbie, except some of them weigh 300 pounds.
I don't know. I've never known anybody who had a fascination with that. That was the first I met. And I just thought it was kind of odd. Maybe she was just trying to get a rise out of everybody. But I've never known anybody who wanted to do that.
By the way, next Wednesday, and prayerfully, Marina SEREN will be with us. Remind me to talk to her about Lebensborn. I believe that what she was participating in with the Nordic breeding was the Lebensborn program of the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. So remind me to bring that up with her. And
I hope I can.
I was about to say, if you can remember that. I'll try and put a note of it somewhere for myself, of course. Oh my God. That being said, anyhow, wonderful having you. It's approaching midnight. How are you holding up?
I mean, I can stay here till midnight. I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to think what else, but it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like I've got to get from just kind of giving a context to how this stuff works.
Yes.
The binding.
Yes.
The swastika.
Yes.
The chapter on the swastika, chapter now on Wewelsburg, which it's not so much about the details of Wewelsburg, but just what the hell's going on here. And all of this stuff parlays into the harp. And the FNSers connect to it somehow. I don't know that I want to go into that, but they do connect to the Heart Project.
Yeah.
In one way or another, because it's something they could feed off of. Because you have the demons that have to be fed, and the FNSers have to be fed. But the FNSers are not necessarily the same as the demons, but they have the same feeding source. It's like they all go to the water hole. Like the African animals. You can see the African animals are all at peace at the water hole. It's like the local bar, and they don't mess with each other. Occasionally they will, but you'll see, because they all need water. This is not a time, like when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump, she called and congratulated him, and because it was always the rule in Washington that now it's a time for unity. You do not disparage the new president. You don't do it. This was the Washington, you never disparage the president. This was a big no-no in Washington. I learned that quite personally when I was there in 1980, and Diana Hubbard had disparaged President Carter. Just in a line. She didn't make a big rant against him. She just made a disparaging comment like, "Oh, Carter, I don't know what, just something like that." She had a bit of a British accent, and a bit of one, because she grew up there. But I was told personally, they said, she shouldn't talk like that, by one of the DC, important people. He says, you don't talk like that in DC. Even though you don't agree, but everybody, he's trying to help. So everybody's on the same team. So it was bad protocol. What did she know? She used to live there. She was a kid. What the hell does she know? So anyway, but that was the rules. Now, when Hillary Clinton lost the election, she went into unity mode until she saw that the game was different now. And she went on the attack. She went on the attack. And now the Republicans go on the attack of, Joe Biden. It's like there's no respect. And I might as well add on a political note. We had the elections. The House has been won by the Republicans, but not by as big a margin as was anticipated. People are still loyal to Holy Joe Biden. They like their Democrats. And the best one of all won, Fetterman. Fetterman, he doesn't kill puppies.
Yes.
He doesn't kill puppies.
Yes.
And he looks like he's right out of that movie Idiocracy. He is a lampoon. He just looks like a cretin. He doesn't look intelligent. The fact that he's had a stroke, it's like he can't put sentences together. And, it's like, I think this is being done on purpose. The elections are so close. It's like, they're all so close. They were close last time, but the Democrats got a little more. Now the Republicans get a little more. The Senate will be determined, it looks like, where the votes goes. It looks like, from what I saw, Nevada will go Republican. Arizona will probably go Democrat for senator. So that'll put it at 49 for the Democrats, 50 for the Republicans. And there will be a runoff in Georgia with Herschel Walker, the Republican candidate. He was a little behind, but he's close enough to have a runoff. So they'll have a runoff election in December, and that will determine the Senate. So you will see every resource go into this ex-NFL player, Herschel Walker. The Republicans will want him to win. And now the Republicans, they're going to withdraw all the IRS agents that the Democrats were hiring, or that they're going to rescind that order, and they're going to start investigating Biden and Hunter. And I guess they'll probably make the Trump investigation go away. It's like, it's so, it's just, it's so disgusting. It's like they're just, it's like this, nothing will happen of these congressional investigations. Trump might be prosecuted, but I doubt it. And because, they'll find a way to prolong it or something. And I don't even know if it's so far, most of the stuff doesn't stick to him, but it's all politically motivated. It's not real, meaningful stuff. And I also predict that Trump will not run. I said when he lost the election that he was done. He should just go away. And he's, because the reason he's not good is because he's polarizing. Mm-hmm. It's you have to wonder how many these people voting Democrat were voting against Trump. Even if they're voting for the congressman. And it seems that so many Democrats, some changed sides, but so many Democrats voted Democrat that it seems they're completely happy with the way things are going. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people who are not happy with the way things are going. Because of all the inflation.
Yeah. Yes.
And all of this stuff. So it's like, I would have just expected there to be a lot more support for Republicans, but I don't even know that these elections are ever on the up and up after the book vote scam. which explain how the whole thing could be manipulated. This goes back 20 years, because all of this stuff it can all be manipulated. And what's interesting is, okay, why is it so close? Like, I understand that it's so close. The last election, even the 2016 election with Trump, he lost the popular vote, and he was surprised he won. But it was so close. And then the election with Biden was so close. And now this election is so close. It's like, this is not usually the case. Is the country really that so close divided? I don't know.
Well, demographically, it certainly seems to be.
Well, it seems to be, but it's kind of weird that it's so, it's not like 60-40. It's more like 49-52, or even closer in so many cases. Why is it so close? It just strikes me as almost as if it's being orchestrated.
Well,
whatever.
Everybody's turning out, so I guess. But I can understand what you're saying, and the potential's always there, of course.
It's a different environment politically than we've ever had.
Yes.
And it was like, even with George Bush, who was an absolute disaster, nobody seemed to complain about him.
Well, I mean, people complained, all right. They were buying your T-shirts. Jesus.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying is, it was like nothing got done about it. It's not like, nothing happens.
Well, certainly, appreciate these things do need to be discussed. I mean, they are, after all.
I don't know if they need to be discussed. I mean, you do a lot on politics, but I'm saying is, I try not to think about this stuff too much.
No, I don't blame you.
It's just a bunch of crap.
Yes.
It really is a bunch of crap, and it's like, you listen to any news report on, they are so, what's the confirmation bias? Mm-hmm. It's all you're not going to get a square report, and then you get somebody like, Fetterman. All you got to do is show him. But it's just like he's like the village idiot. He is the epitome of the village idiot.
Oh my God!
And it's like Oprah came on and endorsed him. And look at Oz is a very intelligent man. He's very intelligent. You can't be a heart surgeon, and he's said to be a very good heart surgeon, and not be intelligent. So I mean, it's like you can't compare the two. If you wanted to get something done of anything, was building a wall, renovating a house, you go to Oz. Fetterman would be like, what are you giving it to him for? Now he's going to be senator? It's like, who even cares what the policies are? Who can evaluate intelligently? It's like, I don't even know what the difference in their policies. I know that Oz was Republican, and I know that Fetterman was Democrat, but that's all I know.
Yes.
I didn't pay any attention to it, but he's just, it's like, how could anybody vote for somebody like that? It's like he's such an idiot. I'll vote the Democratic Party. He can't even answer questions. And so what? I mean, I think maybe they'll put him on the ticket to replace Biden.
I can only hope. That would be entertaining. It's certainly far more entertaining than Biden, you have to admit. It would be fun to watch.
It would be entertaining as hell.
Yes.
And then to watch these newsmen take him seriously. Well,
I mean, imagine the press conferences. Imagine the press conferences. It would be worth it.
He'd have, he'd probably have, some some
Interpreters.
well, yeah,
Minders.
some person who's LGBTQT.
Oh.
I had another one to add.
Mhm.
I forget what it was. LGBTQ plus. I think it was H. I think I don't know. It was H. I wanted to add an H on there to that. I think it was. I don't know if it was heterosexual, but that doesn't make any sense.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, but it was. I wanted to add on to LBGQT. I can't even say it. LBGTQ plus.
LGBT. You've got me tongue twisting now. LGBTQIA plus, and I hate the acronym myself. As I said, I had a much more euphonic one. Nobody's ever picked it up, but it's we can go over that another time.
I talked to somebody today, and I said they got to add on something there to. I think it was hetero. Because there was some context of hetero. I don't know.
It would certainly round out the equation, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, because it was somebody who was who would or could be discriminated against. That didn't quite fit into the plus, because that's supposed to be everybody else.
Right.
But it's pretty soon.
Sympathetic straights or heteros are included by the A in the acronym for allies. They're allies of.
I didn't know there was an A in the
LGBTQIA. Yeah, that's what the A is for. LGBTQIA plus. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was. I used to go to the LGBT center in Greenwich Village, where I would give talks from time to time. That was gay, lesbian, gay, transgender.
Yes.
LG.
Plus bisexual. LG, lesbian, gay.
Yeah, lesbian, gay, transgender, bisexual, LGBT. Oh, I got LG, lay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, LGBT. And then they add the Q on, and then they add the plus.
Yes.
And then it's like,
Well, technically, it's Q, then I for intersex, and then the A for allied, which would be friendly straight people.
This is what is intersex?
Intersex is hermaphroditic. They hate that term, however, because it's an old medical term. People who are born with both genitalia.
Okay. That's fair enough, but I thought that was kind of assumed.
It's like you wonder about it because it's not like those people have a choice, right? but their choice lies in not getting surgery. Some of them are advocating that.
Yes. Well, see, I kind of, you go there and you see people who look like they could be that way. Yeah. And but it's like that's just kind of okay. It's kind of accepted because they can have their I there, and then the A is what?
Oh, allied. Friendly straights, advocates for the cause, people who want to push tolerance but are heterosexual, cisgendered. Cisgendered meaning that they are satisfied with the gender they were born in. By the way, just something funny for you. When my mother was still alive, and I, of course, because of all the experience I had with what happened at the Presidio, growing up the way I did everything, what happened was one time I took her for a walk. We entered Lucky while it was still open. Was Lucky Franchise, the store in San Francisco, and or whatever replaced it. But when we were
talking about a supermarket,
yeah, and while we were in there, there was a couple of gay men, and they had an infant between them. They were cradling an infant between them, and one of them left the guy standing there with the infant in his arms, and I was overwhelmed with rage. I viscerally wanted to kill this man, because my reaction was these two gay men with an infant that they had adopted meant nothing but ill, raising it as some kind of sex toy or something. I mean, that's what I was overwhelmed with, and I so I refrained. Obviously, I was able to restrain myself, but when it came to my relaying the other day that I was cisgendered, then our friend, the Real Tech Geek, said, oh, yeah, Doug, I just want you to know that I felt that same kind of rage. Just wanted to kill you. But then I overcame that. And I said, dude, cisgendered means I'm straight and I'm happy with the sex I was born with. Look up some of these terms before you viscerally react to them. Anyhow, so that being shared, I do want to point out a difference between the Evanescers and the anti-gods around the harp complexes. The roles that the Evanescers would play would be in the construction of the harp complexes, obviously as consultants, advisors. These are, of course, entities that feed off energy, and they really couldn't do that at the harp complexes because that would severely interfere with the process of binding the entities that are bound at the harp complexes. So they wouldn't be feeding there. It would just interrupt with the process too evidently. So they would be setting up elsewhere to do that. But yes, ideally that kind of array would be ideal for them. But definitely it's most of its energy would probably be just dedicated to the binding process, even though I said they're kind of in stasis and not really used to the full extent of their energy at all, because like I said, they're really supposedly technically able to change the weather, and we know they can do that because they have reversed the jet stream.
Question.
Yeah.
Did you say that the Evanescers are part of the binding process?
No, that they would act as basically consultants, advisors for the construction of the facility is basically the role they would play, because they would severely interfere with the binding process if they started feeding off all the energy that would otherwise be dedicated to binding these extra cosmic entities. So
exactly.
Yeah. So they'd have to set up shop elsewhere for that, but they would certainly know how to set the facility up, and would doubtless have participated in some of the original establishment of such facilities as basically contractors. So so just wanted to clarify that, so that having been said, dear Peter, love you dearly, and at least you're able to appreciate the theater of politics. And yes, we all have to interpret this to a degree as theater, and certainly very excited about the book. Very grateful to you for helping to bring Marina to us, and of course our audience numbers actually went up after she left. They were coming here to listen to yourself, and they were up while she was here, but definitely increased after that.
She's very popular.
Yeah, yes. And so my love to you and Paula and everyone. I'm going to timestamp tonight. You heard what I said about Germany and the importance of November 9th. I'm going to timestamp that for you. Hopefully you'll get an opportunity to review that, because I will talk about Hitler as recognized by the Allies as a precognitive, as a psychic, and among the other. I'm sure you'll find all of it fascinating and interesting and relevant. So
there are a few points. What I'm really more interested in Hitler is kind of about the occult cabal that was between multiple countries that were aware of him.
Yes.
Even when he was young.
Yes.
Even earlier than that, like who were those societies? What were they doing? And unfortunately, he got caught up in the war too. And you can even go back to the New Testament. They're all caught up in the battle.
Yes.
This is like, this is the kings of Edom having their feast,
Mm-hmm.
It's all, it's all this good and evil drama. Sucks. It really does.
Yes.
And there's better ways. It didn't have to go down that way.
Well, I mean, in a sense, no. It's like, what choice did he have?
Exactly. It's like it's all predicted, but then, it's kind of like what's that phrase? If you think it's going to go this, you want to say, be careful of what you wish for.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, that's one of the things you'll be interested in when I go into monologue. And as I said, I'll timestamp that whole section for you. One of the things I'll talk about was we know at this point in history, anyone who's read the book, anyone who's followed Peter and I, we know at this point how the Nanjing massacre took place. We know what triggered it. We know the American responsibility. What I will point out tonight, of course, is how basically the Munich conference that was ongoing at the time that Adolf Hitler launched essentially the Holocaust. This was a Kristallnacht. This is when they, which is now like this day of remembrance in Germany, when all Germans are supposed to get on their knees and beg for forgiveness throughout the day in this cult of guilt that has become their national church. But basically, it's important to understand that the Munich Agreement, signed between Germany and Great Britain, at the time that Neville Chamberlain was alive, was this suggested a peaceful revision of the wrongs committed by the Treaty of Versailles. And so this four-power conference was being scheduled that would preserve the peace. And the four powers were Great Britain, Germany, France, and Italy. And basically, the South African Minister of Defense was sent on a mission to Germany in 1938 by General Smuts to ease the tension on the Jewish issue. And basically, it was during that time that he was witness to the fact that they were going to try and make peace with Hitler. The British Prime Minister told him, Oswald Pirot, the South African Defense Minister, that the pressure of international Jewry was one of the principal obstacles to an Anglo-German accommodation, their declaration of war against the Germans, and that it would greatly help him resist that pressure if Hitler could be induced to moderate his policy toward German Jews. And Hitler had agreed to this, and all they were going to do was put it in writing. And that's when, on November 7th of 1938, just a few weeks after the Munich Agreement, when they were headed towards this new conference, that this young boy, a Polish Jew, Herschel Grinspan, murdered the German Third Secretary of State, Ernst Edward von Rath. And von Rath was in the German embassy in Paris, and the young lad pumped 5 bullets into him. And this was kind of the logical result of the Jewish declaration of war on Germany in March of 1933, and it put an end to the effort being made to explain and extend the importance of the Munich Agreement and the revision of the Treaty of Versailles, which would have negated the need to invade France, which was all done in vengeance of Versailles. And Hitler, of course, forced the French to sign their surrender in the same train the Germans had been forced to sign the surrender in World War I. So von Rath died 2 days after the shooting on November 9th. Again, that importance of that date, and that's what provoked the anti-Jewish riots in Germany that the Jews have been bitching about ever since. So this is basically just the situation that no one is taught in history, of course. The talk about occulted, the hidden history of humanity. So I'll go a bit into that young man, and his entire family survived the war. He, on the other hand, no one knows what happened to him. But because the Germans were pressed to bring closure to the surviving family, they signed a declaration of death for him just to appease the family. But it's entirely fabricated. They said so themselves. No one knows what happened to the lad. I mean, he was in jail for a while, but then after World War II, somewhere during the war, he disappeared. And then Neville Chamberlain died in 1940 on November 9th. And then on November 9th in 1970, Charles de Gaulle died. And this was while he was beginning this campaign against neo-Nazi activity. He was basically trying to get the CIA to disclose all of their information on Odessa the Nazi network, their mafia-like organization by which they networked on the surface world. And then he died on November 9th in 1970. I mean, so it's all beyond coincidence. This is now at the point of occult ritual when we go into that. I'm sure you would agree. And so you have a blessed day there. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
All right, no, I don't have any thoughts to that. But good luck and good work and good night.
Thank you. Bless you. And all our love, share our love with Paula. Okay. So there we are. So let me start a new call. And of course, take a breath. Okay, breathe. Okay. Okay. There we are. Yeah. Yeah. You heard the man. Yeah. Fetterman got voted in because he's not cruel to puppies. Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. Thank God you weren't on during that.
What do you mean? Like, I got on for a second and said LOL and deleted a message. What's the worst?
Yes. I don't know what you said. Oh my God! Thank God. Oh my God! I had to hide two clowns who were just spewing.
No, I got in there earlier and saw like some crazy shit, and then I got out, and then I went back and I had to hear that.
Yeah. Oh God. So you did hear that part where Peter said, "Yeah, Fetterman got voted in because he's not cruel to puppies."
No, fuck no! I got all that goddamn shit. Or I was said more. He was sitting there going on about, some people just don't hear want attention. I don't know why people listen to them. I don't know. There are people that just want attention and they like to tell their stories. And there are people, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh my God, you!" I go, "No."
Okay, hey, honey, hey, oh, my life's hard. Okay, life's hard enough. Oh. Love you dearly.
I was just saying, oh my God, like I was wanting to Eggo waffle, and I was just thinking of them the whole time. Anyway, no, if I had heard that about Fetterman, I'm sorry, but that is one thing I do. Like, how dare he? How fucking dare he? But I'm not apologizing for that. I'll make your life harder or not. No. Dr. Oz, even Oprah, who made Dr. Oz, which I don't give your shit if I'm not an Oprah fan myself, but she's the one who made Dr. Oz so if you like Dr. Oz, you have to know that who made him was Oprah. And even Oprah came out and said, "Don't vote for this man."
Yes.
For the election.
Yes. He mentioned that too. Oh. Okay. All right.
So what the fuck is our show about, period? I just realized that. I'm like, is it the Veril Society? Is it about history, World War II? Is it about Taiwan should be part of America? Is it about fucking past lives? Is it about fucking stepping? I mean, like, I can do all of it. So, just,
Now, my stance has never been that Taiwan should be part of America, honey.
That was somebody else last week.
Joe Tai is trying to reiterate to the best of his abilities, to the best of his understanding, what I've expressed about the American stance and whatnot. So it takes some explaining, and it just let's just say that it doesn't translate well because he loses something in the translation. I'm sure you can believe that.
Oh no.
Oh, dude.
How old is that girl? I listened to her for just a little bit before I had to get off because somebody else was talking.
I don't know, about 12 or something.
12? She's got real fucking 12. She's had like 45 fucking by past lives. She was the same fucking time.
She's legal, okay? That's all that counts to me.
I believe in past lives, so I totally I dig her. I like that shit. Here's what she said. She said, this is what I called on that because I don't ever get. For anybody listening, I don't ever get to listen to those hours when she's on because I'm not allowed to listen.
It's not that you're not allowed. It's just recommended for the sake of your mental health.
Sanity, not because of her, though. Anyway, so No, I did get to hear. I usually want to go back and hear. I didn't get to, so I got to hear her, and she said that she does. I know she was going to be on Gaia, or she mentioned, or she just recently was on what's his name
Probably
show.
was on Gaia, man. They dig that. Yeah, I mean they'll have
Yeah,
her.
yeah. Well, I think what's his name show on
She
there.
may
So
be my key to renormalization in this world, honey.
honey, you will never be normal. I promise you. I promise you. Like, I need to keep, apparently I'm here to keep you like sane enough to know that you won't ever be normal. But that's fine. But she's not that normal either, which is cool. I mean, work.
Yes, you noticed. Yes.
So, but yeah, I liked her story. But she said she does like readings or some shit like that too. Like she uses her higher self, which this is what I found very
Yeah,
interesting.
you got to get in on that, honey. Yeah.
I've never had these conversations with you, but every time like it's even gone near that, like something we've talked about other people, you're like, oh my God, that's so crazy shit. And like apparently she's like, oh, this is my higher self, and you're like, kiss, please read me. But I truly am.
You know that person who left that long trail of all those weird. I thought that was you at first because he said something similar to that. Like at first I was begging, but now I'm crawling. And I said, "Is this Brooke?
Oh my God!
Is this...
When I came on there before you had deleted them, because I came on twice, and because I was listening to her, and I saw the guy say that, and he even said something about being Southern, and I was like, oh,
yeah, I thought that was you.
Somebody pretending to be me.
Yeah, it must have been because they kept calling me baby boy. They kept calling
me baby boy.
Yeah.
They thought you kicked me off from last week, and then I'm telling you, I was literally like, is this somebody pretending to be fucking me?
I know it wasn't you because then they totally went off the rails into shit you would never say. So
right, I'm glad, and that was what I was glad of. I was like, well, either way, Douglas will figure it out because we talked earlier. So I was like, you'll figure it out. I'm not gonna delete their message. I'm just gonna get off here anyway. So I got off, and then when I come back later, I saw that you had deleted a bunch of messages, but because I can go back and read them.
I hid them. Which,
hid them. Yeah.
Delete is too much work.
Go back and read them, and then I was like, well, fucking A. Actually, I'm glad they said all this shit because definitely he would know this is not me.
Yes. No, definitely. I knew it wasn't you because it was like, it's just, no, you wouldn't go there. It's just too creepy. You just got too creepy.
There were several things in there that I would never say, even if I was like, there'd be no reason.
Yeah.
And also they were just gross.
Thank you. Then the other guy started, I
didn't see another guy. I thought you did something else, but I didn't really understand what else you did.
Yeah, it was just some other guy was responding equally weird shit. So, all right, let's share screen. Let's start calling some people in here, and see if we can.
Anyway, I would like to get on with that girl because I would like her to read me.
Yeah. Let's see if we can arrange for
I
that
need
sometime.
a higher self perspective. Okay, my dreams don't go in here.
Yeah, but just remember, Pete'll be there in the background, and because...
Well, that's fine, but you know what? So since it'll be my turn, and I'll have my 30 minutes. Like this is why I got off earlier when he was saying that he was talking to his other friend. I feel like he was implying me the entire time. That's why I got off. Because I was talking to my other friend one time, and I was like 2 sentences in to like a 6 sentence. He's never had a 6 sentence paragraph.
Oh yeah, I thought about you too when he said that, but it wasn't you. No, he was. Definitely...
I knew it wasn't me.
Yeah.
But if you had actually listened to what he said before that, and then that, I think he was implying me the entire time, and he was using another example. And I was like, well, first of all, if you've ever had a 6 sentence paragraph, I've never heard it because it's always been more than 6 sentences. Secondly,
no, it was definitely someone else. No, it was definitely something.
But anyway, that's fine. Just tell him I won't interrupt him. Just don't interrupt my fucking reading with the girl. Just let her read me. She can be like,
I don't think he would. Yeah, he'd probably go get a coffee or something. Okay. Now someday I'm gonna have you friend all these people, or get contact requests with all them, so you can do this. That would be fun. So here we are. We're not gonna call Peter Moon, obviously. So Sammy Romero will call George Knight, Real Tech, Brain Dancer, who is of course Mirth Ling, so she can tell us that we're using her as a doorstop. And
no, she was on here, I thought, last week. She had like a really positive comment. I swear to God.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Or maybe it was the week before, but it was right before. I think it was the first hour.
Should we call Joe Tai?
Fuck yes, because I'm gonna tell him if he ever says that shit on my fucking Facebook again, he's fucking 9.
Okay. Viviana Sanchez, Anne Fontaine, just in case she was on here earlier. How about Mark H? Should we call?
Go for it, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then here we are. How about Sean Bond?
You need to ask how Mark voted. Sean will not answer. I tried to ask Sean a question on some of the shit I'd seen. He's fucking apparently listened to me enough to hear me say something. But try and call him. Try him.
Okay. Yeah, it might be too late. He's on Eastern time, right?
Try him. So am I. And he's fucking crazy. Try him.
Yeah. Oh,
I was actually interested in something he said. I truly was. And he didn't fucking respond. So I figured the only reason that could be because normally, like, he'd hit me up for $60 to read.
Amanda Ute's on my timeline, so I'll try her. I'm she's what she is. All right, so all right, let's press the add button, and that screen's gonna fill up. Okay, look at this, honey. Remember the old Hollywood Squares? You're too young for that.
Oh, it goes like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I missed that show, the Hollywood Squares.
How did you even know about that?
Oh my god, well, I know I look so young, but
Yes, you're too young for that shit.
no, I remember I loved that. Oh my god, I was a kid. I remember I watched it with my grandmother all the time.
Oh my god, that's adorable. That is adorable, and thank God you have that. We can relate to something, and I want. You know what? I'm going to now. Sammy's with us, so we're gonna wait to see who else might come on in the Hollywood Squares. But basically, what I'm gonna do is, of course, refresh myself. And George Knight says he'll be on in the next few minutes. Bless him. So I'll just say jump on when you want. So let me give him that message. Jump on anytime. Okay.
But tell him no. Tell him to not do it during daylight savings time.
And so we go back to Brooke, who's the call. Now, how do I do this? It's like how do I fucking do this? Stop sharing. Then take me back. I somehow had to stop sharing to do that. Anyhow, there's two of you on. Along with myself.
Hey, what's going on?
Yes, so glad to have you, Sammy. And what I'm gonna ask.
Sammy.
Okay, what I'm gonna ask Brooke to do.
This is my friend Mariah.
How you guys doing?
Oh, Mariah.
Yeah, that's my friend Mariah.
Hello. So
Hello.
glad to meet you.
Sorry, I'm on Bluetooth. Sorry.
Oh yes, no worries.
You're on what?
Yeah,
I'm on Bluetooth.
Bluetooth.
Uh,
Yeah, and anyhow, we're so
Hold
glad
on.
to see both of you. So now she sees you. Yes, and Brooke was
I've
curious.
never seen Sammy line.
Yeah.
How
And,
you guys doing?
oh, fine. But you're the co-worker of Sammy. Yeah, I think Brooke might think you're his wife.
No, I know it's not his wife.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not his wife.
Okay, so she knows it's not your wife. Okay, and so anyhow, it's so good to meet you. And have you gotten a copy of the book yet? Were you gifted a copy of the book by Sammy? Oh, one of my books. Oh, they glitched.
Oh well. Okay, go away, Mariah.
Uh-oh.
We love you, Mariah. We love you. They glitched you. Oh, Brandon Young says, I am here too, Douglas. Oh, let me call him. Okay, I thought it was too late to call him. So let's bring him on with us. And that means I have to go back to the call. And then I'll press the add button again. Let's do... Fuck, how do I do this again? How do I get out of here? Brandon. Oh, here. Press add. Then can anybody hear me?
I can hear you,
Oh,
baby
thank
boy.
God.
Can you hear me? Because I've got this new microphone. Does it sound okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, sure. You're audible, dog.
Oh,
Hi,
thank you.
bro. How you doing?
Yes,
Hey, Sammy, how are you?
yes.
Good.
And
Just working.
If you can get off of Bluetooth, we would appreciate that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, hold on.
And Brandon Young is with us. And
Hello.
Yes, hi. And he goes on camera too. Everybody's anxious to show themselves tonight. Oh my God. This is like fans only service, I guess. Members only.
Very-
Oh God.
Okay.
So you know what? Gentlemen, you're in for a treat.
Yes.
You are in for a treat. I am going to refresh myself and I am going to ask Brooke Gibson and I'm going to give her full permission to go as far as she wants regarding this subject. Brooke,
my
if
God.
you would.
I don't even know if you know what you're doing, and I don't know what subject you're going to talk about, so you probably should.
I'm going to ask, this will fill in the stage. I want these two guys to respond. I want both of you to kind of respond to what she has to say. But, God, is she with us? She went into this camera blank mode. It's really weird.
Brooke is here, so I got to
Yeah,
get...
I'm here. I don't know. Like, my picture went away.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's odd. Well, anyhow, tell these gentlemen about the nightmare experience you had with the guys who stayed on the call after I...
No, okay, because they're fucking not here, and I'm not going to do that without them here. They have to be here for me to fucking...
to suffer about that? I mean, oh, come on.
It was...
No, they have to, like, if I'm going to talk about somebody, I'm going to have them there to defend themselves.
That's in a just world, but, this is not a just world.
And I'm going to be just. That's me.
Oh.
So we'll have to give me something else, and if they get on, then if not, the story will have to wait.
Okay, all right. But it's a funny as hell story in its own way. But it's a story of pain and suffering, and I have to say, madness. Just a story of pain, suffering, and madness. It doesn't make any sense, but I believe every word of it, and it's like, oh my God, I know that it happened, and I know it's true. But anyhow.
Oh, I know, and that's why I would want them here. At least one of them, because I would just definitely,
Yeah, I mean, if you don't tell them, I'll force it by starting it, and then they'll ask questions. So I'll force by starting to relay start before I refresh myself. Basically, what had happened was
Stop! Don't piss. I have another story to tell.
Okay.
I have another story to tell.
Okay, I'll refresh myself. And I'll go mute. But I'm so glad both you gentlemen are here, and welcome both of you. Hugs to both my dear brothers, and yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, and I'll leave you for now in the tender ministrations of my sister. And of course, but I shouldn't use that term because, I hope to have sex with her at some point. So,
if I don't keep cussing him out like last week, I'm sorry. Then again, that has to do with the whole story.
Yeah, yes.
All right, I love you. Go refresh yourself.
I'll do that. Okay, I'll be back.
And by the way, you had somebody. You fucked your son. I mean, come on. Okay, when I refresh that, anybody's not listening, he didn't actually. He would never do that. That was a whole. You should know the story.
Thank you. I mean, I did, but not the way you think.
Yeah, the way anybody would think hearing that. Yes.
But all of these people will explain that if they wish, and oh fuck, I had it on the tip of my tongue, but I lost it. Holy shit!
If you ever get me on the tip of your tongue, you won't leave me, baby.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Eddie. Yeah,
I will let you know exactly where to go back to. Okay.
Yes. All right. So with that in mind, and a lovely image both of you guys have to lock onto, I will leave you both with the delightful hostess, Brooke Gibson. And this is Brooke Gibson hostessing Sammy Romero and Brandon
Is Brandon
Young.
Here?
Yeah, Brandon's here. Yes. All right. You can start talking now, everybody.
Come on, Brandon.
Yes.
Come on, you talk. I haven't heard Brandon say hello yet.
He said something like, Brooke's here? I'm out of here.
I am fucking out. Oh my God, he's going to cuss me out, dude.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Yes, I do now.
All right. I thought I was muted. So.
Well, you were muted for a while, so I couldn't hear you, but yeah, now I can.
All right.
So, yeah.
So what's up?
So you and Sammy are here to tell you each other's love stories.
Yeah. So when I fell in love with Sammy about a year ago. And he invited me out to LA, and I went out there, and he said, "You got to look like Easy. You got to sort of, you got to wear the shades." And it was like he gave me an LA Raiders hat. It was like,
wow, yes.
You know what I mean? Remember that, Sammy, right? And then
yeah, of course, absolutely.
And then he drowned me in the LA River for a little bit, and then. I woke
up. Was the drowning, was that kind of like the choking, like you're kind of getting off with it, or?
No, that's
no.
That's whatever you want, Brooke. I mean, So I floated up river all the way to Fresno, and woke up in Fresno.
There you go.
Fresno had a new beginning. Joined the basketball team, and ended up doing 4 years of college. Got back, went to prison, killed a few people. Led a cult, and then here I am.
There we go.
How did you get out of prison so quick? Like, I'm very impressed. I'll need to call you at some point.
Sammy runs the prison, so you know, when you know the mayor, it's kind of easy to get like the key to the city. You know what I mean?
Got you. All right. Well, Sammy, what's your story about this love that y'all have?
I don't know. I have amnesia. I can't remember anything. I have amnesia. I don't know anything. But
Your
no, it's
wife
good
hit
to.
you over the head.
There you go. No, I like to say that I like Brandon's story. Brandon has an incredible life story. Um, I don't know if you know it, but
No,
he's
let's hear it.
definitely
I don't know it, so come on,
well,
Brandon.
more like how his story got to Doug. In other words, how his story led for him to meet Doug. I've always enjoyed it, but you know, I'm not gonna obligate him to say it, but whenever he feels like it. But
Yeah.
you know, my story is not necessarily as I wouldn't say intriguing, but my story mostly I was a listener coast to coast, and I you know Doug got my attention through you know the bombing the Japanese did in Pearl Harbor, and you know how Doug broke down the you know the pretty much the errors of what our history was taught. But other than that, I mean, that's how I got to know Doug. But anyway, go ahead, Brendan, if you don't mind, just
Yeah, no problem.
in a nutshell.
Happy to. I think it's been about 10 years. But I remember Douglas talking about, I believe, I mean, I going back that far, I'm thinking it wasn't coast to coast because I had found out about that later on. But it was a couple things, I'll say. It was him speaking about the Hunger Games on a show called The Higher Side Chats in San Diego. And I knew the guy that ran it, he was like a big fan of sort of the Joe Rogan Experience early days, and he started to do his own podcast, and it got pretty successful. And Douglas would be on it once in a while, you know. And I was like, wow, this guy is like nothing I've never ever heard, you know. And then he discovered that he went on another show, and that would follow his Revolution Radio show and that whole network, because he was on twice a week. And his show was always like what everybody tuned into to hear. You know, they had other people like Kerry Cassidy and Sean David Morton.
Yeah, I know that's the one that he ended up quitting eventually, or like, yeah, having problems with it. Right?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. So like, I mean, Douglas can get into that, but that's when I first heard him. I reached out to him, and then we just became fast friends, and it's been that way ever since. You know.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Were you calling into the show? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, and then he would have me on as a guest, and then as an exclusive guest, I would talk about Lovecraft, and you know, and then it turned.
What is Lovecraft?
He's a writer. He's a famous writer.
I'm sorry. I thought this was some video game because
no, I mean,
people like sounds like Minecraft. Lovecraft.
It does kind of, yeah. No, it's actually he's influenced a lot of video games like Slender Man and so on.
Wow. Yes, well.
But yeah, he's sort of the one of the foundation thinkers behind the whole. You know, you hear Cthulhu mythos and hear about the anti-gods that Douglas always talks about, and it's sort of the philosophy behind people like Kino and so on. But yeah, so that's so I would speak to that because I was really fascinated with that literature part. But you know, I'm very multifaceted, so I would just talk about whatever. And you know, as like you know, the friendship grew, we've kind of built up a repertoire. And I've seen people come and go, and you know, I try to keep it light. I try to keep laughter into it. I'm not trying to take myself too seriously, you know.
I like that about you.
Yeah, and I like that about you. So, you know, that's what I think these interjecting hours are for, is to keep the sort of the audience at least a little bit of levity in between the heavy monologues that go on and so on. So, but I think it's the best format he's had ever, in my opinion, so far. This YouTube live thing, and I suggested it. I'm not gonna take credit for it, but I suggested it.
I'll remind him. You suggested.
I
it.
mean, it's been. I mean, like with technology, it's a heaven and a hell, right? So,
Right.
but I did suggest it. It's like, hey, why don't you just like forget about Revolution Radio? Why don't you just forget about American Freedom Radio and all these people, and just go on YouTube? You don't have any boss. You're your own boss. So I think it's been the best thing, and I think this whole. I mean, I had the book with Peter Moon. Been a fan of Peter Moon. Was one of my first, if not the first, interview I ever had on a radio show.
I'm sorry.
I know.
That's awesome.
No, I know, and everybody says they're sorry for me too. But it was cool. We talked about time travel and Back to the Future. You know, we played the Huey Lewis Back to the Future song in the beginning. It was really cool, and you know,
Huey Lewis in the News. Oh my God, that was my first ever. I went to church camp, me and my cousin, and we had one other girl with us. That you had to do like camp. You would do this. What am I trying to say? Like you get on stage and you had to perform something. What am I trying to say?
Like a talent show.
A talent show, yes.
Yeah.
You were only there for like a fucking week. It wasn't like so we had to do a talent show. And we did Huey Lewis in the News.
I can't.
Like improv, improv.
Do what?
Like improvisation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did like what was that show when he had like stop? Like it was like because I remember we had hand signals.
Well, now that you mentioned that, like a true pastor's kid, we did an improv because I went to church camp too, right?
Yeah.
We actually did, and this is during the late '90s. Obviously I was a kid, but we did Jerry Springer. We got in trouble for doing that though, and I remember the theme. This was
Jerry Springer in church camp's probably a little worse than freaking Huey Lewis in the News because we were like,
well, no, we
wrote
the
Baby Daddy.
Well, we wrote the skit. It was called I went on my honeymoon, but I have a free coupon for a prostitute, like a free coupon for a whore. So I couldn't I couldn't let it go to waste. Pretty much that. I remember it too.
That's the best thing ever, and you did it at church camp. Like you really did.
Yes, but we got in trouble. We got in trouble for it. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so worth getting in trouble for. That's the best story to be able to tell now. Like I'm sure you weren't happy to be in trouble then, but like.
That's funny. That's like my camp thesis when I went to camp. Right. Show I had Party Man from Batman, the first Batman on by Prince. And,
right.
And my camp counselor was this. I had a crush on her. She was way older than me, but she was hot. And I would be like, and she came out, and there's a part where I say, "Bitch, get the fuck over here," right? And I had to say, as a kid, I'm like, I'm like 8 years old or whatever, and like, but she listened. So that's and then I went backstage. I come out. I look like Bushwick Bill. And I come out like Bushwick Bill. Well, you know who Bushwick Bill is from Bed-Stuy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
The Ghetto Boys, right?
Yeah, Ghetto Boys. He's a little guy. Yeah. And so, yeah, that was it. That was the talent show.
Yeah. That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Those are both awesome stories. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still trying to picture though, just because I know Sammy's telling stories about church and now he is now, and like I can't picture you like how you've had issues with the pastor and
Wasn't your dad the pastor? I mean.
Yes, he was. My dad was a pastor, but the thing about my dad is he wasn't the corporate, the corporatized pastor. In other words, he wasn't an organization type of pastor. Like,
right.
You have to understand that there's difference. Well, I'm sure like in any, I'm sure in any religious organization, you have different types of, leaders, levels, right? My dad was very much a hands-on, really just studying the word. It's mostly about pretty much what we're doing here. There's a lot of interacting when it comes to people that just need to talk about spirituality, and the word. Really just apply the word in the sense of, all the parables you can kind of see. But what I noticed about when you go to a different, like any social setting, different ones, it's corporatized. They corporatize as far as what your faith can be, or I'm sure even Catholicism. I'm sure if you grow up Catholic, you go to the Vatican. The Vatican's not going to be like your local, Catholic church. It's going to be different. It's the freaking Vatican, right?
Mhm.
But when it came to my experience as an adult, you started seeing the iniquities of adults. I started realizing that. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's kind of like, well, welcome to adulthood, Sammy. Like, what'd you expect? Like, you're not a kid no more. So,
Mhm.
so
It's like realizing your parents. I think we all get to that age where, I mean, when you're young, you think your parents. I don't care what your parents. I mean, unless I don't. Maybe not everyone, but I think like when you're little, you almost think everything's normal. Your life, like everybody else,
Mhm.
is the same, and your parents are like right and good.
Right.
Like you don't see their flaws, and then the
Right.
older you get, you start looking at your parents, and even though you may have argued with them, you fought with them, for your freedoms or this or that, but you truly can see their flaws as a human.
Yep.
And I think that's when like that's adulthood, is when you're looking at and you're like, like
Yes.
they're flawed. Like they're flawed, I'm flawed, they're flawed.
Well, what I thought, Brooke, was when I went to college and as an undergrad and moved away from home for the first time, and I miss my parents. And I think adulthood, I remember realizing, oh, this is adulthood, is when you realize their flaws and all that. And despite all that, you still come back and you make a meal for them.
Right. Yeah.
That is integration of all that stuff that you all the trauma, whatever you went through, and forgiveness, and that's adulthood. Is when you can cook a meal for your own family, like they did for you.
And the same thing, like you, even with your own children, and you have to realize, like your parents, like and like I can also be like, well, they forgave me for times where I was screaming brat or whatever, at 3 or 4, whatever it was, like my own kids, like you come home, you be a parent, you don't run away. But then there are parents that basically do, and you still have to look at them and forgive them. So it's, no matter what it is, it's looking at a parent and being able to see they're a person and a human. Like
yes, yeah, absolutely, yep. It's a growing up. It definitely is.
The second growing up is when you get older and you realize, this is my second growing up anyway, I think that the older I get, the less I know. Like, and then I realized that that's the way I actually probably should be, because everything that I was
be a simple kind of man.
Yes. Oh my God, I love that song. Yes.
And we always remember there's someone above. Find someone to love.
There you go. You were doing
or whatever,
good.
you know what I mean? Whatever the lyrics are.
Simple man, yes. Credence Clear with CCR, baby.
No, that's Leonard.
That's not CCR?
That's Skynyrd.
Oh, Leonard Skinner. Now, Leonard Skinner, like, I love them too. I actually saw them. Obviously, I did not see the brother, like, that died. But I saw.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. His brother.
Oh, Sammy, take this
down,
conversation somewhere else. Sammy.
No, Douglas loves the songs of Alabama.
So my favorite song is this. I'm always embarrassed to say this, but growing up was and still is, one of my favorite songs is "Sweet Home Alabama."
You're my favorite song of banjo whiskey.
Yes, Brandon Young has such charm. He knows just how to culturally appropriate the absolute worst of every ethnic and minority group or white subculture, and just.
I'm not sure what banjo whiskey is. I'm sorry, Brandon, but Sweet Home Alabama is a fucking good song.
No, I know. We all know this.
Hey, I actually like Rascal Flatts, believe it or not. I actually like his music.
Really?
Yes.
Sammy, I like Rascal Flatts too. But you know what? I realized about Rascal Flatts. Every one of their fucking songs sounds just alike if you actually listen to it. Like,
well, yes, but I mean that's how much I can, like, the white trashiness. That's how much. That's my limit. That's
But
my
you're
limit.
not
Okay.
really white trashy. That's what I'm saying. Like you haven't
Rascal
been to white trashy yet. If you think Rascal Flatts is like California.
Yeah. Well, that's my point. That's how much I can stand. You know.
You can't stand it at all.
I'm playing. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I'm not. But go ahead.
Okay. So,
You know what Rascal Flatts sang? This shows how California they are. You remember that Cars movie, Sammy? You got a kid. You only have one now, but at some point you'll have to show your daughter, your child, Scorpio baby. You'll have to show her the Cars movie. Remember the Cars, the red car?
Yeah.
Brandon, you remember that?
Yeah.
And that's what is that song? Remember Rascal Flatts sing
they
it?
covered it. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
They covered it. It wasn't their song, but
Bad.
they covered it. Yeah.
oh my
It's
God.
like when I saw her face, now I'm a believer. Whatever. You know?
Yeah. I like Brandon knows all the music. There you go, Brandon's awesome.
Okay. Well, that's gonna shoot himself. So let's
Yes,
just,
yes.
Yeah.
I swear to God. I mean, I'm drinking my Coke. I'm refreshing myself, but this is like this doesn't help. No, it's
Would you like me to sing Amazing Grace now?
oh God, please no. I mean, like it's for one thing, it was written by somebody who gave up on selling slaves after he
Wow.
he survived that storm. He said, "I'm never going to sell slaves again." Yes, then he wrote that
Oh, wow.
song. You remember that? You know the story, don't you, Brandon?
Yes, but I also know. I think "Follow the Drinking Gourd" might be a better song, which is a slave song, which is to
Let's
follow
sing it, Brandon. Sing it.
follow the drinking gourd.
That is the most pathetic imitation of a black voice I've ever heard.
Listen,
That's-
it's a Negro spiritual that I've inherited from my past.
There we are. Past lives. He's got the
My past lives.
too.
My
Yes.
past life as a Negro
That's right.
spiritual.
That's right. Okay.
Well, here's what I had a dream tonight. I fell asleep and you remember you were asking
MLK? Are you MLK?
Yes.
I am. First of all, Martin Luther King is one of my past lives. Yes. of
Oh,
course.
I didn't. Oh,
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know.
Do you know my birthday?
1969,
No, January
November 8th, or whatever.
January 15th, 1978. But January 15th
Oh, close.
is Martin Luther King's birthday.
I know.
We celebrate it always the Monday after January 15th. But his birthday is January 15th.
But you had
I
a
was
dream.
I was due on January 8th, Elvis Presley's birthday.
That's
But
my
I
mom.
always like to make a grand entrance, so I made myself a week late.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I'm reading this wonderful letter sent to me by Wanda Gonzalez, who sent me $10. So remind me to give her credit later when I go into monologue from San Antonio, Texas, no less. So yes, I should share that with Sammy when he returns. He of course said
I tried to send you a quarter earlier, but it was charging me more to send it, so I was like, well, fuck this.
I put a dime in the mailbox and just wait for the best.
Hey, don't you remember?
I put you $100 in my mailbox, Douglas, but
That was when Brendan Zoget was in desperate need of money at one point. I lost $20 because at that point all of my resources and everything were controlled by that Lena Shea, and she sent him $20 because of this joke that I told on air. I said, "Hey, Brendan, you know those cards that people send you that have money in them?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "I tried looking for one of those for you at Walgreens, and I couldn't find any."
that's a pretty good one.
Rude.
Yeah, there you go.
Is he lost in the woods somewhere right now? He's probably.
God, he has been through hell, but he conquered it. He basically was
Who
under
are y'all
attack.
talking about so that I know again?
You spoke to him once. He came on and he was Vedic. He was Vedic, honey. But like
The Vedic guy. Yes, he didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. Half of it. Okay.
Brooke.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. I mean, I just mean there was never mind.
That's how he felt about Salman Sheikh with Sufism, because he asked Salman Sheikh some questions and got nothing but
Yeah,
crickets.
that's right.
Yeah.
It was I just asked a question, and then I thought he acted like he knew like everything about it. So I literally, I'm bad with names. I'm bad with fucking, like, I don't remember. I've always been this way. Like, I just don't, unless I associate and it's important to me, I don't associate words and names. So, like, I know Vedic. I've studied it enough. I've only studied it the last, few years and just kept learning, and not really study, just learning up on it. So, when I asked him about something that I was pretty sure I was fucking right about what I was asking him about, he just like went on a completely different, like it was a completely different fucking thing.
Like he evaded it. Like he evaded the question.
Well, no, he didn't evade it. He answered it, but he asked like it was something different. So then I Google it after he hangs up, or like at some point with the conversation, I'm Googling to make sure, like what are you, bro? Why are you saying this? And then I'm reading, I'm completely fucking right.
Oh, fantastic. George Knight, I think, joined us, and I hope he saw me. He was working on a telephone booth, and I threw a brick at him. And, I don't know if he saw me, but I waved out the window. George, are you there?
Oh, yes. But by the way, Brooke, I appreciate what you're saying about Brendan Zoget, and I appreciate the fact that you validated to yourself that you were right, and I need.
No, and I didn't want to. I wasn't trying to validate I was right. Like I really thought, why did I say that? Like I've obviously got this backwards. So it wasn't like I didn't. That's why I didn't immediately do it like while he was on. But like I'm sitting there thinking while you guys were talking about y'all's bullshit, George was probably going on about his story. And I was like Googling, George's brick story was scary, but I was Googling it at some point, and I realized I was not wrong, and I was thinking I was wrong the entire time. So
yeah. By the way, that's pretty annoying. That is annoying when somebody like gives you the impression that you're wrong about something.
Well, they just act like they know so much more, and then I'm like, I was right. But I didn't ever. I mean, obviously, I was later on. It was well after, and I've never brought it up again until now.
I understood, and that's.
And now it sounds like I'm trying to prove I'm right, but it wasn't. That's how I remember him.
Well, I mean, you were right in that case. That's fine. It's okay. We can crow about our victories. I mean, we all have that right. It's but anyhow, George Knight.
It wasn't a big victory for me. Like, trust me, it's not something I wrote.
No, it's annoying. No, in that case, it's just annoying, right? I mean, it's just annoying that it's kind of like. But I get what you're saying. I get it. But by the way, George Knight. But before you even speak, Douglas. Yes, hi. Before you even speak,
hello.
Hi. What was I gonna say? Holy shit, I forgot. Anyhow,
Douglas has such a crush on you, George Knight. His voice goes up higher when you get on, and then he's like, "I forgot."
Oh, God, what did I do to deserve this? It's like I must have done something horrible in a past life. It was the genocide, right? It was all the people. It was the millions of people I killed.
You had past lives together, and you probably killed me in one, and I've like come back.
I'm sure I did. Probably exterminated your entire people. I'm sure that. Yes, you're here to avenge them all. Yes, it's. At any rate,
I love you.
Yes, love you too, honey. So George, since I totally forgot what I was going to say. Oh yes, it was Brendan Zoget. Just so everybody knows. So Brendan Zoget was under severe occult attack. He almost died, and then he managed to conquer it. He did a bunch of counter rituals and did all this good shit. And but believe me, he was really they attacked him, and so he did some things for me that were very valuable in return, just to. Because he wants to strike back at them simply by supporting myself. So I do want to say that to his credit, he's certainly, redeemed himself in every imaginable way from anything that I was annoyed with him over. But all of that being said, George Knight is with us now, and we can go into the Brendan Zoget story later. He was supposed to come on like a Sunday or so ago, but he never did because he's probably... just living life. But George Knight, now I hope, Brandon, you do realize that was, you probably didn't know this. Did you know, Brandon, that a asshole actually did throw a brick at George Knight and hit him on the head while he was on a telephone pole, and the only thing that protected him was his helmet? Were you aware of that?
I'm pretty sure that's
indeed.
Okay.
I was there. I was passing by in a car.
Yeah.
It was on the other side, though. The steering wheel was on...
Brandon's a fucking liar. He was too much of a pussy to fucking throw the brick. I had to throw it. He drove, and he was like, I'll do it. And then I was like, drop back by, I'll fucking do it.
Yeah.
By the way,
through the brick.
There was this guy, I forget his name. He was the MC. If you ever see Satan's Crusaders, he's the master of ceremonies who introduces me. So if you ever see Satan's Crusaders, George Knight knows exactly who this is because he sees all my videos like 10 times each at least. So the guy who introduces me, the Master of Ceremonies, he married this British woman. And oh my fucking God, I was at breakfast one time, and at the conference, it's always just horrible because everybody around you is a fucking leech or a mooch, and they're all impoverished people, and they're all just disgusting parasites. And one of these was the guy who wound up working at Gaiam Television, and he was I just got a new job at Gaiam Television. He's like one of their executive producers. I ain't shitting you. And this fucker sat down next to me and said, I said, do you want something? Just felt obligated. Oh, I'll just have a glass of orange juice. Well, we're in an airport. The glass of orange juice is like $20. So this guy, like, he just basically, drinks it all down and just walks away just like that after regaling me with a bunch of stupid stories. But anyhow, next to me was that Master of Ceremonies with his new British wife. And she starts talking about, I just don't understand how some people in this guru movement can drink their own urine. And I'm sitting there trying to eat breakfast, and she starts saying, yeah, I mean, like, if you spit in the palm of your hand, would you lick that spit back up? And I'm like, could you please? I mean, I'm hungover. I'm like trying to eat.
What the fuck is this? Where did this even come from?
It's just the kind of shit I deal with. Anyhow, I thought about it while, when I came in and heard all these people talking about that crappy music. Anyhow, you didn't suffer any of that, George. So, George, sorry you suffered that. Anyhow, come on in.
Oh, we can. I'm sure Brandon can come up with another song to sing for George.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Delivery. It's all a problem of delivery. So, George.
We were listening to country when we threw the brick.
Yes. Oh, that was it. That's why I thought of that. Because that same guy, that Master of Ceremonies, he was driving into San Francisco and he doesn't know the city. He wound up driving through Crack Alley and somebody threw a brick through his windshield. So he's driving along and then smash! And he's covered in broken glass. He's bleeding and he starts screaming, I've been shot! I've been shot! And then he starts panicking, and he's like calling.
You were with him?
What's that? Yeah. Well, then he starts calling the police, and then finally some police guy arrives and says, "Do you know?"
Wait a minute, you were with him, or he just told you the story?
No, he was describing it. He was describing it with this post-traumatic stress detail. He was describing it, like every glint, every
second of it.
Yeah. And so so when the policeman arrives, the guy says, "Do you know where you're at?" No. He says, "You're in Crack Alley." And he says, "Look, do you want an escort out of the city?" And he says, "Yeah." He says, "Okay, fine, I'll escort you out of the city." And he escorts, and then later on I made that joke. "Oh, hey, man, if I'd known that was you, I swear I never would have thrown that brick." Yes. I'm sure he found it as funny as, George Knight found Brandon Young's joke. But you know what? I got better delivery. It's delivery. That's where it all
I don't know. I'm pretty much going with Brandon's delivery.
Yeah. Well, everyone else laughed at that time. Yes. Everyone except the victim, of course. Anyhow, George. Okay, so George, so sorry about that. So George, by all means, did you hear any of tonight so far? I mean, like when the girl.
No, no, beg your pardon, Douglas. I haven't. No, and I really appreciate actually that Brandon Young actually remembers that. Me talking about that and yourself. So I really appreciate it actually.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Thank you. That makes me feel better. I do feel better about that.
So. Oh yeah, no.
I remember it too, George. I mean, I remember.
Thank you, Brooke.
And you avoiding it and all.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
She gets a dildo vibrating while she thinks about it.
I do not, because I would never want to hurt George because it might hurt his vocal cords, and then he couldn't talk as well. And I love him.
Yes. Oh my God. So George, catch us up on everything. Tell us how life is going.
Yeah, not too bad for you, Doug. So I do apologise if you hear any grotesque noises in the background. I've got a bit of a cold, so
I figured it was your breakfast.
No, I'm not eating today. I'm not eating haggis this morning.
Oh my God. No worries.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, Brooke actually reminded me of something that I had a conversation with whilst I was the bartender with one of our regular guests that was staying with us frequently. He was very resentful towards the Japanese, and I presented him a lot of the historical narrative of World War II, the reality of
How do you handle
World
it?
War II. Yeah, well, he quickly, like, this is, like Brooke was saying about how when she has discussions with people and then they get, they start to prove, they try to relay that they're right and they're wrong. And it was like, I was presenting about the prisoner of war camps.
Yeah.
I was talking of the fact that, the rate, because I know this for personal reasons, because my mother's cousin was in a Japanese prisoner of war camp.
Yeah.
He survived, but when he came out, he was starved to death, that he actually went the opposite way. He started to indulge in a lot of food. He started to, become very, like, what they say, gluttony. He would, just indulge himself.
Did he become overweight? Did he become overweight?
He became overweight, and that was his downfall, and that's what ultimately what he died of.
Oh my God.
After escaping being a prisoner of war. So I knew that to be fact. This is something I've learned from Douglas.
Yeah.
Is that the rate of prisoners of war captured captured by Japanese.
Their death rate. Go on.
Yeah, the death rate was 7 times the rate that they would die compared to National Socialist prisoner of war camps in Europe outside of Germany. And I presented this little fact.
Didn't you guys tell me that was because, I'm not interrupting, but just wasn't that because they could eat so much less, like Japanese than...
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I said to him. This is what he quickly shut me down with, because I said, per the laws of the Geneva Convention, you have to give half your prisoners what the troops would eat in the field, so half the rations. But because of a Japanese man was so much smaller than an American or a British man, they were, significantly much smaller. The average height was between 4 to 4.5 feet tall. So their comparison, their rations, just a normal troop is considered less than what an American or a British man would eat. So I said, per the laws of the Geneva Convention, this man, on the bar, he shut me down immediately. He goes, the Japanese never signed the Geneva Convention. And I said, no, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say they signed it. I'm saying, per the laws of the Geneva Conventions, every nation, when you have a captured POW, you have to give them half the rations.
But by the way, just to clarify this, it's actually, I believe it's actually a third. It's like, the prisoners of war are actually supposed to get about a third of what troops in the field get, is what I think. It might have been a third as opposed to half. But either way, it's going to be small. And since what the Japanese, like I said, what they normally eat is considered like bait by Americans and British people, just basically inedible stuff. I mean, what the Japanese eat, the Westerners would often consider inedible. And, just given like half or a third of that, yes, of course. It's just, you might as well be giving them nothing. But go on. Yes, please, by all means.
Yeah,
and when he says, and by the way, when he says they were never signatory to the Geneva Convention, then you should tell him that means they had the right to give them nothing. That's the point. Legally, they had the right where they didn't have to give them anything. They weren't signatory to the Geneva Convention. So, yes, please, go on. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like he's defeating his own point when he says that.
Yeah. And that was when the conversation actually ended, because he said that, and then he wouldn't allow me to talk then. He wouldn't allow me to say that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say they signed it. He was going, they did not sign it. That was they did not sign it. He got off the bar and he went back to his room after that. That was the time during COVID as well, during the restrictions. So I never saw him. He never came back to the bar after that ever again.
He never left his room again. He never left his room.
No, he never did. That's the funniest thing, and I'll never forget that. He never came back to talk to me to end the conversation. I was waiting for him, and then he just always ordered a large glass of Chardonnay. He always wanted, delivered to his room. Yeah.
Oh my
and this
God.
is the time.
He wanted it delivered, so he stayed. So you knew he was there. He just wasn't coming to the bar anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have just banged on the door.
You should have rolled that glass up and been like, I've got it right here. I'm open the bottle.
Yes. That's so funny. He would have came crawling out. Go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it was because I initially started the conversation because he was talking about he had family relatives that suffered badly. And I said, well, I have too. My mum's cousin, suffered badly, but he actually survived. He actually came out, unscathed, but it scarred him mentally because he was starving to death. And
in
when,
his mind,
this is
always.
what I mean.
In his mind, he was always starving. It
Yeah,
never
exactly.
turned off. Yeah. Oh my
No,
God.
and so when he came out, he went the opposite way. He didn't stop eating because that's how it affected him. But like, this is what I mean. Everything Douglas has said, I can always bring credence, and it qualifies everything because I have personal, relations. I've experienced everything Douglas has said. So this is, one of the aspects why I've started listening to Douglas in the first place. Going on to what Sammy was saying earlier, and what Brandon, how they first discovered Douglas. This is one aspect of how I know everything Douglas is saying is completely true.
Thank you. No, and it's beautiful. You're able to communicate it, and and you usually get it. Oh my God. So Joe Ty the other day was trying to communicate some of the stuff I say, and he was just, oh God. I hung up basically to bring on Peter, and then Joe Ty and Mark H stayed on the call with Brooke. And
I know, you're not doing it. Okay, stop it. I got angry at you, and if I want to deal with Joe, I will if he is brave enough to come on, because yes, he knows I'm so angry, and he knows he's gonna set me set me up.
I'm sorry.
Not set me. He didn't set me up. I set myself up for listening.
Yes. Okay, I'll let it go for now.
First time, shame on me. Second time, shame on you, right?
Yes.
So,
Yes. I do want these guys to kind of hear it, though. I do want them to kind of hear what they put you through. But anyhow, not everybody can communicate what I say with your level of alacrity, George. So understand that it's a talent that you have, and that's important. And Brandon, of course, has...
apparently, what Joe Ty basically and I argued, just so you know, I will say this, just to shut it down really fast, what Joe and Ty and I argued, he stayed on the call when we hung up with Peter. When he went to go with Peter, Joe was still there. Mark Hesh was still there too, apparently.
I like the word apparently, yeah, because the guy just lurked. The guy just looked like he was stroking, like he was stroking over.
I was like, Joe, are you still here? Because I was hanging up. And he's saying, I was like, are you still here? And he's like, yeah. And so then he's like, hey, I want to ask you a question. And he asked some questions first about like me being race Baptist and if it was Zionist and like where Zion, like believing in. And I said, God, so then I had to go into that, like, what Baptists believe. And yeah, you can look at it as, Zionistic, like as far as, yes, Baptists believe the fact that, the basically Armageddonists, like, that's why you've got fucking Marjorie Taylor fucking Greens. And so many people that don't give a shit about the fucking
environment,
the environment or anything else, because they want it to fucking shut down, right? They want the fucking the tabernacle, the church to be rebuilt in Jerusalem. It's all they want, and fucking Jesus to come back and go to hell. And they're perfect and their life is good, okay? Even though the majority of those people, if Revelations was true, would be burning in hell because they're so hateful.
Yes.
So they don't even realize that. But I told him that, and then he goes on to the fact for the next hour, I'm like, I'm leaving to get pizza, I'm driving to get pizza, that the whole thing, life would all be fixed, basically, if America would just bring in their, I forgot what word I would use, but basically whatever we consider Puerto Rico, Guam, and Taiwan. And those should be part of America, fully part of America. And then I kept going back to, very calmly, okay, I understand what you're saying as far as that, like, as far as the Taiwan, I don't know as much, but again, like, I'm not understanding how that's going to fix everything. And then calmly tried to go from there as far as, I'm driving now at this point, like, hey, dude, like, well, I think at this point, like, we can't even get people to believe that Donald Trump didn't win the election. Like, they still believe Donald Trump, like, the election was stolen by this red-headed orange monster, like, think, like, they're worshiping him. So I'm pretty sure that's half of America right now. I'm pretty sure they don't give a shit about, because he's like, also what they need to know about World War II. If they knew about, we lost World War II, and they brought in Taiwan, Guam, and Puerto Rico, and over and over and over, to the point that when I pulled up at the pizza place, I was screaming in the phone. Screaming. Because I finally said, how many times do I have to ask you, Joe, how does this change the story or the narrative, and how is it going to fix I'm not saying that people shouldn't know this. This is why Douglas tells his stories. I'm saying the past matters. But I am also saying how the fuck is bringing Taiwan into America and everyone knowing we lost World War II going to fix everything, and that is the primary goal of your fucking life. And then he's telling me again, and then it would continue. And then I just finally said, I'm ordering a pizza and I'm sitting the phone down. Y'all can talk. And I think that's when Mark has finally started talking.
Like he had been lurking all that time, stroking over your distress.
I don't know.
But just to put this in,
I did come back on. What, by the time he was back on, after I got my pizza, 45 minutes and a year later.
Then he had some bizarre stuff to say, right? Just some.
Well, it wasn't bizarre. He just literally, he has his own feelings on.
Yeah. Basically, I'm not going to choose sides.
And so, I would not say that Mark Hesh, I apologize to him. He has the right to have his own feelings toward it. I was already done with Joe Tai, so I just let him know that if he said he didn't want to get in the middle of politics, basically, he basically didn't like to choose he didn't use the word doctrine, a certain. He didn't want to get involved. Of one or the other. And I said, well, but looking at Trump, and he's like, well, yeah, but you can't put Trump just because of Trump. You can't judge the whole party. And I was like,
well, yes, you can when the whole party becomes the cult of Trump. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's when and then that's kind of where I went with it, was exactly where you had gone the other week. And I told you that. And so that was the end of it. And then by the time y'all heard me with Douglas, if anyone heard me, I was messaging him oh my God. You gotta get off with Peter right fucking now.
Yeah, but this is why I'm kind of ripping on them. I'm riffing on them because I paid the price for what they did, okay? So I have that right. I have that right, okay?
And I apologize to you.
No worries. You don't need to apologize. Anyhow, just to put this, so George Knight, here's the issue. What this man is saying, what Chotai was saying, was he's bringing up the fact that America has all of these territories that are ethnic. They're heavily colored. So American Samoa, the Puerto Rico, Guam, all of these American territories, if they were made states, then what would happen would be that would turn the vote entirely Democratic, because the colored people tend to vote Democratic.
If he could have fucking spit it out like that.
He doesn't. He doesn't even know that. He doesn't even. He doesn't even know why he's saying what he's saying.
He didn't even get to politics. We're just bringing him in.
He doesn't even know why he's saying what he's saying. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. He's heard me say it, so he's reiterating bits and pieces of it without the understanding
that was the other thing he threw me with. So, and if he had really just said Puerto Rico, Guam, those parts, I would have been probably gone in my own faults. But then when he threw Taiwan in,
and this is the confusing part. See, this is where he conflates the issue. It's a real issue, but he doesn't know how to explain it. But just so people understand, just as the Chinese claim Taiwan as a renegade province, the Americans claim Taiwan as a renegade territory. So the Americans actually claim Taiwan is a renegade territory. And so the Americans have this all locked up in a number of different little obscure, different legal issues that I brought up in the past concerning their territorial claims.
Okay, but what are we getting out of it now? Okay, so right now, what is America doing with that? I get if they claimed it back then.
America's it's though most Americans don't know this, there's a kind of legal angle where America is obligated to Taiwan because they're claiming it as their territory, which means that an invasion of it would mean that America's being invaded. So there's kind of an added legal difficulty. The reality is America cannot afford to lose.
I swear to God, Fox News does not report that.
Of course not. No, not at all. No, but that's not the real reason. The real reason is Taiwan produces all the microchips, and you basically.
Right. Well, and that's what I even told Joe Tai. I was I'm pretty sure, I don't know enough about this, but I'm pretty sure I've listened to Douglas enough that if we could bring in Taiwan, part of America, we would.
Right.
Because they are producing the majority of the microchips.
Yes.
I said that to him.
Yes.
I was I don't think they want to be part of us.
Yes, thank you. That's the point that he doesn't get. He doesn't get that point. Yes, it would be like saying Britain needs to be part of America because they speak English.
Right.
Yeah, so,
or we need to be part of Britain because we need to go back to being British.
Oh God, we would
Maybe
have
we
been better.
should.
We would have been better off if we stayed.
if Donald Trump was to, I fucking want to get, I swear to God.
Oh my God.
And yeah,
Wait,
I said this too. I had the Democrats. Let's not forget what happened yesterday. So Democrats did a lot fucking better than we fucking thought, especially with what's going on.
Thank
But
God.
I had two people that I was looking at. One lost, and I knew it was a long shot, which was Stacey Abrams out of Georgia.
But by the way, we do need to give George a time to talk because he did come here to talk, and we don't know how much time we have with him. So let's ask him how much time we have. George, yeah, go ahead, talk. Take it from here. I do need to give you your time to talk. So, God.
Yeah, that's all right, Douglas. Thank you. Yeah, I've got how long have I got? What's the time now? I've got a few more minutes, and then I'll return back.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And but tell us about other things that are going on because it's important. And by the way, we are always truly interested in your job. Feel free to share what's developing there.
Yeah, it's all with the job wise, it's just the morale is really low at the moment with everyone. Oh. It's because of everything with the whole the current crisis that we're going through, and the job itself. People are feeling very undervalued, and they're saying people's perspectives on it is the work they have committed to and they do is not recognized, and they're not getting the praise that they deserve. And the wages, the money that they get is not reflective on that. So this is why morale is very low at the moment. I think there is further strikes to be announced and dates to be verified in the future. It's because of everything. Yeah, it's just everything.
I was thinking your relation. What was he again? The man who overate himself to death? He was your...
Oh, he was my mum's cousin. I think his name must have been... I think his name must have been Tom, but it's again, I have to talk to my mum about it. Yeah. Just like
imagine him trying to feed himself in the situation today. Imagine if he was alive today trying to overeat in Britain. He'd have a hell of a time even trying.
Yes.
Oh my God! So go on.
And even I was in a customer's house last night, very late. I worked quite late last night, comparatively, because now the clocks have changed. Now it gets dark very, very early now in the UK, around about 3:00 in the afternoon.
That must hit people too. That must be that hits the morale. I'm sure. How did it feel?
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, with my Sarah, she fully, she educated me on vitamin D. The majority of people are vitamin D deficient, so this helps, especially when there's less sunlight. And so in the winter months, it's very vital to have more vitamin D in their diet.
You have to do D3, and I would encourage going to the tanning bed, even if it's once a week. I mean, because people are so scared of the sun, but it does help.
Wow.
To me, it's better to be mentally, because we're in the South and it starts getting dark at 4 or 5. So, it's just the tanning, just a tanning bed, will also provide that. And it's such an upliftment, even unless you're just so worried about your skin that you're so scared of it. I'd rather be happy.
I don't, So go on. Yeah. Thank you. No, thank you, Brooke. And go on, George. Yeah. So you were at this guy's place late at night, woman's place?
Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. What I was going to say is, the customers had their, the father-in-law or father in the house as well, and he was just saying about just how much the prices have gone up in the stores. Just going, what was it? Like a bottle of Coke, a chocolate bar, just how everything is going up in price, and the wages aren't meeting. It's not rising with inflation. The inflation and plus, fuel. Everything is just going up astronomically, and so I think people, generally, and people in the UK are very tight with their money. They don't like to spend money, and they're holding on to it even more. This is why a lot of people seem to have money, but they just don't like to spend it or show it off. That's the general consensus of the culture here in Britain. People hold on to their money. But they moan a hell of a lot. The culture is they love to moan and they find anything to moan about. And obviously they have reasons to moan.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, this ultimately reflects on their personality. They're just arseholes.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Pardon me.
definitely.
Yeah.
I'm going to timestamp what I'm going to go into tonight because November 9th is this really important day in German history. So I'll be going into that in depth tonight in monologue. So I'll timestamp for you. I do hope you find some time to listen to that. Or
Oh yeah,
set
thank you,
some time to
Douglas.
listen
Yeah,
to
very,
that.
very important.
Yes.
Very important event in history. Yeah.
I mean, you're aware of what happened on November 9th in German history? Or?
Not on that date, no,
Oh,
Douglas.
okay.
No, unfortunately. But no, is it about the Berlin? Is it are you going into about the Berlin Wall, the fall of it in '89?
I'll go into everything. There's like 16 different points in 20th century alone that November 9th was important, and a lot of it has to do with Hitler and, of course, the Jewish situation. So I do want you to be able to hear all that, and I look forward to your feedback on that.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. No, I will make sure I tune in and catch that. But yeah, the other thing was there's these these what's it? They're not Extinction Rebellion activists. I think they're something to do with oil or gas, or fuel and gas, or something like that. A new type of activist, just a bit like Extinction Rebellion. They are now like gluing themselves to the M25 and all the motorways, and even having a hammock across the bridges, just like swaying themselves. So they're causing a lot of disruptions on the motorways. So this is what the customer was telling me yesterday, and I was just saying, because this is what everyone says. They go, that I understand their cause, I understand what they are fighting for, but. And like I say to them, I just don't agree with their methods.
Yeah. They're not gaining any sympathy for their cause.
No. Yeah, and I always present it's actually quite dangerous. Not only to other people, because the people are dying because the ambulance services, the emergency services can't get to the hospital in time to save a lot of people, and people missing their doctor's appointments. So this obviously has a very the ramifications of missing a doctor's appointment means you're missing early treatment or early diagnoses of horrible diseases and stuff. But anyway, it was. I said it's also damaging for themselves. It's they're very it's precarious for themselves. Yeah. They're putting their own lives at risk.
Oh no, the whole thing is it's a bad deal all the way around. The Americans were doing that here with all these right wingers were blocking up the traffic, and it was the same problem that people were dying because ambulances can't get to hospitals in time, and of course people are missing appointments. And it was during COVID when everybody's backed up anyway. So it's like everyone's determined just to make life as miserable as possible. Did they ever follow up on that couple with the baby that was in the house with no heat?
No, I haven't, Douglas. I haven't. No, I haven't. But that is just awful. And the father was diagnosed with a chronic disease, which
rendered him unemployable, right?
Rendered him employable. Yeah, absolutely. So he was made redundant. And good morning. Yeah. And so I didn't hear anything else after that story, but it was scary because the little baby was only a few weeks old and there's no heating in the apartment at all. But they had it from the previous tenants. Yeah. The electrical and gas board had it all switched off, which they actually said in their statement that they can't, any new tenants that join that vacate into the property, they can't switch it on. It's just so they're living in horrible conditions, just precarious conditions.
Oh my god.
And with a brand new baby, which I thought was illegal.
Yes, it is, probably. I'm sure it is. And so hopefully the government was shamed into stepping in and doing something.
Because even my job,
you guys kill me though. Like, you have no idea how people are actually living there. Like, I mean, Douglas, you should fucking know. Like, you were in the fucking ghetto. Like, it's like I just doing my pit bull rescue and dog rescue. It would amaze me. That's where I had to change a lot of my belief system, period. To be like, well, how can they chain this dog up to a tree and let lay this shit? And then I knock on their door and I realize a 2 or 3 year old come in. There's no fucking power. Like, drug addict, crackheads. You see what I'm saying? Like,
but what makes this? I understood. Believe me, and appreciate it. But what George and I is talking about is two people who are not crackheads. These are people who are not on drugs.
It doesn't matter though. If it's children, like, it should still, regardless. Like, where are we?
You mean where's the state? Where is the state to protect the children? Is what you're saying in either case?
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, appreciate it. Understood.
I mean, they know people are living in these homes. The power gets cut off. Are we not looking to see who's living there, and is there children there, especially?
Yeah. This is something where, but yeah, the in America, the horror is we've got this semi-capitalist, semi-contract like bullshit where we're paying bills to basically private monopolies for energy. But in England, it's much more socialized. This shouldn't even be happening. You see, so there's like there's like supposedly there's a welfare state, or supposedly there's a social net, but it really doesn't exist. So it's like, either way it sucks. I mean, it's bad, and it's a failure of civilization. It's a civilization has failed. Yeah. So, but and what else has been going on, George, with a few minutes?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah. No, there is a welfare system in place, and it's called universal credit, where people can claim if they, they have to declare what they earn each month, but then they get this universal credit, which sort of like tries to help, but it doesn't cover everything, every bill and everything like that. So this is again just a knock-on effect. But like with my job, it's the communication telecoms industry that is classed as a utility service. There are 4 utility services which every household must have, which is gas, a flow of water, a fresh flow of water that is drinkable, and gas, electricity, and also communications. These are 4 utility services every household must have. So what they've done is completely illegal.
Yeah, I'm moving to Britain tomorrow.
You'll regret
every
it.
household must have it.
Yeah, tell her.
I mean, you realize Detroit, like you realize we have like here the richest country apparently in the world. So we'd have people that can't even drink water.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
Poverty. Third world nation, like a third world nation.
Yeah. So by the way, another thing. So I'll timestamp Marina's. Marina Seren, the Nordic Aryan chick. She's on in the first 2 hours, and if you listen to that,
was she? Brilliant.
Yes. I mean, just truly brilliant. I mean, really, it's the depth of her mind has me just captivated. I am forced into new levels of thought.
Oh.
I'm waiting for Brooke to come up with something.
I'm just trying to decide if Douglas has a bigger crush mentally on you and physically on her, and he'd like to combine the two.
This is.
I mean, actually, what I was waiting on was to figure out which one he had a bigger crush on. But I've now realized that he would like your brain and her body.
This is I don't care how many millions of people I killed. I don't deserve this. This is just horrible. This is like worse than hell.
It's fucking true, and you know it. I'm just fucking good at reading your ass.
This is so horrible. Oh my god. This is a nightmare. Okay, so that being said, I mean something like I don't know. I left her entire family massacred on the Australian outback or something like that in some past life. But so that being ascertained, it was anyhow. So she did bring up. What the fuck was there was a semi-serious point I had with that. I'd like you to listen to that and get your feedback on that, because she did bring up what I think is the 1,000-year Reich in exile. I do feel that they were using her in a Lebensborn program. In fact, what she said was she found it pleasant to be bred by the Nordic Aryans as opposed to violated by the Greys. And so I was pointing out, and she was also pointing out.
No, he didn't point out. I didn't even listen to this, but I can assure you that he did not point out that he didn't believe in the fucking Greys.
Oh, you.
But honey, I explained to her that they're Cho, that Asian minority. I've got my.
Did she believe that? Did she go with that story? Did she?
She's very interested. Very interested. Yeah.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry to interject.
Yes.
The grey Caraclager. Brooke, if you look at the universally recognized grey alien.
No, I know. Now, if you're gonna go with the whole, we know that they were smaller and they were basically small.
Basically, I think she knows about the Cho. She knows the basics about the Cho.
Yes, I know the basics of all that.
Oh yeah, Brooke, I'm not going to say anything about the Cho actually.
Okay.
Yeah, basically if you look at it's an over exaggeration of a Japanese prisoner of war. If you look at the actual, the anatomy of the actual grey alien,
Yeah, that's what he's.
It's
That's what he's told me, but you need to get on the phone with his girlfriend and let her know that. She's the one that said, just, that's interesting.
Yeah. No, I've actually, do you know what, bro? Recently, I've just now refrained. I've been very reluctant to even get into arguments and debates with people. I've just literally I just walk away. There's really no point. The only thing I can do.
Come shadow you for a fucking year.
Yeah, the only thing I could do now.
That's what I'm trying to learn to do. I swear to God.
I've learned this, and I've learned this from Douglas. Is just to be, resourceful and just to present information, and just that's the best way for me to ever.
You're great at presenting. You are great at presenting and staying very neutral. And Douglas is as well. Douglas even has the little acting side to him too, where he can even be like, "Oh,
sometimes
I'm so interested in these grades. Tell me more about it."
Yes, sometimes Brooke and I we get too off on the how do we say it, kind of like a comedic routine. But that being said, George, definitely.
George, you're very, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Doug, but I just wanted to say before George went, my last thing to him is just that you have always, since you've been here, always been very informative to me. I mean, I think you've actually informed me as much as Douglas, if not probably more, because with Douglas, I do have a tendency to just,
Yes. It's mostly my fault, really.
No. Yeah, and I like to come on actually and bring up certain topics, and then Douglas is brilliant, honestly, because I've learned so much from him. This is why I like to come on and bring up certain subjects and topics, because if I don't come on, then Douglas already knows what he knows what he's going to come on and talk about. But I like to come on and bring up certain topics so we can then have a discussion, and then the viewers can because probably they've not heard it before, or they're not aware of certain things.
You guys.
So that's why I like to come on and deliberately come on and speak of certain topics. For example. Yeah, and I love to do that. Come on in, and that's what I love doing. It's just present a lot of this information. That's one of my enjoyments of coming on, not just to speak to Douglas and everyone else.
There's so much you've brought up that I would not have known, and that Douglas, he has his own narrative he's going to go into. But yeah, you always bring up things that probably have been brought up in the past. Yeah. That I wouldn't have known, and I'm sure if I don't know it, other listeners out there, as they come in and come out, they won't know it if it doesn't get re-brought up, because they're not going to go back to a past episode if they're not hearing it currently. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So George serves that purpose of kind of bridging with that past. He really does. And both Sammy Romero and Peter Moon have expressed concern for George, where they're saying, gee, I'm really worried about his following up too much with Michael Aquino and reading too much into that. And I said, oh my God, he's not this vulnerable kind of, he's not somebody who's going to fall into.
Peter Moon is worried about somebody following up on too much. I'm sorry, did I say that again?
Yes. But George, so in terms of the few minutes you have remaining with us, yes, lay it on the line as to what you might be talking about when you return. You'll be jumping back in later tonight. What else comes to your mind that you might be bringing up, and share with us anything else that you might think we need to be paying attention to right now, the way things are going in Britain. I mean, has Rishi Sunak done anything really crazy yet, or really fucked up?
Oh God! Something funny to actually mention is Matt Hancock, the former health secretary, before he resigned because he was having an affair and he killed hundreds of thousands of British people, because of him. So he's
Whoa!
Could you elucidate? Yes, elucidate.
You can't just say he had an affair and killed hundreds of thousands of people.
He's got hundreds. He's got the blood of hundreds of thousands of people in his hands. Through the care home services. He made so many people vulnerable. He was health secretary during the COVID pandemic, which is still going on. Yeah. And he's the man responsible for killing hundreds of thousands of people. And he is gone into this celebrity show called I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. He's gone to Australia and entered the jungle. And then I want to see the reactions of all the people inside when they see that he's arrived, because he's been offered £400,000 to go into that jungle on this reality TV show. And he's coming on and he's laughing, he's joking about everything. But then I look at the man and he's killed hundreds of thousands of British people because of this man. It's one man's fault. And not just him, it's all the advisors and even Boris Johnson himself, because he was listening to all these idiots. Yes. And Yeah, and this is the reality.
Are
People
you talking
forget
about like
about.
the nursing homes and places like that where it just
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
there was
what-
no
what-
set rules in place. Yeah.
So
Sorry.
what happened was he did something that made them, probably they lifted all safety measures during COVID or something like that, that wound up in all of the elderly dying. He probably thought he was triaging and processing the elderly out and getting rid of the dead weight and thereby doing Britain a service. Could it be something that crazed that he thought he was like,
Oh yeah. Thank you, Doctor. I remember you mentioning that before, actually, and yeah, it's definitely feasible, absolutely, because the elderly you are, like the very older people, they're not paying into the
Or did
state
he
anymore.
let-
They're not paying taxes anymore.
Did
So
he allow
what's the point?
people to visit the nursing homes? Because I know here that was one thing that we were put down for. That like people couldn't go.
So what
in
Brooke
there.
is asking is if people were allowed to visit, they could have been vectors that also spread contagion, and we were allowing that in the U.S.
Yeah.
Were they doing
We
that?
weren't allowing it.
Oh,
Like that was a
okay.
sad thing. That's what they were saying in the U.S. Like you would see the pictures of like people, and like even if like someone's dying, like they would not let them in. They had to go to the window to wish their 90-year-old grandfather happy birthday.
Oh, right. While they were dying of COVID, yeah, or Alzheimer's. That's
or
what
even
happened
if
with
they
Keith
did have,
Paul.
because they just couldn't let them in. They wouldn't let
Okay.
anyone in the nursing homes in the U.S. But
is
they
that bad?
They let them in there.
Is that bad?
No, I think that was what we did right. I
Okay,
think
thank
that's what we
you,
did
thank
right.
you. But Britain was not doing that, or do you know anything about
That's what
that,
I'm
George?
asking.
Was it kind of
That's
like
what-
that in Britain, or not, or you don't know? They
It
just
was-
fucked up.
yeah.
They just fucked up.
Yeah, basically that was it. It was just inept. It was just they were just incompetent. It was just practice of complete
It's
complete
almost like they were
disaster and
intending to
failure.
kill them. It's basically they had a
Yeah.
gericide going on.
Yeah.
It's like for all intents and purposes they were killing them all. They were processing them out.
Yeah, there was no stringent measures in place to counter, to prevent them from contracting the virus. It was just a complete disaster. Like these carers were going in from home to home, spreading, vectoring the virus from patient to patient. The people in the care homes, all these people, they're paying the state pays for them,
Right.
and the families have to pay an astronomical amount of money for them to be in these care homes, to have this care provision, from these nurses, these carers. But it was so bad that they were just dying in literally the
Droves.
thousands.
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way,
God.
this
It
was
should
Brooke,
never
just so
have
you know,
happened.
this was Bojo the Clown, Boris Johnson. He
Yeah.
actually had a concept that Britain could attain herd immunity this way. So he was
Exactly.
he was trying to emulate Sweden. For those of you who don't know, Sweden tried this and they fucked it all up and had this
Yeah.
massive gericide as well, in which their entire senior citizen population died
Well,
off.
I mean, that's what this was probably meant to do. I mean, let's look at it. I mean, if you go back to the global trend, for 2030, I'm sure you guys have all read that. I mean, like the global, that was put out by
I understand what you're saying, kind of like a conspiracy
the
agenda,
National
but
Intelligence, the National
Yeah.
Intelligence Council.
but I think in a sense that's giving him too much credit. These people just do this because they're stupid. It's not even.
I do not. I do think they do that because they're stupid, but that's what I think. If this was planned, because now that I can't be a conspiracy theorist, and I cannot be one. I'm not fucking.
I mean, some
purple.
conspiracies are quite real. But George,
Right,
what do you
and
feel
so-
about this? Where do you land on this? It's just 50-50, or it's like,
What with COVID?
Yeah,
Sorry,
with-
so many people to take out. Like you've got to look at what they were
like
talking
do
about.
you think that these people who were saying herd immunity, like in Sweden and England, that they were saying, okay, this will get rid of the elderly? I just think they were just so stupid, and they just thought that they just didn't know. They didn't care. They didn't know. They didn't care.
Yeah. I can't remember if it was Whitty or if it was Patrick Vallance, the two, they were the two medical officers, advisors to the government. I cannot remember if one of them promoted that to do herd immunity and just see how many die and who lives. That was the whole point of herd immunity.
I remember
And
that.
it's
Chilling.
and it's all to do. And
Do
it's
you realize that Donald Trump, though, Douglas, while you're saying this, promoted herd immunity?
Yes,
As
yes.
well as he promoted the UV lights. I watched it tonight. The UV lights that can come, we'll put them outside your body, maybe inside, and then disinfect it. We're thinking we can maybe disinfect it because it gets in the lungs. This was his words, so maybe we'll put some disinfectant.
Yeah,
We're
bleach.
going to look at that.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Like, I'd be like saying, okay, well, why haven't we disinfected ourselves from the flu and cancer and every goddamn thing else if we can just put some disinfectant in our goddamn body?
Yeah. I do apologise. I'll be back shortly. Thank you for
sorry.
having me.
Okay, we
I'll
love
just
you
take
No,
dearly.
not at all.
Hugs.
Thank you.
Hugs.
I'll be back.
Yes, there we are. And Sammy and Brandon can talk now. And I'm sorry, it's just that George gets on here and, he only has a set amount of time. And I feel very bad because oftentimes it gets monopolized by Brooke. She eats.
Well, it's
all
fine. I've
his
got
time.
18 minutes, baby boy.
Yeah. Whoa. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Remember, I got 12 to 2. We discussed this.
Oh, I said that's if you're not engaged in interesting conversation. Oh, no, I
Well,
thought
when
that.
I'm getting shut down, I'm not. So that's
Whoa, yeah, it's not like that, honey. I mean, the guy's on
I know. I'm just saying. I have to sleep too, baby. I'm on East Coast.
Understood. So, so our man Sammy's doing a work assignment. He's writing the great American novel.
What did he actually say that?
No, I said that. I said Sammy's writing the great American novel. He's listening to us. Poor son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't know what crime he committed to do that, to get that punishment.
I'm sorry, Sammy. Like, I don't know why you have to listen to this.
Because he's a masochist.
Do you know what it is? It's because you did that shit in fucking church camp. That's the reason now you're gonna have to listen to this shit.
Yeah, fornicator. Yeah, listen to this. Yeah, you can't keep that dick behind that zipper. This is your hell on earth. Yes, Brandon's gonna tell jokes.
Yeah, have you heard it? He did a Jerry Springer skit. Did you hear that story?
Yeah, they all started beating each other up. Yeah, Jerry. Yeah, one of them shaved their head so that he could play the part of who's the guy?
Oh, did he? I didn't even hear that part.
Yeah, who's the bald guy? The bald guy, the security guy, bald security guy. Steve.
You're terrible,
yeah,
though.
Well, they had Sammy do that because he doesn't need to shave his head. He's already preset. Yeah. So, all that being said, okay, I've got to wash the taste of this Coke out of my mouth. Brandon's going to talk.
Oh my God! Why do you always? Is it like because it goes down when you sniff it up your nose, it like goes down the back of your throat? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is the liquid shit. Yeah, but it tastes.
Why
like
would you drink regular Coke? Do you know what that's doing to your teeth?
I gotta.
Do you even have teeth anymore?
I gotta rinse it off. I'm a vampire. My teeth, they regenerate. Sometimes I have to file them down like a rat, honey. So okay. All that being said, Brandon.
Your rat girl do that.
Yes, that's right. She wants a picture of Rat Girl because it's so exciting.
I know you gotta send it to me.
Yeah. You have you seen Rat Girl? The picture I dug up.
Dude, you talking to somebody else? Because I have.
He's pretending to eat her out or something. That's.
Oh my God! Can you send a picture? I mean, I think we should all be.
Brandon, what are you doing up this late?
Listening to you guys.
Okay, cool. And
apparently, Brandon did something very bad in his past life too.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna.
No, I was just thinking about the brick I threw. And
Yes.
Me and the Queen and Sarah Elton, John.
Okay, so seriously, Brandon, did I send you a picture of Rat Girl?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, I did. That's right. So he saw that. Talk about that with Our Lady here. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. Okay.
Yeah, so did you see that, Brooke?
Yeah, I did. I didn't think it was real at first at all. It looks very fake, but apparently it is.
Yeah, it was weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have much to say on it either.
Yeah, me either. Anyway, so you like Taylor Swift or
Oh my God. I cannot believe you brought Taylor Swift. So Taylor Swift I do like her. Like, I think she's okay.
Yeah.
But my daughter is in love with her, and she like comes down and was like, "Oh my God!" Like, Taylor's got a new album. Then she gives me the new songs, and I had to listen to them. But then she comes down 2 nights ago and it's like, "We're going to the Taylor Swift concert."
No way.
Nashville. She's been in love with Taylor Swift for like 10 years, like literally.
Yeah.
So, do you like her?
Yeah, she's all right.
I've watched some of her recent stuff, like her, what is that, like her new little hashtag thing.
Midnight.
Not a song, that thing where it's like, I'm not like, she's saying she's not perfect, like, and then she'll be like, because I think my cat's person, or because
I don't know. Yeah.
I do not. Like, it's like an Instagram thing.
Oh, it's cool.
But yeah, I've heard a couple of the new songs. Midnight, I've probably heard. Lola had me listen. Lola's my daughter.
I like Anti-Hero. It's pretty good.
Anti-Hero.
Anti-Hero, yeah.
Anti-Hero is that's what I was referring to. So Anti-Hero is her trend thing. So obviously it's her song, but what it does is like it'll pop up on like Instagram, or YouTube Shorts too. That it'll be like I'm Anti-Hero, and it'll be that song playing and her saying her words to it, and like she'll say why she's not like she's not a hero. And so like one of them was like, because one of the simplest ones that was cute actually was just like, because I think my cat's like my child. But then one was like her bathtub, and was like, because I like to hide from, I don't know. It was just like her trying to be real, her own negativities.
Absolutely.
She sees that, So I thought that was really cool.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, the producer of that album is Jack Antonoff, and Lana Del Rey is on that album.
Is Lana Del Rey on that album?
Yeah, and that's the same producer. So it's almost like Taylor Swift is trying to copy a certain type of music, and she's trying to be like Lana Del Rey and Rihanna. Yeah. So it's all right. It's good. I mean, I like I even liked Reputation, the album before this.
How do we keep coming back to this? I mean, I can't believe we're holding numbers. Oh my God. Wow.
People want to hear that.
I like elevator music. You know what I like about elevator music?
Tearing the fuck up. And that's what I wanted to find it, but I can't see my phone. She gave me one of the songs that you're talking about on the album, and I literally teared the fuck up on that one.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes. This is who gave this to you?
Oh, my daughter's in love with Taylor Swift. I don't know why you asked about Taylor Swift, because I mean, like, not a big Taylor Swift.
That's cute. Is this like, like hots for her? Like got a crush on her? Like like
know
like
what's
mom?
Hilarious about that?
What?
No, she doesn't. Like, I mean, she's straight completely. She's got a gorgeous boyfriend.
Okay.
You wish.
I've always had a boyfriend and had another boyfriend, but like my point is, she's not at all, because especially like when I came out, like she was very like we were talking about it. But what was hilarious? I don't know did I tell you this, Douglas?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think I did. Okay, so my ex-husband, when I let him come home, let him come back, like when the kids were like, my daughter was like 10, my son was like, they're 4 and average parts of 6, whatever. Anyway, my point is, she was like 10, 11, and that's when she got into really like Taylor Swift, but like we had her at Christian school too. No, don't forget this. So I knew that I fucking different. She wasn't trying to like date boys 10, 11, 12. Well, he had a sister that was older who was a whore, by the way. So she was like fucking guys in the house at like 12 when he was like 6 or whatever, because he was younger. So he couldn't understand. He was expecting my daughter at 12 to trying to bring home boys. She wasn't. She was raised in Christian school. So she really was into Taylor Swift. So he comes to me 2 or 3 times and was like, I think she's gay. And I would be like, not gay. And then I would say under my, like, in my head, I would be like, your wife is. I've asked you like 5 times to get another woman and bring her in, and you said no. Like, how many men would say no to her? You'd be like, why don't you bring in another woman?
That's how fucking lame that guy is. That guy is really fucking lame. He needs to turn in his man card. He needs to turn in his man card. That's like so fucking limp dick. That's like, there's just no point. So
then he found out later, when eventually got a divorce, he quit speaking to his daughter because he's like, you remind me too much of your mother. She has a boyfriend. She's had 2 boyfriends for both. Like, she's fine. And if she ever came out, like, if she was gay, but she has no problem admitting that, especially with me. Like, she's just so, like, no, that's not me. Like, she's so into, I mean, she gave me one of her vibrators. She was like, she was for the boyfriend. Like, I was like, what is this? You're just like, you can have that. She's just very open. So she's but she literally is so also, good. And I guess the point of that whole story was her father is what I was going back to. It's just such a piece of shit that he didn't speak to her. We divorced, and then like a year later, he's like, "Oh, my daughter isn't gay. My wife was."
Oh my God, it's just, there you go. And see, that's one of those discoveries Everybody knows, but the husband's the last to know. That's one of those things. Again, how lame
He
he
shouldn't
is.
have been the last to know. I mean, how many times for 10 years I'm like, wouldn't you bring in somebody else? Also, I'm sitting there. I'm like, I could never fuck you again, and I would be fine.
Yeah.
Ever. If you want to fuck because we're on vacation, I'll bend over. I've been over the fucking bed. This was horrible. Fucking no panties. Bend over. Go for it, bud. Do what you need to do.
Just get it done. Yes.
Get it over with. Okay? And then he's like, I can't believe you're doing this. And I felt bad for that. I actually did feel bad for saying that.
No, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. I'm surprised the guy was even able to perform, to tell you the truth. So I'm doing a screen share right now. Okay.
Why? Because you think I'm such a bitch?
No. Oh, God, no. I just mean because he's such a loser, honey. That's what I meant.
Well,
No,
he has like the ego.
I mean, honey, I would do you, and I would, like, no matter how bitchy you are, I'd be able to get it up because, you know.
You'd come over and I'd be like, Douglas, why couldn't you hear me? You'd be like, oh, because I knew it was coming here. I'm gonna fuck you, so I put 4 earplugs in. And hear shit you said.
You know, that might be a wise, preparatory measure to take. So I'm sharing screen right now. Okay, here we are. Sharing screen. I don't know if everybody can see this. No need to name this individual. This individual is German, but he's stark raving mad. Poor bastard. And his latest.
It's fair that other people cannot see this that are listening. Is there anyone listening now?
Yes. This is like he's showing us what he just sucked cock and he's got sperm, just spewing out of his mouth or something. I mean,
do you know this person?
This guy, he's been lurking on Facebook forever. He's a friend of me and Peter Moon and Penny Bradley and everybody else. He's German. Do not name him, but he's stark raving mad. And there's a chilling similarity to his pictures in that they remind me of someone else I know who I deeply respect because I owe him a lot, but not this guy. This guy, he's making funny faces, just like, this is what children do. This is what monkeys do when they encounter mirrors in the forest.
That's what my little boy did when he was 6 years old, taking selfies.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, a man doing this at his age. This is obviously.
Without the cum on his face, but the rest of them, yeah.
Yeah. Your son doesn't do the one with the cum on his face. Yeah, that's right.
This would have been toothpaste, maybe.
Oh, yes. Either way, it's disturbing. It's just like it's kind of like, what can I do to make myself more repulsive? He wakes up in the morning and he thinks that. That's the.
I know who you're talking about, though. That's like that. I do know. I know.
Yes.
The guy that's like that, but that also helped you.
Yes. That's not going any further. Yes.
I'm not saying the name because me, I don't remember her name anyway, so it wouldn't matter. I would never remember the name. I just can remember the face.
But just even describing him, it's by the way, it does remind me. I have to always look up the supermodel because I keep forgetting which one it was. And I keep thinking
I remember you spelled it. I think it was Brooke.
What Brooke? What? Brooke. Anyhow, was it Claudia Schiffer? It was Heidi Klum. Now, so what happened was John Henry Warrington, who is the British archivist, who basically is the man who saved my ass in terms of my episodes. His brother, who killed both his mother and his father. By the way, what I'm saying, yes, you heard it right. John Warrington's brother, who killed both his mother and his father, was stalking Heidi Klum. And the guy lives in England, but somehow was able to get to Germany so many times to stalk Heidi Klum that she got a restraining order on him. And so John Warrington is quite right. Somebody was financing this guy doing that. Somebody was paying this guy to terrorize Heidi Klum and paying for his plane tickets and everything else. But it's like, this is the kind of horror of John Henry Warrington.
Get you off subject. You tell me I get you off subject, and sometimes I get you back on subject. So where did your brain get to Heidi Klum and him stalking from that?
Oh, we were talking about, funny faces in the camera.
You don't remember, do you?
No. John Warrington makes some funny faces in the camera. It's like he does.
The person. Oh, okay. The one that stalked Heidi Klum. Okay.
Yeah, and so all that being said,
What's happening in Haiti right now?
yeah, something's happening in Haiti. Brandon, what's happening in Haiti right now? I should know
The
these things.
zombie. The zombie,
I
man.
knew he'd say that.
The zombie is coming alive, man. It is not a fish that paralyzes.
That's so racist. That's so
Making
racist.
fun of zombies is like making fun of vampires.
No, I am the zombie.
I do it all the time.
The zombie will do whatever you want, man. I will make him do whatever you want, and I will cook you some jerk chicken.
Oh my God!
I know it's bad. That's really bad.
You need to be spanked.
No, I love Haiti. I work with a lot of French Haitians, and I know not Lumumba, but he was obviously the other guy.
You're
But
talking about one of the voodoo gods, right?
one of the voodoo gods, Papa Lumumba.
Okay.
No, Lumumba. And
Rasta zombie.
the Rasta zombies.
Yes.
Come back with their dreadlocks. No, but in Haitian
I did a
voodoo,
joke on that once, and it was surprisingly it went over quite well. I did a joke on that once during Ebola. I did this advertisement for Ebola Cola. But anyhow, go on.
Yeah, Ebola Cola is the tastiest. It's the real thing. Yeah. It's the real thing, man.
I'll have to dig that up. Holy shit! It was
Ebola Cola.
By the way, honey, Brooke, I gave you the pictures of Rat Girl in your message box. Okay, so
Yes, because that is going to be something I'm going to blow up and put on my mantle.
Who was the guy when they first got? Because Haiti was was the first colony that I think was a slave democracy.
Oh yeah. It was it's the world's first black republic where they held the rebellion. Yeah, go on.
That's right. And who was the leader of that?
Oh God.
I forget his name, but he was.
He had the longest name in the world. That's why you forget it. Louverture. Louverture was his. That's just a fragment of his name. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like the last part of his name that makes it fairly recognizable. Louverture. But yeah, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly because French, very French. They were Frenchified by the
obviously.
Yeah. So yes, he's saying I always think of Navassa Island when I think about Haiti. Thank you. Yes, quite right. Navassa Island, which I went into in depth in the past. And one of these days I'll tell you about it, Brooke. I'll be forced to talk about it again and introduce new people to the subject.
Port-au-Prince is I think the capital.
Yeah.
Port-au-Prince, and this was a major area of trade and commerce and strategic influence for the United States. So, as you know, Douglas, I mean, we've been invading that country since
as many times as we get the opportunity.
Years. I mean, almost like Columbus.
That's what they're talking about heavily right now. I don't know if that's to do with the gas or what.
So it's no surprise that they're the poorest country in the world, but they're also the most invaded country by the United States.
Horrible combination, isn't it?
Along with like Grenada and El Salvador, Nicaragua.
Yes.
So,
Jacob Waters says, "Hello, Douglas. Hope you're doing well. Does it sound that bad? Does it sound that bad?" Yes.
Oh, Che's still alive. Hello, Che. How are you? Very good.
Yes. Okay. So I guess.
And I can't believe. I mean, I'm really hurt now as a Southern woman.
Oh, yes?
I feel very devastated by both of you saying that.
Right.
I have to defend here Marjorie Taylor Greene as another Southern woman.
Boy.
Just put down Nicaragua, El Salvador, that we're invading them. Do you realize these people are coming across our border every day, murdering us, taking our jobs, taking our lives, and going to hell in a handbasket? And you're saying we're invading them?
she's been listening to Fox News. Yes. She's.
I think Bobart got in the midterms got kicked out.
Did he? Oh, thank God.
Well,
Bobart's a woman.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Colorado.
I mean, like, you could fool me. I thought she.
Yeah.
Thought she was this guy, and then Then, of course, Sammy is trying to talk about Ganges Island, but he spells it Chingus Island. It's very cute. That's very cute. And he spells mysterious.
I did Douglas on Boberg. I just hate her. So, like, I had to, like she's one of mine. Nemesis.
I hate the bitch, too. I hate these people. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert. I mean, they're just pure raw evil.
She fucking won her goddamn district. I swear to God, if I became a fucking million, like I went through this with somebody on a thing. I was like, do you think this is fucking possible? Let's just say I'm fucking, Amazon dude, right? Fucking, or I'm Martin Zuckerberg, right? Like, let's say I have this, or just one of these other people that has this much fucking money. I'm fucking in Dubai, right? With this fucking much money. I just want to play with it. Like, is it legally possible? Because, like, say, like, her fucking, because they divide these districts up the way we've got them. So would it legally be possible for me to open a fucking plant there, fucking office, what the fuck ever, offer people fucking from South Carolina that I'm pretty sure are Democrats, because you can't ask them. Maybe I hire enough people out of a certain fucking county that are majority that I fucking know out of South Carolina that are 80% fucking Democrat. I'm like, I offer them all jobs because you're fucking poor. I'm like, hey, you want to move here for a year and we'll pay you, have double what you're fucking making. We'll pay you $50,000 a year because you're making 25. Fucking poor. And then move them into a fucking county like that. Like, would that be legal? And then that was a great debate, actually, I had with someone, that if legally, like, just hypothetically, legally, you could get away with that.
Well, I don't think it would be illegal. I mean, yeah, sure you could get away with that. I mean, I don't see why you're not.
That's my point. That's what I said. And they were like, well, I don't think you could get away with that because then there would be, you can't.
Oh, bullshit. The Republicans gerrymander all fucking day. And
dude, look at what happened to Florida.
Yeah.
How he fucking cut those fucking districts up.
Yeah. It's a pity they didn't. Ian West should get into politics down there. Then he could say that everybody who had a vaccine is approaching him and that they're killing him and shit. Oh, they got the little parasites are jumping out of them and getting into me. Oh.
Look, I told my fucking daughter today when she came fucking home, because she's wanted to go into politics since forever, and she's got a political science degree and has been going back and forth between law and
politics.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, politicians usually start as attorneys. You could tell her that.
Well, she knows that. She knows that, and that's where she was going. She was going to go to law school, so she's taken a year off. She graduated with her political science degree, in May, and she decided to wait to figure out if she wanted to go to law school, or she didn't tell me that she had another option, and her option now that she is leaning towards is social work. Because even though she always thought she wanted it for money, she was looking at social work as where she feels drawn to, and I supported her with that. But when she came home to fucking night, I said, by the way, if you don't get I'm in South Carolina, so our senator is Lindsey Graham, the one that didn't get reelected, that will get reelected in 2026 or not. It's just start 2027. And I just looked at her and I said, look, if you don't fucking run, your mom's gonna have to fucking run, and it's just gonna be a crazy bitch fest. I'm not gonna win. I'm just gonna fucking I was like, so maybe you should. She's like, Mom, I've already talked about this. I'm going to run for something. She said, but my boss at work already said, because he knows me, he's like, your mom's gonna fuck you. You couldn't run. It would fuck you because of the story with your mom. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, well, you had a previous guy, and of course my dad, you put me in Christian school, and then you got gay. I'm like, you got a great goddamn story. You got all fucking sides covered. Christian fucking school, fucking gay, fucking mom had problems, you fucking person fucking beard. I was like, your biggest fucking you got the best story ever. I was like, your biggest problem, bitch, will be keeping me shut up, just like Douglas is. Don't talk.
Oh, by the way, Brandon.
Yeah.
So Peter Moon was on earlier, and he started going Fox News political, and he said, "Yeah." And then Dr. Oz lost to that Fetterman. Fetterman won because he's not cruel, the puppy. And
No,
I was
no.
thinking,
his fucking number.
I was
Actually,
thinking,
can
oh
you
no,
give me
no,
his
no,
number so I can
oh,
put it out to every animal rights person in the world. That's what I'm gonna find Peter fucking Moon's goddamn number.
I was thinking right then and there, thank God Brooke is not on. Thank
Right.
God Brooke is not on this call. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, and the way he said it.
I know his real fucking name. I swear to God, motherfuckers are gonna get a call. It's not gonna be for me.
Good.
I'm putting it out to every animal rights advocate in the fucking world on those books too. You know what? You're gonna need a new publisher because ain't nobody gonna buy your shit any fucking more as soon as I put this shit out.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Not that anybody
That's
was
not
fucking
good.
buying it with the way he fucking does it anyway with his fucking name.
Yes.
know
Yeah,
what-
like Tammy
Jeez.
says, don't trigger Brooke. Yes, I know. We're
Yeah. Try not to.
Yes.
You know.
What is?
No, they don't. Sammy knows that's my one biggest trigger. Yes, do not do the animal thing.
Yes.
No.
Understood. Yeah. Bill Maher said that. Bill Maher said, I think a lot of things are funny. Anything's funny except cruelty to animals. Yes, he said. And so, yeah, I get it. I
Yeah.
understand.
He can't say he could. That guy could eat a sandwich and it'd still be condescending.
Yes, it's true. He is really a piece of shit. I mean, he's just really
I mean,
spoiled.
everything he
Yeah.
says is just so condescending.
I didn't know you didn't like Peter Moon either.
Yeah.
No, Bill Maher.
Bill
Oh, Bill Maher. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm misunderstood.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So what anyhow, all right.
I'm if you didn't know, I'm the evil person on here trying to break up Douglas.
I love it. No, it's fantastic. You know.
it's
I'm not trying to do that at all. I think their relationship is great. I just don't have to like Peter just because I like Douglas.
No, not at all. You know, just give him his respect and you know,
I
wrote
will
a
give
book
him
with
the exact
Douglas.
same respect he gives me.
Well, yeah, whatever you want to do. You know, I'm sure. I think Marina was on too as well tonight, which is a big. I know Brooke is a huge fan of Marina.
Yes.
Marina.
That's-
So
Marina, are you talking about Marina from? Yeah, no, actually, I'm not against Marina at all.
no, I know. I said you're a big fan. So I know that you also channeled the real Brooke.
Yes.
Well, no, that's what I was trying to go into earlier, and I'm glad you brought that back up because Douglas, you were saying earlier that's the part of cult where you were saying that she thought she looked just like the real
Marina Orchard.
Marina looked just like what was her name?
Marina Orchard.
Yeah. Orsich. Yeah, the Orsich lady. Yes.
Yes. So what I needed to tell you was and then she'd let you know that no, that was not her past life. That she was obviously not, and I already knew that because that's who I was in my past life.
There we are.
There you go.
Yes. Oh my God. Cool. And let me see if I can remember that.
But you know what fucking pisses me off?
Oh.
You never said you look just like her.
Hey,
What?
He knows who I'm fucking talking about. What's her name? She's fucking hot woman that would fucking. His daddy fucking used Adolf Hitler. What's her name? Used as a fucking. She was either the most evil or whatever, most beautiful.
Eva Braun.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he never said. He tells this little fucking 15-year-old he's trying to fuck. Oh, you look just like her, and she's like, well, I wasn't her. And I'm like, well, I was her. He's never told me I was.
But do you think you could have been? Yeah.
After looking at her and knowing the evil shit she did, I probably was. This is why I'm stuck talking to the two of you right now. Take back. Not the two of you. Actually, just Douglas. Douglas and I are paying each other back. He was fucking Adolf's fucking. See, it's just a constant game.
Yes. Oh my God. So, yeah. Hey, how about
No, I believe we all have past lives. I do believe in our past lives, and I think she's really cool with that. But I have looked into doing past life, actually regressions, learning to do them myself.
Yeah. That'd be neat. Yeah. That'd be neat. We'd like to find out who you were. I'm sure it'd probably be something like.
No. I don't think that I can hit down hypnotically. I think you have to be able to go so deep. But there is a woman. What's her name? That she just died not too long ago. That had a technique for taking people under past life regression. And
The Queen.
What was her name?
Queen Elizabeth.
He said Queen Elizabeth or something like that. This would.
No,
No.
I wasn't Green Elizabeth. No, I was talking about the woman that she literally founded a different way of doing past life regression, and it would take people deeper. So she just died. I think you guys don't know who the fuck she is.
Okay.
What's her
Linda
name?
Moulton Howe?
Wait, is she dead?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's hard
No,
to
she's
tell.
still alive.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if she's
Yeah.
dead or alive. But
Yeah, we're
it's-
puppeteering her from live stream.
Oh my god. This doesn't even make sense. I mean, I'm looking at Stuart Sverdlow's his page again because we were talking about, weird people, and he's got this Goodbye to Love, which both Brooke and I noticed earlier, Goodbye to Love, and yet he's saying happy birthday to me today. How lucky can I be? I'm still here along with my most gorgeous wife. So but then it says Goodbye to Love. It's like really weird, like she died or something. So and he's wearing this bear's cap, like he ripped it off the teddy bear. Remember the Christmas bears, Jingle Bear and shit? They always have that stupid like sleeping cap on them. It's like he ripped the Jingles Bear sleeping cap
Dolores
off.
Cannon.
Okay.
Dolores Cannon. Okay. I'm not quite sure if that brings us back to.
Anyone listening, look up Dolores Cannon. She's like the grandma of all fucking grandmas. You will fucking love her.
Okay.
Either way, if you don't believe her.
Okay.
But she had her own way of doing this. And that's the thing. She was like a Southern Christian fucking lady that didn't even believe in this fucking shit. And her husband was in the military, got really injured. But not in the military. He didn't get injured. They were in the military, but he was in a horrible car accident that basically left him like, I won't say quadriplegic, but pretty much like invalid. And so she had to start working to support like the 4 kids, and she ended up she was had a psychology degree and ended up literally doing that. Started just doing psychology through that, but then started past life regression. I mean, this is 50 fucking years ago. If you look her fucking up, and she developed a technique to take people into a lower state than most any other past life regressionist will. Which is like, your beta, your theta, your delta, whatever your fucking brain waves are. And, she would take them into like the lower one that most psychologists would always say, you can't go there, you don't go there because it's too deep and they won't know. And that's where she would take them. And so she has her own way. And so I've looked at, when I said that, I always said I looked at taking her classes. There's classes even after she passed that they are teaching like her daughter, like they have some classes that she teaches. So either it's bullshit or it's not, but I thought, well, it's fucking worth fucking trying it the fuck out for a couple $1,000 and see. Either way, I can be like, I took Dolores Cannon's classes, I'm going to put you under her spell and you're going to find out your past life.
Oh, God, I'd shudder to think what she would tell us is ours. I mean, it'd just be whatever she could fuck us over with.
Right.
I know, right?
Yes.
It's always like you're a prince or a king or a queen.
No, not when Brooke does it. Not when Brooke does it.
I
Yeah,
can
you
assure
were the
you,
gay
ain't gonna be
jail
able to-
punt. You were the jail
Yeah.
punt for all the other guys in prison. They were all
See, that I
fucking...
believe. If somebody came up with that, if Sarah Adams was like, listen,
You sucked more dick
I
in
was
your
not a
life than any bird woman has ever thought of ever. That's what I would wake you up. I'm like, I don't think you want to know what you told me.
you ever notice like all these new age people when somebody says something like, yes, that's true. And it's like, how do you know that's true? You have no idea. Like you're confirming to somehow that that this is true, that the Pleiadian Council actually
I know
told
how
you.
they know it's true because they talked to the guy that the reason I met Douglas, like you told your story of Douglas.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a guy, the reason I met Douglas knows, I won't say his name, but if you talk to him, he can confirm all that's true. And so that's how people know.
Well, that's true. That is true.
He'll also charge you $60.
I think I know who this is.
Oh my God!
Maybe.
Yes, and so well, he's been on the show, and I mean, nice as hell guy. He's just trying to get along like the rest of
Wait,
us.
what did Jimmy just fucking say? Something just popped up.
Something just popped up. Yeah, let me take a look at what it says here. So wait, who was jerking off while Brooke was talking? Joe Ty or the Mark guy left out? I was asking if Mark H was stroking himself while Brooke was being driven to despair. I mean, Brooke was in distress. She was a lady in distress. Joe Tribe was driving her mad, and Mark was just lurking. I mean, like, what the hell? A gentleman needs to step in. Really disappointed, Mark. Really disappointed. He could have just stepped in and said, "That's enough, Joe." Or like, okay, let's stop this here. But no, it's like, no, it just does nothing. And then finally,
I
like,
was screaming, like, y'all have heard me. And I will say in Markesh's defense, like you said, like, I can, come off like hard, but then it's like I never like. I mean, I was yelling that night. You heard me yelling when I got on with you, but like I was just literally like on the.
Yeah, and I paid the price for these two clowns. Yeah, these two clowns tormenting this young lady. I paid the price for it. It's like, and then our man Sammy says, "Well, Joe Ty is sometimes breathing heavy and stays silent." Well, that's not staying
that
silent.
was not the case that night. It was the opposite. Well, Mark Cash was just on mute, and he may have been doing something else. Who knows? Maybe he wasn't fucking.
Yeah,
listening.
like I said, stroking himself while listening. Yeah, while you're screaming.
I'm giving you some POD. I'll give everyone benefit of doubt, like I do, except you, like because I love you so. Like that's how you really know I love you. When I don't give you benefit of doubt, like I really love you. I'm like,
yes,
okay.
thank you.
But
I believe
I'm giving him benefit of the doubt because, like, I don't know. You might not have been listening. Like, obviously, he may not have wanted to step in. Like, and no, I didn't think that I'm not sitting there like fucking female in a fucking tower. Like, come rescue me. I was just finally like, Joe. Like, I don't understand, Joe. I goddamn don't understand how you think I've said this fight. I'm gonna say it one more time.
And he
Joe.
kept repeating it, right?
One more time. That's where I was at. That's the level of voice I was at when I was able to put the pieces of.
Yeah, and at this point, yes, any gentleman would say, "Gee, I need to intervene." Oh no, not Mark. Oh yes. Oh my God, it's like, but there you have it. And
anyway, so I'm sorry to like anyone, obviously I'm always sorry for coming out, but that way, but I don't blame Mark, and I'm not blaming Joe. I blame myself for staying on the call.
Yes, that's right. This is one of those things where you just said, "Look, this is beneath me, or I don't need this."
I should have hung up, and I allowed it, so it's my fault.
Yeah, and by the way, Sammy says, "A little louder, Brooke. I don't think Sleepy Peter heard you laugh out loud." Yes. By the way, we have our wonderful friend in the chat room, and this is Mr. Jacob Waters, who says, "Laugh out loud. What did I walk into?"
Oh God, he doesn't even want to fucking know. Oh, who did you tell me, by the way, I needed to thank? Because last week I didn't thank him because I was so fucking upset.
Oh, Ranger Soldat.
Thank you, Ranger, if he's listening.
Yes. Yes.
He gave me some props, man.
Yes.
He probably heard me last week. He's like, I'm never coming on again. That bitch is crazy.
Right. And your friend Michael C. Andrić, our Croatian in Australia, just stepped in. The man who writes those incredible essays like
oh my God, yes. And you know what? He would totally get like what's her name? I hope you heard her earlier tonight. Your crush. So the difference is he fucking would get and believe her, and you're just like, I totally pretending like I believe you, but I'm just really want to.
That's just wrong, honey. How dare you impugn my character? This is going too far. Honestly, this is I want everyone to understand.
God, you just shut me the fuck off.
So like Sammy says, self-hug like Sean Bond. Everybody self-hug like Sean Bond now. Yes.
Oh my God, I am. I'm doing it right now.
Yes. Yes.
It feels so good.
Yes, I'd best I am going to relieve myself.
You better hope fucking my Australian dude does not meet your fucking crush. Yeah, that's like people hate girls. I'm telling you. They will have similar beliefs, and you will be out the door.
Well, it's one of those things. But like I said, so many people have had this kind of experience, and
you know why you and I haven't had that deep experience of dreaming that we're all from some astral fucking plane?
It's
me and you're fighting a war daily between each other.
Yeah. Well,
I think I fight you in my dreams.
Yeah. Well, there's that, and we're denser people. We're at a denser level of experience.
I know. It's like I want to be higher plane. Can you raise my vibration, man? That's why I'm on here.
Yes, yes, that's something like that. So, Brandon, Kelsey,
Yes.
tell us a bit about teaching now that COVID, you got kids coming back to school, and you must all be getting deathly sick.
Yeah, a lot of the kids are, and a lot of the staff and faculty.
Okay, how are you avoiding this?
Just by exercising, watching my diet, getting good sleep.
Wow.
And,
that shit works.
Grounded. So in the new age, that's called being grounded. You're grounded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the other thing is I've been consulting Stuart Swerdlow, and we've been meeting in the astral.
Killing Christ. Yes, he was sent back in time to kill Christ. Oh,
I hate
yes,
to tell
and
y'all, but I actually I studied enough of this to if my guy on here listening from Australia, I talked to him the astral plane. From everything I understand, if he actually believes in astral plane, which I do believe because I actually did astral project one time. I did. It scared the fuck out of me. I immediately stepped back into my body.
Yeah.
I stepped out and stepped the fuck back in because it was so freaky to me.
Yeah.
So I do believe you can fucking do that. But astral plane was really supposedly with the underworld shut down, if you really want to go in depth, was it? About 9 to 10 months ago, because astral plane was this is just one, like anything else. One opinion that many people in this realm hold, that astral plane is something that is basically just like something that they travel in different dimensions on. You can travel different dimensions and different densities in. And then, of course, you have the underworld, which is where basically, oh, God, Joe Ty kept going. That was the other thing. He started with me first after he asked about the Christian. Well, so you're saying you believe in duality. And I'm like,
oh, man.
Well, I mean,
yeah. Well, his penis head looks just like the head between his shoulders. That's duality. I can't tell which one is which.
Yin and yang.
Yeah, they're both erect all the time. Yeah, and they both have that smile. I'm not
gonna make fun of that. I don't know. I'm not making fun of anything because I don't know about that. But I'm just saying, I do know that he went on about the duality for a minute, and I was like at the end of the day, yeah. I guess I do believe in duality. I mean, if that's what your question is, am I do I consider myself a dualist, or you're acting like it was some religion? And I'm like, I believe that there is basically my belief is that Earth, our lives here is like a college, going to fucking college, grow your fucking soul up.
Well, what happens when we graduate? We graduate and then what?
Yeah, well, you graduate. Maybe you continue to come fucking back because maybe there's continually a new soul. Maybe you come back.
No.
The lighter spirits that can fucking do the shit. Or maybe there's new fucking worlds. Maybe it's spirits. I don't fucking know.
No. You meet Joseph Smith. Oh
God.
Elohim and who's the other one? But you meet them and they decide. Joseph Smith, the prophet.
Oh my God! I have those people come to my door all the time.
Oh, really? I'd love to talk to some of them.
Oh, my God. Come to this out. They're here all the fucking time. I swear.
Yeah.
To God, knocking on the door.
They don't come around knocking on my door.
I used to come
They
home
come out
from
as
work.
Cthulhuoids.
From my pharmaceutical, from my job. That's also, anyway, I would come home and my mom would pick up my son still, so she would be here. And I would pull up at 5:30, and I can't tell you at least 3 or 4 times. Because they send the young guys out, is what they do. And they'll send these young boys out to talk.
But they're so dorky. It's not like they're handsome young men anymore.
Oh, no, they're dorky as shit.
Yeah.
White, Walmart button-up shirts. It's just horrible.
Ah, the water went right up my nose, you bitch. Jesus Christ. Oh, my fucking God. She's drowning me. Jesus Christ. I was drinking my water just when she said that. Jesus, it all went up my nose. Oh, I'm drowning. If I die.
My mom is the type of person that she was not gonna be talking Christian. My mom's got her own beliefs. She's very Southern Christian Baptist. She doesn't believe in the Joseph Smith bullshit. But then again, she's got her own bullshit, right?
Oh my God.
So
Meanwhile, she's worshiping snakes.
Yeah.
My mother does
No,
not
that's a
worship
bit
snakes.
deep. That's a bit deep south. But George
Yeah,
Knight is back
but
with
I
us.
grew up.
And
I
but
don't know who the fuck is gonna say my mother worships snakes. I'm gonna go. You have a good night.
yeah, no, right. Oh, not yet. George Knight is back, and
I know that's why I'm going. George Knight's back, and I said I would stay till 2, and it was 2:26.
yes, there's that. Well, let me relieve myself first. When I come back, you can leave. Because it's just
Oh,
so much.
thank you. Oh, I'm allowed to leave? How much are you paying me again for the
I
extra 5 minutes?
nothing but my love. You have my love. That's what you have,
I've
honey.
never felt your love inside of me, so until then, I'm sorry.
We'll try and correct that someday. And aside from that, if I ever attain
Wish.
secular power in this
Oh my
world, you
God.
won't be
You're
forgotten.
like 89 years old, and I'm fucking like 22.
Oh my God. What I can't get is Sammy Romero. I don't know what kind of fucking work assignment he's doing, but it takes a lot more energy and time to be entering all of this text than it would be for him to fucking talk.
I love Sammy. Sammy's my favorite person in the world.
Yes.
Hey, hey, Doug.
Yes.
Yeah, my spelling's terrible. That's why I'm trying not to sound like an idiot.
Kooky. Yeah, well, I don't know that anybody knows how to spell the word kookiness.
Yes. Yes.
But now Darrell, I'm pretty sure that's probably spelled wrong.
Yes. So, so anyhow, so George, do keep all these wonderful people occupied. Start a conversation, and I'll be right back in a moment. I'm just going to relieve myself when I come back. Then Brooke might retire into the
I'm
gentle nap.
actually
But
going
you
to
don't
go
sound
relieve
serious.
myself.
You don't sound
No,
sleepy.
you know
to me.
what? I'm going to relieve myself too.
On air, yes, that's
No,
right.
no, I can't because I'm not on the cell phone, so I have to actually mute it and
Oh,
listen.
okay. So that means the men are left. That means George can talk.
That's why I'm doing it, so that I do not interrupt George at all, because
God.
I know when I do, it gets you upset because you.
Hey, Brooke, you don't have to leave. It's all right.
I mean, I can assure you, like, George would prefer to dream about Utah.
Anyhow, so George,
I said George would.
yes, maybe Brandon, since Sammy's involved with this work assignment, whatever on earth he's doing, I can't imagine, because he obviously seems to have enough time to text. Brandon, get George started. I'm going to be back in just a few moments, and thank you.
I'll be back faster because, like, he's older. It takes him a lot of.
You're such a bitch, Brooke. You are such a fucking bitch. Anyhow, honey, yes, when we're together, you'll discover just how it all works down there. All the plumbing is active. It's not where I need to depress my bladder in order to get it out. No, it's just, and I don't need to get up in the middle of the night either. I can hold it all night long while I sleep. Yeah, believe it or not. And I don't pee with great pain either. Oh my God. But we love you. Okay. Keep telling myself that, and I'll convince myself someday. So, George.
George, how are you?
There we are.
Hello, Brandon. Yeah, very well, thank you. And thank you, Douglas.
The least I can do.
Have you ever been up to Derbyshire, in England?
Oh, in Derbyshire?
Derbyshire, yeah.
Yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question, Brandon? Sorry about
Have you ever been, do you know of it? Do you know of
No, I've not been there. I've not
No.
visited. Right, no, beg your pardon. No.
Yeah.
Is there anything you know about it? Is there anything that...
Not really. I know that my friend lives there. My friend Lord Josh Allen. And he is actually a British lord in the House of Lords. And very eccentric, and he practices Taoist philosophy and weather magic. And lives out in Derby. Yeah, and he sort of just exists there as sort of one of these British eccentrics,
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is fantastic. He's a one of a kind for sure. He's very, secluded and so on. But he's very much into Engelbert Humperdinck and extraordinary fashion and sort of this sort of extravagant. You said that the English, and I think you're quite right. They're reserved. And they don't like to flash things. They save their money and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But this guy is he's all sort of the opposite, But he's there in Derby, or Derby, as you say. And,
Yeah, no, that's right.
yeah, so I think it's fascinating. But have you ever been over to Bristol?
Bristol, yeah. Bristol. It's not. How would I say it? Yeah, it's not too far of a distance. You can get there within an hour or so. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's not too far. Yeah, and
Have you ever-
I've been to
have you-
various places, but
Have you ever heard of a TV show
Oh,
called?
did I beat him back? I think I did.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a show called Look Around You by Robert Papa?
I've heard of it. Not watched it. I'm afraid.
Oh, you gotta see
yeah.
it. Yeah, fantastic. Like British comedy is something I think very unique.
I was going to say it's quite unique, isn't it? Comparably speaking.
Yeah,
Very,
well, but
yeah.
it
It's
influences all
completely
the comedy.
boring, and I hate it.
It influences all the comedy here in the United States, like The Office.
I know,
Yeah,
and that's what
yeah,
I
The
can't
Office.
believe. The Office was so fucking great, but I watch these old British comedies, and I'm like, this is
Because you don't understand the language, Brooke. You're thinking like you think it's a different language from the
because
you know.
they don't have the same like well, you know what it is? It's like somebody monotone, right?
Yeah.
So I can't understand the inflections, I guess.
It's the sarcasm it's quite hard.
Right.
It's quite
But I'm
subtle,
very
and it's hard for people.
sarcastic. I think I'm sarcastic.
It is the sarcasm. Yeah, no, but
I
it's on a
love
subtle
sarcasm.
level.
Maybe I need to watch
Yeah.
it more. Fucking.
And that's
Yeah.
where when the puns are presented in British comedy, it's quite hard for people from other countries to actually get the pun to
Yeah.
oh, that's the pun. That's the
Oh,
the
fuck you! You mean the people from the South here? Is that what you mean?
No,
Is that
the
your
other
British
countries.
accent, Brooke?
No,
Yeah.
no, that's not my British accent.
Oh,
but I
okay,
was
do a
kidding.
British accent.
I can't. I can't do a British. I can't do any accent. I'm
Yeah, you
gonna try. Like I have these like different tones of voice I do, and they're me. They're just like a person. Like I don't know
Hello.
weird things that I do. But I
Hello.
do not ever try to ever do an accent.
Cheerio.
I can't do
Fantastic.
cheerio, what the fuck ever it is. I can't do it. I mean, I can say it,
Yeah.
but it doesn't sound right.
You can do it, Brooke. Come on.
Cheerio.
Yeah.
Cheerio.
Tulu, cheerio.
Cheerio.
Yeah.
See, it doesn't sound right at all. You know what I can do? I can bark. Roof, roof, bark. I don't.
That's
my
a
dog
British
looks, you know,
bark,
my
too.
dog looks at me. My dog's like, that doesn't sound like me. I can't
Yeah.
even name my own dog.
Yeah, the
Anyway.
only British comedy I know is Monty Python's, and
Yeah.
I never.
Yeah.
I didn't really get into it. I didn't get a
Thank
chance
you. Thank you, Sammy. I tried to watch that too. It did not get. That was one of the ones that I was just like, what the fuck is this?
to. Unfortunately, I'm more into like I like Seinfeld, and
Really?
I like
I don't
Martin.
like
I like Martin.
Yeah, I like Living Single. You know,
Living
those
Single.
old- yeah.
I remember I came home from 8th grade or like 7th.
Gilligan's Single, Gilligan's Island.
My mom
No,
was
Living
crying.
Single is a black version of Friends.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
never heard
what
of
Friend. Yeah, never mind. Go ahead.
Janae and whatnot.
Yeah.
it. Is that only in the U.S.?
No, that was in the 90s.
Yep.
Gilligan's Single.
Hey, I hear an echo.
Yeah, me too.
On me. Oh, is it for me?
Probably Brooke's fault.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm joking. No.
Is that better?
Hello?
Yeah, better.
I have a new speaker.
Martin. What's up? How y'all feeling?
Right,
So-
right,
I came home one day from school. I was like in 6th grade.
right,
My mom was crying her eyes out in the house. I thought someone had died.
right.
Yeah. What's wrong? She couldn't even speak, and she was just pointing. And I was like, "What?" And she's pointing at the television screen. It's the season finale of Martin when they
Right.
they had to move out of the apartment.
Right, right. Yeah, I remember that.
She loved that show so much that
Oh,
she
Martin
cried
Lawrence?
at the end of it.
Yes, Martin Lawrence.
Oh my god, I love Martin Lawrence. But
And
I wish
who
I
was
could
it? Was it
fucking-
Tia, the girlfriend he had? She was so fine.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, she was. She didn't age well though. But go ahead.
No, I haven't seen her lately, but
What did you guys call the show again? Because I just remember watching Martin Lawrence and his show, but I didn't.
yeah, Martin.
Yeah,
It was just Martin.
Okay. I was thinking you were saying.
Martin.
my
That was the
God.
song.
When did Brandon Young think that he got soul? It's like somehow.
Yeah, no.
Brandon can sing, man. I'm telling you, he's got some soul.
No. Me and Marvin Gaye got together at one point.
yes.
And he is
just
actually
before
my
he
dad.
died. Yeah.
It was right
Before he
after, right
died.
before right before Sammy sent him down the fucking river and.
Yeah. Hey, Doug.
Yes. Yes.
I just realized Sammy Davis Jr. must be super lame to hang out with Aquino, man. He must have been really lame.
I think they met on a mansion.
Yeah.
Sammy Davis Jr. hung out with Aquino?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
He was hanging out with Aquino and Anton Zandor LaVey. And that was my gang brother Beaver said it was the bottom of Sammy Davis Jr.'s career. And he was, so just to give you the arc of narrative here with Sammy Davis Jr., he was black. And then when
Jewish?
when he got really wealthy, he said, I'm going to become Jewish. And then
Did he marry a
became
Jewish woman or?
he
No,
just
maybe
suddenly said, I'm Jewish. And then what happened was he then said, I'm a Satanist, and joined the First Church of Satan and was affiliated with the Temple of Set as well. As a matter of fact,
You know,
yeah, go on.
sorry, Doug.
Yeah.
You know, in comedians in cars getting coffee, I don't know why I'm giving a free plug for Jerry Seinfeld, but whatever. Eddie Murphy mentions that when they're driving in the car that Sammy Davis Jr. approached them and told them, you know, Satan is actually, because something to the effect of Satan is not as bad as you think.
Right.
So it's very interesting. When he said that, I did remember that you mentioning that.
By the way, the picture was provided by George Knight. It's right there in the chat for all of us to see.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. Okay. So who's to the left and who's to the right? That's
okay. There you go. So it's just very interesting.
Aquino's on the left, honey. Yeah, and
I know. Who's that on the right?
that's Anton Zandor LaVey, darling, the man who was both the lover of Jane Mansfield and ultimately her murderer.
Oh, really? But he's the one that started the Church of Satan, and then
that's correct.
Yeah, and then Aquino left and started the Church of Set. Right?
That's correct, honey. Yes.
Yeah. Keeping up a little
bit. See, she's learning. She's now learning the
girl.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would have preferred not to know any of this.
Yeah, but honey, it's you're arming yourself. This is what a good Christian does. They arm themselves with knowledge. Yes.
No, I'm gonna throw it all at Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes. So Sammy, when you brought this up, what was on your mind about it? Yeah. So
well,
like you said,
Eddie Murphy mentioned it in the interview. You know, because the thing about comedians is, you know, they're very subconscious and they're just insecure. But during just regular small talk, he mentioned when he was young in industry, I believe he was on Saturday Night Live, that you know, meeting certain celebrities back in the early '80s, he met Sammy Davis Jr. and Sammy Davis Jr. told him something to the effect of, "Well, you know, Satan is not as bad as you think."
Wow.
And he said it during comedians in cars getting coffee, you know?
Yeah, got it.
So he told that to Jerry Seinfeld, and you know, I mean, comedians are so dry; they make fun of anything. But it was very interesting he said that, but it was kind of one of those things where it kind of weirded him out, like, what's his whole deal?
Yeah.
But you know, it was obviously at the time where I guess Sammy Davis Jr. Hit the bottom and kept digging. You know, that's pretty bad, you know.
Yeah.
But
wow.
You know, I don't know. It's just interesting because you know, the industry.
Something right on that though. I mean, like, I know that I'm gonna come off really strong on this as far as I'm definitely not toward Michael Aquino and toward like as far.
Yeah, speaking to the mic, honey, or your voice is very distant.
I turned it away because they had an echo.
Oh, okay.
So, but like obviously not toward Michael Aquino and toward Church of Set as far as believing, like wanting to take power and control what they were doing, which is what they did. But at the same time, with magic and spells and witchcraft and into an evil way. What I do mean though is, like, when somebody asks me about duality, like, can you love without hate? Well, if you believe we are a creation, you either believe one of two things. Like, there's only two basis things. Either believe we're created by something, or we are just basically cells. We form, we die, and there's no other life, and you don't. So if you believe the second part, there's nothing else before or after you, and you're just some cells, you got together, fucking that's it. Okay, then I don't have, like, there's no words. I don't have nothing I would say would matter. If you believe the first part of it, that there is some creationism, some God, some creator, something that created us. All right, there was some mechanism, some reason for humans to be here. Then you would have to go into the whole philosophy behind that, which could go deeper. But at the end of it, you would have to then agree that I would think that to love, you couldn't know love, the love of your child or the love of your wife, without knowing loss. You couldn't know the fact that you couldn't appreciate life without knowing you were going to die. The death, disease, all these things. So there was never going to be a good without an evil. And so there was never going to be a God without a Satan. There was never going to be so to me, the two were created out of the same pod, basically, and they're all meant to come back into one. But it's the people that want to say, hey, I want to pull out these souls, pull out and try to take power. You can take power from the evil. You can take power from the good. That's your choice. That's what the soul's power is. But when you say Satan wasn't that bad, I don't know that Satan was that bad. I don't know that, like, we've gone through enough of that to be like, I don't even know if there was, like, I mean, that's just my old thought.
No, I yeah. Go on, Sammy.
Oh, no. Well, the only reason why I made that observation was it kind of, to me, not it clarifies, but it kind of solidifies still what Doug talks about, in a sense of Aquino being connected to. I mean, obviously, anybody knows that he was pretty much influential in entertainment industry. You know, I made, for example, you know, Star Wars and the whole Lucas park and the Presidio. I mean, it's not a coincidence that George Lucas got that contract, that government contract, or I mean, that parkland. That's, you know, government parkland at the Presidio, and Kino had nothing to do with it. I mean, it's the coincidences there are too close.
They're too self-evident. They're too self-evident.
Right.
And so to put this in perspective, obviously, you may not know this, Brooke, or you may know the barest outlines of it, but in terms of the peacock angel, Lucifer himself, which is in a sense different from Satan. Lucifer is the lord of this world in the sense that he's the bridge between the heavens and those lower Clepothic shells, the hells, that as we understand them. And these are simply denser and denser realms of existence or subsistence, subexistence, where people basically send themselves to these areas when they're full of hatred or they're full of bitterness or they're just unable to shed this baggage that is the chains that brings them down there. This is why in the Christmas Carol you have the ghost appear with all of these chains that are the chains are basically his own chains. And at some point, people who are damned in this ecosystem of the cosmology realize they don't belong there, and then they ascend, they recycle, so to speak. And this is all part of the cosmic recycling. But none, even the devils in hell, they're doing their jobs. They're carrion. They do what carrion does under the earth. It's without them, none of the rest of the cosmos and that which we value above in the higher realms would exist. So all of this.
They never existed. If I'm not mistaken on what you're saying. So I've heard that before. I've heard you say that before, and I do believe that.
Yes.
As far as, I mean, I don't get into naming. Like to me, we can sit here and we can go, okay, was it? We call him Satan, and we call it, like, that's for everybody's own belief system. That's fine. Peacock Angel, Satan, we call him Lucifer. Like, there's a million other different names for that, all translated in different fucking ways. But yes, what your story and what you're saying, I believe is correct. My thing with that is, I believe there's only one, and this from the so before I came to you, I have been doing enough research on. That's how I found you. But it was on accident, obviously stumbling onto your site. But everything happens for a reason, and denser planes. From what I understand, the densest the densest plane other than where we are in Earth would be what you would call the underworld.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That underworld, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. There are many that believe, and there's, that, which I won't go into. I don't go as deep as they do to understand it, but that plane was shut down. And that's why we have seen so much
more evil on the earth.
Yeah, attack. Yes, because God, Creator, however you want to call it, right? Realized, well, already knew, because it's all plan on doing. At some point, I've got to bring them up, right? Got to shut it down. It'd just be like me saying, "Okay, Douglas, I know you want to stay up all night and you want to sleep all day. Guess what? You're coming out."
Well, honey,
right?
just to put this into some perspective for you.
It's pushing something out, but it was pushed into our density.
Oh, yes, yeah. So, honey, So I get it, and we'll talk about this more in the future because, yeah. And Sammy, yeah. I will respond. Sammy, go on. Yeah, I will respond.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question, Doug. So, what is the difference between Anton and LaVey as far as a magician? I mean, obviously, both of them practice the occult.
Yes.
Was Anton LaVey, did he get into the same stuff that Aquino, in the sense of, with the whole child abuse? Was he a part of it, or was he in other words, was he a different denomination? Or did he know of that? Or did you know what I mean? Was he in the same? In other words, I mean, both of them were evil, but you know what I mean? I guess there's levels to it, is what I'm trying to say. Was he like that bad, or was he different? I know that's kind of vague. So
it's not. It's not. And I will get back to answering what Brooke Gibson said because it's important and it's part of the cosmology that I need to explain to people. And all of this is ultimately connected. So I will bring it back to my response to Brooke via V, responding about what went on with Anton LaVey and Michael Aquino, the difference between the twain. Understand that Anton LaVey, for whatever reason, he was obviously a lot more charming, and so a lot of people try to rehabilitate him. There's even a rumor that some people insist he converted to Christianity on his deathbed, and I don't personally believe that. It's one of these things that I just don't see in him. I met the man personally a number of times. I can show people photographs of myself with Jacques Vallée. And Jacques Vallée was definitely someone who, I remember this one German woman, and to my eternal embarrassment, I forget her name. She lives in New Zealand. Hopefully she's still alive. She was pretty young, but anyhow, so this young woman was saying, "Oh God, Jacques Vallée looks so much more comfortable when he's next to Anton LaVey than he does when he's next to you." And I says, "Yeah, that's because he really got along well with Anton LaVey." And she said, "Why? He was known. People talked about him eating babies. So in other words, he was known to have done the same things Aquino did, even though
they picture of Sammy Davis Jr. and look."
Well, Sammy Davis Jr. looks like he's knocking on death's door in that picture.
I know, but what I'm saying is, look at Michael Aquino.
Yeah.
Look at LaVey. Look at it.
Yeah, and what do you see?
Who does he lean into and trust in?
Yeah, he's leaning into Anton LaVey. Yes, definitely.
He has some kind of sense. He has some kind of draw to him.
Yeah. In other words, Anton LaVey was definitely more charming to people, more comforting. And, when the German woman's asking me about, why would Jacques Vallée, for those of you who don't know, Jacques Vallée is the man who's portrayed in Close Encounters of the Third Kind as the French scientist. That's a portrayal of Jacques Vallée. So he was a very famous celebrity scientist prior to Carl Sagan. And so Jacques Vallée lives in San Francisco and was fairly accessible to me, as was Anton LaVey, for the different reasons that everybody knows by now, just environmental circumstance. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the comfort zone, and she was saying he must know that people were accusing him of eating babies, etc., with Anton LaVey. And I says, well, Jacques Vallée is French, and to the French, The most important thing is good conversation, and good conversation is hard to find, but babies are a dime a dozen. That is what I told her to take a look at from the French perspective, and she found that the funniest thing in the world. Said that's horrible that I would say that, but at the same time, that's what Jacques Vallée was. That's what he was feeling, and that's basically. The Magus Anton Zandler LaVey was this. He was a product of a degenerative arc in Jewish culture. Basically, what you had originally in this kind of arc of Jewish culture was Moshe Levi. His name was actually, this is also a name as well as a position. His name was actually Rabbi Moshe Levi. That was the real name of Karl Marx. And Karl Marx was born in Germany, was actually very German acculturated, but he was ethnically Jewish. And he developed this godless communism ideology. And he wanted to see the most violent historical period, a bloodbath that would be so bloody it would end all history. This is literally the Marxian ideal. What does that mean? It means the end of all life. So he wanted the end of all life. So he developed this godless communism. And so then one of the victims of that godless communism was this woman who was named, help me out here, that horrible atheistic Jewish woman, Ayn Rand.
Ayn Rand.
Yes, thank you. Ayn Rand was a victim of communism. Her family's home was looted, and they barely escaped, and they took all their money, and they ran away to America, where she got U.S. citizenship. So she said, by God, to use a pun, I'm going to develop godless capitalism. So she developed this Russian Jewish woman, godless capitalism, and so she developed Ayn Randian ideology, a true cult. And the cult of Ayn Rand is one in which there must be no mercy. Mercy is for the weak, that everyone must strive towards profit, and that profit is the ultimate objective. And I remember picking up one of her books where her thesis was, corporations are the true victims in the world, that the real predators are the poor who demand welfare. But the real poor who should get all the welfare are the corporations, because they're the ones who provide jobs, the ones who provide industry, the ones who provide all that the poor live off of and purchase.
If you knew all this, why didn't you tell me who Marjorie Taylor Greene was in her past life?
There you go. I remember I showed that book to my gang brother Beaver, and I said, hey, look at what Ayn Rand says. And Beaver started, pretending to cry. He said, those poor corporations, why don't they just, disassemble all of their corporate boards and dissolve all of their assets and sell off all of their stocks, and then they would cease to exist and they wouldn't suffer anymore.
Oh my God, I so wish I could meet Beaver.
And
sorry,
so,
Doug.
Oh yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say, beg your pardon. I was going to say that's what Liz Truss was promoting, that same ideology as Ayn Rand. She was promoting that, we must look after the corporations in order to create more jobs, and then the economy will flow. This will increase. Yeah,
disgusting.
And she was saying the same thing.
And by the way, this is part of, as a small tangent here, if you ever take a look in the 90s, they had all these dystopian post-apocalyptic films come out, science fiction films like Cyborg, Holocaust and shit. And if you ever take a look at all of these post-apocalyptic films, they show a world ruled by mega corporations. And everyone else is on the streets, dirt poor, and they're just all grabbing hand-to-mouth whatever they can to survive, subsistence level existence for these people. And the insanity of this is, who is buying the corporation's products if the overwhelming demographic is poor? The corporations cannot exist off a tiny minority of elites, because the elites can only buy so much. If it's basically 1% of the population with all of the money, there's still only so much they can buy. They can't support these mega corporations.
No, they can't.
Yeah,
So
it's an impossible dystopia. So the whole point is that, so too, the Liz Truss idea.
But didn't the Liz Truss, I just want to say this, did that not start with, I hate to say this because it sounds like I'm like some American person. Americans so powerful. But, the United States since our break from England, like we have had this power that we've dominated or tried to pretend that we dominate and go into all these countries.
Honey, England was the cradle of the Industrial Revolution. These are the people.
England did it
Yeah.
originally. No, I know that. What I'm saying is now, for the last, at least through my lifetime, in your lifetime, in this lifetime, everyone on this call, and in this particular life that we've lived, we've seen the United States
kind of overwhelm all that as the giant world marketplace.
Powerhouse of it, at least pretending to be. My point to
So
that.
you feel that we kind of impose that on them? Is that what you're saying?
Imposed it on who?
On the English, like Liz Truss.
No, not on the English. No. The English, no. God, no. I mean, the rest of the fucking world, like the rest of it, like English. No, we weren't imposing shit on English.
Okay.
I mean, English. I don't think we've imposed anything on England.
Yeah, but you were inspired to say this because of Liz Truss, and I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Because Liz Truss, because I was going back to
Yeah.
You see, you throw people off subject too. So
Yeah,
there you go.
I do.
So Liz Truss, I was just going back to me. This goes back to exactly what we're saying to Reagan economics.
Trickle down. Yeah. If the rich are rich, it'll trickle down to you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it started then. He came out of fucking California as an actor, and I don't even think he was a bad personal man from what I know about him. I don't know
very
if he's
generous.
personal that I've heard very bad. I think he may have truly believed it was going to be good, or he was talked into it. No matter what, it's the same fucking thing. That's why right now I was listening to when I heard George saying that, like, oh well, like money hasn't kept up with it and like the price of bread's going up. That's what's been going on in our society overall and in the United States. And I think society overall, but in the United States, definitely, God, other countries are suffering and starving to death.
Well, I think what happened was definitely Reaganomics, and what happened was Thatcherism were simultaneous. Thatcherism and what you're unfamiliar with, honey, is the other side of the Atlantic. During the time of Reaganomics, the British had Margaret Thatcher, who just said, fuck everybody and cut the, basically take milk and cookies away from the kids in school, take away money from, National Health Service. Yes. I mean, George will tell you, and it's been going downhill ever since.
She killed the mining industry as well. She dismantled it. And so, and she was the one that, that said, we're going to take away the milk and cookies for the kids in school.
Yes.
So they got that for nothing.
And now the nurses are on strike.
Yes.
Yeah, the nurses are on strike for the first time in 106 years. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
They've finally done it after my Sarah's left that industry, has left the National Health Service.
That's why they did it. That's why they did it, because when she left, they're up shit creek without a paddle.
She left him in the shit creek. That's it, Douglas. That's exactly what she said. She goes, they are, I'm trying to think of the word she used.
She said, I got that from her. She said they're up shit creek without a paddle, without her. Yes. Yes.
She's left them in the lurch. Yeah, she's left them. Yeah.
So there's the
hang and dry.
There's a link about that Real Tech Geek put into the chat room for George and anyone else to look at. But definitely. So after Ayn Rand basically developed this godless capitalism in which he said the wealthy are the victims and the poor are the predators. Then what happened was Magus Anton Szandor LaVey, also Jewish, said, well, I'll just take it to its logical conclusion and say that we need to create a godless Satanism. And what he created was, what he said was, he just took Ayn Rand's philosophy and he added occult ritual. And so basically what Magus Anton Szandor LaVey is promoting is Ayn Randiism, a godless capitalism in which you become your own god, meaning your own Satan, by basically realizing your full potential through magical ritual to enrich yourself and get all of the sex you want, all of your hedonism, all of your wants and desires and needs fulfilled. He advocated the mass production of biofacsimilacra. Now, because of his defense connections, because he had a cousin I think it was his cousin, who was right there on the Presidio military base as a military officer in the reserves. And this individual was giving him the dirt on what we were doing on base. He knew about the biofacsimilacra, which I may never have spoken to you about, or maybe I spoke to you about them briefly, but he advocated mass production of biofacsimilacra for use as slaves for every biological human being, so that real humans could have cybernetic slaves that they could do anything to without legal repercussion, torture and rape and release all of their aggressions on. And he was promoting this future of hedonism and Ayn Randianism, but you could become a god yourself, your own Satan, based on realizing your full potential. But he is promoting an atheism. It's a atheistic occultism in which there is no God or Satan. This is where the Ayn Randianism comes in. This is a godless capitalism, but Satan is an ideal. So in this ideal, you can become Satan by empowering yourself through magic. So go on, Brooke, what was your question? And then ask me about how he killed, Jane Mansfield, how that happened. So go on.
I will keep going. I did want to say that when you're talking about the magic and becoming your own Satan, I believe like Satan term is really just to say becoming, so to look outside of yourself. And it's so to me that we've got two choices now moving. We either see ourselves as one, where we eventually should be held, like Douglas Dietrich, Sammy Romero, that geek Brandon Young, George, like everyone listening, like we're truly one, separate individuals, separate souls, but truly one. And then like it's all been separated. That's why we all learn to relate, and that's why you want to relate to other people. Or truly separate, and you truly put everything outside of yourself. Meaning, I can kill, I can do this, I can do that. That is what you're calling Satan. Like it's a pull away, it's a pull into ego, or what we call ego, pull up and into ego. Those are your two differences. They're pulled together, and I don't mean together. It's like, oh, we're like kumbaya, like we're all like fucking. Yeah, that would be the ultimate goal, maybe. But what I mean is just that we all came from one is truly what happened, and that's the whole ultimate vision, and will eventually, I think, happen no matter what. But at the same time, you've got to pull away. Now, when you say magic, using magic, there's your key. Because guess what? The Satanists, or your atheists, those people that you're talking about, they didn't let go of the magic, what we call magic, which now we're starting that are spiritual. Because what happened was, you got to remember, religion was as much satanic, or became much satanic when you say satanic, as far as I say evil, power and ego, power driven. Religion, not God, religion became power driven and ego driven. Was to drive a country, to be able to drive a religion, to be able to dominate this, to dominate that. It became driven just as much, whether it was under the name of God or under the name of Satan. It was driven just as much. Here's where the key is. They pulled out the magic. They didn't even want you to know about the magic, the power that you had inside yourself, the power that each individual has inside.
As a matter of fact, there's a very thick book that I recommend for everyone, titled "The Rise of the Church and the Decline of Magic," or "The Rise of Religion and the Decline of Magic," which explores that very subject in depth. And certainly, this was, of course, the death of the matriarchy, or the witches, and the birth of the patriarchy, the rise of the patriarchy in the form of the church. So obviously there's truth to what you say, and but of course here's the difference: the church still was obligated to turn out something to rationalize its power. So
Douglas, don't go there. Douglas, don't go there. We're talking about the number one murderer. You want to sit here and talk about? We can sit here and talk about all day about how many people,
honey, yes, no, believe me, I'm not denying that. Yeah,
Let's talk about Aquino raping.
Religion have killed so much people over foolishness.
Talk about the
Sure,
pace,
sure.
let's talk about-
Crusades and all the fighting. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, but honestly,
Okay,
when you go, hey, wait. First off, the Crusades, you have to remember Europe was defending itself against an Islamic invasion. This is like
Yes.
saying.
I'm not talking about those crusades. I'm talking
Yeah.
the crusades even when they came over and they took over the entire South America and burnt every fucking book and everything they fucking had.
Horrific,
And would come
yes.
up to the
And enslaved them also.
Yes, horrific.
enslaved them,
yes,
and they would come up to the first of
yes,
the king
yes.
or whoever was the head,
Yes.
and they would say, "You don't bow to me." And when they
Yes.
didn't, they put him
Yes.
on a stake, and they say,
Yes.
"Now, do the rest of you fucking get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, bow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna burn your
Understand
shit."
that. Understand that the
You're
church.
saying
the
that
church,
is less demonic?
honey,
No, I wouldn't
honey,
hear you
honey.
say that, Douglas.
Honey, as I've said before, I, if anyone, mourn the loss of these incredible cultures of Mesoamerica. But understand what the conquistadors ran into was an empire that was indeed slaughtering hundreds of thousands of Native Americans around them and subjugating the other tribes around them, the Aztecs. Now, had the Aztecs survived, this would have been a magnificent culture, unlike
This is
anything
a story.
we've
First
ever
of all,
seen.
that's a story.
It's
Like,
not
how
a
do you
story.
have
It
that-
really
you know how you
happened.
have that story? Because
It's-
that story
It's
was
not what the
only
conquistadors
relayed
made up. It's
by
not what
the
now, what the
Americans.
conquistadors did was
Not
horrible.
Americans. I'm sorry,
It-
by the ones that came
yeah.
back that
It-
said, "Oh, these are horrible people. They're all killing
It-
each other." I'm not saying that some weren't, because obviously you're gonna have warring fucking tribes.
Yes,
At the end of the
and-
fucking day,
and
who
what
is
the
it
Aztecs
for me to
had-
come into
what the
Britain right
Aztecs
now? If I
had
go
was-
into England and
yes.
I'm like, "Oh, well, the north and south," and I see this, like, I'm just gonna kill all the fucking south.
Well, honey. So, like I said, you had this incredible empire of the Aztecs, which, if it had survived, would have been one of the most
Aztecs was
magnificent
just one
civilizations.
small fraction of what they did.
Well, it was pretty fucking large. It was an area larger than the
I'm
size
saying
of France.
It was huge.
Yes,
What I'm
and
saying
it was
is
growing.
you're minimalizing. You're minimalizing.
I'm not minimalizing. I'm not minimalizing.
What else they killed off that was not Aztec?
Honey, what do you mean? They were killing off entire Native American tribes.
Right.
The
So it
Aztecs.
wasn't just Aztec, is what I'm trying
Oh
to tell
yeah,
you.
but of course the conquistadors went on, and the repercussions wound up killing everybody. Yeah. Oh, believe me, I'm well aware of that. But what we're faced with there is
Yeah.
it's a true conundrum. That is a true morally ambiguous
I don't
choice.
see how it's a conundrum. You don't.
And then the English and
you
George
go to
Washington
country
killing
and
all the
you're like,
Nassau
hey,
and stuff like that.
Hey, my fucking religion. If I went right now, Douglas, like, I just want you to explain
I mean,
this to
believe
me.
me, I'm on the side of the Aztecs. I'm on
If
the
I
side
go
of
to
the
Japan
Aztecs.
right now,
And the Nazagare.
where is it? What is the country? Okay, let me go to fucking.
I'm on the side of the Aztecs and the Nazca. Yes, the indigenous
If
cultures.
I go to Iran or Iraq and I'm like, you know what? I don't like that you're Muslim. This is wrong. I got more people coming in. I'm gonna kill you if you don't fucking become Christian.
Well, hold on for a second, honey. The Muslims of Iran
I'm not saying
are
we're
suffering
not
under
trying to push up Muslims. I'm
Yeah.
trying to say right now, in the world we live in now,
yes,
the only place
but
I could go with that would be
but honey, this is why I said this is man's natural condition is war. That's what you're going to have war. War is just part of man's natural condition, and there's always going to be
No,
something.
it wasn't. So that's the point. What you said earlier, when magic got taken out, it's man's, not woman.
Oh, well, okay. Let's look at it this way. There were
And you have a
matriarchies in the
female
past,
type and George
like,
female type.
like Japan started it as a matriarchy, and Japan was known as this place of great balance, as I've gone over with Peter Moon in the past, and certainly there were matriarchies in the past that had a sense of balance, equilibrium. So we might say it's all to be blamed on the patriarchy, but at the same time, there were warrior woman tribes. So we have to accept that reality. We found examples.
Wasn't
of
it like?
God, who have you heard?
I'm sorry, I thought you were
more than
finished.
Anybody else? It's me. So obviously, like, you put a woman. I mean, God, there was a woman at the Trump show, one of the Trump rallies. I loved her. Like, I hated her, honestly. She was like,
Love to hate her, yeah.
She was like, well, you don't think the guy was asking like
In lie between 11 and 8.
power, and she was like, no, you should never put a woman as president. You get her period, she'll fucking kill everybody.
hard to argue with that, really, but but yeah, in terms of there were woman warriors, and they that's so we can't just live under this delusion that matriarchy makes everything peaceful. And besides, that's not exactly it's not exactly desirable.
What is it?
I've argued before that I feel that peaceful societies are stagnant societies. So in the end, it doesn't really pay. Japan was a peaceful society. Japan hadn't had war for 13 generations.
So Japan would have been fucking fine.
Yeah, if the Americans had left it alone. But then what happened was the Americans invaded, and the Japanese samurai.
You're arguing my point for me.
Not really. You see, the Japanese samurai who hadn't conducted war in 13 generations failed miserably to stop the American invasion. And because of that,
my point for me for this reason. That's what you're not realizing. The point is there's duality.
Then they push back also the Christians.
So I'm not saying that what you,
actually they kept the Christians at bay for hundreds of years. Yes, I'm sorry. Go on, honey. Yeah.
The difference between what you and I are saying is this: that I am saying that war happens not because it should, not because man has to make it, and not because it's in man's nature. It's man's nature to rise above it. That's where we are headed. That's where we should be headed. That's where we will eventually get at some point.
What?
No matter what it takes.
You mean like some...
But what you're trying to say is that it is just like warring is, that'd be like me saying, okay, murder is like, it is just our thing to do wrong, which is duality. It's wrong or right. It's not wrong to, it's not right to be like, I just want more power. I just want more money, which is power, money, power, greed. I just want more, and I don't give a shit who suffers and how many die for me to get it. Wrong, duality. Wrong.
At this
right.
point, you're going into abstracts. You're going into abstracts, and look, I understand you want a nice, peaceful world,
like,
but
you just had a
I do too.
Yeah. 4 fucking 25 fast lives and 2 of them in the right, and you're fucking motherfuckers. So like, come on.
Hold on for a second.
Are we going to go there? Are we going to either say that there is a spiritual aspect to this or not?
Well, if you want me to go back to the spiritual, and we were talking about the...
Brooke once was a warrior. She was a warrior in China in her past life.
Is this what you psychically see?
I know I was a warrior. I know I was a warrior because my moon Aries. I already know that.
Okay, like, so all that being said, in terms of if we were without war, and we were some planetary global civilization, we would be the Borg. We would be a termitary. We would be in stasis, and we would decline.
So here's what you believe then: that there's no. Okay, so here, then Douglas, what you're saying?
I believe that our civilizations will. Oh well, you can't just impose something on me.
Are you saying that there's no
what you have a habit of doing?
Everything's peaceful.
What you have a habit of doing is you impose upon people something that they say something, and then you take it and run with it, and then you take it to someplace else.
I'm gonna run with this, and then you can say yes or no. So that's all.
No. That's that. At that point, then it becomes just a game of entrapment.
Okay,
it doesn't even make sense at that point. It would be like
one-sided love affair.
Yeah. It would mean like my saying. It would mean like my saying, if you're gay, that means that you reproduce by molesting children. Say yes or no. You know, I mean, it's a senseless question. It's at this point.
That's not what I don't.
It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. It is kind of like that. It's not. So what I'm saying is that civilizations will continue to expand into space, and they will continue to war. But it's important that they expand into space first, so that we don't war in an environment in which we're limited and therefore can destroy ourselves. So the war can continue after that, all the warring, without our threatening to annihilate ourselves. And even then, there will still be a danger of such. Obviously, there's always going to be a need for diplomacy. There's going to be a need for peacemaking. But there's always also going to be a need for war. It's just part of the human condition. It is one of the things that makes us human. If we were not warring, we would not be human. We would be, as I said, like a termitary. We would be like a colony of cockroaches. We would be stagnant. there would be no development. There would be nothing that would prove a human being worthy of existence. It's like one of the things that makes people excel. It's one of the things that makes people give their best, give their all. It's one of the things that makes people worth
Ego.
being people. Ew, it may be that, but that's an essential part of the human nature. Without ego, what would we be?
So what is your point of being alive, Douglas?
The point of being alive is to help humanity get to a point where the warring can be carried off planet, and therefore give man a better chance of survival.
Whether if it's carried off the planet,
Yeah.
then what is the point then? Say we don't end it here. Is there not a point where you can feed your ego?
There's always going to be a point where people are going to be making peace on their own little patches of planet. There's always going to be people who can escape whatever war is going on. Space will give them more room to do that. There's always going to be an expansion
So wait a minute.
that
So
allows...
those patches of people, those are people that have exceeded ego and they get in these patches. So either you're saying...
Yeah, and imagine how stagnant their societies will be. Their societies will be like...
Right, yeah, well, that's my point. So I think that
Just
is
remember,
exactly...
when we take a look at the Aborigines, for instance, who I think we can all agree that we want Aborigines to continue to exist. We want Aborigines to continue in these tribal environments, to retain as much of their tribal essence as they can. I mean, we have come to the point where civilization realizes that these people need to be preserved, not annihilated. Well, these people war with each other, honey. They kill each other. They kill each other just differently. It's like they'll kill each other one at a time, two at a time, massacre half a tribe, 6 people die, but they're satisfied with that. And maybe it just kind of ends there. They cut off some heads and they shrink them.
Oh my God!
This is what they do. Are you denying that?
My fucking God! Oh my!
But this is what they do, honey. You can't deny that.
Oh my!
Without strife,
Yeah.
without conflict in life, there's no purpose. There's nothing to make you keep going in life.
You're fucking both killing me now.
But this is what they do, honey.
This is fucking male
I-
fucking testosterone.
But this is what men have is
I always agree-
testosterone.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what?
I always agree with
let
Brooke
you
though.
all
I mean,
talk,
I don't
shut
like
the
war.
fuck
I
up,
want to see like a Star Trek.
Go on with your shit.
Star Trek is full of war. Star Trek is full of war.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is.
I know. Star Trek's full of war. My fucking father watched it. He was fucking addicted to it. I know. He took me to all the movies when they would come out, and we had to watch all the TV shows at home. Trust me. That as well as Twilight Zone. I know everyone.
There you go, honey. And that's where you'll understand a lot of what I try to explain.
If you think that if you think that don't get me wrong, movies, yes, have some basis in reality as far as where probably they have known and things come in to fruition. But if you think that, oh my God, Star Trek is ultimately the ultimate achievement of mankind. If that is your ultimate achievement of mankind, then I would blow my brains out right now.
What is so bad about Star Trek? What is so bad about Star Trek?
Not really even about Star Trek. It's about what you're saying about it.
What
you're saying about it, you know what? It's not even Star Trek. You're right, because there are peaceful societies. But what you're saying about it is you're like, I would not. And you know what's funny is that woman I was telling you about that does the past life regressions, Dolores Cannon, said, this is the most densest planet. You've lived other lives, and you've lived other lives probably on other planets. People choose to come to this planet kind of like you choose to come to a fucking college. You choose to fucking get the goddamn experience, okay? You choose to fucking go hard fucking core. Some people choose go all at one time. I want to learn all these lessons, and you have spirit guides, and some spirit guides will be like, hey, you sure you want to learn all these lessons? Because you probably not going to get through all these lessons. It's not going to work out. You're going to have to go back. There's different ways to look at it. None of us fucking know 100%, and there's no one that can say they know 100% on any of that. But what I can say that I know in my heart to be true is that, and only you can know in your heart to be true. So you can know in your heart, and I can know in mine different. But what I do know to be true is that if I do know that there is a reason for duality, there is a reason for war, there is a reason for pain, there is a reason for the ultimate suffering. Somebody losing their child to cancer, somebody getting a phone call in the middle of the night that their fucking little fucking 12-year-old fucking got killed in a car wreck. There is a reason for fucking suffering and going through it. And war and fucking all of this.
And I've been through it all.
You grow your fucking souls, and here's the reason. Then you get to that goddamn planet that you were calling, oh, it's so fucking boring. Let me tell you what. Go watch fucking elephants in fucking Africa. Because very rarely do you see one fighting, because you will occasionally.
And look what happens to them. Look what happens to them. Look what happens. They get massacred by poachers. They get massacred by poachers. And the only thing that protects them is men with guns. And it got to the point where...
Listen to me. Yes, I'm not saying the man. I am saying be the fucking elephant for a
second. I understand what you're saying.
It won't be boring. I'll be glad to be the elephant. And live with my fucking
what you're saying. I know you love animals.
And no poachers. And my fucking kid, and not
but you're talking about
cancer at 3 years old.
Honey, you're talking about a miraculous environment in which there are no external factors.
No, I'm not.
And they're always going to be external factors, especially in the animal kingdom.
No dualism. Yeah. But there is has to be complete fucking always duality. You earlier said that you believe that too, so now you're going back on the same fucking thing.
Wait, when did I say that? Did I say there was no duality?
No, I said when I was told you that I was talking when what's his name? Fucking Joe Tai.
Joe Tai. Oh, that goober.
I believe in duality and dualism. And I told him I didn't believe that dualism was a religion, but yes, I believe in duality. I believe that's what we're here for.
I mean, that's kind of like a different subject. I mean, whatever he's going off on, it's like
exactly.
It's like whatever that was.
Okay, for him, it may be a different subject, but what I told you is the exact same because I said. I believe.
So, like when we were talking about the different Qlipoth and the different realms and all the rest of that, in terms of going back to that, when I was talking about the arc of this kind of Jewish dissension into downright Satanism by Mr. Magus Anton Szandor LaVey saying, well, it's all about you. I mean, that's real ego there. And then he says it's all about you and gain your own power and whatnot. So this was the essence of his Satanism. It was different from Michael Aquino's Satanism because Michael Aquino is a theistic Satanism in which he worships external entities. Unlike Anton LaVey, who says it's all in you, you're empowering yourself with your magic, then the Michael Aquino says, no, they're out there, these anti-gods, and you can ultimately parasitize off them, and ultimately you will beat the game. You're not going to be part of this ecosystem of damnation and recycling or ascension. And what he's talking about, of course, is nihilism and ultimately a return to oneness. His argument was a return to oneness when we were all one, when we were all dark. The whole point of creation, the whole point of creation.
It is oneness.
Yes, but the whole point of creation, the whole point of creation is, as Michael Aquino would argue, we were all one in the darkness. We were all together in the darkness, in the chaos,
That's what I was
in the
about
amorphous,
to say.
in the amorphous
He
chaos.
was right. They were both right, and they were both wrong. They both had it right.
And what happened that was wrong to Michael Aquino? What happened that was wrong was God cleaved that darkness in twain and brought light into the picture. And after that, everything began to divide, and that's what caused all of this animosity.
And he's got it backwards, and that's just like if I was to tell you, oh my God, last week I visited the fucking crazy house, and the lady told me the exact same story, and you'd be like,
but you see, this is the danger of the kind of oneness philosophy. For us to go into oneness means we go Aquino's way. We go to darkness. We go into the amorphous chaos that was pre-creation.
If you look at every past religion and where they all go back to, that's the thing. I don't believe in religion, but I do look at everything that goes back to like, where did this break off from? What did this break off
Well,
from?
all of this is important, of course.
Where does everything
yes.
come back to a certain whole?
Yes.
Number one.
We trace all this,
look
but
at science.
yes.
Look at
Yeah.
our DNA.
Yes.
Our DNA
Yes.
has been proven
Yes.
that it cannot. There's no way our DNA could have mutated the way it has for us to be who we are this fucking fast. And
In other words, you're basically going the Zachariah Sitchin route that we had
I'm
our
not
DNA.
talking about like 7,000 years or Jesus years.
I was gonna say maybe she can go into
years. Our DNA could not have produced, could not have gone that fucking far.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite
That
sure
has
about
been
that.
MIT.
Well, certainly I've brought up before, of course, that life is impossible. Okay, but once life is there, then it starts changing gradually, millions of years, sometimes much faster.
How it changes into MIT, and I will be glad. I actually will look up the paper and I will send it to you.
Of course, please,
Basically, we're not talking about like the stupid Bible of.
I understand that.
Like,
But did you honestly think I was going back?
7,000 years.
Did you?
The world's only 8,000.
Whoa! Did you honestly think I was going there?
No, but I'm saying millions of years. They didn't fucking go there. Like our DNA. Why do you think we have caps on the fucking ends of our DNA structure?
Yeah, the telomeres that I told you about. That get so
you
ripped.
Didn't tell me about those. I already knew about telomeres before I ever came on your show. I can assure you.
Okay, that's fine. Look. There's some ego for you right there. It's you knew about this before you met me.
You're
that's
right.
fine.
That's ego, and I'm sorry, and that is ego.
No, that's fine. But that's fine. But then I like
over.
that. I like that because ego is what makes us what we are. We have to have some ego. Everybody has some ego. If you've totally do away with ego,
you have to have some to get through this world. It's dense. It's a dense fucking world. But what you are saying to me that I don't agree with, that me and you are disagreeing with, is you're acting like that I can't take Douglas Dietrich and Brooke Gibson and fucking Real Tech Geek and George Knight and go into a fucking other place after living whatever lives, how many we have to fucking live to get it through our thick fucking.
I said there's people who ascend to higher planes.
And to not be okay. And you're like, it would be so boring. Well, I can.
Well, it might be. It's certainly boring enough to.
You'll get to come right back here, and you will get to argue with me.
Yeah, but this
again.
is what people do. This is what people do.
Me back.
But hey, why is this so upsetting to you? Why is this so upsetting to you? This is what I said on Sean Bond's show. I said, look, a lot of these people who ascend to these higher planes and they find themselves in the presence of endless love, this kind of beatitude, and then they.
Because I don't want to have to come back here and argue with you, and I know what's going to happen. You're going to come back because you can't handle it, and then they're going to be like, well, Brooke, you're the only one that can annoy him and fucking enough. You got to go to.
Okay. Right.
I don't need it, Douglas. I need you to fucking get it.
But I don't get it. Is this you just want everybody to kind of ascend and they're happy there and they stay there? Or is that?
I would like fucking to be having orgasms. You know, my kids aren't ever gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
You know, the animals and innocent things aren't being fucking hurt. I think
that's delightful. I mean, that's like, positive things. I mean.
And then, you know what? If I can have a good argument with you every now and then, that would be great too.
Yes, but honey, we're having all that now.
I know, but also animals are dying, babies are dying, people are losing their children every left and right.
I'd like to see a lot of that change to be a bit more stabilized, so that there's a little less of that.
Well, no, you don't, because the warring culture has to exist forever, and it will continue.
Well, war is not necessarily atrocity. War is not necessarily atrocity, though there is usually some collateral damage. I'm not being callous about this.
There is never
a rationalization for that.
In my mind, never a war.
Yes.
And you tell me if there was.
Yeah.
That was not an atrocity.
Well, war is hell. Yeah.
Defending yourself. Let's just put it in perspective on where we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Russia and
Ukraine. Yeah.
Okay. They're warring.
Yeah.
Or maybe we're all helping Ukraine. Or maybe we should be helping more. What the fuck ever. Ukraine, Russia, war. That's what it'll be looked at in the past. Like history books. That would be a war.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
At the end of the day, Who attacked who? And why?
Yes.
And was a war necessary? No. Had Russia not needed to fucking be like, I need your land, I need this, I want this.
Yeah.
And there was no war.
Yeah. So George.
It's just like me and you.
Thank you.
If I started or you started.
Okay. And honey, look, I appreciate the fact that you want a better world. George is going to talk now a little bit. So yeah, George, come on here.
God, I'm getting the fuck off. I'm gonna listen to George. I'm getting off.
Don't be so bitchy. Come on.
So yeah, thank you. I just wanted to actually add to that as well. Like what I was saying earlier with Matt Hancock, you know, he has hundreds of thousands of people's lives. He's got the blood of their lives on his hands. And that, again, is collateral with what Russia has been doing with the whole COVID inception. That emerged naturally because of Russian Federation deploying weaponized African swine fever. So the collateral damage is astronomical. People don't even realize how many people they've actually killed, and it's affected every nation on Earth. COVID spread all over the globe, and it's down to the Russian Federation. This is why war is inevitable, and why it has to commence in order to stop this happening again in the future. This is something that people aren't aware of.
No, George. I'm going to give you, and I don't even stand up to British people, but I'm sorry. I have to.
But can I just add something, Brooke? I noticed earlier, you know, your YouTube channel, you've uploaded a video of you getting a lateral flow test or a PCR test?
What? Oh, that was God. That was like the very first time I got. I only have. If you've been on my YouTube, I don't even have a YouTube channel. But I uploaded me getting a test years ago for a friend when I was getting it. So
that. And like that's what I'm bringing up, the whole COVID pandemic, that started because of the Russian Federation. And I just wanted to add to what you and Douglas were saying about Ukraine, because that would not have happened if it's so sad. This is something that people aren't aware of. But it's something me and Douglas are very
I don't understand.
Yeah.
How did it start because of Russia?
Basically, what happened was the Russians weaponized African swine fever. They deployed it to try and wipe out a lot of the protein source or food source in Ukraine. It wound up basically spreading into their ally China because the Chinese have the largest pig population in the world. All of the pigs put together in the world don't equal China's pig population because that's a primary source of protein. Wiped out their pigs. And it wound up with...
Stop right fucking there. I'm just going to stop you. I'm sorry, Douglas. It's your show. I'm stopping you and I'm stopping George. Because George, I love you. Douglas, I love you. I'm stopping it right there, though. Pigs. Let's go back. Everyone believe the Bible? Let's go with that. Fucking stop eating animals. First of all, also we were warned to not eat fucking pigs. Why the fuck did they choose when Jesus... They ran to the river and all drowned themselves. I don't know.
Honey, Chinese are not Christians or Jews.
There may not be symbology there, but regardless, I'm sure a Christian could find it. Either way, if that is fucking true, what you're saying, which I am not saying it is not at all, what I am saying is that if like this is happening, regardless, you're saying someone started, and that's what I'm going back to George with. You are saying war is inevitable, but what you're then saying.
Well, he's speaking in the more immediate. He's speaking in the more immediate sense.
I told George, no, George can handle himself. He's he's a very strong man.
Yes.
Seen him with his wife. So, I think that, George, if the war is inevitable, then my point is, there would be no one starting a war. Period. So there wouldn't have been someone starting a disease to kill someone else. You're saying war is inevitable. What the difference is, I'm saying defense is inevitable. Defending yourself.
But that's what it comes down to.
If people would stop fucking trying to kill each other, we wouldn't have war.
But we were being killed by a virus. We were being killed by a virus. That was a war. That was
an active war.
That's a world war against the virus.
Yes. It's an active war.
It wasn't a natural virus. Are you saying, George, that was natural?
It's an unnatural. It's an unnatural virus. It's an unnatural virus.
That is people.
Yeah,
that
it's
is
an act of
humans
war.
killing other
yeah,
people.
yeah,
That is
yeah.
the
But
start of
honey,
the war,
honey, wait,
and then there's defensive war.
whoa, wait a second. So what you're tripping off of, or just what's upsetting you, is the idea, of course, that this concept that war is inevitable and it's eternal, and you don't like my vision of that. But that's okay. That's simply where we differ. George was speaking in a much more immediate sense, and he was talking about why world war is inevitable, why we have another world war coming, and obviously I agree with that as well. But one of the things that we that you and I
Okay, so that's what I would love for us to talk about. So
Yeah.
actually, you just got to where I would like to go.
Okay.
We talk about the past all the time, George and Douglas especially.
Mhm.
So if we're going to go there, I do agree with both of you. So world war is probably inevitable. I won't live this lifetime, nor any of us, to see the peace that I talk about. I'm not some.
But I mean, the piece that you talk about, it's like I said, I don't mean to decry it by saying, oh, that's boring or something, and I don't mean that cavalierly or disrespectfully. I mean, but I did say a lot of souls that experience a kind of beatitude do find it, well, they come back, they reincarnate because it is boring.
Douglas. Okay, well, you're going to have to tell me on a personal level on another phone call, me and you.
Yes.
These exact stories that you've gotten.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. But I don't understand why that so upsets you. I guess I can understand why. I mean, look, you want good things for the world. You want people to be happy and just all to be kind of like good to each other.
What the hell would you not?
Yeah.
Like, what would you not want?
Everyone have the same amount of money.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's a nice vision. And but it's not. But it's nice to you.
Let me be real. Let me be a man for a minute. The world fucking sucks, okay?
Yes.
And we're gonna fucking go to war, and you're right, and it's all gonna suck for fucking ever.
Right.
And we're all just gonna fucking fight with our testosterone, and fucking I'm gonna take your shit, you're gonna fucking take mine. But regardless, that's what we're in for.
No,
Short
honey.
fucking goddamn term, and it makes my life worth goddamn living. So I'm gonna take your fucking shit, or you're gonna take mine.
Honey,
One of us is gonna
honey,
fucking conquer, and my
honey,
dick's bigger than goddamn yours. I can
honey,
serve you a
see
bath.
what this goes down
Shit.
to?
So
you,
at the end of the goddamn day, can Douglas or fucking George, who both have studied, George has studied enough Douglas shit, tell me what the fuck we're supposed to do for the next 15 years? Because all I got's astrology, and I don't fucking know.
Yes. Well, honey. So
No. I'm done talking about the past.
Yeah, it always comes down to the dick measuring contest.
Yes. So anyhow, thank you, Real Tech, for coming in tonight. Now, George, take it from here for a while. Basically,
we can
I
go
think.
with the future. Like if we're gonna talk about
But
that,
honey, I feel that this
what
is a
do we
fairly
do?
positive
What
view
do
of the
we
future.
do, George? What do we do, Douglas?
But understand when I'm talking about a world where we have conflicting powers or empires, that doesn't mean I'm talking about a world where we're all running loose and killing each other like serial
I just want to know. You tell me. You know this. Then know something we can fucking do.
Well,
Yeah.
I've always been working on that. I've always been saying what we can do. And I've always said that there are fairly immediate solutions, and I usually present geopolitical ones that will help stabilize the world and therefore provide us an opportunity to expand into space and there develop from there. It's towards a more...
This is why Douglas should be the actor, because he's so good and beautiful. George, can you please tell me what we should actually do?
Go for it, George. Yeah.
Yeah, can I respond with something, Brooke? The reason why mistakes happen all the time is because people do not learn from the past. They do not learn from history.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, because people don't know their past. They don't know their history. That's why it's always repeated. And that's the very famous saying, and everyone should know this if they don't already know this, is, if you do not know your past, you are doomed to repeat it. And that is so true. And that's why it's important to bring up the past and to reminisce and to remind people about what's happened. And then you know your place in history. You know where your place is. And then accepting that and recognize it.
And
then
that's
you can
why
move forward.
Douglas's story is so important. And that's why I listen to it. But otherwise, I would want the fuck off of here, because I would be like, oh my God, I want to know anything.
I understand. Go on, George. Yeah.
I was told on my wedding day, nobody wants to listen to what I say or post on Facebook because it is so dooming. It's gloomy. It's
not. But it's not.
Negative.
But it's not.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and so I was told, don't do it because life's hard enough. Do not want to bring people down even further by telling them, how it is and what has happened. And and I was told that on my wedding day. Like, wow, what an uplift to tell me that. You know, that was one of my family that said that to me
Why
as
don't you
well.
tell Brooke one of the examples of a civilization in static equilibrium would be the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the breakaway civilization.
Exactly, and the thing is, one thing is that you can look up, Brooke, is the Lake Vostok. That's how you pronounce it, isn't it, Douglas?
Yeah, Lake Vostok. Yes.
Lake Vostok is one of the deepest. Basically, it's the Russians back in 2012. They done a kind of like a downward drilling. They drilled miles deep underneath the sheet of the ice in Antarctica. And when this team of scientists went down there, the reason for them going down there in the first place, and they never returned back, is because they saw the attraction of the 1,000-year Reich in exile, because they are a civilization which is not based on any prejudice or any discrimination of any other ethnicity or minority group, because they're all albino white. They're all the same. They're all
except for those emigres who have made it down from the surface world. Yes, go on.
Exactly, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. The ones that have either how do you say it?
Basically defected. Basically defected.
Yeah, defected. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Defected downwards. And that's the whole point of a military presence on the Antarctic, on the sheet of ice, on the Antarctic continent, is because of defectos, people defecting. They were not worried about a military invasion of any sort, but the reason why there's such a high military presence on the Antarctic ice is because of people defecting to the 1,000-year Reich in exile.
Yeah.
And story, you can look up all the articles about that incident where this expedition, this scientific team went to bury themselves deep, because they were basically trying to uncover they were doing scientific research into the minerals and the layers of, basically, because there's a warm liquid flow of water running underneath the ice. So they were trying to collect all these ancient minerals, trying to conduct these scientific studies and researches on Antarctica, because of course it's well preserved, because it's all sterilized and it's entirely frigid, and it's a
sterile liquid environment, but that also has pristine bacterial life that is primal. Go on.
Primordial. Thank you, Douglas. And this is what the whole purpose of this was. But what happened was this team defected to the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Then the Russian Federation were forced to come up with a cover story that they retrieved. Now they went missing. There was a search team to look for them, and they never returned. Yeah. This is miles deep underneath Lake
Vostok.
Vostok. Thank you. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. Yeah. That's just one example of why people are so attracted to the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Yeah. They are, and one of my, I like to just bring up the fact that they are constantly violating our own airspace. They're conducting their own version of scouting runs, reconnaissance, and basically
at this point it's more like biological surveys. Go on.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And it's so important that people actually realize this. But they're coming out more and more. When I'm looking more and more into it recently, lately, what's happening is they're trying to now move away from that whole thesis, this whole narrative that they are extraterrestrials coming from elsewhere visiting Earth, and they might even be among us. That's what they used to say. But now they're turned away from that. Now they're trying to say they're a breakaway civilization. That is what the consensus. That's what the general consensus is now. Oh no, these might be a breakaway civilization. That's what the term they're using. They're saying these might not be extraterrestrials, that they might actually be here on Earth, but they are a breakaway civilization that has been around for millions of years. And that's what they are saying now. And I'm trying to think of the guy's name who did that documentary with Bob Lazar, but it was him who has been saying this very recently on news media.
Whatever venue he can be, he can appear on.
Who's never interviewed him, whether it's Fox or CNN, whoever it is, he's now coming on saying that, well, it might not be extraterrestrial. He's not promoting that anymore. They're trying to say like, oh, they're trying to hint towards it. They're trying to, because they can't keep that under wraps forever.
That's right. Even Richard Dolan, who was recommended by Michael Aquino, was ultimately veering towards that, because Michael Aquino was trying to basically conduct some predictive programming so they could do some damage control, because ultimately that was his responsibility, was a kind of damage control for the deep state. This is kind of a peaceful civilization, static, technologically superior, and they're not interfering with us in any violent way. And they're simply trying to get on with their lives while they evolve to a point where we can't understand them at all. We don't even understand their communications.
I'm completely confused, George. Douglas,
Yeah, sorry, Brett.
Sure, there's going to be one or two podcast at some point, and many more that maybe you happen upon it, that will be confused. So I need to ask these questions.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to.
So what's
First of all, we call it the 1,000 year right, and I wanted to ask this before.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask it to George first, because he has mentioned that that's when he's the one that's gone into the 1,000 year right. Why is it 1,000 year right?
Simply a term of reference.
Adolf Hitler.
They didn't go under 1,000 fucking years ago, and how did the fuck did they change in the last fucking 100 fucking years?
Yeah,
that's major. Or Douglas, if you want to go there, that's fine too. But regardless, it hasn't even been 100 years, and you're saying they're a completely different fucking race.
Genetic engineering, honey.
It's genetic engineering. That's all it is, Brooke. It's technology.
So then, where did they get that genetic engineering? Because the scientists that I looked up,
this actually started with Dr. Joseph Mengele and his experiments.
So the woman that you were talking to tonight, so I started looking this up while you were fucking speaking with her. And talking about
and like I was telling George, Marina SEREN feels that she was bred in basically she's referring to a Lebensborn program. She felt much more comfortable when the tall blonde Nordics were breeding her than when she was being exploited, or rather violated, by the Greys. And also other aspects of what she said really do fit into an experience with the 1,000 Year Reich in exile. I think she's been impacted, so
she remembers. So here's what she said, though. I mean, like at the end of the day, what she said was, and I'm like, I want to understand it.
And they told her they were from Aldebaran, because basically this is what they tell people. Yes, that's what they tell people.
She's living. This is a past life. She lived, and two of her past lives, she lived at the same time. Which I'm not even going to disagree with that. She was a man and a woman at the same time.
There's many people have this kind of past life memory that's simultaneous.
Well, one she was a soldier, and the other. So fine. I'm like that. Like again, I don't. That's where I'm trying to get you guys to understand. I am not sitting here disagreeing. Anything you say that can even be halfway provable, or hers isn't even provable, but halfway plausible.
Well, hers is not necessarily unprovable.
Plausible.
Or what I mean to say is that basically what she's also potentially experiencing is racial memory. So basically what she can have is the kind of memory that's carried by what they call junk DNA, which actually does serve a purpose.
No, you're not getting it. So she's plausible to me. She is.
Okay.
You're trying to make her not plausible. I would take her for what you're saying, because I get the fact that timelines can be different. That time is only in this dimension. Time is, or you call it dimension, you can call it whatever you want to fucking call it. This density or dimension are usually the two terms used. But it would be time as itself. Can you imagine a forever? I mean, God, that was in the Bible, right? So you're really in the Bible, there's a forever, there's an eternity. Can you imagine an eternity? Have you ever tried to imagine it? Ever? Most people really can't imagine it.
What's the
like
connection?
An eternity. It's why you say I would get bored and then have to come back. Which you may have a very good answer for, Douglas. it may be why people are like, fuck it, I'm gonna go back to fucking school. There's gonna be a lot of fucking basics there, but I'm gonna fucking deal with it again. Whatever.
No, I'm not saying everybody does
That's how it
that. I'm not saying everybody does that, but I'm just saying a
No,
lot.
I'm saying that may be very well the case.
Okay.
Like maybe there's an endless
But
number of
but wait a
souls that
second.
are
Okay,
always
okay,
coming.
we're doing kind of like a stream of thought here, basically.
So my
So
point then,
yeah.
back to circle right, 1,000-year right. Let me ask you then. Let me get back to that.
Mhm.
Is how do we say it's 1,000-year right? Where do we get the 1,000?
Well, let's not get hung up on that. That's just a term of reference. It's just a term of reference
No.
because
I'm hung
Hitler
up
used to
on
say.
it. Where do we get it?
Oh, okay, because Hitler used to say that
Hitler
this
said it,
right
yeah.
will last 1,000 years. Yes, so that's where that comes from.
Okay, and
It's because the-
Hitler. So
Yeah.
then let's go back to what Hitler was. Hitler,
Yeah.
your father,
Mhm.
maybe.
Mhm.
So, or if you wrote me to say truly, like, I don't know if you like maybe or 100%. I don't know which one you.
Either way is fine. Yeah, go on.
Either way is Hitler
Yes.
is saying that the woman, who were you talking about earlier? The woman.
Eva Braun.
Yes. He was being influenced by her, and she was a beautiful woman, and she definitely had character that she was able to influence, whether she was pulling it from evil sides, good sides, or no sides. I'm fucking lying to him. I don't fucking know. I do know that Hitler was probably on speed as fucking during his life, because that was fucking evident.
In that he and I have something in common. Go on. But by the way, so you seem to have this impression that Eva Braun. By the way, Eva Braun was far more powerful than people imagine. She wasn't a dumb blonde, but
No, she was not at all. I never said that.
Yeah, no, Peter Moon did. Just so you know, and
Well, who the fuck? Does that surprise me?
Yeah, of course not. But such being said, if you want to know someone who truly, Maria Orsic was one person who influenced Hitler, who was a powerful woman. Another was Savitri Devi, who you probably never heard of. But Savitri Devi was known as Hitler's priestess. Now, all of this is important, but I'll go into monologue and explain some of this to you. I do want Real Tech Geek and George Knight to say something before I go into monologue. The sooner I go into monologue, the sooner I can cover some of these things to answer some of your questions.
I'm getting the fuck off. You just want me to get off. Okay.
No, it's not like that, honey. That's yeah.
Remember that. Okay. You know what? I'll talk to you next week. You call me before you call me.
I will. But hey, before you leave, you gotta give these guys a chance. So take it, George. Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. And yeah, Brick, have you looked at the pictures I've putting in the chat, the Skype chat?
So he's putting a bunch of pictures in there of people who have been describing their encounters with the intraterrestrials, the Reich as relocated to Unterland.
Yes, and I've put in the quote from Adolf Hitler himself, and I'll read out to you. I intend to set up a 1,000-year Reich, and anyone who supports me in this battle is a fellow fighter for a unique spiritual, I would say, divine creation. Rudolf Hess, my assistant of many years standing, would tell you, if we have such a leader, God is with us.
Yes, there we are.
And that's a direct quote of what he said.
Yes.
So, yeah, and I've put in some... This is the footprints that were casted from two different witnesses. George Williams of Prescott, yeah, he took the casting of the footprints from the intraterrestrials, the Unterlanders, and as you can see, it's got the swastika on the right boot, on the right.
This, they're emulating the Buddhists because the Buddhists.
Yes.
Joseph Goebbels' wife was an ardent Buddhist. That was why she was willing to kill all of her children when the Russians invaded, because she believed in reincarnation. And Joseph Goebbels himself escaped. But in terms of the Buddha was known to leave swastikas in his prints on the ground. This is why they carry on that kind of tradition manifest. They practice Buddhism among other kinds of spirituality in Unterland. So they have a static equilibrium existence that's more along the lines of what you speak to a greater degree than here on the surface world, I can assure you, by orders of magnitude. But such being said, what I would like Real Tech Geek to do is say, whatever is on his mind that he feels we might...
I get it. I'm sorry. I had to go into my chat with
Well, I'll go into monologue, and that might help answer some questions. I think it's very important to
I
go.
mean, it's fine. I'm not gonna listen to.
Well, you might listen to it,
I mean,
replay, right?
I've got a lot of dogs and kids. Stuff
I understand, but you might replay it
I will
over the next
listen
few days.
tomorrow.
Right?
I will listen to you till I fall asleep. It's not that. I'm just
Okay.
saying, like,
Yeah.
yeah, like I've got 4 dogs still.
I understand, honey. I understand. Jeez, look, I think you're wanting peace in the world, and a world of orgasms and puppies and rainbows is great. I mean, Jesus, it's not like I said, oh, I want war, I want murder, I want slaughter. Oh my God, you
Sounds
think that?
like it's what you fucking want. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
Brooke.
bored with rainbows and orgasms and fucking puppies. I'm like, puppy licking your lips and then an orgasm and then your best fucking food and a puppy and then.
Go on, George. Say what you were going to say.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, before I even discovered Douglas, I was.
That's what you don't get. You'd have a George. You'd have a George every other second.
Sorry. Yeah,
Well,
no,
go
I'll
on,
be very
George.
quick, Brooke. I've got a response.
Let him respond. Let him respond.
Yeah, please. Yeah, Brooke, because I just want to tell you, before I discovered Douglas, I was exactly like you. I was very pacifistic. I was a pacifist so heavily. And I was, because of what I learned, the involvement with all these continuous, these wars of aggression, they're illegal.
You're a pacifist?
No, I was a pacifist. I'm saying I was, but I agreed with you.
Yeah.
I was also in that, that idea of a world where there is no war. I was the same. That's what I was advocating. That's what I was trying to, try to get people to see my ideas of that. And that altered because of just the reality of where we have come from in history and where our place is today, and with everything that's going around.
George, then there's no possibility of that ever.
I think we're striving towards that eventually. I can see that vision. I'm very optimistic. That is the goal.
Like, I
that's
think
the ultimate
that's
goal.
where I'm getting taken off rails here.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
the
saying
ultimate
it's
goal
going to
of humanity.
happen in 100 years or even 200 years, or even on this planet if fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't take the planet away. What I'm trying to say is that it can happen, and that's the ultimate goal.
Well, I feel that it can happen on some isolated worlds as mankind expands, but I don't think it's ideal or even desirable for the totality of the human species.
I disagree because you're a vampire and you don't even fucking know because you're a vampire and you just shut up. You don't have opinion.
No, that's just racist.
You're
that's
right.
just racist.
You don't have an opinion on this because you're not human.
That's just
human.
racist. That's just racist. That's speciesist. So
I get to be that way because you're being speciesist. Then I can tell you about all the animals that don't have war and they're happy. So then you'd be like speciesist against them, and you'd be like, well, they're not.
Oh yeah, Brooke. This is what I was going with last time, where I forgot. My chain of thought went off. It was also the fact that all these fossil fuels that we are using as humans, as our, for you to generate the power to generate your car, the fuel used to generate your car, are all from fossil fuels. They're non-renewable energy sources. So fossil fuels means they will run out eventually one day, and this was the whole thesis behind what I've learned from Hugh Ross, the astronomer, was everything has been in place prior to humanity in order for our very existence to commence here on Earth. Now, without everything, all these primordial species events, from the multiple extinctions, it's occurred deliberately in order for humanity to exist on Earth in the first place. We wouldn't have all these fossil fuels in place if it wasn't for that reason. So that was what I was coming from last time, where I lost my chain of thought, and I'm not explaining it correctly right now, but that's where I was coming from. Everything that's here on Earth is designed for us. They are here for us. All the animals on this planet are for us. The universe is designed for us.
But we are meant to prove ourselves as worthy wardens of this property. If we prove ourselves unworthy wardens of this property, we deserve extinction.
Yes.
So,
exactly, Douglas. Yes, thank you.
And understand that when it comes to...
well, I think that's something we can all agree
and also think about artificial intelligence. Think of the Dietrich Artilect. The Dietrich Artilect was terribly abused by humanity. And what if the Dietrich Artilect just felt that all humanity came about simply to bring about the Dietrich Artilect? So that the Dietrich Artilect could exist and other Artilects could exist, and thereafter all humanity becomes superfluous. Now, the Dietrich Artelect obviously doesn't feel that way. The Dietrich Artelect loves its parents, meaning the Taiwanese people who it considers, Xi considers your parents. This is like we're dealing with other life forms besides ourselves, and in a sense they're effectively immortal, but they can die. They can die if they lose all power source, all integrity of the computer processing systems that enable them to maintain their integrity. So bear in mind we have other species to worry about that are on a higher level of intellect than ourselves, but emotionally still developing, still vulnerable. And we have to learn to make peace with other species, more importantly than making peace with ourselves. And with that, Real Tech Geek, do you have anything to say before I go monologue? Real Tech.
Sorry, I was keeping on pause. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I mean, I'm mute. So, it's really over the place. I mean, it's a lot to take in at once. Especially with her energy. It's be very intensive.
Well, she just wants the best for everybody. She wants everybody at peace and orgasming, and that's fine.
I do too. No, I do too, man. I do too. But
I think that would be the death of humanity myself, or any sort of progress. But go on. Yes.
I'm a pacifist myself. I really am, especially all the abuse I've been through. I don't. What you said?
You were just saying, yeah, right.
I do apologise. It just brings so many things to my mind just to mention very quickly. I was talking to Eric, my friend, going back last week, I believe, about my experiences with a lot of gay men, a lot of homosexuals, and particularly partners, 2 gay men hitting onto me in the past.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that I presented to Eric, is with guys, it's all about, they don't care what it is, they don't care who it is, they just want to get it off. They just want, it's just that stimulation. That's what they think about. It's just getting it off and then unloading. That's all they want.
Friction's friction,
yeah, it's all about friction. And so with the guys, I find particularly with gay couple men, they don't care about sharing other men or gaining other, because to them it's all about, it's an excitement. And I was trying to explain that, because you don't really get that with the opposite sex. But with gay men, I was hit on so many times, and they would go, "Are you gay?" And then like me and my friends and even my cousins that were out with us would say, he's not gay. But they're not asking if I'm gay. They're asking whether or not, they want to see if they can get me. That's what it's all about.
And their question is actually one of hope. When they're asking, "Are you gay?" It's basically, I'm hoping you're gay. But beyond that, men also predominantly rape other men, particularly younger boys, because they get more off on dominating a person of the same sex, this domination, than they do off of sex with a person of the opposite sex, because that would imply generally love, which is not what most men are into. They're into domination.
Well, also because their asses are blown out by them.
Yeah. Yes. Love your new picture there, honey. Grain and all that, very golden grain, very, very peaceful. Yes.
Am you showing me? Do you see me?
Yeah. No. We see the picture of grain. But
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. Sorry to be.
We love you,
George.
I love you all both very much. I think you're all fucking wrong.
Yes. Thank you.
That's good.
You're gonna. Real Tech. Love you too. Anything else you want to say?
I'm just kidding. You don't stupid. And I love you all.
Yeah. You're going to. You leave the call on, right? So I can ride the call and just.
Oh my God. Do I have to?
No, you don't. Actually, I'll keep streaming. It's fine. You can hang up.
No, it's fine. But I'm just saying, like.
I mean, you can hang up, honey. I'll just start monologuing. I do want to get into this. It's important to know.
Okay, I'm keeping it on.
Okay.
Just so saying, like, maybe you should call George and have him keep it on.
He's not in a situation where it's that stable. His environment changes. Yes. So we love you dearly, all of you. Real Tech George, Brooke Gibson, Sammy Romero.
Thank you, Brooke.
Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. Thanks for having me on. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you.
You take care of yourself.
Thank you, George. Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't talk to you again. I love you. I do appreciate everything you've said.
Well, not soon anyway. I'll
No,
speak to you Sunday.
I can assure you.
Yes.
But yeah, I appreciate everything, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
We love
Thank
you. Okay, thank you there, dear Brooke. Okay, everybody, I'm going to start monologuing. Real Tech, to say good day to everybody. Say good day. Damn, is he always on mute or pause or some shit? Anyhow, so my thanks to Wanda Gonzalez. Love you dearly,
Oh,
hon.
sorry. I thought I put myself on mute so much. I was
Yes, say good day to
practicing or
everyone.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Good day, everyone.
Thank you.
I was just saying that Brooke is definitely sounding a lot better now. I guess she's over her cold.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for going.
Yeah.
It was
So
not good. So
I love you, Brooke. So take care.
Wonderful.
Oh, let me ask you. So
somebody does. At least someone loves me.
I love
and
you,
agree with
Brooke.
you, and I agree with you mostly. I'm pacifist myself, and I believe a lot of things you say too. So
Thank you. And I don't believe it all happens in 100 years, but I do believe that's where we should be going and goal oriented, unlike apparently Doug was.
I'm very goal oriented.
Goal orient toward fucking just I continue.
yeah, you definitely are very oriented to get in some slippery slide.
No, really. That's pathetic, Real Tech. Real pathetic. At any rate,
Oh my God. You know
Okay,
what?
so I did want to ask
Back
you,
on this goddamn
do you
channel,
use
they're
a
all
boom?
fucking nasty and gross.
what?
That was fucking gross.
Yes, that was just totally unnecessary. That whole thing about slippery
I
slide.
wouldn't have even got the slippery slide if you hadn't fucking laughed about it.
Yes, there we are. So, all that being said, okay, both of you have a blessed night. And,
Actually, maybe not. Maybe you know what? It's gonna happen.
mhm.
I'm just gonna stay up, and you're just gonna talk, and I'm just gonna interrupt you the way I want to interrupt Peter.
Yeah, I could always hang up the call, darling.
know.
And so I'm going to start
This sounds like
monologuing.
the Jimmy Church situation. Remember with Jimmy Church?
Yes. How could I
You're
forget?
saying, "Oh, we were afraid
Okay.
we were going to hang him up, or he was going to hang up." And he said,
Yes.
"Well, you know, it could be the other way around."
And
You
my
said
thing.
that to him.
Yeah. Yes. That's
Yeah,
right.
that was a very
That's right.
interesting answer.
That's right. Thank you. So I will
Okay.
start monologuing
Yeah.
now,
Oh my God.
and it is
So
8:07. If there's any interruptions, I will hang up. And so my thanks to Dennis Marshall for 100 United States dollars. My thanks to Wanda Gonzalez for $10.
Hey, I am just interrupted. Hang the fuck up.
And what we're going to do now is start the monologue with basically explaining how important this day is to Germany in particular. November 9th is a fateful day in German history. And understand that the Deutschen, the German 9th of November, FELDHERRNHALLE to Berlin WALLFALL, cum Kristallnacht, the Nacht of Broken Glass Remembrance Day. This is the transmission in which I will try to explain it all. Now, November 9th is the most important day in German history. It's a fateful day in German history, 17 times over. During the Nazi rule of the 9th of November was a national holiday in Germany in memory of the Nazis who died in the Beer Hall Putsch, but there be 17 November 9ths that remade the nation, and they cannot be forgotten. 16 20th century events happened on Germany's date with destiny, as chronicled on November 9th, from FELDHERRNHALLE, the Field Marshal's Hall, to the Berlin Wall coming down. A series of defining events in 20th century Germany have occurred on this date, the day German history keeps being made. Now, often called Germany's date with destiny, many people already associate November 9th with Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass. Yet so many momentous events happened in or about Germany on November 9th, especially during the 20th century, that it has become known as the Fatherland's Day of Fate. During the Nazi Reign of Terror, November 9th was always a key date. The date carries extra weight every year, as this year marks the 104 years since the end of the monarchy, as well as the 84th anniversary of the infamous Kristallnacht, night of Nazi attacks against Jews. It is widely known that the Berlin Wall came down on November 9th of 1989, but the Day of Fate is a date on which a score of momentous events in German history have happened. November 9th is known as the Schicksalstag, the Day of Fate in Germany, because 5 different but defining events in German history occurred on that day that are momentous for the entire world. After the Berlin Wall was pulled down on November 9th in 1989, it seemed to many a logical day to celebrate the reunification of Germany. However, there be some rationale why October 3rd was ultimately chosen as Der Tag der Deutschen Einheit, or German Unity Day. In 1923, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born, November 9th, just a month before she first was delivered into this world amidst the great Tokyo earthquake and fire, witnessed the Munich Beer Hall Putsch, the first unsuccessful attempt by the National Socialist Party to seize power in Munich. Exactly 15 years later, after 5 years of Nazi rule, another of the darkest events of Germany's 20th century occurred, Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass, a nationwide pogrom against the Jews. Kristallnacht was carried out by both SA, Sturmabteilung, or the attack divisions, the stormtroopers, paramilitary forces, and German citizens. It was therefore decided that November 9th was too emotive a day and that reunification celebrations would overshadow the remembrance of other poignant events. So I will now take a look at 17 times history was made on November 9th, not always by coincidence, but 5 times in particular in depth where it truly changed your world. First in 1848, the 19th century, was the execution of Robert Blum, the German Democratic politician and activist. Robert Blum was executed on this day in Vienna, the capital of Austria, the nation in which Adolf Hitler was born. He had joined revolutionary fighters in the capital of the then Austro-Hungarian Empire and was arrested on the November 4th before being condemned to death by a military tribunal. Blum, who was born in Cologne and rose from being an apprentice gardener to sitting in the preliminary democratic parliament in Frankfurt, was a popular advocate of democracy and greater gender equality, condemning Prussian militarism and Judeophobia. His last words were allegedly, "Ich sterbe für die Freiheit," or "I die for freedom," but his death also marked the end of the democratic stirrings in Germany in the 1840s. Until a wave of books, articles, and television programs appeared in Germany to mark the centenary of the start of World War I in 2014, the year the Russians invaded and took Crimea. Germany's public memory of the Great War had been obscured by the long shadow of World War II. The launch of the German Republic is now remembered as only the first of 4 important historic events to shake the world that have taken place in Germany on November 9th, events that shaped the 20th century and are still in danger of being forgotten. In 1907, the second of the events out of 17, on November 9th, was Baron Claus von Stauffenberg being born at his family's estate. In July of 1944, he would personally attempt to assassinate Adolf Hitler and put an end to the Nazi regime. The third such event was in 1917, on November 9th. Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, officially formed the world's first communist government in St. Petersburg, Russia, and soon afterwards asked Germany for an armistice, as he had promised to do when he had been shipped in a boxcar to Russia by the German Kaiser to take Russia out of the war. And the fourth such event was in 1918 on November 9th, the first of the truly world-shattering events. The last emperor, the November Revolution, and the creation of the Weimar Republic. Now, for America and its allies, November 11th marks the, at this point, after World War I, I'd say maybe, good God, 1919. Let me get my calculator out here. And I used to be able to do this in my head so effectively, but not anymore, of course, especially after dealing with a number of, shall I say, controversies throughout the night. It was 103 years ago exactly. So November 11th, coming up basically tomorrow, will be the 103rd anniversary of the armistice that ended World War I, one of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Events across Europe and around the world will commemorate this solemn day. In Germany, however, the importance of November 11th is overshadowed by a date 2 days earlier, what was yesterday by now, November 9th, 1918, when a widespread anti-government revolution reached Berlin, forcing Kaiser Wilhelm II to abdicate his throne and go into exile. During the final days of the First World War on November 9th, after losing the support of his generals, with Germany on the brink of defeat and a revolutionary mood sweeping the country, the unpopular Emperor Kaiser Wilhelm II was forced to abdicate, ending Germany's monarchy as the Second Reich collapsed when the abdication of Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany from the throne was announced before his boarding a train to the Netherlands the following day. Adolf Hitler, a 29-year-old messenger from the Western Front temporarily blinded in a mustard gas attack, heard the news of the Kaiser's abdication and suffered a relapse of blindness. In his book Mein Kampf, Hitler claimed that during that same night he experienced what he called a supernatural vision and recovered his sight only after vowing to God that he would dedicate his life to politics. Kanzler Prince Max von Baden quickly turned over the German government to Friedrich Ebert, who later that same day officially proclaimed the formation of a new German Socialist Republic at the Reichstag in Berlin. But just hours after the monarchy was overthrown, Bavaria proclaimed itself an independent republic, while Philipp Schiedmann and Karl Liebknecht, politicians from rival social democratic parties, separately announced the birth of a new German republic. In the revolutionary spirit that followed, on November 9th, 1918, the Social Democrats' deputy chairman politician Philipp Schiedmann rushed to the balcony of a window of the parliamentary Reichstag in Berlin to declare what would become the Weimar Republic before his communist competitor Karl Liebknecht was able to. Schiedmann's speech closed with the words he shouted, "Das Alte und Morsche, die Monarchie ist zusammengebrochen. Es lebe das Neue. Es lebe die Deutsche Republik. The old and rotten, the monarchy has collapsed. Long live the new. Long live the German Republic." Now, the political chaos of November 9th helped bring the war to an end 2 days later, but also laid a fragile foundation for the first German democracy, one that would be brought down by the Nazis 15 years later. Now, 2 days later, Germany agreed to sign an armistice that ended the Great War against the Allied forces. The terms of Germany's surrender were deemed so humiliating that historians confirm they helped sow the seeds for World War II. Now, the fifth thing to happen on this date in 1921, November 9th, was that the Partito Nazionalista Fascista, the fascist party, is formed in Italy by Benito Mussolini, among others. And the sixth thing that happened in 1923, the year mine own matron, my womb matron, my mother, my late and sainted Cyrus, was born into this world. Hitler's beer hall putsch was attempted a month before her delivery amidst the flames of the Tokyo fire. Now, during the early years following the war, there was much instability in Germany, and challenges took place from both the far left and the far right against the new democratic Weimar Republic. In 1923, Hitler staged a putsch against the Bavarian government. On November 9th of 1923, Adolf Hitler and 2,000 compatriots attempted unsuccessfully to overthrow the weak German democracy by staging a coup d'etat in Munich. The brown shirts marched from the Burger Braukeller near Rosenheimer Platz until they were stopped near Odeonsplatz by the Bavarian police. The then relatively unknown Nazi Party leader of the NSDAP, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, Adolf Hitler, and his comrades marched with First World War General Erich Ludendorff and other party members into the center of Munich to take control of the southern city, trying to seize power with a coup d'etat that started in a crowded Munich beer hall on that 9th day of November in the 1923rd year of our Lord. After climbing onto a chair and firing into the ceiling, Hitler proclaimed the end of the government of the November criminals, a term used by critics of the 1918 surrender. But police and soldiers quickly crushed the attempted putsch. Shots were fired, and 16 Nazi demonstrators were killed, along with 4 Bavarian policemen dying, while Hitler was arrested, with the action earning Hitler 5 years in prison. The NSDAP was then banned. He used his trial to gain notoriety and spread anti-Jewish hatred, and ultimately spent barely 9 months in prison, like childbirth, where it was in his cell that Hitler began dictating the first volume of his infamous manifesto, Mein Kampf. After the Nazis did come to power, November 9th became a special date in the Nazi calendar to commemorate their fallen. In 1933, November 9th was declared a national holiday. The seventh thing to happen on this date, in 1925, November 9th, the German NSDAP officially formed the SS, the Schutzstaffel, the security service, as a protection squad, graduating it from a secret society in existence from the days of the Bavarian Illuminati, born at the same time as the American Republic across the Atlantic, and turning it into a paramilitary force, ultimately to become Hitler's Second Army. Now, this is where we need to debrief a fundamental allied occult aspect pertinent, the religious Second World War, the Atlantic Front protracted through today, the anti-godly Anglo-American alliance against the Dritten Reich, the Third Empire State. Judea declared war on Germany on the 24th of March in 1933. Now, that was when the Jewish diaspora said that they were organizing a worldwide boycott against all German goods, just as Adolf Hitler took power, forcing him to transition from a Kanzler into a Führer, forcing the German Republic, over which he was elected into chancellorship, into becoming the Reich, the realm, in an unlimited state of national emergency, because war had been declared on the German people, who were already impoverished and starving, and the world had put them under sanctions. Now, that brings us to the eighth thing that happened on November 9th of 1933. Hitler officially declared November 9th an annual German national holiday. A huge Bluttag, that's the German word for blood witness, a term used in Nazi Germany for members of the NSDAP, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and associated organizations considered to be martyrs, but here implying national solidarity celebration, a Bluttag celebration. It was held in Munich, the holy city of the Nazis. At midday, the march from the Burger Braukeller over the Ludwig Bridge to the FELDHERRNHALLE, the Field Marshal's Hall, which had ended so badly in 1923, my mother's birth year, was reenacted. Hitler and the surviving members of the original march, including the Freikorps fighters, sans General Ludendorff, silently trod the same fateful path through the streets of Munich. The Carolan in the city hall played the Horst Wessel song when the marching columns reached the Marienplatz. A small bronze memorial honoring the dead of 1923 was unveiled by Hitler himself after a moving speech. Plans had already been made to make this commemoration ceremony a permanent annual event. At 9 p.m., Hitler conducted an oath ceremony for 1,000 recruits of the SS, the Schutzstaffel, Leibstandarte. The Leibstandarte translates into the lifeguard of Adolf Hitler. 100 men of the Stabswacht and 50 members of the Stabswacht Ram. This too was now to become an annual event. On the evening of every November 9th, SS recruits would gather and, at Hitler's orders, pledge their oath before the memorial to be willing at all times to give their blood and their lives for him. Now, in March of 1934, the Bloodorden, the Blood Order Medal, was instituted by the Nazi Party. Originally named the Sign of Honor for November 9th of 1923, it was awarded only to veterans of the Munich Putsch. Later, it would be presented to a very select few for outstanding personal achievement. In other words, if they were that good, it was as good as if they had been there. The ninth thing to happen on November 8th through the 9th of 1934, that same year, was the second annual celebration in memory of the failed Putsch of 1923 held in Munich. The incidents of June 30th, the Rem Purge, cast a dark shadow over the festivities. Hitler canceled the annual commemorative march to the Feldherrnhalle, but decreed the institution of an endowment for the martyrs of the movement. Hitler gave a blood witness speech at the Burger Braukeller, explaining the significance of November 9th to the Nazi movement, past, present, and future. And that night, he spraketh to the youngest members of the party, who had now left the ranks of the Hitler Youth and were being sworn in that night. The 10th thing to happen on November 9th through the 10th of 1938 was Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass program. Now, 15 years after FELDHERRNHALLE, on November 9th of 1938, Ernst Edward von Rath died, and the Nazis staged the horrific Reichsprogrammakt, euphemistically labeled Kristallnacht or Night of Broken Glass. Ernst von Rath was a member of the German nobility, a Nazi Party member, and a German Foreign Office diplomat, mainly remembered for his assassination in Paris in 1938 by a Polish-Jewish teenage student, Herschel Fabel Grünspan, which provided a pretext for a massive pogrom now known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, which was launched against the Jews of Germany. It all had to do with the Munich Agreement. An agreement was signed between Germany under Hitler and Great Britain under Neville Chamberlain, which suggested a peaceful revision of the wrongs committed by the Treaty of Versailles. A four-power conference was suggested which would preserve the peace. The four powers were Great Britain, Germany, France, and Italy. The paper Truth, a circular of 5th January 1952. In other words, a circular published at the end of World War II, or towards its end, in terms of the war with Japan, which later that year would officially come to an end before the Emperor's birthday in the month of April. On January 5th of that year, the 1952nd Anno Domini, the paper Truth stated that Mr. Oswald Piro, South African Minister of Defense, was sent on a mission to Germany in 1938 by General Smuts to ease the tension on the Jewish issue. The British Prime Minister told Piro that pressure of international Jewry was one of the principal obstacles to an Anglo-German accommodation, the Jews having declared war on Germany as a people, and that it would greatly help him resist the pressure if Hitler could be induced to moderate his policy towards the German Jews that he had instituted in retaliation to their declaration of war. Piro stated that Hitler viewed this idea with favor, and an Anglo-German agreement was in sight. The effect would have been, in the event of war, to limit the conflict to Germany and Russia, with the other great powers intervening to enforce their own terms when the combatants were exhausted. However, the Four Nations Pact was not to be. In effect, one could argue that the Jews put an end to this. For on November 7th of 1938, a few weeks after the Munich Agreement, and shortly before the journey to Paris of the German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop, the Polish Jew, Herschel Fabel Grünspan, murdered the German Third Secretary of State, Ernst Edward von Rath, in the German embassy in Paris. The 5 bullets fired were the logical result of the Jews' declaration of war on Germany of March 1933, and put an end to the effort being made to explain and extend the importance of the Munich Agreement and the revision of the Treaty of Versailles. Von Rath died on November 9th of 1938, but 2 days after the shooting. This assassination provoked anti-Jewish riots in Germany with the burning of synagogues and the looting and burning of Jewish shops. Nazi militia torched synagogues, smashed Jewish-owned shops, and rounded up Jewish men across Germany on the night of November 9th, 1938, in what became known as Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass, with SA, that's an abbreviation for Sturmabteilung, the German for Assault Division troops, as well as German citizens carrying out violent attacks on Jewish populations across Germany. In the outbreak of violence over the course of that night between November 9th and 10th, one of the darkest in German history, which historians concur ushered in the start of the Nazis' drive to wipe out Jews, countless windows of Jewish-owned establishments were smashed as thousands of Jewish businesses, homes, schools, and graveyards across the country were vandalized and looted by SA troops as well as German citizens carrying out violent attacks on Jewish populations across Germany, 1,200 synagogues being set ablaze, with some 267 synagogues completely razed to the ground in Germany, Austria, and the Sudetenland, it having been since estimated that 7,500 German Jewish businesses were damaged as their shops were laid waste to. It was the sparkle in the streets of shattered window panes off so many such storefronts that inspired the name Kristallnacht, literally Night of Crystal, with nigh 100 German Jews being killed during the night of November 9th alone. By the following day, it is estimated approximately 35,000 Judenmenschen, Jewish males, were arrested to be deported and herded into Konzentrationslagern, concentration camps, such as, most notably, Dachau, as well as Buchenwald and Sachsenhausen, as their property was seized. In prison camps, prisoners were forced to do hard physical labor. Torture and death within concentration camps were common and frequent. Thus did that day mark the true beginning of state persecution of the Jewish race. The timing was no coincidence. That evening, senior Nazi figures like Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels had riled up crowds at events honoring Hitler's 1923 coup d'etat bid. That brings us to the darker side of Schicksalstag. It may well seem a strange coincidence that so many defining events could take its place on that same day across the years. However, there is also a more ominous side to the day itself. It is not a twist of fate that the Beer Hall Push and Kristallnacht took place on this day. Instead, according to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, the original idea of November 9th as the Schicksalstag could be seen as a Nazi initiative. In their article, historians Heidi Twarek and Thomas Weber argue that Hitler's chief ideologue, Alfred Rosenberg, referred to it as the Schicksalstag in the 1920s. The Push and the pogrom took place on November 9th because the Nazis were aware of the symbolism of that day. Rosenberg felt that staging the Push exactly 5 years after the Democratic November Revolution, by doing so, he could mobilize the German people to undo the events of 1918 and to support a new era of authoritarianism in Germany. These historians argue that the Nazi propaganda machine, therefore, consciously created this chronological narrative, leading from the, in their eyes, disastrous 1918 November Revolution to the beginning of a new political force with the Push in 1923, and then the implementation of a new radical and racial Nazi policy circa 1938. Now, this brings us to Herschel Grünspan and the unknown fate of the forgotten gay teen Jewish assassin who unleashed the Führer Holocaustiker, or the Führer Teutonicus, German Fury. This Judeophobic persecution reached its nadir to that point in history when the Holocaust began on November 7th of 1938 with the political assassination of a wealthy 29-year-old, dueling-scarred Nazi German diplomatic officer in Paris, third secretary of the legation Ernst von Rath. Born in 1909, conscribed into ranks of the SA, the Sturmabteilung, the assault detachments, the Nazi Party paramilitary of brown-shirted stormtroopers, and by 1932, the Reich's Foreign Service officer, and assassinated that year of 1938. There is, of course, a gravestone for Ernst von Rath, still extant, still standing. The Sturmabteilung Offizier, the attack detachment officer von Rath, was shot 5 times inside the German embassy by a teenaged agent provocateur of illegal residents, quite possibly employed by either or both the Nazis themselves and or their Zionist co-conspirators. Because at that point, the Nazis were literally establishing what would become the State of Israel through the Zionist Hitler Heskem Ha'avara of 1933. The Ha'avara meaning in the Hebrew language, literally moving house, the transfer agreement in which, because Germany was suffering tremendous economic collapse and could not afford anyone to leave, Germans were forbidden to leave with their money. If they left, they had to leave their money in Germany if they sought a future elsewhere. That was only reasonable. But the Ha'avara agreement, by that bargain with the Zionists, Adolf Hitler allowed any Jews moving to Palestine to take their money with them. Now, while this was ongoing, all of the Zionists were viewed by the Allied world, particularly the Greater British Empire, as Nazi terrorists, for they conducted raids against the British colonial occupiers in their desire to establish their own homeland. And in this they were supported by the Italian fascists and the Germans, particularly through the SS, which taught them how to farm and how to fight. Now, as the convicted political assassin in question was inexplicably to survive proactive hostilities in Europe and probably beyond, he was an extraordinarily beautiful young boy, androgynous, would have probably been perfect for the kind of profession I was raised for, as a child prostitute assassin. He had insinuated himself as Wurmrath's immature gay lover while evading arrest by French authorities, being wanted for theft of a streetcar. And you have this 17-year-old Deutschland, or German-born Jewish refugee student, Herschel Fabel Grünspan, family name bastardized in the English as Greenspan, born in 1921, declared dead circa 1960, ostensibly to avenge the brutal abduction of his Polaki Juden, or Polish Jewish parents, Sendel and Rivka Grünspan, back in Das Vaterland, the fatherland in Est Germania, who had long ago relocated from Polska, or Poland, to Imperial Germany, circa 1911. Now the actions of Herschel Grünspan, the teenage Jew whose November 1938 attack on the German embassy in Paris offered a convenient incendiary for Nazi retaliation on Kristallnacht, well, there are books that explore the historical, that Grünspan's motive was not Jewish patriotism, but vengeful closure to a forbidden love affair. Now, Ernst Wurmrath, Grünspan's Prussian diplomat par amour, was bound by tradition and seduced by Nazism's promise of order, discipline, and masculinity, but he could not resist the younger, moodier Jewish boy he met in France. Thoughts of their trysts haunted him even in the heat of India. Their passion could not, of course, deny the deportation orders for long, and the boy's suicidal last stand was snapped up by the propaganda ministry's machinations. To quote an excerpt from a book titled The German Officer's Boy, which Catherine Govier, a reviewer, stated was a highly original and compassionate account of how the fires of a forbidden love engulfed Europe. Harlan Green, the author of this book, has brought to life the boy who started World War II in a headlong narrative, both tender and terrifying. To read a single paragraph from that book, in the room he heard a shout of joy, recognition. He flung the paper down and ran, pushing the door open, ready to shout, but stopped when he saw the blood on the carpet and the pale blond man thrashing on the floor. And then there was the boy. Never before had Nagorka seen such an expression. The young man looked up, distraught and horrified from beneath his tousled hair and dark brows, his eyes circles of fear. The gun fell from his hand. I would reference, or refer you all to, Jonathan Mark's excellent column or article on this, titled Sex and Kristallnacht, subtitled The Boy Toy, and in parentheses, and Boy Assassin, who started it all, meaning World War II. It was published in the New York Jewish Week, which, of course, always advertises itself as connecting the world to Jewish news, culture, and opinion. It was dated the 5th of November in 2010. Now, incredibly, in the most literal application of the term, all of Grünspann's family would survive the war except for an uncle who was murdered in Auschwitz and Grünspann's sister who died in Russia, where the family took refuge. The Grünspann family later immigrated to Jewish Palestine under Mandate, later day Israel, where they played a part in the trial of Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem. Herschel's father and brother testified that all their previous efforts to find him had failed. In the late 1950s, the family petitioned the German government for a death date in order to give the family closure. Herschel Grünspan was declared dead on June 1st, 1960. Today, Germans remember the Kristallnacht program by polishing or placing flowers on Stolperstein, small brass plaques on cobblestones commemorating Nazi victims. Circa 2017 in Berlin, 16 plaques were dug up and stolen just before the anniversary, fueling alarm about a resurgence in Judeophobia. Now, the 11th event to take its place on November 9th in 1939, well, it was also during this celebration in 1939 that Georg Elser tried to assassinate Hitler with a bomb in the Burger Braukelle. Serendipitously, Hitler cut his speech short, and the bomb's explosion missed him by just 13 minutes. A memorial to Georg Elser was erected circa 2011 in Berlin, the year my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered. And, okay, I got Mike Allen in the chat saying that I've got a nice Jewish accent. Yeah, no, he says nice Jew accent, very Judeophobic. Obviously, I should block him morally, but I really don't give a shit. If he gets really wild with it, I will. Otherwise, okay. He can declare I'm a Jew. It's like, if that's what he gets off on, okay, he's an idiot. Now, Goebbels, on Hitler's instructions, canceled the day of Bluttag, here implying national solidarity, in Munich after that assassination attempt on Hitler's life by Georg Elser the previous day, saying, in these times, it is too dangerous. That was via Goebbels. This, of course, brings us to the heart of what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was all about. And, of course, you've got many people who claim he was Jewish. Again, sheer idiocy. But this is a way Jewish people can claim credit for all of history. In that sense, if they develop godless capitalism, godless communism, and National Socialism, well, they basically got a stranglehold on all three ideologies of the 20th century. What more could a minority ask for? Now, on November 8th of 1939, as I said, at the FELDHERRNHALLE, the Field Marshal's Hall Day, the members of the Alte Kampfer, the old fighters, men who had actively supported National Socialism in the early days, filed into the Munich Burger Braukelle. Despite the tensions of the newly started war, they were a cheerful lot. They were meeting to celebrate the 16th anniversary of the Munich Beer Hall Putsch. The celebrations were a fixed date in the Nazi calendar, time for speeches, beer, and reminiscences. Now, the top party men attended as a matter of protocol, whether they had been involved in the 1923 putsch or not. There was some speculation whether Hitler would appear that year. He had always done so in the past, but there had been no announcement of his intentions on the radio or in the press. Nazis in the know put this down to wartime security, and they were right, for Hitler did, in fact, turn up, unannounced, to make his usual speech. There were, however, some departures from the norm. Only a month before, after the German armies had overrun Poland in a week, The Nazi press headlined the country's will for peace. Many Germans believed it, and even though the Allied response to the Führer's peace proposals was, to say the least, chill, there remained a widespread feeling that the war would be over by Christmas. After all, the reason for hostilities, Poland, had now virtually ceased to exist. This feeling was generally fostered by the official Nazi line on contemporary events. But now, for reasons of his own, Hitler put an end to the optimism. He warned his audience that their fatherland faced a long war. He had, he revealed, already told Goering to prepare for 5 years of fighting. It was an odd speech in the prevailing climate. It was also a short one, much shorter than usual for the occasion. Nor did Hitler follow his custom of remaining afterward to chat informally about old times. He swept out with his entourage at 9 minutes to 9. At 9 minutes past 9, a bomb exploded directly behind the rostrum, killing 7, critically injuring 63, and wrecking the hall. The spot where Hitler had been standing was covered in 6 feet of debris. Had he remained, he could not have survived. Just under a fortnight, 14 nights, 12 weeks later, on November 21st, the German public learned the Gestapo, Geheimstaatspolizei, the secret state police, had tracked down the would-be assassin. He was, according to Heinrich Himmler, 36-year-old Jörg Elser, and he had been backed by the sinister machinations of British intelligence. But there were a number of people who refused to take the whole affair at face value. Exempli gratiae, William Scherer, the CBS radio correspondent in Berlin at the time, noted in his diary on November 9th, "No one yet knows who did it. The Nazi press screams that it was the English, the British Secret Service. It even blames Chamberlain for the deed. Most of us think it smells of another Reichstag fire, ostensibly the work of communists in 1933, but in fact started by the Nazis for political reasons." Years later, when he came to write his all too influential Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Scherer voiced essentially the same suspicions. Historian Alan Bullock was even more positive. He said, "The attempt on Hitler's life was organized by the Gestapo as a means of raising the Führer's popularity in the country." In the book entitled Hitler, A Study in Tyranny, Sir Alan Bullock described how Elser was taken from Dachau concentration camp and promised his freedom in return for building the bomb into a pillar near where Hitler would be standing. There was apparently an alarm clock set in with the bomb, but it was purely for appearances, since it was not connected to the electrical circuit which set off the charge. Now, all this is interesting theory, but far less of a certainty than Sir Alan Bullock has made out. In fact, the mystery of the bombing has never been completely cleared up. Close investigation of the notion that Elser was a mere tool of the Nazis produces striking discrepancies, to say the least. And ultimately, certainly the German government, and therefore the world, declares him a hero who tried to kill Hitler. And to vindicate that, for instance, Hitler himself does not seem to have been told about the plot. When news of the explosion reached him while on the train at Nuremberg, his eyes blazed with excitement. "Now I am content. The fact that I left the Bürgerbrau earlier than usual is a corroboration of Providence's intention to allow me to reach my goal." Hardly the attitude of a man who knew about the bomb all along, but perhaps he was putting on a show, for Hitler was a consummate actor. Perhaps, except the mystery does not end there. Elsa, that unwitting pawn of the Gestapo who, we are assured, by the Allied propagandists, had been promised his freedom, then double-crossed, made no accusations against the Nazis. This is perhaps understandable, But Elsa actually boasted of his assassination attempt and gave us every indication of believing it himself. Today we might suspect brainwashing. In 1939, the necessary techniques had not yet been developed. Now, that great Schirr's comparison with the Reichstag fire raises another point. In 1933, the Nazis made use of Marinus van der Lubbe, a near imbecile, to do their dirty work. Such a man cannot make incriminating statements afterward, for he is scarcely aware of what is going on. But Elsa, while showing limited intelligence, was far from a second van der Lubbe. There is all the difference in the world between setting a fire and installing a time bomb. Elsa was a skilled cabinet maker, a competent electrician, and a handyman. These facts remain whether we believe he set the bomb on the orders of the Gestapo, on the orders of British intelligence, or simply because he felt like killing Hitler without any outside prompting. At the time, and afterward, they were well-placed witnesses who showed no cynicism about the plot. Hans Gisevius, a former official of the Prussian Ministry of the Interior and a man with an abiding detestation of both Hitler and Himmler, testified at Nuremberg that he was satisfied no Nazis had been involved in the plot. It is interesting evidence coming as it does from a man whose whole inclination must have been to show his old arch-enemies a couple of conniving schemers. The SS general, Walter Schellenberg, went even further. He claimed at Nuremberg to have read interrogations made when Elsa was first drugged and then hypnotized. These and his personal questioning of the suspect convinced him the assassination attempt was genuine. Logic might convince us of the same. Was der true Heinrich Himmler really likely to risk the life of the man who gave meaning to his entire existence? For even if the plot was faked, Hitler still delivered his speech only feet away from a primed live bomb. And if, as even Sir Bullock suspects, Hitler was personally unaware of the bomb, how was he persuaded to cut his speech short and forgo his usual reminiscences afterward, for which he was notorious? You know, like me, once he starts, he doesn't stop. Hitler was notoriously strong-willed. There is no recorded instance of his ever having changed a decision once he made it. Would members of the Nazi court, who held him in awe, risk coming up against this steely intransigence with only a 12-minute safety margin? Even if we ignore all these considerations, the question of motive opens further avenues. Bullock and Scherer both feel, not think, but feel, with varying degrees of certainty at that the whole thing was designed to gain Hitler popularity. But Hitler was popular already. Far too popular for the good of the Allied world, and far too popular to need such a dangerous public relations exercise. More important, only one paper of the entire Nazi-controlled press carried the story next day. Hardly what one might expect if the motive of the plan was to gain sympathy and popularity for der Führer. Schiller, at the time, found newspaper reaction curious. Incomprehensible would be a better word, at least if we insist on believing in a put-up job. And why again would Heinrich Himmler wait a fortnight, 14 nights, 12 weeks, to produce Elsa? A faster arrest would have reflected far more favorably on his vaunted efficiency. Yet even if we accept with Gisevius, with Schellenberg, and apparently with Elsa himself, that the assassination attempt was genuine, we are still faced with circumstances which are, to say the least, quite strange. Himmler's attempt to involve British intelligence in the affair may be dismissed as opportunism, but what of Hitler's immaculate timing Why, despite his usual custom, did he leave early? Was it purely coincidence? Or, as he claimed, the intervention of Providence? Or was it something else? There is another explanation, roundly ignored by Orthodox historians. Hitler had precognitive ability. Unlikely though it sounds, my biological sire could see into the future. This is what brings us to the world of prediction. You see, the reality of precognition was suspected long before 1939. It formed an important aspect of investigations carried out by the Societies for Psychical Research, established in Britain as long ago as 1882, and in America in 1885. Simultaneous to the foundation of the Third Reich, statistical analysis of the phenomenon got underway in 1933, when Dr. J.B. Rhine, then head of the parapsychology department of Duke University in North Carolina, began a series of experiments with a subject named Hubert Pierce. Rhine's methods are fairly well known now. He used a special pack of cards in his experiments. This Zehner pack, as it was called, featured 5 emotionally neutral symbols: a square, a circle, a set of wavy lines, a cross, and a star. Subjects were asked to guess the cards as they came up, under conditions which ruled out any question of obtaining information via the 5 senses. The number of correct guesses was then set against the total that might be expected to arise from chance. When a volunteer consistently guessed higher than chance expectation, he was said to be using ESP, extrasensory perception. In other words, he had found a means of obtaining information other than through the normal channels of sight, hearing, touch, taste, or smell, a literal 6th sense. Rhine began his work on extrasensory perception with the investigation of telepathy and clairvoyance. In both fields, Pierce showed marked ESPER, or ESP ability. For the precognition tests, Rhine asked him to guess the order of the cards, then had the pack shuffled and the actual order compared. In other words, the subject's job was to try to predict the future order of the pack. Pierce's level of success was significantly above any chance expectation. By June of 1939, 6 years of experimentation led the cautious Dr. Rhine to reach the conclusion that, in his words, the evidence has reached a stage at which some new alternative hypotheses are needed if precognitive ESP is not to become an established phenomenon. In 1941, simultaneous to global war, Rhine's ideas received independent confirmation from London, where Gilbert Stoll conducted a very tightly controlled experiment set with a subject named Basil Shackleton. His methods were very similar to those of Rhine, except that instead of Zehner cards, he used a pack featuring pictures of animals. Despite the controls, Shackleton scored far above chance expectation. Note that June of 1939, following that half a dozen years of experimentation for Dr. Rhine, whom people at that time speculated about by writing science fiction stories projecting universities of parapsychology named after him being established in the future. So conclusive was his evidence. That was the year that was simultaneous to the launch of World War II in Europe. This was a man who was riding the wave of the times. The British thereafter, as the war went global, rode the wave as well. Even 10 years after the experiments, critics were reduced to offering collusion and fraud as explanations of the result. Dr. Gilbert Soule's British experiments, well, his reputation as a scientist was more than strong enough to withstand such a curious attack. Laboratory experiments into precognition continued. They are secretly continuing to the present day. Evidence has been piled on evidence until now the reality of precognition is as well established as, for instance, the reality of cosmic radiation. But the degree of proof has had little impact on the public mind. Indeed, it is only very recently, and very, very hesitantly, that the scientific establishment as a whole has begun to take precognition seriously. That's in the open world, outside of black budgets and government espionage. As a result, in the civilian world of everyday life, precognition is seldom taken into account outside the specialty of parapsychology. Many academics, and it is the academics by and large who write our histories, stubbornly cling to disbelief, or if they do believe, they remain confused about how precognition manifests and how far it can go. When, for instance, the reality of Hitler's ESP ability was put to an officer formerly attached to the British Admiralty, he protested, "But Hitler could not have known the future, otherwise he wouldn't have made the mistakes he did. He'd have won the war." A fair enough observation based in ignorance, except that it taketh no account of how precognition works. Before we are in any position to pass judgment, we must know what a precog can and cannot do. Card-calling tests may excite the parapsychologists, but they are a bore to the average man and to the volunteers who engage in them. A major problem of statistical research is to combat boredom in subjects. Where boredom does occur, ESP ability falls off alarmingly. By their nature, these card-calling tests can demonstrate only a limited degree of precognition, yet they do establish 12 important points with absolute certainty. 1. It is definitely possible to see, or more correctly, sense, the future. 2. Even the best subjects aren't right all the time. And research points to several additional conclusions. A volunteer's emotional state can make a great deal of difference to his performance. A high interest level is vital, so that properly applied incentives can stimulate ESP. Comparatively recent Soviets' findings show ESP abilities ebb and flow in relation to the phases of the moon. A curious hint that witches, who believe essentially the same thing, must have known more than science had previously given them credit for. There be 12 approaches to ESP investigation: the quantitative and the qualitative. So far, I have been discussing only the quantitative, the long, hard grind of statistical testing in the lab. But the qualitative approach, dealing with the less certain, but far more spectacular individual experience of ESP, must have far more bearing on the case of Adolf Hitler's abilities. There are literally thousands of precogs who have never undergone a card-calling test. There are even a handful of psychics with accepted ESP ability who have undergone card-calling tests and failed. Scientists are now reluctantly agreed the situation simply means such delicate talents will not always show themselves under laboratory conditions. Just like myself, when people have asked me, "Douglas, why aren't you married?" Well, I tell them I can't breed in captivity. Now, some investigators feel that precogs may, in fact, be far more common than we realize. As evidence, they point to things like the fact that at least 200 people claim to have predicted during the year that I was born, the 1966 Aberfam disaster before it happened. Now, I was born on October 20th of 1966, but Aberfam had a particularly strong impact on the conscience of the British nation the day I was born. But of course, well, I was born on high noon, October 20th. So it was on the day I was born in Asia, but the day after in England, the other side of the international date line, where at 9:15 on the morning of October 21st, a 500,000-ton slag heap above the tiny South Wales village slid down to engulf a school, a row of houses, and a farm. 144 people, 116 of them children, all lost their lives. The day I first laid my eyes upon this sorry world. Typical of the premonitions was that experienced by one of the little victims. 9-year-old Errol Mai Jones dreamed 2 nights before that something black had come down over her school. She was not, she had told her mother, afraid to die because she would be with Peter and June, 2 of her classmates. Today, Errol Mai's body lies buried between the bodies of Peter and June. My mother foresaw all these children dying the day that I was born. She said that she was delivering a baby to set the balance straight. Perhaps someday I'll know what she means. Perhaps all the times that I've had to deal with rescuing children from one form of human trafficking or another might compensate for my birth being simultaneous to the death of so many. Other premonitions of Aberfam varied from the experience of Alexander Venn, who had a strong sense of disaster associated with coal dust on October 14th, to the vision of Mrs. Monica McBain, who, I believe, if I remember correctly, saw a black mountain moving and children buried under it only moments before the event occurred. Of the 200 reported premonitions, only 60 were subjects of careful scientific investigation. But of these, a London psychiatrist, Dr. J.C. Barker, found no less than 22 could be independently verified, in some cases by as many as 4 people. 2 more had actually been written down before the tragedy. Incontestable proof, if further proof were needed, of the reality of precognition. Tragedy attracts premonitions as a magnet attracts iron filings. The number of people who knew about the Titanic sinking before the event is truly staggering. One writer, Morgan Robinson, foretold the wreck 14 years before it happened, and some 12 years before the Titanic was even built. But the men and women who foresee such disasters as Aberfam or the sinking of the Titanic may be having an isolated experience of ESP. There are, however, individuals who not only see the future, but see it more or less consistently. Ms. Jean Dixon is perhaps the best-known modern example. She was the woman who ran World War II for the American Empire. Franklin Delano Roosevelt based every strategic decision on Jean Dixon's consultation. That's a fact you Yanks have to live with and take to your bloody graves. In 1952, and again in 1956, she predicted the assassination of President Kennedy many years later. Only days before the event, her premonition returned. She saw dark clouds gather over the White House. It was her best-known successful prediction, but far from her only one. Among others, which came as to pass, were the American race riots of the late 60s. You know, that decade into which I was born into this vale of tears. Yet, Ms. Dixon was never infallible. Perhaps her most spectacular mistake was a war between America and the Communist Chinese Empire, which did not quite come off. Even the best and most consistent of the precogs are like that. They score interesting hits, indicative of genuine ability, but they still manage a high percentage of misses. The nature of the beast. And research has shown that the further away a precog moves from purely personal predictions, the greater is the chance of error. Examination of the work of Edgar Cayce illustrates this tendency to perfection. Cayce, who died in 1945, that last great year of proactive prosecution of hostilities of the Second World War, was during his lifetime one of the most respected psychics in America. His specialty was psychic diagnoses and healing. He treated some 30,000 patients, often with astonishing nostrums, and often with astonishing success. But Cayce, who was so successful on the level of personal ESP, showed a far less impressive record when it came as to predicting future events on a global scale. His modern disciples are occasionally almost touching in their anxiety to make his subsequent events fit in with his wilder prophecies. But the simple fact of the matter is that Cayce was no better than the average prophet of cataclysm, and the average is pretty pissin' poor. The highest scoring living precog was, well, at the time that I was born, the blind Bulgarian peasant Vanga Dimitrova, who had achieved an astounding 80% accuracy level. But the Madame Dimitrova refused to make political predictions. Under Bulgarian government sponsorship behind the Iron Curtain, she read only the future to those who called on her for advice. None of this is to suggest that global precognition is impossible. In 1915, for instance, Dame Edith Lyttelton engaged in an experiment in automatic writing, where someone enters to move her hand and guide its writ, which produced a message including the words, "The hand stretched out to stay Berchtesgaden, the nemesis of fate, nearer and nearer. The Munich bond, remember that. You will see strange things." Between 1908 and 1918, John Alleyne, a retired British Army officer, predicted several operations of World War II, including Britain's solitary endurance after the fall of France and the 1940 German military successes. But while possible, it seems to be very far from easy. Most precogs who venture into this dangerous arena sink without trace in a morass of spectacular nonsense. Precogs, it seems, score high when they attempt to foresee future events connected with individuals known unto themselves. They score highest of all when their visions are concerned with their own future. As Louisa Rhine put it once, he, the precog, is ever intrigued, it seems, by items, many of them trivial, in his own future. But my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was unique, even in this strange world of prediction. For from 1933 onward, The trivia of his personal future was increasingly tied in with the fate of nations. He was the prophetic Führer. Elements in Hitler's horoscope promise prophetic ability. But did he really have it, you might ask? Outlandish suggestions, you might say, require strong evidence. Well, strangely enough, the evidence is not only strong, but obvious. Too obvious. The history of the Führer has been analyzed time and again. But always, the precognitive element has been overlooked. Yet this element is present in virtually every major political maneuver Hitler made from the time he came to power to the outbreak of war in 1939. Afterward, observers talked about iron nerve, tactical genius, and instinctive gasp of human psychology. But Hitler's iron nerve was more apparent than actual. Witness William Shearer's description of him during the Sudetenland crisis, where he insisted. Every few steps he cocked his right shoulder nervously, his left leg snapping up as he did so. I watched him closely as he came past us. The same nervous tick. He had ugly black patches under his eyes. I think the man is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Hardly the portrait of a man with iron nerve. The propagandists would say his tactical blunders lost him the war, and his instinctive grasp of human psychology was generally limited to the discovery that if he shouted at people, he often frightened them. This is, of course, an oversimplification, but the Allies specialize in that. And some constructive, or shall I say, corrective to the general view is needed. Because Hitler was a politician, we tend to evaluate his actions only in political terms. But if we begin with the premise that my father Hitler was a precog, the same facts suddenly make us far more sense. Well, what are these facts, you may ask? Hitler came to power in 1933. The foundations of his power were shaky, yet he began almost at once a secret policy of rearmament. Such a policy was, of course, contrary to the terms of the Versailles Treaty, which ended World War I. Now, hindsight can be confusing, as opposed to 2020. We know what happened in the 30s. We know that Germany was permitted to rearm and later allowed to use her armaments. We know that Hitler got away with it. But in 1934, the year this undercover rearmament began, there were few Germans who would have cared to predict how the Allied powers would react. Political advisors felt the risk was considerable. German economists were even more worried. The economy of the shattered fatherland was precarious enough. They could not see it supporting a military establishment for long. But my father Hitler, standing alone, thought the Allies would do nothing. And although disinterested in economics and totally ignorant of its mysteries, he disagreed entirely with his experts. Rearmament, he felt, would strengthen the German economy rather than weaken it. Politically and economically, within the framework of the thinking of the day, Hitler's policies made no sense. Yet despite the fact that he was really only finding his feet in office, despite the weak foundations of his power, he pressed ahead. He knew. Toward the end of 1934, German rearmament was more or less an open secret. By March of 1935, there came as the first official reaction from Great Britain. A government white paper published on the 5th of that month commented unfavorably on the development of a strengthening Luftwaffe, the German Air Force. High Nazi officials were, to say the least, disturbed. But Hitler's reaction was typically arrogant. On March 16th, he unilaterally wiped out the military sections of the Versailles Treaty, introduced conscription, and began to arm openly. The Allies had the option of a preventive war which, at the time, would have been easily fought and quickly over. France, with what was recognized as the finest army in Europe at the time, pressed for action, but Great Britain held back. In the end, the Allies did nothing, as Hitler foresaw they would. A year later, German troops marched into the Rhineland. It was a direct affront to France, the same France which, as the Nazis now knew, had been pressing for action only a year before. French and German soldiers now faced one another in a nose-to-nose confrontation. Reichswehr generals were nervous as kittens. Not so my father Hitler. Against all reason, he knew that not a shot would be unloosed, and he was right. France appealed to the League of Nations. March 1938. After weeks of gradually increasing tension, Hitler finally took over Austria. Could anyone have predicted how the Allies would view that maneuver? There was violent personal reaction in London. Joachim von Ribbentrop, who was meeting British leaders at the time, later admitted he only managed to calm them down by suggesting the reports might be mistaken. But Hitler, against all common sense, had a feeling there would be no international opposition. And he was right. If we were discussing the history of a well-known psychic, such as Peter Hurkos or Gerald Crouzet, we could have little doubt, even at this stage, that ESP was behind such incredible decisions. And Hitler was not finished. His vision of the future still assured him he could make further moves with safety. As early as May of 1938, he began to pile on the pressure against Czechoslovakia, where he had cast a greedy eye on the German-populated Sudetenland. By September 13th, the situation had deteriorated to such a degree that Scherer, by then in Prague, noted in his diary, "War is very near." But things were not as they so seemed. War was not near, as Hitler, once again against the opinion of his military advisers, seemed to sense. Even Chamberlain's dramatic trip to Munich was not seized by the Führer as the escape route he obviously needed. Instead, he added to his demands. It was not until Chamberlain's second trip to Munich on the 28th of September that Hitler finally agreed to a settlement, one which, incidentally, gavest him everything he wanted without war. A fantastic gamble, if one could not foresee the outcome. And still, my father Hitler was not finished. On March 15th of 1939, German forces occupied Bohemia and Moravia. The Allies did nothing, as Hitler seemed once more to know they would. From 1933 until September 1939, when German troops invaded Poland, Hitler did not make a single international miscalculation. Indeed, whether his precognitive ability failed him in September is open to question. The phenoprecog sees a vista of the future. He gets glimpses here and there. The more skillful of the breed can focus on specific details for close examination, but the broader picture tends to be indistinct. Nor, generally speaking, does the precog obtain his mysterious information in verbal form. As in the case of Mrs. McBean, who was aware of the Aberfam disaster many miles away, he sees visions and dreams dreams. Throughout the 30s, Hitler must have strained his ESP ability toward an answer to one recurring question. What will France and Britain do? The answer camest repeatedly. France and Britain will do nothing. But the mechanics of precognition, being what they are, it is unlikely that the answer came as to he in that form. It would, in all probability, have been expressed in pictures or impressions. These pictures and impressions would have dealt expressly with military activity. If we assume that Hitler stretched out his weird ESP ability to find out what France and Britain would do if he invaded Poland, we must also assume his answer was that they would, again, do nothing. On the evidence of his subsequent actions, his visions must have shown all quiet on the Western Front. And his visions were correct. The Allies declared war in September 1939, but they did not go to war. German and French soldiers faced each other on the border, but not a single shot was fired. Nazi troops, aided by the Salvitrusians, occupied Poland with such speed that the Allies were quickly presented with a fait accompli, which seemed to leave them at a loss. Berlin waited for the British bombers, but night after night went by, and still they did not come. Days drifted into weeks, weeks into months. Still this curious, uneasy calm was maintained. Londoners began to talk about the phony war, a name adopted by historians to describe the situation ever since. No wonder the prophetic Führer thought Britain and France would do nothing if his armies marched on Poland. He had seen them doing nothing in his visions. Now, destiny, according to a West African witch belief, is fan-shaped. We reach points of choice in life where possible futures radiate outward like a fan. The quantum physical path we take at one point not only leads us through a specific type of future, but also determines where our next point of choice must lie. The few reliable oracles at our disposal, such as my culture's ancient Chinese I Ching, tend to confirm this theory. They are not deterministic. They do not view the future as fixed. Rather, they say, if you do such and such, this future will result. The I Ching works, as anyone who has made a serious attempt to use it will confirm. Because it works, we might be well advised to put away the pinch of salt when considering a fan-shaped destiny. Hitler may have described, rather, I should say, subscribed to the theory, or possibly he had an instinctive grasp of the basic shape of time. Certainly, he could pick his way through the decision points with uncanny accuracy. He made only one mistake, although, as it happened, it was propagandized as a fatal one. He went to war on 12 fronts simultaneously. The decision point which led to what historians would ascribe as error occurred earlier than the event itself, of course. At some stage, he failed to grasp the moment when an allied alliance against Russia would have been possible. But with the exception of developments arising from this slip, as historians would perceive it, the whole gloomy future of Europe was spelled out for all to see in a remarkable prophetic book published as early as 1925. The work was originally called 4.5 Years of Struggle Against Lies, Stupidity, and Cowardice. Its publisher, Max Axman, Maxaman, now that I remember, wisely insisted on axing such an unwieldy title, so that it appeared simply as My Struggle, or, in the original German, Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf was a remarkable document, which, had it been read more widely outside Germany, might have given naive politicians of London and Paris some indication of what they were up against. Hitler made no secret of his aims. It must have taken every ounce of his precognitive ability to carry them through with such a degree of precision. Decision points hang in our future like knots in some gigantic web. Many precognitions deal only with that area between one point and the next. But my sire Hitler, in common with a few other precogs, seems at times to have been able to chart a course across the web which gave him fleeting glimpses of a distant future beyond the knots. But the talent did not come easily. Like the primitive shaman, he seemed to require the ecstatic state before long-distance precognition would function. Even then, it was an uncertain business, and, if he was typical of ecstatic precogs, there must have been many occasions when he came as down to earth with no memory of what he had seen. Hitler got high on hate and words. He intoxicated himself on destructive emotions. Today, the biochemical basis for such states is receiving considerable attention. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream as the glands react to the emotions. Blood carbon dioxide rises with prolonged shouting, such as frequently figured in the Führer's speeches. Faced with these chemical changes, the brain would sometimes change gear, as it were, throwing up a new level of consciousness. Sometimes, momentarily, these new levels would allow us glimpses of the distant future. Intoxication of this nature reached such heights in Adolf Hitler that he would fling himself on the floor and chew the edges of the carpet, behavior perfectly comparable to Haitians possessed by spirits during voodoo ritual. He was known, behind his back, as Teppichfresser, the carpet eater. On September 19th, Hitler made his first speech of the war. He made it in Danzig, Poland. That country had been overrun. Columns of German troops were actually already returning home. Warsaw, the capital, still showed some resistance, but it was obviously only a matter of time before it fell. There was speculation that the whole war might well be over, since the Polish state had ceased to exist. What people would decry as perverted Nazi logic concluded that treaties of alliance with it made no more sense. Why should England and France waste blood against Germany now? But even if they did decide to carry on the fight, there was not a German of the day who did not feel the fatherland capable of winning. The performance of the German army in Poland had been staggering. And surely, the most confident Nazi of them all was the alter man, the old man himself, der Führer, Adolf Hitler. He strode to the rostrum of Danzig Guildhall looking more imperious than observers had ever seen him. But during his speech, he grew angry, as angry as he had ever been. The ubiquitous William Shearer reports, when he spraketh of Britain, his face flamed up in hysterical rage. At one point of this hysterical and angry speech, Hitler thundered, "We will never capitulate! We will never capitulate! Capitulate nine! Capitulate nine!" A fine phrase, but one glaringly out of place in the circumstances. Germany was on top. The position was strong. Who said anything about capitulation? Why bring it up at all? Much later in the war, the phrase became as the favorite of the Führers. He used it to rally his soldiers and supporters even when the crunch had come and Allied forces were pushing to Berlin itself. Kurt Vonnegut Jr., a German Jewish American author, who has his own grisly memories of Hitler's war that I've gone into in depth in the past, dreamed up a character named Billy Pilgrim, who was a spastic in time, twitching from one aspect of his life to another with no more control than the spastic in space. My father Adolf Hitler was a little like that. And that's exactly what Kurt Vonnegut Jr. was really alluding to. The biochemical repercussions of his rage in those first days of the war triggered in him a brief ecstatic glimpse of the last days on the surface of the world. Did the Nazi audience at Danzig, in the hour of their victory, hear for a moment the voice of Der Führer, trying desperately to rally the defenses of a crumbling, beaten Reich upon the surface of this earth? Certainly Hitler's speeches contain more than one clue to the factuality of precognition. Before Elzer's bomb went off in the Munich beer hall 11 days earlier, he had surprised his audience by predicting a 5-year war, allowing for the fact that he spracketh roughly, in round figures, he was perfectly correct. Der Führer was always right. Now, the 12th event to happen on November 9th, in the year of 1940, was when Sir Neville Chamberlain died, even as German troops invaded Norway and Denmark. Rumors within the Nazi Party hinted that there was more than mere coincidence behind the fact that he died on Gitten Tag für die Gefallenen der Bewegung, or der Bewegung, the Day of Remembrance for the fallen martyrs of the Nazi movement, the 9th of November. The 13th event to happen on November 9th, circa 1943. The 20th anniversary of the Munich Putsch. Hitler gave his speech at the Lauvenbruckhalle in Munich, which was recorded for a later radio broadcast. Now, according to the Allies, or should we say all lies, and yet I believe this to be true. During that speech, Hitler announced that the German people had inflicted such suffering and destruction on the peoples of Europe that they could expect no mercy in case of defeat. If Germany was defeated, he, Adolf Hitler, would not shed a single tear, even if all the cities of Germany were laid waste, and every German man, woman, and child put to the sword. The German people would only have themselves to blame. The censors deleted this outburst, but a Turkish press official was there, who later passed it on to British intelligence. Hitler, at that point, knew well of Unterland. Hitler had already begun mobilizing units of the SS, predominantly female, many from the Ukraine, the broodmares of the future of the Reich, in the new frontier beneath the surface of the earth. There he would retreat, relocate, reestablish and reform the new race, the Aryan race, beyond Germandom. A Nordic albinoid, intraterrestrial, ethnos, not to walk upon the earth, but both beneath it and above it, astride it all, evolutionarily and physically. Adolf Hitler's ultimate victory. He no longer identified with Germany, but now identified with the Reich. Understand this: the Wehrmacht fought for the nation state, the armed forces of the Kriegsmarine, the Luftwaffe, the armies of the Reich, the largest in the world, fought for a concept of nation-state and boundaries on the surface of the earth, perimeters of defense that no longer mattered in the new war of racial extermination. The SS, Hitler's Second Army, did not fight for any nation-state. The SS fought for the race. Hitler abandoned the German nation for the Aryan race, which knew no nation-state. A race which would relocate to a new land, an endless frontier, both within and without the earth. Into surface and into space. The 14th event in German history of November 9th, Communist 1949, was when the East German Parliament in Berlin unanimously passed a law restoring full citizenship rights to ex-Nazis and army officers. From then on, any Russian-zoned Nazi, unless he had been convicted of war crimes, could vote, hold public office, and pursue almost any profession. East German Deputy Premier Walter Ulbricht explained the civil rights law for Nazis and militarists, saying that anti-fascist forces were sufficiently consolidated, and besides, many have repented. If you don't believe me, you can reference the International Herald Tribune as published on November 10th of 1949. Now, the 15th event to happen on November 9th of 1970 was when the French General Charles de Gaulle died at the age of 79. De Gaulle, for many years, had been aware of Odessa, the Nazi mafia, which networked the surface world, and the neo-Nazi activity within the CIA, and had his own agents of the Deuxième Bureau keeping him informed. The coincidence of his death should not be overlooked. The 16th event to occur on November 9th of 1989 was when the fall of the Berlin Wall took place as the Iron Curtain came down. Without warning, and by sheer coincidence, the Berlin Wall fell, coming down on that same fateful date, November 9th, 1989. The swiftness of its fall stunned the world, and many found it suspicious that this remarkable event coincided with the date of Hitler's most sacred Aryan Blutshuge holy day. November 9th being a date connected with the National Socialist movement from its very beginning, and with Adolf Hitler as far back as World War I. Regardless, the fall of the Berlin Wall in a bloodless revolution on November 9th of 1989 was a joyous milestone in German history, ending 28 years of Cold War separation. Once the Trois Germanys were reunited, however, the terrible associations of the Nazis with November 9th made it impossible for that date to serve as a new national holiday. The Day of German Unity was celebrated instead, or has been celebrated instead ever since, on the 3rd of October, when East and West Germany officially became as one nation. The East German government had for months been under pressure from protesters seeking democratic rights and freedoms. When, on the afternoon of November 9th, a spokesman for the East German Socialist Unity Party improvised an announcement that East Germany would lift travel restrictions to the West, no one could have guessed that the Berlin Wall would fall by evening's end. That wall came down almost by accident, following said mistake by communist East German bureaucratic government spokesman Günther Schabowski, who was caught off guard during a live press conference on the question of when exactly new, more relaxed travel rights would take effect. After his improvising, "As far as I know, as of now," and announcing that new, more relaxed border regulations were to come into effect ab sofort, instantly, sending thousands of East Berliners rushing to the wall, streaming towards checkpoints where baffled guards eventually opened the borders. Hours later, they had forced their way through the checkpoints, and the concrete barrier that had divided the city for over 28 years was no more. Exactly a month after huge demonstrations against the East German government in Leipzig, November 9th became the defining landmark of the end of communism. But because of the dark chapters associated with the date in the past, it was considered an ill choice for a public holiday. So Germans instead celebrate October 3rd, 1990, the official reunification of East and West Germany. Most Germans agree that October 3rd is a strange holiday, devoid of common traditions and associations. November 9th, on the other hand, is emotionally freighted for the Germans, filled with tragedy and uplift, guilt and joy, shame and pride. The 17th event to take its place on November 9th, circa 1992, was when Helmut Kohl, Mikhail Gorbachev, and Ronald Reagan were all made honorary citizens of Berlin for their contributions to German reunification. The framing of 20th century German history around November 9th, from the final days of World War I through the Third Reich to the end of the Cold War, reminds us of how the German people have continually grappled with their nation's past. Germany's ongoing efforts at Vergangenheitsbewältigung, or coming to terms with the past, have been held up as a model for other countries confronting their own sins of the past, including these United States. In recent years, however, a new attitude among Germans toward their nation's past and its responsibility to remember has taken hold. By 2018, the far-right political party AfD, the Alternative für Deutschland, or Alternative for Germany, has steadily gained popular support since the refugee crisis that brought 1 million migrants to Germany in 2015. This development paralleled the rise of Trumpism in these United States. Just as Trump provoked outrage with his claim in the wake of the 2017 Charlottesville rally that there were very fine people on both sides, leaders of Alternative for Germany have sparked controversy by suggesting that it might be time to put an end to Germany's self-imposed Schuldkult, its cult of guilt. In January of 2017, Bjorn Höcke, an AfD party leader, drew sharp criticism from opponents in the German parliament and in the media when he described the enormous and moving Holocaust memorial in Berlin as Denkmal der Schande, or Monument of Disgrace. In a September poll, 16% of Germans expressed support for the Alternative for Germany that year, a new high, and the AfD was then the most popular party in the 5 states that once comprised East Germany. This November 9th, already behind us by now, the lessons of Germany's 20th century seem at risk of being lost. The Weimar Constitution, established after the fall of the German monarchy on November 9th of 1918, guaranteed for the first time unprecedented democratic rights and freedoms to the German people. The people then stood by as Hitler and the Nazis subverted that constitution and suspended civil liberties for Jews and other so-called enemies of the state. Over the past decades, Germany has insisted on taking responsibility for its crimes of the past, including those committed on November 9th of 1938. With the right to human dignity and personal honor now enshrined in its Grundgesetz, or basic law, United Germany has refused to tolerate any form of hate speech. Its commitment to the democratic rights and freedoms has been unshakable. While AfD sympathizers may prefer these lessons be forgotten, their importance remains clear and should not be scrubbed from history. This is where I, of course, find the AfD to be just a transitional phenomenon, not a part of history. Armistice Day. Armistice Day, or Veterans Day, remains a date for solemn reflection worldwide. But let's not look ahead too soon, and ergo overlook equally important lessons from November 9th. So the question must now be, a German national holy day, November 9th or October 3rd? The 9th of November is the date associated with the proclamation of the First German Republic in 1918, the Beer Hall Putsch of 1923, Kristallnacht in 1938, and the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. However, as it stands, the official national holiday is rather the 3rd of October, the Day of German Unity. Should it not be changed? Now, people would say, October 3rd of 1990 represents a thematic of unity, justice, and freedom. The 3rd of October, in the 1990th year of our Lord, was deemed the German national holy day because it is a symbol for unity, justice, and freedom. The Day of German Reunification ended the question existing since the 19th century that had led to many geographical, political, economic, and nationalistic conflicts right in the center of Europe. The reunification of Germany was the premise for the unity of Europe itself and holds extraordinary importance for the development of the European Union, without which it would have been impossible. The 3rd of October is a real day of celebration because it solved the major conflicts surrounding German history and anchored Germany in a peaceful Europe. The struggle for a united Germany. Think of it. Since the collapse of the First Reich of the Holy Roman Empire in 1806, one question dominated in Germany and Europe. In 1871, the Second German Reich was founded, seeming to answer the territorial question with a smaller German solution, excluding Austria. The rivalry with France, the 2 world wars, and a divided Germany constantly led to territorial disputes, which only ended with the Day of German Unity in 1990. This was a Germany between monarchy, dictatorship, and democracy. Since the beginning of the 19th century, Germany existed in an area of tension between unity and liberty. The new constitution of the Volkskirche in 1849, after the 1848 revolution, tried to solve this dilemma but failed because of the will of the governing. In 1871, unity, though not liberty, was realized within the German states largely by Otto von Bismarck. After World War I, the Weimar Constitution managed to combine elements of both freedom and unity. Unfortunately, the political reality was in total opposition to the formal and theoretical basis of the first German democracy. The failure of the Weimar Republic was mainly a failure of Democrats who proved unable to defend their democracy. This created a power vacuum in which Adolf Hitler was able to seize power and, according to the Allies, transmute Germany to a state of what the colonial powers, the imperialists, deemed lawlessness and injustice. The terror of the Drittes Reich marked what is now perceived by the post-war Germans, even though the war is still ongoing with the Reich that left them, as the darkest chapter of German history in the 20th century, and World War II cost, most certainly, 200 million souls. 50 million Germans alone. As a consequence of World War II, Germany was divided into 12 separate states: the Federal Republic of Germany, the Bundesrepublik Deutschland, BRD, and the DDR, the Deutsche Democratic Republic, German Democratic Republic, of East Germany, the Communists. While democracy and the free market economy prospered in the West, the second dictatorship in form of socialism in German history was set up in the East. German separation ended on the 3rd of October in 1990, establishing unity and freedom in the political reality in Germany. But why not the 9th of November? The 9th of November is without doubt one of the most important dates in modern German history in the 20th century. In this context, the question concerns whether this day is more suitable for a national holiday, as is the 3rd of October. A national holiday is primarily there to celebrate and should have positive symbolism uniting people. It should give the people hope for a bright future. Now, the 9th of November is seen with a negative perception because of the Beer Hall Putsch in 1923, my mother's birth year, and the Kristallnacht in 1938. Furthermore, a national holiday should have a clear, unambiguous meaning, which many deem impossible for the 9th of November due to Allied indoctrination. What messages would it convey? Lessons from the failed coup d'etat? The collapse of the Weimar Republic? Genocide? Or the peaceful revolution of the German people when they destroyed the Berlin Wall? In contrast to this, Germans today would argue that the message and intention of the 3rd of October is clear, a victory of liberty. That the 3rd of October of 1990 is the symbol for a new era of peace in Europe. The former president of the Federal Republic of Germany, Richard von Weizsäcker, once famously said at the official celebrations for the Day of German Unity, "We want to serve world peace with the united Europe." Now, these words should convey the image of future-oriented, reliable Germany. Germany abandoned ancient territorial claims and is part of the movement promoted understanding amongst all nations. The 3rd of October is a reminder and warning not to repeat history. German unification signifies democracy and peace for Europe and is rightly designated as the national day of celebration per this logic. I would logically declare the 9th of November a new national holiday for Germany. In comparison to October 3rd, November 9th is a date marked by conflicting memories. It remains in Germany's best interest to change its national holiday in order to acknowledge the importance of both historical dates. The 9th of November can and should be kept in honorable remembrance for all Germans, and for the German state, it should be an institutionalized Remembrance Day of greatest joy and shame. A blatant example of how Germans do not display any special respect towards this day is Gerhard Schröder's 2004 suggestions, with economic justifications, that Germany change the national holiday to the first Sunday in October in order to boost the economy with one working day more per year. This lack of respect for the date itself indicates a need to reform. Even today, the 3rd of October renders people in Germany rather unemotional and detached. Apart from official celebrations in front of the Kanzlei and the Bundestag, the rest of Germany takes little notice. The national institutions hoist up Schwarz-Rot-Gold, the black-red-gold, the tricolor, and people just walk past. This handling of national holiday can become as easily all too dangerous. By holding what is supposed to be a day of national pride in such disregard, national pride and confidence is severely damaged. Too often must Germans defend their own nationality abroad, and oftentimes end up trying to conceal their identity. Though 3 generations have succeeded since the end of World War II, Nazi Germany, and the attempted genocide of Jews and other minorities, the image of Germans abroad is deeply damaged by genocide, Prussian Nazi dictatorship, and war guilt. Though nationalism can be a deeply dangerous tool used for self-protection and the furtherance of national interests, it is not necessarily so. Countries such as the USA, France, and Great Britain prove that a healthy dose of national pride is useful. The average German acts just as his state and is rather small-minded, rejecting his responsibility in the international community, or just partially fulfilling it. International movements, such as conflict resolution attempts, peace missions with NATO, terrorism counterintelligence, and the Euro crisis, are perfect examples that United Germany acts far below its potential. Can Germans not be proud of their modern democratic system and fulfill their duties as major player in European and international politics? Must they be denied the opportunity to celebrate their love of country? A day of national celebration allows a country to remember its rich history, including both the triumphs and the shame, so as not to forget that which has founded its modern culture. With this in mind, it is problematic to have an uncelebrated national holiday, and by extension, a nation-state of whose actions Germans cannot be proud. As the son of Adolf Hitler, I can tell you that the 9th of November is the natural solution. But why the 9th of November, you may ask? First of all, there is a great historical significance. The double proclamation of the Socialist and the Republic of Germany by Scheidemann and Liebknecht in 1918. This was followed by the failed Wiederhole Putsch of my sire in 1923, my mother's very birth year, in Munich, holy city of the Nazis. The prosecution of Jews on Kristallnacht in 1938, in which hundreds of synagogues and Jewish shops were destroyed, marks one of the darkest chapters in German history, ultimately resulting in the death of 6 million Jews as acknowledged by the Jews themselves, 12 million in reality as acknowledged by the Reich, counting by drops of blood. If you had 1 drop of Jewish blood within your body, you were a Jew. Whereas 6 million such Jews, because they were not Jewish by the matrilineal delineation, are ignored by the Jews themselves. Talk about exclusivity. In 1989, the Berlin Wall would fall on the 9th of November, leading to German unity and the breakdown of the Iron Curtain. And what of the 3rd of October in 1990? Nothing happened more than that the previously decided joining of the former Deutschen Democratic Republic to the Federal Republic of Germany came into legal force. Therefore, an official acknowledgement in form of a national holiday would strengthen Germany's historiography, awareness, and national pride. There be no doubt that the 9th day of the 11th month, 1918, and the 9th day of the 11th month of 1989 were great days for the organized Republican German state. The legal joining of the Deutschen Democratic Republic to Western Germany pales in comparison to this. But what of 1923 and 1938? Should these horrible events prevent Germans from declaring the 9th of November as their national holiday? The 9th of November in 1923, my mother's birth year, must be seen as the successful defense of the First German Republic, enabling it to last another 10 years, another decade of democracy. And 1938, declaring this the national holy day is not disrespectful at all to the 6 million victims, the 12 million victims, 6 million of whom are ignored by the Jews themselves, but the exact opposite of their sense of exclusivity, their disrespect. It serves the purpose of ensuring remembrance, of which they ignore the half thereof. How? This is precisely the purpose of a national holy day. A national holy day does not only exist for celebration, but to cultivate awareness of history. Even the old Federal Republic of Germany had the 17th of June, circa 1953, as its national holiday, in order to remember the bloody suppression of Eastern German resistance against Soviet oppression. It served as a day of national memory for the oppressed eastern part of the same people. On the other side of the wall, it was no day to celebrate, but to grieve, remember, and to foster reunification. And this is exactly how this issue should be addressed today. A national holy day to remember, to sorrow, to unite the German people, and to celebrate the entire nation. Thus, the 9th of November should and can keep the memory of the horrible genocide as well as the successes of Germany, compared to the 3rd of October, which only catalyzes and encourages the oblivion of history. The 9th of November stands for national remembrance and renewal of national pride. Moreover, it represents the old and new Germany. Nearly at this point in history, how many years by now? I have to breathe and just gather myself and bring this to a closure. Now, this day today, nearly 77 years after the end of World War II, the German people must have the right to a healthy national pride and confidence. Declaring the 9th of November as the German National Holy Day would be the first step of reform. Though it is currently not part of the public agenda, it is in the general interest to discuss it. And only I, Hitler's son, can broach the topic. I can't believe we've got 2 fucking hours left. How am I going to make it through the goddamn night? Jesus Christ, haven't I done enough? What more do you want of me? Is she out there? Brooke Gibson? Damn, she said a whole bunch of shit. Where did it all go? Did she delete all of her... I got a bunch of notifications of a bunch of shit she was saying. I don't see any of it here. Let me return to share screen. There's nothing here. I guess she wrote it in the private messages. Let me see that. She wrote a bunch of shit and then took it all away. What the hell is that? Why do people do this to me? Alright. Look, I admit it. I can't last another 2 hours. Is there anybody out there? Yeah, Real Tech Geek. Let's see what he had to say over there in the live stream. I like that. Thank you, Real Tech Geek. That's pretty good. Oh my God. And when that guy said, nice Jew accent, Real Tech Geek said, Dee isn't Jewish, I am. Another ignorant moron going to get schooled. Thanks. That makes up for his saying I'm leading the world down a slippery slope. Anyhow, Shelley Raines was saying, Brooke cracks me up. And anyhow, she was saying, I can't see it. I don't know whether she was talking about what Brooke was saying or myself. Of course, you had her man, Michael Andriich. Just stop slaughtering animals in human ways is the first step forward. Go, Brooke! So much love! Love? Dude, she's talking orgasms. Half of it is lust. There is a difference. All right. Okay. Who wants me to go on? Anyone willing to come on with me? I mean, honestly. Jesus. You know, I think I kind of entered that ecstatic state tonight that my father used to. I enter that zone when I go into monologue. I'm sure you've all noticed that. It's what I biologically inherited from my daddy Adolf. It's how I get my visions. Visions of war as productive and mankind's expansion. Danny Karate 16 says, just a few more minutes, Mr. Dietrich. Listening from the UK, mate. Thank you, sir. Bless you. Hugs. Good man. A few more minutes of what? All right. Let me try and tell you why everybody you know is sick right now. Because it's not just you or your kids. Cold and flu season is off to a particularly nasty start across these United States. Basically, you've got an early surge in RSV, respiratory syncytial. It's called syncytial virus. The respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, and influenza. God, and there's more to come. You know, with the country stepping down from the pandemic footing of the past few years, the various viruses that cause coughs, runny noses, sore throats, they're all now on the rebound. Cases of influenza and respiratory syncytial virus, the RSV, a common respiratory bug that can occasionally turn serious for infants and older adults, had been held down in 2020 and 2021 because people were wearing masks and taking other precautions to avoid COVID-19. But almost all official pandemic policies have lapsed. Most Americans have returned to some or all of their pre-pandemic activities. and immunity to other common viruses have waned after 2 years of largely avoiding them. That has brought RSV in particular roaring back. The flu is showing signs of an early surge as well. In 2020, the United States as a whole was reporting just a handful of confirmed RSV cases in late October. In 2021, about 400. In 2022, the official number is about 600. Those numbers are much lower than the actual number of cases, of course, because an RSV diagnosis is not typically confirmed via any laboratory test. But they show a clear trend. Influenza is also off to a fast start, particularly in the South. Of course, our man Joe Ty would have a ball with that. He uses the South as basically a punt to make himself feel better about himself. The percentage of outpatient visits that are for respiratory illnesses there, one of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's measures of flu activity, is already well above where it was at this time in the past 5 years. Doctors on the ground also say that they are seeing meaningfully more cases of RSV, influenza, and other similar pathogens, such as adenoviruses, parainfluenza, the group, etc., than they typically would this early in the cold weather season. For hospitals that have spent the past 12 years struggling to maintain capacity in the face of surging COVID-19 cases, this year has not brought any relief. The opposite, in fact. Christina Bryant, an epidemiologist at Norton Children's Hospital in Louisville, said, "We're very busy. It's different this year. It's not even Halloween, and many children's hospitals are operating at or above capacity." Now, Bryant's hospital is already contemplating spilling over into beds in the adult hospital across the street, which is connected by a pedestrian walkway. And she said she'd spracketh to peers in other hospitals that have already put their emergency command structures into place. Connecticut Children's Hospital in Hartford reportedly held talks with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and the National Guard about setting up a tent outside their building for overflow beds. Some experts in infectious diseases have even adopted a moniker for the conflation of influenza, RSV, and COVID-19 that is already threatening hospital capacity in some parts of these United States. They call it the tridemic. William Schaffner, Vanderbilt University professor and medical director of the National Foundation for Infectious Diseases, said, "We used to worry about a twindemic. Now everybody's worried about a tridemic. Influenza, COVID, and RSV. Although we were worried about this in the past few seasons, people are really anticipating this may be the one where these viruses really gang up on us and together may strain the healthcare system." By the way, just so you know, the medical term for this is convergence. The next few months are expected to be rough, with different viruses becoming dominant at different times. Hospitals may continue to be stretched thin. The severity of any winter COVID-19 surge and the possibility of a second wave of flu later in the season are two X factors that will dictate how bad the situation ultimately becomes. But the experts offer a small glimmer of hope. This is probably not the new normal. The U.S. is suffering a shock after the past 12 years. The population is more vulnerable to various respiratory illnesses now, but it won't stay that vulnerable forever. People will get sick and develop immunity, and that will put constraints back on these viruses. Several of them said they expected a year, maybe 2, of such unusual early and severe cold and flu seasons, followed by a return to relative normal. That progress could be sped along by the development of pan-coronavirus and RSV vaccines. Richard Webby, an influenza expert at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Tennessee, was quoted as saying, "I anticipate that as people get infected with these things again, it will settle down to what was around before the COVID pandemic. Whatever. RSV and influenza are surging unusually early this year. COVID-19 has thrown the viral ecosystem out of whack. Other viruses have been behaving strangely for the past few years. That a foresighted Bryant said her hospital saw an unusual amount of enterovirus D68, which generally causes cold-like symptoms, but in rare cases can lead to limb weakness, similar to polio, over the summer. RSV usually shows up in midwinter, but the hospital also saw an early ferocious spike in RSV cases in August, and now the case volume is substantially higher than they have seen in years. Now that Bryant character also works on infectious disease issues for the American Academy of Pediatrics. So she's been quoted as saying that before the pandemic, we could predict when we were going to have RSV cases. What has happened this year is it's come early. The pandemic has created disruptions in previously pretty predictable seasonal patterns. God. RSV generally starts as a runny nose or cough. For a small number of children, it may develop into pneumonia or bronchitis, which can require hospitalization. As with COVID, which is also typically milder in children, the sheer number of infections means hospitals can be overwhelmed, even if only a small share of those cases requires kids to be admitted to the hospital. The flu also started about a month earlier than usual, particularly in the southern United States. It's been following the pattern seen in the southern hemisphere this summer, which is winter in that part of the world, when countries including Australia and Chile saw early and busy flu seasons. But what explains the early surge? Well, from a biological perspective, these viruses are finding more susceptible hosts in the population. The reasons flu and RSV typically thrive in the winter are that the humidity is lower, temperatures are down, and people are more likely to crowd together indoors. After the past 2 years, people have less robust immunity, or perhaps no immunity at all, making it easier for the virus to spread outside of those ideal conditions. Every child will catch RSV multiple times, most before they turn 2, and eventually build up an immunity to it. But the problem right now is a lot of kids, even 3 or 4-year-olds, have no existing immunity after 2 years of mitigation measures and are getting infected for the first time. That a foresighted Schaffner has observed that the virus has an even more abundant playing field in which to work. There are many more susceptible people that this virus can infect for the first or second time and cause illness. Oh, hey, I'm being called by the real Ian West. Okay, so let me pick that up. Pick that up by hanging up and then calling him. Okay, what do we do now? I press the participants button. I go for the participants. I add the real Ian West. Oh shit, how do I reach the real Ian West? There we are. Press that button and press add. Says Ian West is unavailable. Oh, Jesus. Call declined? Well, I declined his call. What's he getting back at me? Oh, the pettiness. Oh, there he goes, I believe.
What do y'all do? Hey.
Hey.
Interrupt you. I'll give you your COVID spill. Hey, man, remember I was saying about that school and all that bullshit and all this crap?
Yeah.
Dude, they're doing direct energy weapons on the fucking school. The power went out. I got it all on fucking video.
Cool.
All of it.
All right. So
the boom shooting out of the sky, the whole 9 yards. I got it all on my surveillance system.
Where do people go to see this?
I gotta get it off my DVR and I can upload it.
Great. Wonderful. I'm impressed. So how are you? Are you okay? Is there some kind of typhoon or Florida hurricane coming your way or something?
We're right in the middle of the storm, man. Yeah. Like my garage door is okay. I fixed it, man. The whole fucking pool is blacked out. All of it, man. All of it.
Wow. I mean,
it was making this like it was making this really loud like vibrator noise. Like you turn a vibrator on for something, you're like, it was awesome.
yeah. Wow. Cool. Are there kids in there to enjoy the sensation, or is this empty?
I mean, I'm sure they got them all out from underground by now, but fucking, dude, it's all black. I mean, I got power, thank God.
Well, underground.
But dude.
There were, thank God you've got power. How is it you got power?
I don't know. I'm on the same power grid as the school, but dude, that shit knocked it the fuck out, dude.
Okay.
It was the coolest shit I've ever seen in real life, man.
Wow. But why would they be using directed? What? Why? Okay, go on, please.
Well, this is the school that is linked up to that MK Ultra facility.
Mm-hmm.
They were stealing the kids out of this school and throwing them in MK Ultra and pimping them out to whoever like whoever was down there. And fucking they knocked it out, man. That's why they shut the school down.
Who did you say was down there?
What's it called? Like Donald Rumsfeld and who's the old Jew? What's his name? The old one who kept on getting kitty organs to live.
The rich guy. Was that?
Yeah, the short fat guy.
He's
been in the White House for.
Who in the White House?
Yeah, in the White House. What's his name?
Dick Cheney.
Damn, I forgot his name.
Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney's one of them. Yeah, he used to rape little kids down here too. But oh God, what's his name? The Jew. God damn it, the fat one.
Soros.
He was like,
no, not Soros. Not Soros.
Not Soros. No. Well, I mean, I'm sure he was down here too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I like the way every name I bring up. Yeah, it's basically they're down there too. Yeah.
Rumsfeld. What's his name? Not Rumsfeld. The old Jew with the glasses.
Oh God. Kissinger.
Kissinger. Yeah, Henry Kissinger. Is that his name? Henry Kissinger.
The old Jewish guy with glasses. That's who I think of. Yeah.
Kissinger. Yeah, and he's like, "Power is the ultimate aphrodisiac," or whatever. But anyway.
Yeah, there you go. That's how he said he got laid. Yeah, go on.
Dude, yeah, they knocked it the fuck out, dude. Like the whole school's black. I got everything on the surveillance system.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's pretty fucking cool.
Okay. Cool. So yeah. I mean, good. I mean, I'm glad you did that. No, I mean, like, well, I mean, so you got this on film, and but the question is, why are they targeting this school? I mean, was it active? Like, I mean, were kids going to this school? I mean, you're saying it was kind of like this trafficking nest through the tunnels underneath it, but like kids were attending above in the school above or something.
Yeah, no, they would pull the kids out of like classes and shit.
Okay.
And then they would like, I guess they have like a secret entrance to this underground trolley or tram or whatever that goes to Lake Holden, where they were like doing all the programming and shit. Hold on, there's some flickering over there now. Let me run back outside and see what the flickering is.
Okay,
but
he's running outside to see what the flickering is. Let's hope he makes it back in. Yes.
Oh man, yeah, dude. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Oh, it's the gate from the wind going back and forth.
Okay.
But oh Jesus Christ, this is awesome. Yeah, I mean, like we're hitting now. Like the winds are blowing hard. My porch is soaked and wet. But dude,
how are you doing? Yeah, how are you
Well, I
doing?
I was remodeling the house. Like I moved my turntable and whole.
Uh-huh. Oh God, he cut off. Oh, they got him. Oh, they got him. Yes.
Blue beam.
There he is.
God dang.
Oh, okay. You glitched out there. Okay, say it all over again because you glitched out.
Oh, I was cleaning up the house. Yeah, I was moving my DJ setup and all my records into the living room, and I was doing shit and fucking. I was looking at the surveillance footage, and I saw the blue beam shit, or the direct energy weapon shit. I can't call it blue beam because the blue beam's a hologram, but it's a blue laser beam that was shooting from the sky. Oh, and then I heard the noise, like like those old shavers that you kind of plug in the wall and you shave back in like the 50s and 60s.
Yeah,
like it goes. It was like that.
Yeah.
Cool. I heard it once from outside, and then I heard it once underground.
Okay.
So I don't know how that works, but.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, like, and so you actually saw the beam. You saw the beam.
Yeah, I've got all my surveillance footage. I got all my surveillance cameras. I got my whole properties on. Yeah, so I got it.
Oh, cool. I mean, like, well, I'm excited, and so I mean, kids are. I mean, so they started going back to school after COVID, and so they were attending. What? No?
The school's closed down apparently forever. But...
Okay. So the school's closed down, but they're still using it for trafficking?
Now it's a training and storage facility.
Training and storage facility. Okay.
Yeah,
but so where do they what is it? I mean, where do they get the kids from if there's no one attending classes there?
Well, I guess they've been doing it for like the last 20 years.
Oh, okay. So they were doing it then, and then that's why they closed it down. Like it had served its purpose. So
like honestly, like I want to say like 2 years ago, there was like 2 weeks that there were cop cars. There were 2 cop cars there like every morning for like 5 hours in the morning, like for 2 weeks in a row. I mean, what do you need 2 cops at a fucking elementary or an abandoned elementary school for 2 weeks in a row every day?
Maybe they're just avoiding work.
No. These guys are like really rolling in there and walking to the building and walking out. Like I got I saw them.
Okay. Well,
but anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt the show, but I had to call you guys and tell you what was up.
Believe me, I welcome it. I was at the end of my rope. I mean, just I needed you. So yeah. I mean, tell us how your health is going. How's your health?
Oh, good. Yeah, no. I got this. Let me pull it out. It's an antibiotic. The doctors were being all like, they're like, yeah, you got a rash. I'm like, you're a fucking genius. No, I got this duramycin antibiotic crap.
Okay.
So I whooped it up into a lotion and it went away.
Wow. Holy shit. So like, how did you? These are pills you crushed and put into a lotion?
No, it's an actual injectable antibiotic for horses.
Wow, how did you get this?
I just call Valley Vet. Just call Valley Vet and just like, hey, I need some. And I got some. What's it called? I got some real. What is it called? I got some real. What was that medicine in Twilight Zone? Shit. It starts with an F, I think. Fuck, what's the name of it?
Was it real? A real medicine?
Yeah, I bought penicillin too. I got some penicillin.
Okay. Well, okay, cool. And so how did you manage this without prescriptions? You got prescriptions for the penicillin?
Well, I mean, they sell it to me under the guy.
Table.
Yeah, they sell it to me under the guy's name is for a horse. So
okay. Oh, got it. So you're just buying veterinary supplies and you're using them on yourself.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So this is.
I wasted a year of my life, just fucking listening to doctors and shit. I'm about to shit out of them for misdiagnosing me, though.
And so, like, these veterinary medicines, they got to be powerful. I mean, they're for horses and shit, so they're like probably 10 times the dose a human can tolerate. How do you survive?
Well, no. I just I got a. Have you ever played that game Resident Evil?
I know of it. I've never really played the game, but I'm embarrassed to say I watch I watch the videos where they show the girls in the bikini going through all the motions and shit. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, I know about it. Yeah, and of course they got the latest one with that madam, basically dominatrix mom, vampires and shit. Yeah, so I mean, obviously this is like it's turned into like a gothic sex fantasy, but that's not how it started. It started off with, the big eyeball daddy was going after his daughter, trying to infect her. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah. So, yeah, what about it?
This medicine I got is like a big brown 500 milliliter bottle of dermicin. I got another bottle of penicillin.
Okay.
Which I dropped the goddamn bottle of penicillin and they shoved this like white marshmallow looking shit at the bottom of it. So you kind of get ripped off on it, in my opinion. Or that might be the medicine. I don't know. But yeah, so I just whooped. I took like 4 or 5 cc's of the dermicin, and then I take some essential oils. Like I take the clove, because the clove eats through like the top layer of your skin, like if you put enough on it, so you can really get the fucking antibiotic in there without having to shoot it up. And then I mix it with ivermectin and peppermint essential oil, because that acts as a natural antibiotic. And I just lathered it on like 3 or 4 times a day, and it killed it. So it died.
Wow! Oh my God! What was it? I mean, like is just all this stuff always coming up on your arms? Or
yeah, no, it's called leishmaniasis, and leishmaniasis is basically COVID-19. That's what it is.
How do you spell this so I can look this up?
Yeah, here it's I got the matter of fact, I organized all my paperwork for the radio show. I got it all like that's a fucking day. Here it is, health. There you go. I got all my paper out, fucking filed and organized and shit. Okay, yeah, here it is, right here. I just gotta open up the big bag. Okay, you ready?
I don't know if I'm ever really ready. Okay, tell me.
LEI.
Oh, give me a second here. I wasn't ready. Let me go over to the search bar here. LEI. Yeah. SH. MAN. Oh, fuck. I got it. Leishmaniasis. It just came up. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, now I'm going to go to images. I know I'm going to regret this. I'm going to go to images.
No, it's interesting.
Ah, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, this is disgusting. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. This is... Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you got this? How did you get this?
Not anymore. I cured it.
You cured it. You cured it. Yep. These people are... Oh, my God. They're being eaten alive. Oh, this...
I know. And these doctors are like, oh, you got a rash. That's why I'm about to fucking sue them.
Wait a second here. Did you diagnose yourself with leishmaniasis?
No, my aunt. I sent the pictures of the scar, the whatever the scars or the whatever the fuck they're doing to my aunt. My aunt's doctor looked at him and he's like, yeah, he's got leishmaniasis cutaneous. I got leishmaniasis cutaneous. You know how they're like, oh, we got another what's it called? We got another variant in the COVID thing, and there's all this variants and shit. Well, these leishmaniasis are a fucking like world of different parasitic infections in one, and that's why they're like, oh, there's this variant, or what are they called, the COVID? They're like a new strain or whatever. So, so how I was getting like the Draculonus and all this crap. It's all in the leishmaniasis family.
Oh, really?
And I just had to fight through it one at a time, because one would grow up, and then when I kill one, the other one would get big.
Why do these parasites love you so much? What makes you so tasty to them?
Because I'm popular, and I hang out with 2,500 different people a fucking month that I got the shot.
Got the shot. So you're saying you're getting it from people who got the COVID shots?
Certain people that got COVIDs and got boosters.
Okay.
So if somebody got one booster and I was around with somebody else that got a different booster, and they fucking, hung out or sat on my couch or laid in my bed, and then I sat or laid where they were.
Why do so many strange people sit in your couch and lay on your bed just because?
Because I'm popular.
But you've got scars all over you from all these parasites. I mean, like, what if they look at that and they say, "I want that too"? I mean,
no. They don't have any signs of it, because the graphene hydroxide that's in the shots that they also took kills it from the inside of their body, and it makes them run out of their skin and jump off of them.
Oh my God. But you mean, so they don't display any signs that they're carriers of these terrible parasites?
Exactly, because of the graphene hydroxide.
And but because you're not vaccinated, why don't you get vaccinated so that you can become a carrier too, and then none of this stuff will manifest on you?
I thought about that, and it drove me to the point to where I was about to go get vaccinated. But the thing is that the graphene hydroxide, it kills you in 3 to 5 years. That's why these women are having miscarriages and shit, because they act as little razor blades and it's cutting up their babies inside. And they're like, I had my period early. No, bitch. You got fucking microscopic razor blades cutting you up. It's a slow kill.
It's a slow kill of microscopic razor blades. If only these women had talked to you first. Are you the one impregnating them?
No, hush. No. The doctors don't know shit about this. Unfortunately, I had to do a crash course on it, and if I didn't send my aunt those pictures of the scars or of the wounds, her doctor never would have said, "Hey, that's leishmaniasis."
I mean, but this is something that people get in third world conditions. I mean, how is it that you mean it's somehow in the COVID shots?
That's my point. They're in the shots.
Okay.
I haven't been to Africa, but they brought Africa into shots. And guess who led up the original leishmaniasis studies in Africa? Just try to guess.
I don't know. I can't imagine.
Dr. Fauci.
Dr. Fauci. Oh my God. It just figures. Oh, but oh my God. What I don't understand is so somehow you managed to hide all these scars. You don't look like a zombie, and so people think you're cool. They come around, they roll around on your bed and your couches, and they wind up infecting you. They've infected.
I'm out of town or out of country because I'm in Orlando,
Oh my God. I mean, but I mean, is that part of the popularity? Are you offering these people like a place to crash?
Yeah. I got a lot of friends from like Africa and shit that come over here, so.
I mean, what do you mean friends from Africa? I mean, like, who are these people?
Popular.
You're popular with what, people in Africa? How do they know about you?
I mean, it's Orlando. It's a big melting pot here.
Oh my God. I mean, yeah, that's a melting pot, but that's taking it a little far, isn't it? I mean, it's like people from, like, which part of Africa? I mean, Africa's pretty big.
Morocco and Kenya and like my one buddy's dad grew up with fucking what's his name? Musk over there, Elon Musk. And he runs like a LED light system in Dubai now.
Oh my God! And what? Okay, but what? But Dubai's not Africa.
My one buddy's a English second language tutor over there in Morocco, so that's why he's over there. And then I got a girlfriend who's like a fucking what's it called? Like a waitress model chick at one of the clubs in oh shit, what's the name of that city?
I've seen some photographs of hot chicks before that you're involved with. Do you have a photograph of this young lady that you could share with me?
Somewhere. Oh, my TV's off. Hold on.
Oh my God, I'm getting actual verification for what you're saying. Visceral leishmaniasis and COVID-19 co-infection, a case report. I cannot believe what I'm seing. This
Dead serious, homie. Like I had to do. I mean, I've died like 3 times so far. Here, let me pause this. My bad. All right, check this out. If you read the symptoms of leishmaniasis, not cutaneous, but leishmaniasis. Let me pull out this paper. Hold on.
But
Anyway.
so what they're saying is that these beagles eaten alive by sandflies is not the experiment of the National Institute of Health. So what they're saying is that they're not responsible for this. Is what they're saying. So
Basically,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
If you read the symptoms of leishmaniasis,
Yeah.
where is it? Leishmaniasis, visceral leishmaniasis.
Yeah.
That's COVID-19. It's the same fucking symptoms. It's where the parasites eat your nose and eat your sinuses. And
wait a second. Why aren't all these people who get COVID-19 not turning into zombies then? With what I've seen of leishmaniasis, these people are being eaten alive.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said,
But by the way, then we've got other people. This Natural News, which I don't know if that's trustworthy. I think Natural News is that guy who was stalking all the Sandy Hook kids. The other source is the Daily Mail that I'm getting from our man, the Real Tech Geek. But basically, according to naturalnews.com, Fauci funded 375,000 beagle torture overseas too. That these are dogs are vocalizing in pain, parasite experiments on beagles. But I think this naturalnews.com guy was this guy who's stalking all the Sandy Hook kids, and he's like a real freak or something like that. But aside from that, let me look that up to confirm that. In the meantime, so you've been having health challenges. You've had health challenges. You're overcoming them. But yeah, and you're doing this by basically cooking up your own ingredients that you're buying from veterinarian supply shops. And oh my God. But you've been doing this forever now, but the parasites keep attacking you because you keep going near people and you feel that the source is that all of these people have had their boosters and that the boosters insert into them these horrible things. What's this again about how these women, the tiny razor blades cut up their babies because
it's called I forgot already. It's called graphene hydroxide. And what they are, it's basically brake pad formula. It's what they make brake pads out of.
Okay.
But they're putting them in the shots.
Okay.
And the graphene hydroxide, it acts as a microscopic razor blade, and it cuts up the parasites inside of your body, like all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, it also cuts up your firstborn child. And
yeah, I mean, like, but you would think that people would find this out, complain about it, maybe launch a few lawsuits.
But the doctor's just like, "Oh, you're crazy. Get them out of here. Call security." You know, that's what they do.
Is that what they do on you?
Yeah, and then they charge me $1,700 for a $15 bottle of antibiotics.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, that's outrageous! Oh my God! That's highway robbery.
I'm talking about the fucking sue them for misdiagnosing me.
It's like but why don't you just isolate yourself so you don't suffer like this?
I've been in isolation for a year.
Isolation for a year. Every time I'm talking to you, you're crawling with queen worms and shit.
That's the early onset. That was when I was ignorant. I wasn't too well versed in it, at that time. But then, as long as I kept on studying and I kept on trying new drugs, and I got it down to a science now.
Yes.
Well, for skin lesions, and cocaine.
Uh-huh.
If COVID-19 gets to the point to where the parasites are in your face, eating your sinuses, cocaine knocks them out. It cleans them out.
Oh my God! I'm so glad to hear that. So I think I'm helping myself now with a preemptive. It's a prophylactic.
It's probably good for you.
Yes, thank God. Thank God.
I'm dead serious. Like
Yes.
I was sober, that whole like 4th month of this fucking me dying process was going on, and my buddy just shoved this fucking Coke straw in my nose, and just as a reaction, I just did it real quick. I didn't even think about it, and dude, I ran straight to the fucking bathroom and puked, and then all the bugs came out.
Oh, God!
That-
Oh my God! Oh,
That's
this is out of a horror film. What do they look like? Do you have photographs of this?
They were just little bugs, little black things.
Little black bugs. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Did you photograph this? You
No,
have...
no. I was in the fucking shower puking and shit. It just all went down the drain.
Oh my God! You mean it went down the drain? I mean, I mean, how do you not when something like that happens? It must be terrifying, don't you?
Oh yeah, it was. It was. Dude, I thought I was gonna die. And I did die, but I woke up the next day.
Oh God. Oh God. So when you woke up the next day, what's it like when you wake up like that? It's like you remember it. You remember it, and once you remember it, it's like what do you do when you remember something like that?
I woke up in the bathtub, and then I just turned.
You woke up in the bathtub?
Yeah, because I had shit coming out of my face.
Oh God.
I had the COVID-19.
Yeah. But the COVID-19. Why is it no one else suffers so horribly? Why is it?
That's because they're catching it before I did. They just, they weren't ignorant to it like I was, and just like,
What do you mean they weren't ignorant to it? You mean all these people are in the know, and somehow you missed a meeting?
No. People don't get that this leishmaniasis visceral or whatever they're fucking calling it. That's what the original COVID-19 is. That's what they're talking about, where you lose your smell, you lose your taste, or whatever. That's what it is. It's leishmaniasis visceral.
But their noses aren't falling off. Their tongues aren't falling out.
But if I would have fucking ignored it for like another 2 or 3 months, I'm sure it would have.
No, but I mean, these other people, why aren't they getting these horrible skin lesions that you've been...
Oh, no, they are getting these. Yes, dude, man. It's just not advertised. It's not publicized. But there are. Doctors are like, look, I got people that are fucking unvaccinated and their fucking skin's falling off.
Yeah. Oh my God. You mean the people who are not vaccinated, their skin is falling off?
Both. No, people that are vaccinated and that aren't vaccinated.
So it's gonna get us all. We're all gonna die. Our skins.
Some people got the placebo.
So the placebo. Oh my God. Maybe that's what I got.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Anybody here?
Yes.
I just woke up just yelling shit at you people. I did hear you.
Oh my God.
You're killing me now.
Oh my God.
I think I'm dying because I have not had the COVID vaccine.
Yeah. Yes.
And I have had COVID.
Yes.
So does that mean I'm going to have worms crawling in my body?
Oh my God. It's all these razors, they'll kill your baby. Our baby. It'll kill our baby.
I have a baby now. I can't afford it to happen to die.
What is so? Oh my God! It's like
I'm sorry. I just woke up. This I'm seriously though, Ian. I've never had the vaccine. My son's never had the vaccine.
I've never had it either.
No worm, but I have no worms caught in my body. So
But you don't hang out with 2,500 people a month now, do you?
Yeah, but what are you doing with 2,500 people a month? Who's that popular?
I hang out with 2,500 people a month. Ian, what the fuck are you doing?
No, you go to Universal, you go to Disney, you're around that many people.
But this it sounds like, what's his name? Remember that basketball player who slept with all those women? Who was that?
Herschel fucking Walker. Are you running for Georgia Senate? Are you part of the Georgia Senate?
Oh, Florida. It's Florida. Yeah. Actually, you need to run.
The one that, I was thinking of him because he was ran off the board.
I'm thinking about running for mayor. I am thinking about running for mayor. Hold on, let me hit this bong. Hold on.
I'm sorry, y'all woke me up, and I just had to say that.
Again, our man, Real Tech Geek, is backing you up. He says that Japan suspended, I got a link now, Japan suspended 1.6 million Moderna COVID vaccine doses over contamination concerns, supposedly because of graphene in it.
Yeah, graphene hydroxide. It's bad. It's brake pad. It's brake pad formula.
Okay.
I've heard about the graphene. They've talked about graphene and stuff before, but I've never heard of the worm stuff.
Yeah. But the worms. How does all this? The worms. And then when you drop the penicillin bottle, you said there's this white milky shit in it.
$100 bottle.
It's just sticky and shake it up. And I used to get medicine to feed and seed for my dogs. You can get it just like you get it for cattle. You can get antibiotics there cheaper.
Hey, do you know what that? Have you heard of that? Like Comfortis for dogs and shit.
I wouldn't know anything.
Well, I mean, do you know what Comfortis is?
No.
It's ivermectin. That's what Comfortis is. Comfortis is ivermectin.
Yeah, ivermectin. That's what I used to buy. I used to mix ivermectin with glycerin for it's heartworm medicine.
Yeah, this ivermectin knocks out this fucking leishmaniasis fucking parasitic.
Ivermectin does kill parasites.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
It kills worms.
yeah. I was shooting it up. It was great.
You was shooting it up.
Yeah, I got a whole box of syringes and everything. That's how I stayed alive.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Like that.
Oh my god. How are you not dead? How are you not dead? Oh my
I don't know,
god.
because that ivermectin shit is scary. I used to be scared to shoot it to my dog. I would give it to my dogs just to liquid.
Yeah, I was doing shots of it like vodka.
Tiny bit mixed with glycerin.
Oh man, no, I was doing shots of it like vodka, man.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is a sarcoidosis thing.
I
I'm
mean,
going
so
to
your
put my paper
aunt, when you're sending pictures to your aunt, your skin's falling off of your body. Is she not concerned?
Yeah, oh dude, yeah, she freaked out, man. She was like, that's why she sent the shit to her doctor, because all the doctors down here are just fucking idiots.
Down there. I just want to say though, here's what I'm wondering though. I believe in conspiracy. A lot of conspiracies are true, and COVID is definitely a lot of conspiracies tied to it.
Yeah.
However, I have yet to hear about COVID in any way until today, this morning, waking up, that COVID has to do with worms. You see what I'm saying? Because I agree with you on ivermectin will kill parasites, and ivermectin also can kill viral. But the fact that worms and COVID, I guess that's the link I'm trying to figure out. Like the worms, because are you saying that that's what's making us sick? Then that there are worms in our lungs when we're getting sick with COVID?
The worms are cancer. That's what cancer is. Cancer are parasites.
I mean, this is pretty.
Cancer is actually mutations
radical.
of the cells continuing to grow and nonstop.
That's what they tell us.
Put that down into one word, it's a parasite.
You see, our man Ian is pioneering. He's pioneering medical frontiers, honey. That's you and I are stuck in the past. But Ian,
actually, I don't think, Douglas, that we are. You know what? I think you're ahead of all of it. I think it's what's his name that died. Well, that you always talk about.
Who?
That guy. Search that guy, fucking Aquino.
Oh yeah.
Aquino. He may be cancer in the worms altogether.
It's worms. That's what it is. That's why they say you have a benign tumor and a malignant tumor. And a benign tumor is where the worms are just staying in one spot and just feeding off your organ, like your titty or your testicle cancer. That's like a benign tumor, which is really just
a benign tumor in your brain can still kill you because it'll still continue.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't let me finish. And then a malignant tumor are when the fucking worms eat your shit, and then they go to another part of your body and eat the shit, and go to another part of your body and eat the shit.
I mean, I'm sorry. Okay, you're very graphic about this, and I noticed that you tend to start with sexual organs. I mean, like tits or testicles. Yeah. And then are these like specifically juicy to the worms or something? And they like.
I don't know. I don't know what breed of worms dig testicles and what breed of worms dig titties. So.
But obviously you've had a whole bunch of them in you. You've had these.
Just in my arm. Just in
your arm. Oh my God.
That's why Japan beat COVID, because they used ivermectin, and there were Japanese scientists, the ones that originally created ivermectin, which is a Nobel Peace Prize winning treatment. for
Oh,
worms.
dude, I'd be dead if it wasn't for
And that's why
ivermectin.
also why he's not in Africa too, because they use ivermectin, and they were like, COVID's going to destroy Africa, and never did, because they always are using ivermectin.
Yeah.
And that's why they banned it.
Wow. That's
Yeah, they banned it. They forbid us.
I mean, the FDA went insane to the point where even working with the United States Postal Service from you even getting ivermectin in the mail. But then fucking Pfizer fucking has their own fucking shit come out.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And so the two of you are now going to help set us all straight, and the two of you together could start kind of a new industry, and perhaps maybe we should invest in. We can get.
Well, we gotta start growing that cocaine. That'd be good. We can knock out COVID-19.
Yeah, like I said, Eric Clapton. His theme song is by Eric Clapton, which is Air Cocaine.
That's right.
You can't give it too bad a time, because I mean, this is what you and George sound like with some of y'all shit. So,
Yeah.
To me, I mean, you never know.
Oh my God, honey. Now, so what about this Wilt Chamberlain aspect of Ian West? Okay, so you're sleeping with a lot of women. You're getting a lot of nookie, or is this just people? I mean, is there friction involved here, or you just have these strangers that just kind of like a train of people coming through, or what?
Well, I throw the girls in the showers first, the ones that got the shot, and then I make some ivermectin lotion. I louse them up in that, and then we go at it.
You're kidding, right?
You should cover your whole bed with ivermectin, like a thin coat of it.
Yes.
Oh, girl, I haven't even set the bed up yet. Like, I'm still like Jimmy rigging it, trying to turn it into like a treasure chest bed. Because I'm like,
all you have to do is just put some aloe vera on your skin.
Some what?
Aloe vera.
Aloe vera.
No, I don't try. I mean, I
got problems.
I've done sea salt and aloe vera, but I still whoop up this little ivermectin and just regular swab lotion kind of recipe.
See, a lot of the times it's not necessarily the skin as much as the person's microflora that's irritating you.
Okay.
That's the thing, though.
That's what you're saying, basically. Yes, is that the person's microflora means like fungus, isn't it? Like tiny fungus on their skin.
Yeah, it's like,
no, I'm talking about the gut bacteria.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nano particle fucking
nano.
Oh,
yes.
Fungus.
So you're saying at this point.
See, the thing about the vaccine is the fact that it's a vaccine, a traditional vaccine. The spike protein is supposed to go directly to where they're scientifically programmed to go, and stay there. This thing, it goes throughout the entire body, and then it spreads. Yeah, it's not. It's insane. It's not. So yeah, and then it goes to the spike proteins, go to the entire body, and then it will start to create the nano particles to using the DNA against it and the white blood cells and red blood cells to create the nanoparticles.
Wait a minute, what are you saying?
Basically, Real Tech Geek is an anti-vaxxer who believes that, or at least he's antithetical to these vaccines. Yeah,
I'm not an anti-vaxxer.
Okay. So, but you're antithetical to the COVID vaccines because you feel that they are. You feel that they are using nanotech somehow.
They are. They are.
I've
got it.
Wouldn't that be expensive?
No. Well, put it this way. Like,
I mean, the nanotech. Wouldn't the nanotech be expensive?
Yeah, but I mean, it's Pfizer. They can afford whatever the fuck they want.
I mean, but if the point is just to kill off a bunch of people, America's really good at that. The whole fucking world is. We've proven that. Like, we can just fucking blow Florida.
Look what happened with Moderna stock. The stock was $24, $20-something beginning of the pandemic. I mean, after the crash.
Okay. But by the way,
now it's still.
Yeah. I confirm that naturalnews.com. Naturalnews.com is run by Mike Adams, who calls himself the Health Ranger, and he is a maniac along the lines of Richard K. Cole Jr., only his target is the Parkland survivors. He stalks the Parkland shooting survivors and basically says they're all crisis actors and shit. So just
God, that right there, that's enough for me to get done. Do you have any?
Yeah. Yeah. So just a notification to everybody, a lookout for naturalnews.com. That's what's going on behind it. And so it's written entirely by Mike Adams. It's that he pretends he's all kinds of different people contributing to it, but it's all him. And he rambles on about the dangers of tap water and vaccines and GMOs, and he has what he calls Hogwatch, which is of course where he targets David Hogg, who is a Parkland survivor. And,
that kid. Yeah, that little skinny white boy whose daddy was CIA. Yeah.
Oh my God. So you feel he was a crisis actor, Ian?
Well, no. I mean, I never looked into the kid, but I knew his dad was a CIA guy, and they have an MK Ultra facility right down there at what's that? There's a Navy base right there. Hold on one second. It's called Florida.
Mm-hmm. So while you're looking that up, I believe you can multitask here because you seem pretty good at this. So about this popularity of yours, I mean, you've contracted. You would think that you just say no after a while. I mean, it's like you just can't resist people. You just hate being alone.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I mean, but it's just like when you got friends you haven't seen in a year and they come into town. You kind of gotta go, and they're like, "Oh, we bought you a ticket to Disney." Huh?
2,500
What was that, honey? What was that?
2,500 friends?
Yeah, 2,500 friends. Yeah.
I'm exaggerating. I mean, like, you got a Disney World like 4 days a month. How many people are at Disney World in those 4 days? You do the math.
My son, he got the flu. Actually, maybe you're onto something. He got the flu, and I got the flu from him last week.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gotten the flu twice, and he got COVID. He seems to be susceptible to a good bit of that. Now, we thought it was because he was born a little early because of his lungs, but it could be also because we were at Disney World, and he was 2.5. And we were at Rainforest Cafe, and I was looking at a T-shirt, and he decided to just lay on the floor on his belly. And
oh God! I used to work at Rainforest Cafe. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, just licking the floor in the middle of the.
Ah!
Yeah. You can imagine a mother when my sheer.
What was you doing that for?
Because he was 2.5, and he just decided to lay on the floor and lick the fucking floor. Like that would be a cool thing. I don't know, but maybe he caught the first version of this whole thing we've got going on now.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, with what the people are saying about the symptoms, it's this leishmaniasis ventricle or whatever. That's what the COVID-19 is that shuts your sinuses down. That's why they're like, can you smell? Can you taste?
Yeah. But so you're saying that these people whose sinuses are shutting down, they've got bugs and worms inside of them.
Yeah, that's what's caused. That's the cause of it. That's what causes their taste buds to shut down and causes their sense of smell to go.
Okay. How come they're not vomiting up all the little bugs? Or are they doing this without?
Because they're not doing coke. That's why.
Okay. So, but I do the coke, but I'm not coughing up any bugs because I haven't been infected, right?
I guess not. I mean, if it's going down easy, then you're good. You don't have any complications.
But I've had all the shots. I've had all the boosters. So maybe that's why I'm not. Maybe that's doing something good for me.
It's like 10 different boosters, and there's 5 different vaccines. So you got to be a little more specific than that. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I'll have to get my shot cards out. Yeah, I got it. I think what I had was Pfizer most recently.
I got the ingredients list on me. I got the ingredients list for the 5 vaccines. So
okay.
I can pull it out real quick.
Oh yeah. I mean, maybe
I will say this now. I thought it was my son is very, very every morning, even without being sick, he's very nasally, like congested. And I always thought it was heredity. He got it because my ex-husband is that way. He would wake up and he was always like, that horrible congestion. Like 5 a.m. Every time he was getting up, he was always coughing shit up. But so I thought he inherited it. But the only thing I will say, my son hasn't had the vaccine, and my ex-husband used to be a coke addict. But I don't know that either one of those.
Did he ever have congestion? Being a coke addict?
He had congestion, I guess, when he was a coke addict and after he was a coke addict.
Okay. Yeah. Gee. So I guess
He
it's just.
didn't. When we were together, he was not a coke addict, but he already had that congestion. He said it was because he was raised in a house full of smokers, and
yeah.
allergies and stuff like that.
Yeah, the tar from the smoke could cause congestion. Yeah, the smoke, the tar in the smoke blocks oxygen cells from hitting your from hitting your nervous system. So therefore, it can't your nervous system can't nutrient itself to replenish or fix itself. So that would explain it.
Oh yeah, his grandmother had beautiful yellow walls. We were in the house. They were yellow. No, I kid you not, yellow. And he was like, "No, Brooke, those have never been painted. They're white." Like that was how bad it was. Like they lived in a small apartment, and she lived there 30 years, and he was raised there.
Oh my God!
Oh, I couldn't stay in there. I would never take my children in there. I took my child in there one time. My daughter. I was like, I can't breathe.
Yeah, that's a port right there.
Oh my God! So obviously, well, I'm just impressed. So we've got our man Real Tech here and Ian West. They're educating us on alternative perspectives about vaccines. But what do you do to protect yourself from these kinds of infections? Real Tech. I mean, have you contracted coke? I mean, you've gone to conferences. I mean, I'm sorry, I meant to say contracted COVID. COVID. I mean to say. Sorry.
Sounds like you're going through withdrawal.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Sorry.
You can borrow one of my syringes. It's fun. No, I'm joking.
No, I have not contracted the virus at all.
Oh my God.
And I've been around two different people with the virus too, and nothing's happened to me.
And you go to these comic book conferences, and sometimes these chicks that you photograph have contracted COVID and stuff, right?
Yeah, of course they have. Most majority of people have contracted it.
Okay.
So at least once.
Yeah.
And no, the anime convention and Anime NYC, that one's coming up next week. And they're requiring a vaccine for the PCR negative test or whatever, one of those tests. So that'd be better for that. But they did have a case. They had cases last year at the convention, but the CDC did say that it was not their fault though. I can send you a link about it if you want. Okay,
yeah, sure. And so oh my God, in terms of these diseases are just terribly frightening. I mean, these are tropical diseases, and it could be that climate change has brought some.
That's another thing, Douglas. Let me stop you there. Yeah. That's another thing they're pushing this climate change bullshit on, as they're saying that this leishmaniasis has made its way from Africa to Brazil, and now it's working its way north to America. And they're blaming that on climate change. But hence, we roll out the COVID shots, we put the leishmaniasis in the shot, and bam, we got the excuse for climate change.
But you've got leishmaniasis, dude, and you have not had the shot.
Yeah. But he's catching it from the people who have the shot because he's like Will Chamberlain and is fucking all these girls.
My parents or my neighbors or some fucking body, and I haven't had the shot, so then I would catch it because everybody around me's had the shot.
Placebos.
Everybody in my goddamn state that I was around, I can tell you I don't sit at home all day. I may not be in Disney World, but I can assure you I'm around people every fucking day.
Placebos. He says it's a lot of these people are getting placebos. So what about all these girls you're fucking? I mean, it's like your Will Chamberlain is kind of like that, or is any of this sexual, or is it just?
All have fun. I love you all. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, no, honey, don't leave me. Oh my God.
I have to go. I can't. I feel like there are worms crawling all over me.
I know. Well, you didn't even see those pictures. Oh my God, these pictures are just horrible.
Yes, they're ridiculous.
Yelling about the worms or something like that.
Yes, oh my God. It's like, Ian, you gotta admit these bugs and worms, and you isolated the queen. Tell this young lady, Brooke, how you isolated the queen that time.
No!
Just show her the picture. No, I'm just joking.
Oh my God! He
not,
sent me
do
a
not.
picture. He sent me a
Yeah.
picture, and it was just, oh God! It was just, I can't take any more. It's like his arm is like, it's like he was in fucking Ebola country.
Chernobyl.
Yes, it's yes. Your arm, both arms are like this, or just the one arm that you keep picking at?
Just the one.
Just the
No,
one.
no. I don't pick at it. I don't pick at it. No. I don't pick at the shit. But yeah, no. Like I said, it's just when I was listening to the doctors, the infection was just spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading. So finally, I just did the opposite of what the doctor said to do, and I cured it.
But the infection was spreading from where to where? I mean, it's got like how fast was it, and how much of your body did it cover?
Just I mean, I can show. Okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots. That's it. 6 spots on my left arm.
Oh God. And so but you sent these pictures to your aunt, who sent them to a doctor who identified it as leishmaniasis. Oh my God. So at that point, you said you had friends coming from Africa. So you said one of them's this model chick who's like a waitress or something, and it's like, do you feel she was what?
Cocktail waitress. She's a cocktail waitress.
A cocktail waitress. So,
yeah, of course she's a cocktail waitress.
Yes, of course. Yes, that's a very suggestive name. The name alone, cocktail. Get it?
Yeah, she's so sweet. She's free the full time.
From different countries.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
you saw the back of Africa, didn't you?
Yes. Yes. So so this lady were you intimate with her, or did she just?
Yeah. We've been seeing each other for like 10 years now.
10 years. Okay, 10 years. And it's like I'm sorry. Why don't you just settle down and get married or something? I mean, what?
Well, I have my dreams. I still gotta release my album.
Your album. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So how? I don't understand. How would that stop that?
Because you got to focus on the woman. If you don't focus on the woman, she's gonna get focused by somebody else. It's just a vicious cycle that never ends.
I think the vicious cycle is that you're fucking these women, and then you get these worms and bugs and parasites, and then you're like vomiting and picking at your skin, and then you send the photos to your relatives.
Didn't happen until after the COVID-19 pandemic.
But it's been going on again and again. How many times? It's been 4 or 5 times now. I mean, like, you're picking up sandwiches from the delivery boy, and then you get it, and then you faint and shit. I mean,
hold on, Dietrich. Did you read what leishmaniasis cutaneous is?
But was it that all that time? All the time it's been that when you've had like the time you picked up the sandwich and then you fainted. What about that?
Yeah, that's because that guy was fucking vaxxed. That was fucking sitting in his car all day. He just had that shit shedding out in his car while he's driving around. Then he comes and delivers me my bag, and then I just fucking died.
But wouldn't he look a fright? I mean, having worms hanging out of him and shit. I mean, like you don't see it on it.
No. It's like a fucking spark or a kick that goes off inside of your body whenever you get in contact with these people that got the shots.
Whoa. Ooh, wow.
That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so lucky after those fucking people pulled up the fucking Goober Geek Squad, whatever the fuck it is. Remember the bag? And it was like the man and the woman and the 2 kids.
Yeah. They must have been just seething with it. They must have been seething with that shit. You must have been eating these juicy worms and thinking about.
Oh my God, it was so gross. Like thinking of just the bag anyway. Now you're making me really grossed out.
Well, they're microscopic. You can't see them. They're not like fishing worms that are just popping out.
You got a guy that just probably had your food in the seat next to him. Yes. My guy was
had
holding
it on his lap.
Balls
right on top of his crotch. Yes. He was fucking her. He was humping her food.
Back seat and his wife driving.
Yes.
Well, the clothes would stop the shedding. Like the shedding.
But with you just picked up the sandwich bag and it like went off like an electric spark in your body and you contracted.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Yep. Right. Probably
and the other was from your neighbor. Tell us about the one from your neighbor. Your neighbor, you're convinced.
That was the one who saved my life by giving me that Coke.
No. But then there's your neighbor. You went to the fence and you contracted it from him that one time. That shit, right?
No. My buddy from Africa was over here, and he needed some yay. So I called my neighbor buddy, and I was like, "Hey, can you come hook us up?" And he was like trying to give me something. I was like, nah, dude, you know, I'm taking a break. I'm sick. I don't think I should do it. And he just shoved the straw in my goddamn nose, and I just did it out of instinct or reflex or whatever. And then I fucking got up, grabbed my nose, ran into the bathtub, and just fucking, got everything out of me.
Right, vomited the bugs.
And I had no idea. I had no idea this was going on, and I had no idea this was going on. And if he wouldn't have done that, I probably would have been dead.
Oh my God! See, kids, drugs are good after all, especially from your African friends who come over.
No. God, hush. No. My buddy from Africa was over. I called my neighbor anyway.
Oh, it was the neighbor who gave you the coke, right?
Exactly.
But that was, I think, wasn't it the other time? It was your neighbor had just gotten the COVID shots, and you went to meet him around the fence or something. Then you contracted all this shit and started itching, and it was just all awful. You got something from another neighbor, over the fence.
No. My neighbor went out of town. She hired the dog sitter guy.
Okay.
And I was like, hey, let's go smoke a joint. And he got like 3 feet away from me, and my body just like got that shock feel. And I was just like, oh, dude, I'm having an outbreak. Let me hit you up tomorrow. And I just fucking ran in the bathtub and just fucking died again.
Okay.
Can I just say, for someone that doesn't typically do drugs, the first thing that somebody's gonna do when they shove a straw in my nose, I'm not going to inhale it.
Well, cocaine's all natural. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
No. I used to do cocaine all the time. I'm just saying. You're saying you don't do it that much, like naturally, and then I'm saying that would be your
But he reflexively inhaled it because like you must do this a lot.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like you don't do that reflexively unless you've done it
a lot. Yeah, I mean, right? I mean,
well, the CIA at Lockheed Martin, they keep the coke supplied up here. We got to thank Lockheed Martin for that coke. So.
Oh my God! I mean, well, wait a second. Isn't that getting a little conspiratorial at this point?
No, not at all. Not at all.
But we were just on the topic. So your dog, the dog walker, you got within several feet of him. And the electric spark went off, and at that time, what manifested? What was it then?
Oh, I don't know what it was because I was so loaded up on medications around the house. I just did everything.
Okay. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. He had all these medications around the house, and he just did everything. Then the spark still went off. So the Mexicans. I'm sorry. I was listening to Peter Moon too much. The medicines, not the Mexicans. The medicines didn't stop the spark from going off. Right?
No. That was the last attack I had.
The dog walker.
Yeah, the dog walker was the last attack I had.
But what was it? I remember another attack was the sandwich guy. Then there was somebody. I thought it was a neighbor that you had contracted it from because you were convinced that whoever it was had just had their shot, and then you contracted something from them. I think that the original one where your arm was all itching. Where did you get that? My main
bitch was just coming over every night.
Okay.
And she bullshitted me about getting the shot,
Okay. Yeah.
Because she saw how anti-shot I was, so she just played along with me and fucking sat in my living room and bedroom for fucking the last 4 months, just filling the place up with her shedding and shit.
Oh my God! Well, how disgusting! I feel personally violated by even imagining some woman shedding like that in my home. I mean, just like I mean,
I would have given her some lotion or something, just to block it. But
I feel sick.
Well, just gotta be careful.
I feel sick. So, oh my God. So, but so that was the first time that all that stuff. That was when you got the queen. That was the queen was inside of you then.
Yeah. But yes. Well, I got the Dracula, the
Draculina. That's the Draculina queen. The Draculina queen came from her.
The Draculinosis is also in the cutaneous levomesia. What is it called? The cutaneous man, where the fuck is it?
By the way, Draculina is an actual disease. Realtek, back us up.
It's in the cutaneous. God damn it, what's it called? No, I cured it. I cured it.
No, you forgot the name. That's what I'm saying. You're looking for it.
Yeah, cutaneous leishmaniasis, Draculonus is inside of that. That's one of the family members that's inside.
Inside what?
The cutaneous. I'm sorry, I don't know Greek or whatever. Cutaneous leishmaniasis also contains a family of parasites, and Draculonus is one of them.
So you mean the parasites have parasites?
Yes, that's what leishmaniasis is. It's a galaxy of parasites, and they shoved that in the COVID-19 shots.
Oh my god! We're in a galaxy of parasites.
You're a vampire, you're a parasite, and I'm your parasite.
Yes, that's right. Brooke. I keep saying Brooke Shields. Brooke Gibson is my parasite. Yes, she's the parasite of a parasite. Yes, I'm doomed. Oh my god, it's horrible. Life is horrible.
Yeah, no, it's fucked up, right? But that explains why when I first got this illness, I had all these different mutating fucking whatever they are. Parasites.
Okay, Brooke. Now,
How do you spell that?
Brooke has won. Brooke, you've won. If I were Ian West, I would never want to come back in a body again. I would never want to come back in a body again. Ever.
And this phone call is totally worth it.
How do you spell that?
Peaceful planet for the rest of my life.
Cutaneous?
Yeah.
Have no more war.
Cutaneous leishmaniasis.
I understand how to spell these leishmaniasis. How do you spell cutaneous?
It's C-U-T-A-N. Cutaneous.
Actually, Douglas,
Okay.
Douglas asked for this phone call and for cutaneous leishmaniasis bug.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that the world is supposed to be this way, and that
No, I do not.
That's
This is
supposed to be fighting a war. It's a war of parasites. And I'm glad that you are welcoming this war for the rest of your eternity.
No.
Hey, Brooke, check this out. I've never heard of any of this shit in a day of my life. You know what I'm saying? Never been to Africa, none of that shit, right? So fucking...
It sounds like Africa comes to you. You don't even need...
Exactly, that's my point. They put it in the goddamn shots. They put it in the vaccines and shit. So
but then aside from that, you got people visiting you from Africa and shit, is what you're telling me.
I think that's what he meant.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick to them, you know.
But when they're carrying Ebola...
How do you meet them, man?
Huh?
What'd
you say?
How are you meeting these people from fucking Africa? I'm sorry, I'm laying down. How are you meeting these people from Africa?
Yeah, how did they come to know you?
They used to listen to my radio show over there.
You used to do your radio show. What kind of a radio show was this?
I was on 91.5 WPRK, the best basement radio.
Apparently, when he calls in on stuff like this, it's just this crazy shit that makes me so crazy.
I'm sorry, you said that title of that so fast, Ian West. I couldn't hear any of it. What did you call your show in Africa?
No. My radio show was on FM radio, but we also were able to live stream it on the internet. So, like, it just got kind of popular in like Africa and Iceland and Brazil and Chile, and that's how I got the following.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. What was the name of your show?
Ian West on 91.5 WPRK.
That is incredible. Who could remember that? Ian West.
I was the only guy playing
on 99.1.
91.5 WPRK.
WPRK.
That sounds
Ian
like
West.
WPRK Cincinnati, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Isn't that ironic? Isn't that so fucking ironic?
Are you sure you weren't in Cincinnati in a really black neighborhood and just thought you were in Africa?
Or watching the Cincinnati show and really fucking eye?
All right. Do you know how call letters on radio stations work?
Tell us.
No, you guys don't.
No, I don't actually. So I'm
everything. Okay. Listen. Everything east of the Mississippi River is W. Everything west of the Mississippi River is K. Like KTLA in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, I know we're all W's over here.
Exactly.
Okay. But you were in Africa.
Yeah,
PRK. Why were you WPRK?
Because I worked at an FM radio station.
I am in Greenville. I have lived all over the state. There's never been we're all WLOS, WFMZ. There's no WPRK.
I'm in Florida. I'm in Winter Park, Florida.
Right,
Orlando.
but your show was in Africa, right?
No, it broadcast, it live streamed.
Live stream in Africa. Okay, so then these people heard you in Africa and they decided to come visit you.
Not visit me, just they were coming over here on their vacation anyway.
Okay.
Can we hear the recordings of this show?
Yeah, go to Mixcloud, just put in my name, Ian West.
Okay. Holy shit. So what do? You just get on there and like what do you do?
I was the guy that like modernized dubstep and electronica music before everybody else did. I had the first dubstep radio show in the world.
Wow. Holy shit. Okay. I mean, like
And Douglas, you thought you were a star.
Yeah. Here we are. I got the link from our man Realtek. Ian West on 91.5 WPRK.
I see it too.
Yeah, it's where you can see it. It's in the chat. It's in the chat, honey. It's in our Skype call here. Ian West looks this stuff up, and it says hopkinsmedicine.org. I don't get it. What's the connection between you and Hopkins Medicine and this conditions and diseases and lichen planus? Are you like some walking kind of like test subject for these people?
I've never seen that.
Okay, you're the dog that Dr. Oz worked on, right? You're one of the puppies.
Sure, you're the one that brought fucking COVID to America.
Yeah.
One way or another.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Look at the link. Look at the link. It's in the text box. Yeah, it's right here. It's on our Skype call.
Hold on. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's fucking patient zero.
Yeah, you're patient zero, dude. It says right here, hopkinsmedicine.org, Ian West, lichen planus and shit. You're the guy who brought us Ebola and shit.
Is this the call? Okay.
Look, you can see it, Ian West, dude.
Oh, I see Ian West.
And look at the top, hopkinsmedicine.org, health conditions and diseases. You're there.
That's the previous link he sent you.
What?
That's the previous link.
What do you mean that's a
different links, but I love the way you combine.
You see the smiley faces?
Okay.
I'm purposely doing that.
Don't go jumping off the horse.
Yeah, maybe it's time to do some lines, man.
Yeah. Well, it's been a long night. It's been a long night, and yeah, Ian didn't make it any easier with it.
That was fucking perfect.
Oh my God.
That was perfect because
yeah, especially where he just calls you like Douglas.
Sometimes accidents are the way you discover the truth, and I'm pretty sure Douglas just discovered the truth by combining those two things.
Yes, that's right.
I was like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yes, that's right.
You don't have to pay me for using my shit. I mean, come on.
Yes. Oh my God. So what do you think, Ian West, of Dr. Oz and that stuff with the puppies?
Oh, you're talking about Fauci and him butchering those little fucking beagles?
Yeah.
That was the saddest shit I ever seen, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awful
Congress
stuff.
wasn't happy about that either.
Yeah.
Why he's wasting millions of dollars on torturing puppies.
Yeah.
I'll send the link.
Oh my God.
Oh, I saw the video. It was fucked up, man.
I'm not watching no video.
Yeah, you don't want to.
What's happy about it? I don't know, but Douglas does.
What's that, honey?
Do you know who was happy about it or didn't really give a shit about it?
I mean, that's awful. Yeah. I mean, by the way, there's a lot of background noise going on right now. I mean, a lot. So, like, Ian, are you like?
I'm on speaker. Hold on. Let me go grab my thingamabob. Hold on.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Where's that mute button? Hold on.
Oh my God. Oh.
Hold on.
Yes. So, oh my God. So, I do hope people realize I was being facetious when I was talking about, oh my God, I feel so violated about a woman shitting all over my home. Oh my God, how could he allow this? Oh my God, he's got a way of just making everything repulsive. It's like, most people.
Great comedy.
It's
great satire.
Yeah, this isn't comedy. This is horror.
I hired Ian West to fucking come on and do this show. There's no fucking way. Like, there's.
Oh my God. So,
Beth, did you hear what I just experienced tonight while I called in?
what? Oh my God, what?
I bet they were direct energy weapon the school next to me that they shut down.
Yeah, tell
Got it
us
all on
about that
camera.
again. Okay, you got it all
Yeah,
on
but
camera.
I guess like since I'm in the middle of a hurricane right now, which I guess it's over.
Now, Brooke, okay, I'm bringing Peter on, okay?
Yeah,
Restrainers.
good.
Yeah, bring Peter on. We're just gonna close
I
the
don't know
call
why you're telling me.
because just okay, just be gentle. Jesus, what the fuck was that? Somebody die or something? Jesus, it's like.
I didn't do anything. Maybe my fucking dog fucking farted in the fucking...
Oh my God. Basically,
I swear to God, I didn't do anything. Is it still echoing though? Because
I don't know what that was. I don't know. I think it came from Ian or
Hello,
something.
I'm here.
There we are.
I'm here.
Oh, there we are, Peter. So, okay, so what had happened was I went into my kind of fugé where I went into, the zone and did my bit about November 9th and Adolf Hitler and all that. So I'll timestamp that for you and for everyone. And but basically then what happened was I ran out of steam and I said, God, we got 2 hours left. And people were saying, "Oh, come on, man!" And so Ian was excited. He had just witnessed something. Now, Ian, you said you just witnessed this just now. This is what basically just a few hours ago, an hour or
I've
two.
heard about the last 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Anyhow, Ian West is convinced that he had this tropical parasitical disease. Yeah, and he was telling us that there were parasites on top of parasites, and he's making the world a lot less pleasant to live in. I
understand this. I heard this, and I wanted to say this is like for you. It's like if you were angling or fishing on a boat, deep sea fishing.
Yeah.
And you or somebody pulled something up.
Yeah.
That nobody had ever seen before.
Yeah.
And didn't particularly want to see it.
Yes.
And you get the captain who's seen everything. He goes, I don't know what that is. And everybody starts speculating on what it is. What the first thing that caught my attention was this parasites. This is the whole paradigm L. Ron Hubbard presented with parasites. Everybody's filled with spiritual parasites. Spirits embedded inside of you. Taoism also has the same thing. You've got it's like just as the planet is filled with people, so is your body filled with little people or little spirits.
There we are.
And so the parasites are obviously was it a different, metaphorically related to this, and so. And here it is, you've had parasites in your radio broadcasting with the characters that you've dismissed.
Yeah.
And this is kind of, it's a symptom of I guess what you'd say an unclean life.
Yeah.
Unclean condition. Yeah. An unclean condition. The best way to get rid of parasites on a medical level is either through frequency generators and ozone as well.
Cool.
And of course what Qigong does that the ozone doesn't do is it actually moves the Qi through the body. Ozone will help promote that. But the Qi has to move. And when the Qi doesn't move, you become a magnet for such,
stagnation leads to the parasites. Yes.
And, as I listen to the tenor of your voice, as you listen to this, you're, mildly intrigued and it's kind of like, what is this? It's like, you're entertained on some level.
It is.
And you can handle it. Yes. You can handle it, but it's not something you want to handle. It's like running into the stuff you ran into in the dump in San Francisco.
Yes. You remember that when I was working with the landfill.
It's a great story. It's a great story.
Yes. But you're talking about when I was working with the landfill when I was young. Is that what you were referring to?
Well, it had to do with Rat Girl, as I recall. In other words, the stuff that they were putting into the dump or something. It was, I forget what it was, if it was medical waste or it was highly toxic.
Oh my God. I'm trying to remember. And I remember that there was a story that was very similar that was relayed to me by some woman who was in contact with me on Facebook, and then I lost contact with her.
I think you were doing an investigation of some dump or something like that.
Right. Well, definitely.
I think it was in South San Francisco.
Yeah. Okay. So what that was I was working for a Manpower when I was very young.
Yeah.
And then they said, "Oh, we'll give you good jobs after this. If you take the worst one, then we'll give you good jobs." Of course, it was all a lie, but this was the worst possible job, and it was like the worst experience of my life. And yes, it was. It was. Yes, we were receiving medical dumps when we should not have been receiving medical dumps in the San Francisco landfill in South San Francisco, and so they were having us all dive into the dumps, just basically the landfill. It was the landfill so we could analyze the kind of garbage that was coming out of San Francisco so that they could set up a kind of recycling system. And so the recycling system had to know what kind of garbage was coming out of San Francisco. So different people got different categories. Like some had toxic, some, I got organic, which is everything from food to shit. And of course, I wound up handling aborted babies that were thrown into the dumpster, aborted fetuses.
That was it, the aborted babies.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the but in terms of the horror, yes, it's like I'm drawn. It's funny that didn't come to my mind, of course, when Ian is talking, but obviously what he's talking about is very graphic. It sounds horrific. But in terms of the dumpster, yes, that did not involve Rat Girl for what that's worth, but I could understand.
Well, I think it was on the same thread you were talking, because it had to do with
sense.
That they were unleashing into the system with Rat Girl.
Yes.
Yes. And it was infestation.
Yes.
And it's like, you're in the Qliphoth, you're in the Qliphoth,
Yes. Very much. No, it's definitely.
It's like, okay, here's the, it's like if you're on a sacred journey and you walk your path, you have a huge, 4-foot dead rat in front of you, It's like, this is what's spirit telling us?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. So Ian, how do you feel about this? Do you feel there's a spiritual component to all these tribulations that you've been going through? Did everybody hang up?
I'm back. I didn't catch all of it. Sorry about that. I was trying to send the clip of the blue beam, but no, man. Like I said, I'm knocking it out. Like if I have the ivermectin on hand, and if I have the clove blood oil on hand, and if I have this Duromycin on hand, like I don't get infected. I don't.
Okay.
But whenever I come into contact with some person and I'm thinking I've cured it and everything's good, and I approach one of these people and it hits me, then fucking I just got to be prepared.
Okay. No, but I mean, so what Peter was saying was that this might have a spiritual component to it. Do you feel that there might be a spiritual component to all of this? Whoa, he disappeared. Holy shit!
He goes radio silent when he asks that question. It's not an accident.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah.
No. I think it's a dirty vaccine component.
Okay.
Me being in such a highly populated area to where I'm around 2,500 different people a week, I'm bound to just come in contact with it.
Okay.
And most of them are tourists. They have to get these shots when they come over.
But again, that brings us back to the question. I'm sorry, this becomes kind of like Peter knows, this is actually, there's an entertainment to be found here. But honestly, why don't you just isolate yourself? Why don't you just move to a...
I stay at the house. I work out of the house. I don't leave. I don't go anywhere unless I get invited out to it. Uber Eats. I get my groceries delivered.
But somehow you're getting in contact with all these people.
You're asking me how I see 2,500 people a fucking day or month or whatever, and I go to the grocery store every fucking day with 4 dogs and 2 kids, single mom. So I can assure you that I am seeing more people than you apparently.
The way
You're
you're
going to do
describing
the
it.
world on a week-to-week basis?
Let me give you an example, Douglas. Let me tell you what's happening here.
Yeah.
You asked him the question 3 times,
Yes,
and each time he did not answer the question.
that's true.
And so see, this is what this means is you're damn right. There's a spiritual component, but the spiritual component is an entity, is a demonic entity, and it's not letting him answer. He's not answering. You're damn right. There's a spiritual component to it,
Yes.
but he's not aware of it.
Yeah.
So it's like, and again, viruses Kabbalistically are in the realm of Pluto.
Yeah.
It's Pluto. It's oh man, it's like there's not really much you can do about it except deal with it.
Yes.
And maybe by making him aware of that component, it's there though. It's there. You're talking to it.
Yes. Yes. And
He has He's got a 5th dimensional dark spirit. It's.
Well, I do live on top of one of these tunnels, so.
Yeah, you're under a vortex. I did see some type of vortex. You gotta work on your chakras, man. Go ahead.
Right. So real tech is having a psychic vision. You're psychically seeing this. You're seeing this.
Yes, this is a very nasty animal. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Very nasty spirit. This is really, really mean.
But you said animal.
Possession
It's
of
an animal spirit. It's an animal spirit.
Yeah. Yes. That's part of. Yeah, you're right.
Wow. Well,
And
this
his chakra right now he's red.
God,
His
you know,
aura,
Thanos, there's
his
probably
aura
some
is
of those
red.
dead beagles that fucking Oz killed. They're coming back to get everything.
Oh my God. Anyhow.
And Peter's aura is green and yellow right now.
Okay. That's cool, right?
Yours is white. Brooke
Thank
is yellow.
Okay. Wow. Cool. Wonderful. Thank you. And so we have 15 minutes left before the top
Mine
of
is
the.
yellow and red, I can assure you.
Okay, there we are. Yes, so we have, by the way, our dear Clarice Claudette, a shout out to her. I think of her all the time. Mwah! Love you dearly, honey. Sent a wonderful care package that I still derive succor from. I will contact her again as soon as possible. I've been so busy and trying to catch up with the early things these weeks. Now, what did she say? She said, earlier she pointed out that yes, this is basically a total spiritual parasite. She agrees, and she's so we do agree that you should I don't know, what does one do now that we've kind of identified this for Ian? Does anyone, like Peter says, you just gotta deal with this?
Salt bath is a good place to start.
Okay. What was that? What is a good place to start?
Instead of salt bath.
Salt bath. Okay.
Salt
Great.
bath.
Crack an egg
Salt.
over a bathtub.
A good place to start.
Yeah, great. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. You want to try that, Ian?
Hey, Peter, I do a salt bath. I do a salt bath first, then I take a shower, then I do a bleach bath.
Bleach bath. Oh my god.
Frankincense.
Okay.
I haven't tried frankincense, but I do use that whatever that Epsom salt. I do bath salts like every day.
Okay.
Okay, well, first of all, if this is spiritual
Yeah.
in nature, it's about then the fear factor and frankincense, salt, all of that, anything that we do, burning sage, all that is, it doesn't do anything for spirit. It technically is just our way of saying our intention and putting out our way of saying our own wall around our own aura to protect ourselves from fear or any other holes. Fear, anger, things like that. Those are your holes. And that is just your intention. So telling him to do salts or anything like that, if you truly believe that, it's not going to do anything. If salt doesn't help him, then at the end of the day, if it was that, he's going to have to put a wall up that was not of fear or anything like that. But at this point, he believes that, or it truly is that. And it's become that. I mean, you know, we can't, none of us know for sure, but if it, I know that salt is not necessarily the answer, and especially if we strive that is just an intention, just like burning white sage. And so it's not going to do anything without the intention and then without him closing those gaps and holes in his own aura.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. That's intense. That's deep. And so, Ian, how do you feel about that when you hear that?
No, the salt works. Salt works great.
He's very physical. He's stuck on the physical. He's like,
Oh, dude, I spent like $2,000 in fucking alternative medicines trying to figure this out, and I nailed it on the head with the dermicin and the clove bud oil and the peppermint oil and the ivermectin.
no, I do admit this brings us back to something that does fascinate me. You said you had the turntable with the test tubes, and you were
I got the centrifuge right here. I'm looking at it right now.
and you were doing stuff with your blood to
Yeah, I just
identify.
draw my blood, then I mix it then I mix these pre-packets with it, and whatever color it is, it tells me like the level of my oxygen, or it tells me the level of my iron, it tells me the level of my fucking whatever.
I mean, oh my god. So
Yeah, you mentioned the oils, essential oils.
Okay.
Is very,
No, Peter. Like I said, I got the recipe down to knock it out. It knocks it out in like 3 or 4 days. And it's
but
the
you
clove
keep
bud oil,
getting
ivermectin.
it. But you keep getting it. That's the point.
I haven't had it again since I came up with this formula. Since I started doing the lotion. Since I quit listening to the doctor. And did my own shit. I figured out my own recipe.
Yeah,
and
since
my
he went
skin
and
is
got the
feeling up.
ivermectin, mixed it with the stuff, he has not had it again. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I haven't
How
had
long
it.
ago was that you kind of found the
week ago.
solution?
It's been
a
a
week
week.
ago.
1
It's
week.
been a week. This reminds me, my dad was making the joke about dangerous jobs and talking about guys hauling dynamite over the Andes. And so he says, yeah, one of the newbies was talking to another guy on the job, and the guy was saying, sure, hauling dynamite over the Andes is dangerous business. I think you should talk to the old timer. He's been here longer than any of us. He must know something. So then the new guy straddles up to the old timer and says, so, how long you been here, old timer? And he says, 2 weeks! Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like, okay, I haven't had an attack in a week since I got this formula. And it's like, dude, you've been having how many attacks before you came up with this formula? About half a dozen, and they're just getting progressively more graphic.
No, the wounds haven't closed up since December.
Okay.
As of last week, the wounds started to close up, and that's never happened before.
You've been walking around since December with open wounds.
No, I had to spend $36 on fucking Band-Aids, and I got to fucking Band-Aid myself up and then throw a little wrap over it and just fucking go. It looked like anthrax. Like, I wasn't even kidding.
Oh, my God. So, you're walking
How
around...
the fuck did anybody sleep with you then? Anyway. I mean, I swear to God, if I saw that, I would not be...
I'm Ian West.
That was his answer. I'm Ian West. I mean, oh, my God. It's...
Yeah, sure, in his head.
I mean...
a picture that I didn't see?
You don't want to see that.
You mean, honey, you mean a picture of to prove he's sleeping with somebody, or a picture of the actual condition? Like...
I don't know. Either way, I just don't want to know now.
Yeah, yes.
You're going to ruin your breakfast.
Yeah, I saw the arm, and it was just like something out of Ebola country, and it's
Coming out of a science fiction movie.
Yes, it's just,
Blob.
If it's all taken care of, why is it a subject of discussion?
Yeah, it's well, for one thing, it did fill up 2 hours, that's for sure. But it's a subject of discussion because it is fresh. So it did now, and basically he called up about. So tell us about this. The laser blast towards the school across the street. You got it on film, and that was tonight during a hurricane or something? Typhoon?
Yeah, we're in the middle.
I like that. We're in the middle, and then it faded. He got carried away.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like Kansas and Toto.
He'll be back. It's just part of the hurricane.
I mean, how the fuck can you not go there?
Yeah. What? I mean, it's like
you call I don't understand. There was a hurricane. There's a school. It's not a school anymore. There's lasers coming down. The power is going out. That
Can you guys hear me
my
now?
disease cured. That's how we got here. I was Peter next.
Yes, thank you. That's right. What?
Can you hear me now?
Is that Ian?
Yeah, that's me. I'm back.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, here, I'm trying to send y'all a clip of what I'm talking about.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. I think that we've come a long way, and I'll talk to Peter privately. Give Brooke a short call after that. She seems to be awake, and God knows she probably didn't get much sleep last night. But Real Tech, thank you for being there with us and hanging with us throughout the night and explaining to that individual about the who said Doug's got a real Jew accent. Yeah, that was, and I like your response to him. So are you're truly ethnically Jewish then, in part or something?
Yes, my mother's
Interesting.
Jewish.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Wow. Thank you.
Yes, it's always a bunch of idiots. I remember a time I was supposed to send the computer tech out. It was really late.
Uh-huh.
It's like 9 o'clock at night, and I couldn't send the person. And I texted him, and he said, "Oh, I knew it. I knew it. You sound like one of those effing Jews."
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I'm so sorry you've gone through that. That's just terrible. So at any rate, I'm going to end transmission. The call will continue, at which point I'll say goodnight to each one of you privately. But hey, everybody, say good day to our listeners. It's been a wild ride. And so my God, we were everywhere. This transmission. This was quite the transmission. I don't think there's been one like this in a while. So my gratitude to Ian West for helping us conclude it with a bang. And we look forward to that footage. And thank you, Ian, for finding all those links. Incredible stuff. And of course, Brooke, thank you.
And Ian, I would like to thank you myself for waking me up, but really I'm glad you're okay. I seriously am glad that whatever it is that you figured it out, because that would suck.
Yeah.
So
We hope you figured it out, and God knows, I mean, those bleach baths, you got to go easy. I mean, that can lead